Welcome, 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 one and all, to some more qualifier action as we resume the road to the international here for the Chinese region, witnessing some more incredible Dota, but crucially, some eliminations so that we prune the field to determine who truly will represent China at the showcase of the Immortals. My name is Snare. I'm joined, of course, this morning. We've got our super producer, Serrano, making us look and sound good. We've got our Swedish boys on the cameras. Shout out to Scriff and Patrick. And of course, we have the one, the only, the future GQ model. It's the Bosnian Burper himself, my brother Lizard. What's happening, gang?
Nothing much. I know it's early morning, and it's kind of rough to get started. It's 6 a.m. But once you get the ball rolling, it becomes real nice, realizing that you're waking up to just watch some Tier 1 Dota, Like you wake up, you have some coffee, you're chilling, you're watching great Dota, talking about it with you, my dear Snare, and I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have some really cool games today.
Of course we are. Before we get into today's action, for those of you who might not have been aware of how we've gotten to this point, let us take a look at what the last couple of days of action have looked like here within the Chinese region. Yesterday we had, yet again, another 2-0 affair. XL Esports ended up eliminating Team Curtain. Obviously that one was a forfeit. Vici Gaming 2-0'd Future Esports. Yakult's brothers took down Tournaments in the upper bracket. And of course, Azure dropped down to the lower bracket due to losing against Extreme Gaming. What's happening, Lizard? Why is there so many 2-0s, gang? What's going on?
There's a couple of 2-0s that were pretty much expected, right? There's one forfeit as well, unfortunately, due to electrical situation by Team XL Esports. I mean, Team Curtain yesterday. But when it comes to these other matchups, I expected maybe a bit more of a fight, especially when you look at Azure Race matching up against Extreme Gaming or Tearlaments playing against Yakult's Bros. These guys are absolutely the favorites. Don't get me wrong. Yakult Bros and Extreme Gaming, they are. But I'd expect Azure to maybe be able to take a game off of them at least. And what's crazy is like Vici Gaming as well. 0-2'd by Extreme Gaming. But that one is a different matter, right? Like that one could have went at least to game number 3.
Yep. Of course, yesterday we did see it's both Tournaments as well as Future Esports were doing very well in their first game, ended up throwing away their lead. And like you said yesterday, when you suffer those kind of losses, it generally tends to lead to a stomp in game 2. And of course, that's what ended up happening yesterday to both of those squads. We'll be seeing today what ends up happening. Looking into today's games, we start the day very nicely with Vici Gaming going up against Tournaments, Elimination Dota to begin things off with. And then, of course, we have Azure versus XL Esports, Yakult's brothers and Extreme Gaming in the upper bracket final. And then we'll have our lower bracket semi-final to round out proceedings at the end of the day. Are we going to be getting any upsets here? I mean, Vici and Azure should be heavily favored for their individual series. Do you think that there's anything that their opponents can do to switch that up?
It's going to be difficult, but I wouldn't say Vici Gaming are like the absolute favorites. On paper, they are when you look at the names of the players, right? But Tearlaments, I believe, like out of the 2 series that we've got, I feel like Tearlaments have a bigger chance for an upset, if you would even call it an upset, because I feel like these guys are a sort of a team that can definitely take a game or 2 off of a team like Vici Gaming, who are star-studded for sure, but at the same time studded with stars that have fallen long time ago. So I'm still to see those moments of brilliance from Vici Gaming. Like moments of brilliance are there, but I feel like the discipline isn't, and they get punished for their moves very often. So I could definitely see series number 1 going the stretch.
I mean, looking at the Solomon squad, this is the team that you and I were there last year, right? Watching Team Zero qualify for TI. And most of that team is within Tournaments. The only one that's really missing is Ponlo's not there. And there's one other player that I'm forgetting right now. Obviously, 7E moved into a support role to fill the void that Ponlo left in his absence.
So he's 7E now, like you mentioned earlier. Not just the 7E anymore, but yeah. How do you feel about his move to 4?
I think
he was mid, right? Am I correct?
He was mid, yeah. We don't get enough of it, of like mid. Normally when I see mid players like swap roles, they don't necessarily go directly into playing support. I do like it because the kind of mid style that he had, how he liked to move around the map, how he liked to be extremely aggressive, being the one to start fights for his team. In this meta, I think that translates very well into the position 4 role. I think it would have been different if it happened like 2-3 patches ago when these supports were all about the laning dominance, but these fighting supports, I think it suits him quite a lot, this meta.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think I've always said this in the past. If you're a mid laner, the easiest transition is to position 4. Like if you have to transition to something. Of course, maybe you have an inclination to play a carry or an offlane, but the way that the game is played, mid and 4 share the most. Like the only difference is, I mean, there's basically no difference. The difference is only the greed. Like sometimes you see a position 4 that's literally a position 2. Actually, the way he's playing the game, you know, like if you are to dissect post laning stage and what he does and how he farms, like especially players that used to play a lot of Rubik come to my mind back in the day, you know. It's just like you're sitting somewhere in the lane, fate bolting, pushing in, getting as much XP and gold as possible. Early on as well, like the rotations come naturally to you because you know what the power spikes are of all your boys on the map, because you're used to it. You're used to watching it from the mid lane. But when it comes to mid, we might have already seen the two mid laners on both sides. They don't have to be mid, but Kunkka Tiny is an old school one-on-one on the mid lane, right? Where no one really comes out on top.
Extremely boring lane, if nothing else. Just to, you know, spare me the misery of having to watch that lane. I hope that these heroes go elsewhere. But like you say, it's the most likely option. What I'm kind of surprised about, though, is the fact that, you know, VG Gaming, they had first pick, but they only second phased the Storm. And we've been seeing a lot of second pick in the first phase Storm Spirits come out. So they get away with it somewhat. Perhaps Echo doesn't really want to play the Storm, more feeling comfortable on the Kunkka, which I'm fine with. I'm getting a little bit tired of the Storm. At this point, also, that hero, 28 games across all qualifiers, 67% win rate. That's insane. That's just kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit still, in my opinion, heroes of the meta. Maybe Storm a bit more. Like last patch, it was definitely Ember. This patch, Storm kind of took over. I'm not really sure why. I think it's the itemization as well. A lot of items that Ember was going for got nerfed, and I think most likely that's the main reason. Because Ember hero himself didn't really get hit by the nerf hammer all too much, right? Like he's still, I expected more. If you think about how strong he was, I expected him to get some actual nerfs, but it is what it is. We do see some Void Spirit now as well, which is nice, you know, like some other heroes than Kunkka, Tiny, Storm, and Ember all the time.
Definitely do want some diversity in that lane. For now, we're going to get the Dark Willow, though, coming in from tournaments. Just between the Kunkka and the Dark Willow, they already have an astonishing amount of control. The Kunkka, of course, can have some issues with damage as the game goes longer and longer, but Dark Willow certainly will help in that regard. So now, if you're Vici, obviously still have the potential to move this Tiny elsewhere. What position 5 do you want, just to open up the draw for themselves a bit?
The hero I always talk about, and you call me out for it, is Phoenix, but he's banned. Like when I see Kunkka and Dark Willow, I feel like this hero would be amazing. Some sort of an AoE, basically. And this is also good, right? Like you get yourself an AA into Dark Willow and Kunkka. You get yourself an AA Tiny as well, which basically sets up Tiny for solo kills across the map. And you pick up a Pango, which might have not been my first choice here, but it's also decent. Like you can put the Pango mid, put him on offlane. We'll see what they decide to. And this is a new boy. He did get buffed, by the way. And I have seen you know, every now and then I see someone in my chat or overall on Reddit talk about Tree, and like you think about it a little bit, and this hero isn't that bad. Like on paper, at least, the numbers aren't bad. The way you play him, however, on this big ass map might not be that great.
Yeah. Of course, with the Tree and Protector and TA together, that is a lot of ways to ensure that the TA's refraction stays up. I believe the calculation is still the same, right? That the Ice Blast eats the living armor first before it gets to you as the TA. Mm-hmm. So, okay. I mean, it's one of these things where if you wanted to pick TA, right, they probably wanted to make sure that there is some lane protection for her. We've seen a lot of Warlocks, obviously, but I don't think Warlock TA strikes me as a particularly powerful lane, especially if you don't know what the enemy off lane is going to be. So you get something like the Tree that'll always be, you know, relatively reliable in the lane just to protect her at all times. I'm dubious. I'm checking here. It seems that KJ actually played a game of the Tree and Protector en route to winning the South American qualifier, but I didn't get to watch that game. I'm curious just to see how it's all gonna pan out, especially now that it looks like it might be Tiny Docs here as the lane going up against them. So there's a lot of kill threat from the Vici Gaming off lane. So we'll see how the Tree deals with that overall.
I think he's gonna deal with it just fine. If they're, how to put it, if they practice the Tree a lot, which I do believe they have, as they picked it here in the TI quals, I feel like the Tree and TA lane, TPTA beats DS Tiny. I don't know, DST, I guess, Tiny. TY. But yeah, like this Darkseer plus Tiny lane, once again, we go back to level 3 and the fact that you need to get to it really quickly, but you have to get some last hits for that to happen, right? And Darkseer and Tiny into a TA just cannot do that. What you have to be doing, I guess, with Tiny is creep skipping a little bit. But that as well is not that easy if there's a big boy hunting you down through the forest. So we'll see how it works out. But in general, this Darkseer into TA is not my favorite lane on Darkseer.
No, Vici Gaming will still have to give us information as to where this Tiny is going. Is he going to be the position 4? They can transition him into a carry and get a different position 4. My thoughts on carry Tiny are well known, so I hope that they don't do that. And tournaments don't think they will either. They ban Gyro and the CK at the end of the phase.
Yeah, it's just not a good Tiny carry game as well. Like a Tiny carry wants to punch hard, but not too many times, right? Like his attack speed isn't that amazing. He needs to itemize into it. And then you're playing into Refraction, you're playing into Treant. In general, when you're playing into Treant, you want to have built-in Manta heroes. Some way of getting rid of his disables, right? Or you want to be at least a hero that buys Manta. On paper, so we'll see what they go for. I've seen a couple of players experiment with PL, by the way, but this also isn't a great PL game, and you don't have ultimate last pick. It's a good PL game besides the Kunkka. Like Kunkka can be a bit of a problem. And
I want Draw Ranger. Give me the Paparazzi Draw Ranger. They don't have much reach on the side of tournaments. You get some ground targeted damage, so you can deal with both Dark Willow and the TA with the multi-shot.
It's not bad, yeah. The problem with Drow would probably be an instant Centaur pickup on the other side. I think, at least, right? And then you can actually get on top of her with all of these. And if you're X marked, you're basically forced to BKB immediately. So, but then again, I completely agree with you. She would be able, if there is no scent, let's say, she would be able to stand back and just pew. But instead, we do get a Morphling. We get a hero that doesn't really care about X mark. Built-in Manta builder. Not a great hero, of course, into Enigma, but not the worst as well. Like, you can get on top of those little Eidolons, pesky Eidolons, and you can perhaps even kill them.
They also don't have the most amazing burst damage in the world, right? Coming in from tournaments right now. So as the game extends longer and longer, Paparazzi will have opportunities to just outplay them, stay alive in that fashion. Lots of armor as well for the hero against the TA. So that's going to be quite nice to have. Okay. I also just think I'm looking at this Morphling, right? And like, it's going to take a lot of ultimates to actually kill him in the mid game. And that's something that VG Gaming could try to play around. Perhaps they allow him to get initiated upon. Pangolier can come in and save him in the midst of the fight. We'll see. Overall, which draft do you prefer here? Since we do have a hero you like a lot in this Enigma on the one side, which draft feels more comfortable?
I think it's maybe a little bit easier to play what VG Gaming have got. Like, they actually have a lot of 1-2 kill potential heroes, especially with the Ancient Apparition, but with Tiny as well, with Pango. I feel like it's kind of a completely opposite approach to the way the game is supposed to be played. On one side, go and kill, get these pick-offs, like very strong damage dealing heroes. On the other, mega defensive and utility based around the TA. Like, you have Kunkka, you have Treant, you have Enigma that's buying utility, and then you have a solo TA just trying to dish out a ton of damage with a little bit of help of the Dark Willow. And Dark Willow, of course, she is a beast in that aspect, but almost always when it's one-on-one, right? Like, if you can isolate a certain target and kill it off. In general, I feel like that VG Gaming have got a more natural lineup to play, but we'll see. Like, it comes down, of course, as always, to the execution, but the damage is lacking a little bit on the Radiant side.
Yeah, that's my key concern here. As you were talking there, I was thinking about just how much work this TA is going to have to do throughout this game. That being said, though, there's a lot of work that still has to be done by VG because of, like you said, how uber defensive this lineup is. Honestly, I can envision like some of these team fights just taking forever with how much damage they have to get through from VG Gaming and how elusive this Pango and the Morphling are going to be later on in the game. I think we're going to have some fun. This has all the markings of a very enjoyable game. Lots of big team fight spells, lots of outplay potential from some of these heroes. Let's enjoy ourselves here for game one.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on ZZQ as well, even though it's like, you know, just a casual position 5, 3-inch protector. He needs to give a lot of info through the fights. He needs to use his ulti very properly against both the Darkseer and Pango. I feel like you need to be stopping both of them. But yeah, let's see. It's an old school counter to the Pangolier that hasn't been picked for the longest time. And it's like they want to push a lot, right? Like on the side of tier elements. But if you are pushing while AA is 6 and Pango is around, you better make sure you're not stacking up.
Yeah. Well, do you see some smokes from both teams? This is mostly going to be an information gathering exercise. Erica, though, very lucky that he wandered forward at the moment he did, because just before Kaka was in position on the high ground. If that had happened 2 seconds later, we'd probably be looking at a dead TA, but lucky enough for Erica, everything should be fine.
Yeah, no one is showing on the map, right? So better be careful where you roam. We don't really see too many First Bloods, but...
Look, it's this nonsense. Okay, they're not going to do it, okay. DY and Kaka, I thought they were going to try and just completely gimp the wave, but
well, it's
he's just
happening on
blocking
top.
it.
It's happening on top lane as well. The only difference is they killed the range creep already. So, yeah. There's...
by the way, look at Ori. Ori's laning top. They're putting the Morphling mid for Paparazzi.
Yeah, they're swapping the lanes. I was gonna say the same. This mid lane is kind of funky, right? Like, I still think Kunkka does well. Gotta be a bit careful with the Morphling not to get blasted down by a Tidebringer. And then that would feel really bad, right? Like, you are dodging a very annoying lane, morph into Enigma, but you must make sure not to and then feed on mid lane. However, Morphling is very often picked on mid. It's a strong mid lane hero as well.
Also, with the recent changes to the Morphling, you even more benefit from having additional experience on this hero right now. So there are definitely some benefits to having him here. He should also be able to find his own CS. Like, can't stop Kunkka from CSing, but Kunkka can't really stop the Morphling from CSing either.
Yeah, Kunkka deals a lot of damage to the Morph though. The cleave ignores armor, so it's it is annoying to get hit. Gotta be careful when you morph all the way down. This is one of those observer nightmare lanes. You know, you see morphing low, you have to go and check. Maybe there's a Tidebringer coming.
We'll keep tabs on what's happening in this lane
Top lane,
as
DY.
this game extends. Top lane, do have some damage going into this Ancient Apparition. 7E goes into the Shadow Realm, but can't find the pathing through the trees. Could have been a first blood, but overall he's probably just happy to make sure that SRF has as good a time as possible. With the swap, can they do anything with this Pangolier to stop the Enigma from farming?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of physical damage, which is nice from Mori. So he should be able to, I guess, kill off the Eidolons. If he dishes out full combo on level 3, we'll see. I actually want to see how it pans out. You don't really see this matchup very often. By the way, DY, he lived barely by luck. And basically by luck. Like, the Brambles, none of them connected.
What do you mean that's luck? It's skill, brother. He just has better pathing than you.
Yeah, he was like stuck between 3 trees and 0 brambles somehow connected. I'm sure I'd run into like all of them trying to get away. But yeah, skill, of course.
Sounds like a skill issue, fam. Ori right now gonna take some damage. He does get himself caught inside the brambles. No real kill threat. They're just trying to massage him a little bit, force him to have to utilize whatever regen he has left. Yeah, there's only one tangle that's sitting in the backpack right now.
Yeah, like you said, massage is a nice expression, nice way of putting it. That's something that you have to do in the lane, right? Like you have to keep on trading, getting those resources down low so that when the opportunity arises, you can actually get a pick off or a kill.
How are things looking bottom lane? We haven't really taken a gander at that lane. Erica just farming away on the TA up against this Darkseer.
Actually, really good lane for Yang so far. Yang and Kaka have crushed this lane. Like they're ahead of the TA. This is really good. They're already level 3, and this even gives them some kill potential.
They might decide to dive on this wave right now, but they will opt against it. They'll just keep pulling it forward and just farm in between the towers.
I feel like diving could be the only thing that wins this lane for tier elements. Like, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did it on Vici Gaming, because that's just the way these two are, right? Mid lane.
Mid lane, they're going on to Paparazzi right now. He did get dragged back into the X mark. Unfortunately, though, 7E was not able to connect with the Brambles. The Shadow Realm hit, it does connect, but it's not enough damage. Kaka now comes in immediately looking for revenge, and he gets it. The Avatars finds the first blood for Vici Gaming. Kaka, beautiful teleportation.
Yeah, and the Iron Shell as well on him. I feel like this is exactly what he should be doing as well. Like, just give him the Iron Shell and he TPs somewhere and goes defense mid or top, whatever. Because bot lane right now has already been more or less won, and I think that Darkseer can maybe start creep skipping on his own. Like, you're not... The way I see it is, you cannot dive the TA plus 3 end. Like, it's just way too defensive of a lane.
They're gonna try and put some pressure onto Yang right now, but now Kaka coming in, just gonna threaten, not even gonna bother utilizing his spells, but just letting them know, hey guys, I'm here. If you really want this kill, you're gonna have to overcommit, and I'll probably punish you.
Meanwhile, on top.
Yeah, they've been trying to go back onto Ori once more. He gets through the Brambles, but man, he's in a very rough place. Does have some 1 charges, but it's only 7 of them, and he has absolutely no mana to work with. Okay, he'll have to pop it soon. He doesn't want to take the risk of getting Malefist and killed off before he uses it.
Yeah, keep in mind though, he is able to solo all the Eidolons. So that's kind of nice, right? Like, that's something that I've been thinking about earlier. Echoes.
Here comes ZZQ. Top lane, they're going on to DY. This time around, there's absolutely no way out. He ends up dead, and Echo's able to get the connection onto Ori as well. Ori held in position. He is almost certainly going to die here. 7E able to bring him down at the Shadow Realm. Beautiful rotation. There's all of a sudden 4 heroes top for tournaments, and they're going to secure the tower with the catapult wave.
You know what? For Vici Gaming, it's a little bit worrying that this tier 1 tower will fall so early, even though they switched up the lanes to make that top lane a little bit easier for themselves. Pango as well, a natural born playmaker, is only level 4, so he will not be able to make all those crazy moves that the Pangolier usually does.
Not only is he level 4, he's also the lowest core in the net worth department. He has about as much net worth as this Dark Willow, which is concerning. That can obviously change as he gets more levels, but like you said, being only level 4, he is going to need some time. The team is going to have to buy him some space so he can actually start to participate in the game.
Yeah, they need to find levels on the supports as well. Like on Tiny, of course, but on AA, it's very important that he gets to level 6 quickly. Because I can see in a couple of minutes Enigma with the pipe drums just running your towers down, and not a lot that you can do about that.
Yang doing his best to try and run away from echoes, but unfortunately he cannot. He will get connected onto. There's the X marks the spot. The boat crashes through. Do they have enough to kill him before the next surge comes back online? Yes, they do. ZZQ gonna be the one that gets the credit for the kill, but now Paparazzi, he shows up as well, but unfortunately he's seen that both of his supports are already dead. And top lane, Ori, the man in search of experience, has been killed off once again. Now Erica has made himself present in the fray, going after DY. This ancient apparition cannot run away. Nature's grasp holding her in place, and TA finishing her off. So that's going to be across the map. 4 heroes dead. Vici Gaming's massively on the back foot.
Man, they have a lot of damage, sure, on Vici Gaming, but they need to get levels first to get to that damage, and it's not looking great right now. The stacks might be stolen as well. Kaka?
Kaka trying to defend these stacks with all his might. They're going to toss back onto Erica as well. They really want this TA. She's going to try and hide right now in the meld. Terrorize flies forth, gets dodged by Paparazzi. He's still keeping the pursuit onto the TA, but he doesn't have enough damage. He's going to be forced to run himself away, but 7E is there with ZZQ, securing a double kill for the Tria Protector. And with that Bedlam still going, they also bring down DY. 3 heroes will fall. You can try to defend the stacks if you want to, but we will take them come hell or high water.
Yeah, they just don't have a mid laner. That's the problem. You have this Morphling, sure, but it's literally like a position of one Morphling trying to join fights. Sure, he's not the worst hero to join fights, but you needed your Pango, and he was not level 6 yet. The kill that they just made previously was massive. Like, just denying him that experience. And the TP, by the way, because he died, he needed to TP back to the lane, so he couldn't join the mid lane fight.
I'm just imagining how crazy it would have been if there was a Rolling Thunder there. We're looking at like 2-3 kills at the very least for them, but Ori has been denied entry into this game. At least does have level 6, trying to make some decent inroads towards his defusal, but he's still 2,000 gold away from picking that up.
Yeah, he's very far away. Yeah, like the lanes have went so well for tier elements. The way that they played top and the rotations from Kunkka were right on point. And we talked about damage. Well, Kunkka will bring some once he gets the Radiance, right? Like it is always a very nice item on him. And he doesn't need a lot, like Radiance BKB. I feel like that's it. He's ready to fight.
It's going to be a very fast Radiance the way things are going right now. He's top of the net worth, and he's going to smoke up with this Dark Willow. 70. Let's see if they can find somebody. They're drawing the beat down towards bottom. Man, killing Yang, who initially was having a really good time, but slowing him down even more could be massive. And they have the perfect run.
He's got the Vanguard. Yeah. There's 4 heroes around, right? But he's got Vanguard, and he's in a very good position, I think. Vacuum on a cliff, maybe even possible.
No, they're gonna go on him. There's the back wall. No back wall.
No back wall.
They drag him back. Like, I thought maybe, you know, potentially Ori does have TP. Maybe you back wall them, you try to start the fight, but too much damage from the Bedlam.
There's, you know what? If DY had 6, sure. But he's still not level 6. 11 minutes in on AA. It's not like the worst timing, don't get me wrong, but in a game in which your side is completely falling apart, you needed it quicker.
Well, Telement also just driving the knife even deeper. making it impossible to come back because they yet again steal the stacks.
Oh, look at the illusion bait.
Don't even bother stacking, guys.
Yeah, they want to illusion bait with this smoke because they did hit that 6 now. They have the Ice Blast. Kaka is ready as well. They just need to find the right target.
The target might come in the form of the Kunkka as he shows middle, and woo! Here it comes. The question is, do they have the damage? ZZQ is also here, doing the overgrowth, and finally, Ori with the Rolling Thunder, able to assassinate and kill off the Kunkka. Does cost the life of Kaka, and the question is, can Ori even escape this? Blood Grenade drop down, the first black hole of the game. SRF does not want to let that kill go. Becomes a 2-for-1 affair, so yes, they make the dive successfully, but it comes at a massive, massive cost.
Yeah, he really did not want to use the black hole. You could see him popping the drums and everything before, trying to run. The black hole was used, and that's kind of a silver lining for Vici Gaming, but in general, like you said, 2-for-1, not the best trade.
They also lost out on any potential tower pressure they could have applied. So that immediately goes back in the opposite direction. The crazy thing about that is how close the Kunkka came to still living at the end of it. He barely died. They had to commit everything from the side of Vici to kill him.
Yeah, and he's not really the tankiest Kunkka, by the way. He's tanky, double bracer phases and chipped west, but it's not like some, early BKB or pipe 70. Nice kill.
Bro, I just want you to think about this, right? AA got 400 gold for a 13-minute kill on a support. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, 420 almost.
Hey.
But yeah,
Vici Gaming.
They're 6k behind. They're like 13 minutes in. You don't really see that very often.
Yeah. But there are some bright spots. Ori is about to finish the Diffusal Blade, so he has something going towards his name. Yang as well, just farming away, not that far away from having the mech, so he should have it quite soon as well. The only thing that's really lacking at the moment is this Blink Dagger from Kaka, but he's halfway there. He's getting there.
Yeah, these items are great. I just... It all comes down really to the way they take fights, who they try to pick off. Every time this A has Ice Blast, I feel like they can be searching for a kill. On the other side, of course, I just wanted to double check if Enigma is buying the pipe, and the pipe is actually completed. It's flying out on the courier.
Wow.
I feel like that's the most impactful item in the game right now. Like playing into Vici Gaming, there's so much magic damage. Sure, there's a lot of physical too, but the pipe will be massive.
Pipe of insights. Whew. You're already having issues killing off these heroes. It's about to become even worse going forward. We'll see if they decide to do anything, but they are still 20 seconds away from having access to Black Hole, so they probably don't want to make any big plays on the map until that's available. They're probably just going to start setting up shop to make sure that they have access to the Tormi once it's available.
Yeah, 5 more minutes for the Tormi to chill and wait, but having that vision over the Ancients as well is always nice, right? Like it gives you so much info. You can see if someone is trying to be cheeky to farm in that area. By the way, Kunkka Radiance as well.
Yep. I just went to check because I was curious. It turns out that this is the fastest Enigma pipe on this patch. Well done to SRF.
He had a really good lane. He lost a couple of Eidolons to Pango, sure, but overall the lane was good. And I seriously feel like this is... Enigma isn't an underrated offlane by any means. The hero is picked very often, but so many games I see it just completely be ignored.
Mid lane, we have Kaka very close to having Blink. One or two more creeps will put him over the edge and he can pick up the item. Unfortunately, there's also a Blink on the TA. I mean, Blink on TA, Radiant on Kunkka. I think you want to try and make something happen here. They do actually have a small fight starting. Ori able to roll away. At the same time, a bit to the north, we do have 7E almost dying to this ancient apparition. He's still alive for the time being. SRF will be the one that eats the Rolling Thunder now. Surrounded by multiple heroes. They don't want to come too close for fear of that black hole. But now in comes Erica. He blinks past the vacuum wall. Yang forced to surge himself out of trouble, even popping the mechanism to ensure survival.
Yeah, I think this is a slight win for Vici. Like, they get the kill on Dark Willow. How much gold this time around? This time around 330, but for morphing, of course. It's kind of a small win because they managed to kite out Enigma, don't get black holes, they get the pick off. But without the A ulti, without Rolling Thunder, that's probably some objectives going down, right?
Tier 1 tower gets taken away. They're actually looking, Echoes are trying to find somebody with the X mark so that Erica could blow them up. Doesn't end up happening, so they will just retreat, and the line is drawn towards the Roshan pit. We want to try and take the big man down.
Yeah, the tier 1 tower, Dazzle, like you mentioned earlier, on TA. They have more than enough sustain, more than enough damage with all the Eidolons. You can perhaps send the Ice Blast in, but no one else is in position to fight that.
They do scan that out just to make sure that it is indeed happening.
They're actually smoking for it.
Okay. They would look like they wanted to trade for the tier 1 bottom, and Echo is actually TP's in as well. The boat comes through, crashes onto Morphling. Do they have enough to hold him in position? Not just yet.
Pit.
As Yang also right behind pops the Crimson God. In the Roshan pit, we do have a Rolling Thunder. Ori was hoping to try and get somebody, but at least they did kill the Roshan itself. Erica's going to be the one with the snatch on the Aegis. Down bottom, the fight's still continuing. Yang, he still runs away. Him and Paparazzi will not fall to the pressure of ZZQ and Echo. At the same time, Ori not going to be able to escape easily here. They commit the black hole yet again. SRF has it out for the Pango, making sure that he does go down in revenge for taking away the kill on Roshan.
Yeah, his TP was cancelled on Enigma, but he gets his revenge in the end, right? Like, he gets a kill regardless. He doesn't get what he wanted to. That's the Morphling on bot lane, who's already got Manta, by the way, with Dragonlance, and did manage to take down the tier 1 tower down bottom. That rush fight was a little bit unfortunate for Vici because they didn't connect at the same time. Tiny went in and then Pango later on.
Tiny is gonna die here. There is an Ice Blast though that connects onto the TA and the Kunkka. Unfortunately, though, Ori is not in position, nor does he have Rolling Thunder, so there's no way you pursue that fight.
Yeah, these kind of Ice Blasts actually feel bad, because you cast them, and then you don't have an opportunity to use it when it's actually impactful, right? Like, I feel like Vici Gaming cannot afford to take any scrappy fights. They need to be very methodical and know exactly who they're going on, and they need to use everything on a target. Because there's just too much sustain on the other side right now. Smoke.
SRF and the boys are still smoked up. Oh, they come across the Morphling. Oh no, Paparazzi. Can he get out of here? There's a boat, crashes down. They're doing everything in their power. He does manage to Manta and try to get away. Yule Scepter though holds him in position. They really want this kill. However, Ori coming in on the backline, creating chaos, trying to create space for Morphling to escape. He steals the TA form, hiding in the Melt Strike for a little bit. Ori, as soon as the Rolling Thunder ends though, he gets thrown in the air by the Torrent. Can he escape this? No. Followed by the right clicks, and he does end up going down. On the other side of the fight though, they manage to assassinate ZZQ. So 1 for 1, but yet again, Pango going down for Ori.
That's a dominating streak on ZZQ. So the position 5 treant actually gave more gold. He gave 415, Ori gave 315. So they actually got more out of that fight. Ice Blast will be committed on the Tormi, but the pipe is, yeah, it's such a wonderful item this game. You negate most of the damage.
Well, they get the Tormi. The shard goes the way of this Dark Willow. I mean, that's pretty decent. It's okay. I'm sure that they really wanted the shard for the Treant though, but they'll take it.
Yeah, it's a good. It's not a bad shard for sure. In any case. The Treant shard as well, of course, that's the one that's like one of those supports that just insta queues it, right? Like, you can even get it as your first item after Arcane Boots sometimes, depending on how you want to be playing the game.
Such a good shot. He has queued it up right now. ZZQ. Level 10 as well. Top lane, there is pressuring the tier 2 tower a little bit. However, Erica is relatively isolated here, so they could try and jump him. But he leaves just in time. They were literally setting up to try and pounce on him. Doesn't happen. So, VG Gaming will find that their time is a little bit wasted. They even get scanned on the approach, so there's no way they're getting any kills here.
Yeah, very nicely read. Very, very nicely read. This smoke will, like you said, most likely not connect on to anyone. Down bottom, even Echoes is like he's pushing in the waves, but he's even right now with the BKB X marking himself before he goes and does that.
Yeah. Well, looks like the team wants to group up here. They're gonna smoke. There's a haste rune in the river. 70 will pick it up. Let's see if they can find anybody. They had an observer or top that didn't really scout anybody either. DY, nice last second TP out. He is completely safe. Kaka and them will go through the twin gate. So this time around, it's VG Gaming's time to waste the opponent's time with the smoke. So it's a 7k gold lead. Things have not been looking amazing for VG. However, you know, they're not bleeding as much as they were earlier, right? You're still losing kills here and there. Yes, you just lost a tier 2 tower, but you're not being routed just yet. This Aegis is going to expire now. So VG Gaming could conceivably take the upcoming fight, especially now that they've also got the level 2 Rolling Thunder on Ori.
No, absolutely. They stabilized the game. 8k at this point, 23 minutes in. It's still a pretty big lead, but it's nowhere as big as 13 minutes 7k lead, you know, so overall they're doing fine. They're finding space for Paparazzi, who is buying Butterfly, by the way, but TA is already on her way to MKB. Like, she's got 2 items, just the Javelin and the recipe needed, like 1500-ish gold, and she's got it.
Gonna be very scary. It's always very annoying when you're playing like these Butterfly carries. By the time you get the Butterfly, there's already the MKB, and you're like, oh, I wish I bought something else. But you also really do need Butterfly in this game.
Yeah, that's usually the case when you're playing in a losing game, right? Like when you're behind, usually your Butterfly is at the same time that somebody's or the enemy carries MKB is. He could have went Skadi, I feel like, this game as well. I think that would have been a decent option for him.
Yes, Skadi would be solid. There's a lot of there's some healing coming through from the Strain Protector as well. I would have liked Skadi a lot.
A lot of healing, nice against ranged carries, nice against TA in general. Gives you some armor. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. But okay, he opted to go for Butterfly. That's also a very casual pickup on Morphling. Gives you some more burst potential as well.
Now it's a 10k lead for Tournaments. We of course saw them yesterday in a situation where they were massively ahead and they were the ones that sort of threw the game away. So we certainly need to see them playing as disciplined as possible. We're going to group up now for another smoke. Enigma's going to be the one on the forefront of this. They're going to connect onto him with the smoke. Unfortunately, everybody has already vacated the area. VG Gaming, these last like 90 seconds, 2 minutes have been reading Tournaments very, very well.
There's just like, it's not really that common right now, but the wards have been amazing this game. Like, they're giving so much info for both sides that it's difficult to connect with these smokes.
Ori, he got scanned. They know that somebody's in the vicinity. He's also gonna get scouted on the wave. Oh no, he swatched forward. He swatched forward, Liz. Oh no, he's dead. Sorry, brother. Nothing you can do. This time, even the ensnared curse cannot save you.
Yeah, he bought out, at least. He's moving a bit, inching a bit closer to his Aghanims. I feel like, once again, I would really like to see a Basher on the Pango at some point. You don't really have a greatest way of dealing with the black hole, so...
He's gonna try now through middle. What's the next objective here? There's no Roshan to take just yet. Looks like he's gonna be gone for the maximum duration. Game is hot. Let's take some of these triangle farm right now. Perhaps sweep over to the tier 1 tower. get some additional objectives on the map, and crucially, just avoid fights. I don't think you want to take any action right now until you have BKB on Morphling.
Absolutely. You want to be just skipping and ratting for as long as possible.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower now also getting taken, so all the outer towers are gone.
Radiant's middle
So Vici are now at that annoying point of the game where you're not just concerned about losing fights, you're concerned about just having your buildings poked at by the TA and the Eidolons.
tower is under attack.
Can they that high ground? Like, they just use the glyph, right? Yeah, they just glyphed the tier 2 tower on Dire, so...
Alright. Check out that TA trap, just to make sure that he can scout out where Kaka goes. That's very nicely done by the TA. Good job, Erica.
When you're playing versus TA, I feel like you need an early gem. It's just one of those heroes that forces you into it. And speaking of all those dodged smokes, I'm sure TA traps also play the part.
Oh, for sure. We have another smoke right now that might not connect. The Enigma is the one that's closest to them, but he's just going in darkness. He's chilling, man. No, I guess you just can't die in this game when the enemy team is smoking. That's just the way it is right now.
We gotta count all these wasted smokes. Mid lane.
Nope. Unfortunately, Echo used the X mark on himself, so he could get in a little bit more safely, so he could not utilize it onto Kaka.
Now this is basically just setting up for Rosh, right? Like what they're doing right now is playing around the pit, trying to get to... Again, good words, good vision, de-ward the enemy team so that you can go into the pit freely. Kuka is very close to the Shivas as well. This man is absolutely gigantic.
He's so farmed. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Level 18, 2.8k HP, man.
Radiant's bottom
Snare, are they doing the good old tier 2 for Rosh trade?
Yeah, baby. It's happening. No, it's not happening. They're gonna leave Paparazzi, but the rest of the team is smoking. They want to try and come and contest this. They have Ice Blast, they have Rolling Thunder, they have the Vacuum Wall. Do they have the guts, though, to go for the fight?
Well, they won't have Morphling if they do, but they have to commit immediately if they want to. Rosh is falling like they can't, right? TAs. Oh, A blast.
Coming. Ice Blast is actually gonna go forward. They do not get the kill onto Roshan though. Erica still gets the Aegis. Echo right in front of Kaka pops his BKB, and him and Erica able to demolish the Rockman. TP out by DUI, not gonna be allowed because Erica coming through with the Melt Strike, and now Kikyo had his own way out of the fight, team severely compromised by the Yule Scepter, but SRF can't get off the black hole in time. He ends up throwing it out, but only to watch the Morphling TP to safety.
Yeah, they used Overgrowth as well. They used Black Hole and Overgrowth, and they didn't stop him. Yeah, kind of not the best execution by Radiant, by Tier Elements, but they do get Rosh, they get Aegis. Honestly, not having these two big spells might give Vici Gaming an opportunity. Very, how to put it, like we have some amazing stars on Vici Gaming, we have some great players on the other side as well, but the execution wasn't that great, let's put it that way, in that last fight. Even the Rolling Thunder, he was just bouncing off of the cliffs very far away from the enemy team. He couldn't get through the stairs.
Let's see, take a look here. So,
Vacuum
Terrorize was used, right? Yang, this Vacuum Wall actually high-key saved his life.
Yep.
It brought him that additional little moment of time needed to get out of there.
I feel like ZZQ could have just used ult though, no?
Well, back live, we do have Yang. Yet again, throwing out a nice vacuum there. They bring down DY. So we're not going to have an Ancient Apparition for this engagement. X-Mark, we really want to try and find Paparazzi here. Do they have him? He pops his BKB. Can he keep this fight going though? No. He realizes he needs to get out. He pulls the Nightfall. That will allow him to retreat to safety. Ori though, not so lucky. Held in place with the Yule Scepter. Stopped by the Bramble Maze and killed off by Erica once again.
Yeah, that was an amazing use, by the way. 70 no Spango. Of course, he's been playing so much mid, knows exactly when to use it. He used it just before Rolling Thunder runs out, so he catches it with that last stand of Yules to set up the brambles. And also, by the way, Paparazzi was morphing into Agi in that fight. That's why he was falling so low. So, almost died because of it.
Yeah. You definitely don't feel good being Paparazzi, and your first 2 BKB usages have just been used to escape the fight. Like, not a single hero has died while he has BKB active. That's quite concerning.
I think at this point, Kaka...
Yule Scepter again. Now they also have X marks. And sorry, bro. You tried your best. You tried your best. But your best was not going to be good enough here.
Yeah, this time around it was his own Yules trying to save himself, but didn't really work. I think now is the time for Radiant to choke out the map and perhaps start taking high ground. Morphling.
Another Yules on Morphling. He's still 5 seconds away from having BKB, but his illusions were ripping through 7E a little bit. Torrent doesn't connect, but he does get the X mark. And Kikyo, he's gonna do the Nightfall.
Once
What
again.
else can he do? Yeah.
3 out of 3. Every single BKB on this poor Morphling has been used defensively.
That's tough.
They need... I can see a world in which Morphling gets like 1 more item and then the damage is too insane even for all of these defensive heroes on the other side. When you combo it with AA, of course. I can imagine that, but for that to happen, they have to stop the upcoming pushes.
You often refer to AA as the great equalizer. Is the game too far gone? Or are we still in that point where one bad fight can still... Well, we'll talk about it in a second. Big vacuum wall from Yang, but they've already lost DY. Black Hole will come out right now, connecting on the 2. They've already lost them both as well. Erica, as his BKB starts to expire, decides to leave the high ground, as Ori is able to assassinate 70 on the backlines. Paparazzi with the waveform forward, able to find ZZQ as well. So they have to buy back on 3 heroes in order to mount this defense. But mount it they do, and they're pursuing for more. Sadly, they will not find it.
That avalanche, if it was a second earlier, maybe it catches 1, maybe even 2. But yeah, it didn't. A lot of buybacks, like you said, had to be committed. They weren't able to defend cleanly, but they do defend. They do hold, and Morphling was not the one of the heroes, I should say, that utilized the buybacks. So maybe for the next fight, he will have that 1 extra item that we talked about. And Skadi is on the menu for Kikyo. Basher, by the way, as well on Pango, which is a change. He was queuing up Disperser, but changed his mind and goes for Basher instead. I think this was absolutely necessary.
What do you think actually about Ori? Would the game have been different if he'd started mid? And probably wouldn't have the greatest matchup, sure, but would he have been able to accomplish more on the map, open up the team play more?
Absolutely. 100%, I have to say. The state of the game is... I think it stems from the fact that they switched up the lanes. Because Pango did kinda better than you would expect Morphling or Siflin against Enigma. But he didn't do well enough to justify the fact that he's not going to have a lot of experience, right? He was level 4, he couldn't use Rolling Thunder, he couldn't contribute to any of the early fights.
No. He's saved his contribution for this stage of the game. Needs to be careful though, because if he dies again, it will be a dieback. Oh no, actually it was Yang that brought that. He'll be fine. They smoke up now though, because Paparazzi just picked up the Skadi. This is a huge power spike for the Morph. Skadi, Butterfly, BKB, D-Lance, and the Brawny Gale Guard. Does not get any better than this for now. Let's see if they can do anything with it though.
Yeah, they smoke up, there's no Aegis.
TA, she gets caught! Can they actually kill her though? They're ripping through her HP pool. The Ice Blast will not connect, but they don't even need it. Paparazzi supplies the right-click damage. Yang now also able to catch on to 7E, but once more 7E with a wonderful Yule Scepter, able to save his life. The chase coming in from Kaka though, he finds the Avalanche. the Shadow Realm will not protect you. And as soon as he comes out of it, 7E will be in the waiting hands of Paparazzi, who finds a double kill on his Morphling. What a time to be alive. What a time to go for that wave for Erica. He was so far from everybody.
Yeah, that was so damn greedy. What a time for Vici Gaming to finish off Skadi and smoke up, right? Like, sometimes stars, they do align. And you find the right item at the right time when the enemy player is making a mistake.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also, in a nice turn of events, you actually connect with the smoke in this game.
Yeah.
You never get to see it.
Keep in mind that
Has fallen.
if TA is isolated, that's one of the squishiest heroes in the game, right? Like, if you can chew through her refraction charges fast enough, she most likely dies 9 out of 10 times. And that was very isolated from Erica.
You know, if you just took a screenshot of like the map right now, right, and where all these heroes are, you would never say that Vici Gaming are the team that's 11k behind, but this power spike for the Morphling has sort of equalized the game regardless of the gold lead.
Yeah, for now, TA is still unalived in the fountain, so they need to wait for her. Once she's up, I feel like you could even smoke, try to contest Rosh once again, secure that area. You have Black Hole. Echoes is ready with the Nullifier to take this upcoming fight. Yeah, they smoke up.
Look at this though. Paparazzi just picked up a giant small. I don't think they know about this. That is, he doesn't have Daedalus or anything like that, so the additional crit is a pretty substantial increase in his damage output. Let's see now if Tillmans can get anything off the back of this smoke. Roshan, unfortunately today it looks like he's sleeping in. Second time around that he's almost max respawn. You love to see it.
Exactly when Vici Gaming needed it as well, right? Like the first time they also needed a quick respawn. They didn't get it.
Gaben is like, if you're going to win this game, you're not going to do it with any help from me. But do it the hard way.
Mid lane smoke is done on Radiant. It didn't break, they just lost it. They managed to plant one single ward and sentry combo next to the top rune, which is some nice vision, but I love this dire ward, by the way, next to Rosh Pit on a cliff. Like, this is maybe my top 3 favorite wards on the current map. Really difficult to de-ward as well. It shows Rosh. It doesn't show a lot, but it shows Rosh. That's all you need.
Yep. It's always the adage that they teach you when you're learning to play Dota, or at least learning to get better. You just play around vision. And that's what Vici Gaming are doing right now. They are not going to wander anywhere on the map outside of the radius of these wards.
Yep. There is some luck involved, I have to say now, for Vici Gaming as well. When it comes to the black holes, right? If Ori is careful enough with his Ags plus Basher, maybe he's the one, you know? Maybe he's the one that's able to completely change the way the fights are gonna go.
Question, does the Pango Bash hit you through Outward Staff?
I don't think so, no. I don't think anything hits you through the staff. The staff basically means you're out of the map. You do not exist for that millisecond. Well, I shouldn't say millisecond, I should say exactly 0.7 seconds.
The reason I ask is because Enigma does have one, so if he plays well enough as well, can make sure that he secures a pretty solid channel. He actually might be able to find Ori here. Unfortunately, though, that D-ward happened at the wrong moment.
You can't use it while channeling. It's going to interrupt your black hole. The staff, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure. But you can save yourself and then use it. I think that's what you meant, right? Like.
Yeah.
Dire's courier.
Right now, Paparazzi finishing a wave. They kill off his courier that was carrying the Eagle Song for his Swift Blink. There's a role being commissioned by Ori. He's gonna decide against it though.
We just saw Darkseer's items, by the way, and I really like this Dezun, I don't know how do you pronounce the Bloodright on him. It's really cool. Can they manage to get to Roshbit fast enough though? Let's see. I think they can.
Big man is online. He's dying very quickly because Erica does have an amplified damage rune. But the 80 rune expires just before the fight breaks out. Enigma, he gets seen first. This is huge. If they can find and take him away before this begins, And they will do so indeed.
Kaka?
Inside the Roshan pit is Kaka, trying to at least steal away the Roche, but he dies very quickly. Can't even save himself with the Yules thanks to the nullifier from Echo.
Enigma's
Nice
back.
little terrorize coming through, connecting onto Paparazzi. Enigma brought back, Black Hole onto 2. Paparazzi is gone, Yang follows him in the grave. Neither of them have buyback. Ori, realizing he can't do much more for his team here, decides to TP out, but DY do not have that luxury. He dies as well to Erica. SRF, the buyback. What a play from this Enigma.
That was just beautiful. Buyback into the outposts. A perfect showcase why outposts are so necessary to be taken, especially when you're going for Roche. The buyback TP. This could be game. 60 seconds without morph.
Yeah.
Even when he respawns, you're playing into an Aegis. Sure, if you kill off Enigma, maybe that's your opening, right? He doesn't have a buyback, but mid lane Ori.
Ori trying to just get himself away. Tidal wave pushes him forward into the brambles. Erica is here as well. He does have buyback. He was hoping to buy some time. Unfortunately, they don't need the whole team to kill him. While he's dying, Enigma's pushing bottom. Now they leverage the Roshan's banner and the new Dateless on Erica to push mid. It's looking dicey for Vici. It might just be game, like you said.
Yeah, it's looking really dicey. Enigma did use Black Hole, but he also got the shards from Roshan, so he can have an additional Black Hole in this upcoming fight.
One more roll of the dice for Vici Gaming. Morphling is back. Yang doesn't have buy. Oh no, Kaka got caught. Kaka cannot afford to die right now, but he will die regardless. Trying his best to buy space and time here. Avalanche toss will be there, but his life is gone. He buys back, so does Ori. Ori coming forward though with the roll. They wanted to connect onto Erica. He managed to get down to the low ground with the Hurricane Pike. He nearly died, Liz, but he's gonna survive by the skin of his teeth. ZZQ will go down, but at the end of the day, yes, Paparazzi gets a triple kill. It is still buybacks having to be used by Vici Gaming and 2 lanes of racks gone nonetheless.
Yeah, you gotta run it down somehow. I feel like you have to run it down. There's no Enigma for 70. There is no way. I don't think you have enough time even to equalize one side. Maybe if they had a wave pushing in on top, you know, like they would be able to do something, but they don't. The state of the map is just in too good of a position for tier elements. So Enigma will be up for the next fight. Most likely. 50 seconds, let's see. They're trying to go down mid.
Let's see how far they can get here. 40 seconds before we have Enigma. Tier 3 towers, all that stands in the way here. They still do have quite a lot of defense, right? They still have Glyph. We still have buybacks on our supports, but they're going to be up very soon anyway. And you still have this Kunkka, very annoying hero to try and push into.
Yeah, nice
but here they come.
Nice little blink from Kikyo over the tidal wave. Gets onto the high ground.
I feel like they should add like a surfing animation. Oh, Kaka goes in. You want to try and find Erica, but yet again, Kaka might find himself in trouble. Ori, though, goes into the fray with this rolling thunder. They're not able to connect cleanly onto Erica just yet. And yes, he's inside the vacuum wall, but they need more damage. Paparazzi, though, can't really supply it because the Enigma has respawned, and they're scared of what could happen. As 7E did find yet again the terrorized Black Hole combination. It finds the Morphling for the 2nd time in a row. He is going to die for sure. They've already lost Pango. They've already lost Tiny. And now as they lose this Morphling, they might just have lost the game. He buys back though, hoping to try and help out DY, but DY dies just way too quickly. This game is looking like it's about to go to hell in a hurry because Vici Gaming have nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, they just tried. You could understand why they were forcing it, because that was literally their only play. They're in a checkmate position. They have one option, and that's to push fast enough before Enigma respawns. They understood that there's a shard on Enigma. You're not winning against 2 black holes in these fights. Even one was enough most of the time. Yeah, they got punished for it. Morphling is huge, and there's a buyback on A. Can the 3 of them hold this? I'm not sure. Tiny is up soon though.
Okay. Morphling will steal the TA form, so he has access to the Blink Melt Strike as well. Erica has taken away the final tier 3 tower. They are looking towards grabbing some megas. No Pangolier for 45 seconds, but Kaka is available now. tidal wave, not going to connect onto anybody. You do see Yang getting a
that's
beautiful vacuum wall with the ice wall bars coming over it. They've blown up the Enigma. But Paparazzi now sieging onto this Templar Assassin, but he can't get up the right clicks in time. Erica's actually stronger than the Morphling. They bring down TA. That's life 1 though. So they still have an Aegis to play with, but they do not have a buyback for the Morphling to play with. DY just has to watch as the racks crumble before his eyes. Full mega creeps achieved by Tillermans.
Damn, they're still kinda holding, I guess. Throne should be next for Tillermans, right? Pango is up in 5 seconds. You don't have Enigma, but you definitely try to end this. 7E.
Tries to initiate right now to Kaka. Nullifier cancels out the Yules yet again. Beautiful vacuum. No wall to follow it up with though. And crucially, no damage. TA will be able to rinse through all of these heroes like it's nothing. Sure, Echoes might die, but I don't think they really care. DY at least gonna try and waste a little bit of time, but he knows that that time is up. GG is called VG Gaming. Go down in game number 1 and Tillermans making this a very, very exciting game.
Yep. Like we said during the draft, I feel like these guys are the most likely ones to get a full series out of VG Gaming in the lower bracket. A pretty cool game. I have to speak about Yang, by the way. He's 1-5-8, but he almost won them, or at least kept them in this last part of the game alive. The back wall on the Enigma S, he's blinking in, like, I don't know. You have to have minus ping for that, you know? Like, minus 100 latency right there. Morphling as well, by the way, in that last fight, something that we didn't mention, he needed 1 second to pop the BKB, and then he cannot be controlled, and then he can actually continue fighting with that vacuum wall. But he didn't have it, and that's why he died so quickly.
That's unfortunate. Man, there were so many moments where things could have broken very differently for VG Gaming, but this combo play with the terrorized black hole combo just felt a little bit too tough to deal with. They really gave it their all. I do think, man, what could have been if Ori had a game, like to start with, right? If he didn't have to be playing catch-up for the first 20, 25 minutes of the game, what could have been? Hell, even in this moment, they almost killed Erica there. If that roll connect or one of the swashes hits him on the high ground, he's dead for sure.
Yeah, that was easy Q, by the way, as well. He played that fight very nicely. He was behind and used the overgrowth in the right moment. But I absolutely agree with you. I feel like they just needed a stronger Pango. They didn't really need a strong Morphling this early on. They needed a stronger Pango. And that's something that I feel like absolutely could have been done differently. Like, let your Morphling suffer, let him not have a game, but make sure that your Pango is able to actually do something in those early 7 to 15 minutes fights. Because they had no Pango, they lost all those fights. Morphling wasn't really able to contribute a lot. And also Morphling would rather farm at that point anyway, right? So, unfortunate for VG Gaming, but they're still not out of the tournament. Not just yet. They still have one more game. At least one more game.
At least one more game to come. Tillermans, though, do grab this game 1 victory. Looking very clean while they did it. I will say, you know, you're talking about what Pango could have done if he was more enabled in the game. Echoes showed that what you're supposed to be able to do. He was on one. Those first 15, 20 minutes, he felt so oppressive on the map, showing up absolutely everywhere, getting multiple kills, helping his team secure the early buildings, making sure he's en route for the defenses of his own buildings as well. Now, shout out to Echoes. I think he played a very, very sick Kunkka game here.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a very different idea when it comes to these two teams. Like, the approach to the game is, one team is mostly defensive, mostly utility based, right, on the side of Tillermans. The other is just extra burst damage from each and every one of these heroes. But once you get this ball rolling on Tillermans, once you get a good lanes and you get some pipe on Enigma, which was, by the way, very early on, the snowball is really hard to stop.
Yeah. The snowball really is difficult to stop. Telements just kept going. They get themselves this W. Everybody just played really well. 70 also played a really sick Dark Willow game. Very good connections on his Yule Scepter. Incredibly good terrorizers. Making sure that early on they had damage from the Bedlam. He did what he needed to do. ZZQ showed us why Treant Protector is not one to be ignored. Some really good overgrowth throughout the game. So just a good performance from Telements. And VG Gaming, a cute little idea at the beginning that just didn't really pay off. So we'll see if they have what it takes to make this a 2-1 affair, give us the first third game of our entire qualifier run, or will the curse continue until Elements make this a 2-0 affair? We're going to be finding out after a very small break. So go grab some water and join us for Game 2 of VG Gaming versus Telements.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 of Vici Gaming taking on Telements. With Telements having the 1-game advantage, we'll be seeing if they're going to keep up the 2-0 tradition or if Vici Gaming will do a young upset here. My Bosnian brother, the Berber-in-Chief, what's the adjustment that you want to see coming in from Vici Gaming draft-wise here at the beginning?
I don't think there's a lot necessary to change. Like on the side of Vici Gaming, I feel like their draft was solid. Maybe that Enigma scared them a little bit too much. I feel like if Vici Gaming replays the same game with the same drafts, they put Pango mid, Morphling top, I feel like they would do so much better, maybe even win it. Sometimes you see a team losing, but you still see moments of brilliance and you think that they can win it. I said 90%. I'm taking that back, but like 70%, I feel like we're going into game number 3. Just looking at the levels of these two teams, but Telements are not bad at all. Like they also, if they're given another chance at picking like their full comfort zone heroes, they can easily clean sweep this series as well.
Well, we'll see what they have been cooking up. What kind of game they're going to be giving us in Game 2. Vici Gaming still going to be on the dire side, but this time around, Vici has the second pick. And if I'm Ori, bro. If I'm Ori, I'm telling them, I'm like, guys, just give me the Storm Spirit, bro. Like, come on. Just give me the Storm. It's fine.
It's not bad.
I've won. Yeah. There we go. Just give me Storm. It's fine, guys. Let me win the game.
Yeah, a good call. And why not, right? Like, you've got Ori on your side. You don't want to be picking Puck probably into Kunkka, but Storm Spirit, absolutely fine. There is like a chance to dominate the Storm a little bit before he gets level 6 with a couple of X marks, right? And good position 4 and 5 rotations. At the same time, that's something that Vici Gaming can answer either with their own rotations or just by setting up the game that way that the rotations aren't possible. So we'll see what they do with the Storm, but I like this for sure. And it also solidifies that we know who's going mid. Storm will be mid lane. No laning switching shenanigans from Vici Gaming in this game.
No. This one, they're going to just play it heads up. It's going to be nice and fair. All cards on the table. Of course, like you said, it does really matter what the supporting cost is going to be. We know that Shadow Shaman is highly valued. We didn't actually see him last game, which is kind of surprising. But in this game, Vici, if they're not going to pick the Shadow Shaman, I think they should ban it. But you also have Kaka on the team, so why not just ban something else and still pick the Shaman?
They ban out the Puck, actually. So they're worried about Kanka going maybe safe lane, maybe off lane. And that's also a really good point that they've made. Because Puck is probably a much bigger deal than Kunkka is on the mid lane. I wonder if they'll commit any other bans. I don't think they will. I think this is it, right? Like you ban out the Puck and you're fine with Storm. You feel safe enough.
Yeah, there's some potential of playing into an Ember, but I think you can still deal with that definitely. Like you've mentioned before, it's not like last patch where Ember was just bodying everybody. The game is different now. For Vici, they steal away the Dark Willow actually from Telements. 7E was putting in a clinic on that hero, so now going to be forced to play something else in this game.
Yeah, he did so much. Like Dark Willow used to be a hero that just like wins off of support positions. She was that broken. Right now, I feel like she's very strong, but she's not in a position where she can just mindlessly press her spells and kill off a hero. You still need some finesse with her now, and he's had a lot of finesse in the last game. Casting Yule Scepter is exactly when needed, blinking on top of proper targets, Terrorize was always on point. So yeah, Elder Titan though for Telements. So ET, Shadow Shaman will be the supports on the other side. Most likely ET the support, of course. ET into Storm, really bad, but Shadow Shaman into Storm, really good. And it opens up all the glass cannon carries, right? Like for Telements, it also shuts down the possibility of a Morphling on the other side. So overall, yeah, a really good pickup.
I like this from Telements. They still have some objective take coming in right now from the Shaman, some hexes, long-range disables, big ultimates as well that they can play in these Roshan areas, in the objective fights on high ground. I like ET. I think that this hero is always one of those that for whatever reason, is always underpicked, but then you see him and he does well in the game, and you're like, why don't I see this every game? This is just so solid overall.
Yeah. By the way, you see behind Echo, they had like they have like a picture of, is that road to TI right there?
Each win, you just add another notch, and you're like, we're on the way, boys.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Honestly, I do think for a team like Telemans, I think for them a lower bracket run is kind of necessary. But as this team starts to level up, I would not want to play them in a final, honestly. Having seen what they did last year when they were able to put themselves in that position, yeah, I'd be very scared of them wanting to do a repeat of that.
Yeah, for sure. They also feel like a team with a lot of identity, especially on two supports. Like they have like a support that used to play mid not so long ago, and another one, ZZQ, that's just very exceptional on certain heroes. Like on certain heroes, he's exceptional. And he can make a difference. And he can also make you play a completely different game than you're used to by picking a Treant or a hero like that one. So, Vici Gaming, no shenanigans on their side. They just pick up the gyro for themselves. I feel like maybe this opens up a Morphling for tier elements, like Morphling ET lane, and then you put Kunkka mid into Storm. Not that great for Storm, though. Like, he should have free reign if they do that.
Ichi will come back with the Vengeful Spirit, so this is presumably, well, it could be the Yang hero or the DOI hero, either or. Gives them some additional amplification on the gyro. I also like that they got gyro because there's a possibility that tier elements get gyro, and gyro ET is terrifying. So, gimp the hero a little bit. What do you make of this Venge? Where do you think that she should go?
Well, so far in the tournament, we have only seen support Venge, right? Like, actually, we did see one offlane Venge as well. Where should she go? I think offlane. Like, unless right now, because of they ban out the anti-mage, never mind. I saw the Medusa pick, and I'm thinking, okay, they can put gyro support, Venge offlane, and anti-mage as their safe laner, but AM banned out. Yeah, let's see. Maybe they'll find a different way of dealing with the Medusa, and then eventual can be a core. But Venge Gyro, I think, solid, decent lane, nothing crazy, and you can get yourself last pick for the offlane on Vici Gaming.
Well, we'll see what diffusal buyers are still left in the game. From the offlane, maybe you could still play some Pangolier and then get the diffusal on him. He's the one that goes forward onto the Deucer, but we'll see if they have some other kind of solution. Vici Gaming, for now, they ban out the DK. So they're really protecting the Storm.
Yeah,
they're saying, Ori, bro, carry us, please.
Basically, yeah, all the bans aimed at protecting Storm Spirit. So, yeah, let's see. Ember banned out on the other side. You know, one hero that we have seen recently, but not in this series, Zax as well. Dunk that Medusa, make sure dunk her before she gets enough stats to actually stay alive through the Culling Blade. But of course, you buy a singular stat item, that's not going to happen. So probably not the best hero for Vici.
Maybe there's the Pango ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the Medusa, they're probably going to give away where Medusa goes now. And if the Medusa is actually safe lane, I was going to say Darkseer, actually. I was going to say, if Medusa is safe lane, you just get Darkseer because of the illusion. And now you have a really strong illusion into Medusa, so you don't really care. You just let her be.
Yeah. This Darkseer as well is going to give them some more team fights, some more sustain with whatever items that SRF decides to buy for the team.
Dude,
big.
I'm sorry, Snare, but this is such a giga brain draft now that I'm thinking of it from tier elements. Elder Titan, one of the best supports into Medusa. You just put her to sleep, right? You pick the ET in second stage, then you follow it up with the Medusa, you protect her that way, and you ban out the AM and you pick the Darkseer. It's just everything is so damn good from them. I really like it. But on the other side, the draft is very solid, and there's a Storm Spirit on Ori.
Yeah. Ori, Storm. We get Yang right now playing the Dawnbreaker, so we will definitely have more sustain coming through this time around. Some solid team fights. Okay. So we have much better team fight, I think. Vichi's team fight looks kind of terrifying. You know, we've got some Terrorize, some Solar Guardian coming in, Gyrocopter throwing in all of his spells. But at the same time, Telements, their ability to like re-engage a fight is very terrifying, right? You got both that can come crashing through out of nowhere. The ET with the Stomp to just halt any and all initiation. You still have to deal with Stone Gauge. You still have to deal with Darkseer being able to come in with his own vacuum walls. As much as I want Game 3, I don't think we're going to get it, Brother Lizard. I think Telements have got this one. I really like their draft.
So you're not an Ori Storm believer. That's what I hear. That's what I'm hearing.
Please don't tell B-Corp, bro. Don't tell B-Corp. It's blasphemy around these parts.
I think he's watching. He's for sure in the chat.
No. I'm sorry,
he's
I'm sorry.
a Dota China fiend. But yeah, when I look at the two drafts, I feel like I would simply call it 2-0. I feel like we can easily get to game number 3. There is some really nice things coming from the boys on this side as well on Vici Gaming. You have Storm plus Dawnbreaker, right? Like a lot of global presence. You have very good initiation follow-up on the Storm. You get a lot of damage once again. That's something that they never shy away from, it seems like. And once again, I feel like we have a very similar story where one team is oriented on killing you and the other is oriented on sustaining themselves through that damage and getting to a point where they just snowball out of control with Medusa, Darkseer, Kunkka combinations. So I like both of these drafts. Once again, I have to say I feel like ease of execution is actually on Vici Gaming. I believed it was the case in the last game, but the lanes went too poorly for them to execute anything.
Well, now though we'll see if they can do something here, as just having some vision wars happening in and around this mid lane. I don't think either of them saw the other position on the wood, and they're gonna smoke immediately. Vici gonna try to do something while the Elder Spirit's the Spirit is gone. They sort of know which direction to go in. Let's see if they can get there.
They are strong, but this is danger.
Well, they're gonna try for it. They went high ground, but they found themselves dealing with the Bramble. Yang all of a sudden is very isolated from the rest of Vici Gaming. Yang though is quite tanky. Will they be able to get him out? Static Slide is there from Ori, but it's not enough. Yang will die. First blood drawn by ZZQ, and he might go for a double. He wants DY or Ori. Unfortunately, both of them are too close to the tower.
Man.
But nonetheless, they're the ones that find the first blood.
This is just as good. Like, not getting kills and leaving them on 10% HP, I feel like is maybe even better of a start. You get the first blood and you weaken the two heroes, so they are basically unable to lane properly. How do they run uphill into the Elder Titan like that? That's just... Whew. I mean, they are strong, they're not weak. The level 1 damage on Vici Gaming is pretty substantial, but Elder Titan trumps most of it. And nice positioning by Kunkka, by the way. Just to break that smoke and wait for them.
Echoes on Kunkka, been looking pretty solid. We'll see how this lane is going to pan out here against Ori. Ori, of course, on his signature hero. If there is ever going to be a time where we need you, brother, this is the game.
It's signature hero, but it's also not really signature 10% HP going into the lane. So he needed to use a salve immediately to just be able to lane.
The struggles are real right now for Ori, but elsewhere on the map, where do you think the action is going to be the heaviest? Which is the exciting lane here?
I feel like both side lanes are actually exciting when it comes to kill potential. Top lane, of course, it's Darkseer lane, so you expect it from level 3, and on bottom lane, I don't know, man, like ZZQ and Medusa, it's a strong, it's a good lane. A bit more defensive, of course, but you want to put as much pressure before some levels are up on Yang and Dark Willow.
Yang, of course, under quite a lot of pressure right now. Completely out of regen, having expended all of it already. What's he got coming in right now? Oof, he's bringing more. A full salve coming in. That's tough, buddy. That's tough. Ori also finding that his HP pool is dwindling by the minute. He's losing the CS battle against the Kunkka, but that's something that you relatively expect. But he should be fine. He's going to equalize it now with the creeps under the tower. Gets the range creep. Most of the wave is gone. He's chilling. He's fine.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a better lane if it started off nicely, but it didn't. Top lane 70 surged up. He by the way, what's kind of cool is he started with boots. So Shadow Shaman had boots from the get-go. Going into the laning stage, and look at them burn on bot lane.
Jeez. Bro, Yang just got a salve. He just got it. He just used it, already down to like 30% HP. He has to salve up again right now. So much money being expended on consumables. SRF right now, with the assistance of 7E, who dutifully dragged the wave towards him. They're gonna farm some camps, take out the whole wave, get SRF into a good position on the docks here. They actually might try to get a kill middle. Check this out. S7E. He just came through with the shackles.
surge.
They do have it, maybe? Almost Ori able to get back in time thanks to DY throwing in the magic missile. That was so smart. They surged him before the TP
Yep.
so he could close the gap onto the Storm Spirit. You love to see it.
Yeah, the last millisecond of the TP, he gets surged, so he runs in it. Nice attempt, but nice little counterplay, of course, by DY as well.
Yang. At least he's still finding some levels down bottom for Yang. He hasn't been killed and forced out of the wave, so there is still hope of us getting to that level 6, and then he can start to recover by helping with plays across the map with the Solar Guardian.
Top rune.
Echoes. Okay, they're gonna fight over this water rune. Echoes actually is falling really, really low here, but the shackles from 7E in tandem with the stomp from ZZQ, they're actually gonna be able to almost kill Ori. Blood Grenade drop down, and yes, they bring down the Shadow Shaman, but losing the Storm is not worth it. And now Kaka, he is not safe either, brought down by the Tidebringer of Echoes. DY able to at the very least avoid the torrent on the ground. So that'll allow him to keep his life, but Ori dying and Kunkka soaking up all that experience and gold after those kills.
And another water rune, by the way, to heal himself up a little bit more, a little bit further. Top lane Kikyo, I don't think this is... Like, you can shackle him, maybe force a reaction, but that's it. There's no damage. What's happening with Vici Gaming in their laning stage? Like, this is not looking that great. 2 games in a row.
On the bright side, Paparazzi is farming very well on his gyrocopter. Got his Falcon Blade coming through right now, and he's going to be able to continue to accelerate. So he needs to carry this game because there's going to be a lot of time needed for Yang and Ori to catch back up.
Yeah, Darkseer has a lot of stacks already that he's... he actually farmed some and he's farming some more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaka didn't manage to stack a single time. And he spent quite a bit of time in the triangle. One sentry blocked the hard camp, and the Ancients he actually just missed a couple of times, so he didn't stack it.
Certainly unfortunate. Where is Kaka right now? He's just soaking up some experience here in the mid lane.
He's level 2.
Yeah, there is some
He
kill
needs it.
threat, but he's only level 2. He just hit 3 now? Oh my goodness. Things certainly not looking very easy right now for the side of Vici Gaming. DY will get a D ward, and he runs the right direction. It almost cost him his life, but thankfully he decided to head back towards the west. That keeps him living, but now they need to do something about middle. There's a catapult wave here, so they want to apply pressure on the tier 1 tower. Kaka will eat some damage from the torrent combo, but he has Shadow Realm, he should be fine.
Yeah, I feel for Vici Gaming right now, the most important thing is to get level 6 on Dawnbreaker and on Ori. Once these two have level 6, plays are possible across the map. Like, you can maybe even make a move on Darkseer, maybe even on bot lane. But bot lane, actually, it's Yang that's gonna get gone on.
On the bright side, he did hit level 6 before he died, so, you know, that's something, but
I love
his
how
life is forfeit here.
Yeah, I love how you ruled him out immediately, but fair enough, it's a Kunkka rotation. He's level 7 almost, with an arcane rune.
They're gonna try play around this Shrine of Wisdom here, but I don't know about this, Ichi. I don't know about this game. DY will be the one that sticks behind. Okay, doesn't seem like the Darkseer has any interest in coming to contest this. So, Shrine of Wisdom taken, and tier 1 tower gonna be pressured with even Ori making his way towards top. They
Yeah,
really want to open up this map.
This is actually a pretty big win, because Yang is going to get the other shrine. So they got all the XP. Suddenly the Vengeful Spirit and the Dark Willow that were kind of under-leveled are
Radiant's top tower
level 5 on DY and almost level 5 on the Dark Willow.
bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, nicely done.
Tower is under
Vici get the tier 1, and they're still positioned to be able to hold down bottom. Some pressure will come in from Erica, but this wave will always just be insta-gibbed by Yang, so the tier 1 tower shouldn't be in any real danger.
Radiant's
Ori now is level 7. Wait, who's the X? Okay, Echoes are just Xing himself. He gets the haste rune, denies Ori the bottle refill. Feels bad.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job at that. So far, the rune control has been immaculate by Tearlaments. Either by Echoes or the supports, or in some cases, all of them. Moving in tandem to deny Storm all that free region. If he gets a good rune, that's like 90% of the time a kill as well on the map, so... A bit of a different build on Echoes, by the way.
Oh, he's going for the blade mail, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. He's playing into Gyrocopter, playing into the Dark Willow. There's a lot of uncontrollable damage, so I can see definitely why you'd want to do this.
Yep. Only one hero without it, I guess. That a little bit of uncontrollable damage, I guess, on Vengeful, but the rest of them, Blade Mail works very nicely against all of these heroes.
Well, we're gonna have a smoke now. The first one from Vici Gaming. They're making a line towards bottom. They would love to get the Medusa. They even bring Paparazzi here for this rotation. Homing missile thrown straight towards the Medusa. They have no interest in the Shadow Shaman. They want the Medusa, and they are gonna get her. Shadow Shaman might end up being the bonus kill as well, as 7E was unable to retreat in time. He ends up dead, and the chase is still ongoing. DY trying to catch up to ZZQ. Magic Missile is at the ready. The Brambles are there. ZZQ is going nowhere. And do they have the damage though? Ori's out of mana, so they might not be able to kill him with just these two supports.
Yeah, the
Okay, there's the swap.
Yep.
They close the gap. Yang finishes him off with the hammer.
I feel like they needed a quicker reaction from their two entry, Darkseer and Kunkka, but instead they were just going mid. Also keep in mind that Medusa didn't have ult skilled, so no Stone Gaze to at least delay that go. I feel like if he has Stone Gaze, maybe they can fight mid.
I'm gonna try fight mid though. Echo getting the both combination out onto this Dark Willow, but she went Shadow around Bedlam, so he's lost a lot of HP. The Solar Guardian does come through, but unfortunately there was a surge on the Kunkka to get him out of trouble. So he's gonna be fine. Lots of big spells ended up being used. Off lane ults traded for each other.
Yeah. Actually, the Darkseer went 0 for 2, so no vacuum. This isn't something that you see very often right now, but they are really putting an emphasis on having a lot of movement speed on Tearlaments. Like they started off with boots on top lane, 2 levels of surge before getting vacuum.
Swap middle. They're trying to go onto ZZQ. Ori's gonna zip in as well to make sure that they get that kill. All right. Now we're starting, baby. Now we're starting. 8 galvanized stacks for the Storm Spirit. Okay. With Paparazzi top as well, doing a good job of zoning away the pressure. They're keeping all of their buildings alive. This map is actually more open for them than from Tearlaments, which is a very big contrast to what we saw in game 1. Kaka will get himself shackled, but I think he should be fine.
Yeah, Echoes didn't want to connect. Like he was just farming his Ancients. Probably for the best. Gyro and Vengeful are nearby. And when you look at Tearlaments, I feel like they're passive on purpose, but also I feel like they could have been a bit more aggressive in these last couple of minutes. They could have maybe fought around the Medusa bot. Dark Willow, there's a swap.
They're gonna go for him this time. Swap, the boat will crash onto DY, so Venge will be the sacrificial lamp. It's part of why you pick the hero.
Yeah, he's got a bit less effort.
Is,
it's okay.
I was gonna say, do you think they're gonna be able to pressure tier 1 middle for this, or do you just keep farming?
I feel like Tearlaments, the way that they've played the last couple of minutes are giving away their mindset, and that's, let's just farm. Let's not make any crazy moves. Maybe they can smoke up once Shadow Shaman is 6. But so far, they're looking extremely defensive. They are playing with Medusa plus Darkseer, so it's understandable that they are playing this way. They also need a pipe on Darkseer first.
He's still quite some distance away from having that. But Paparazzi getting closer towards having that full Eigenem Scepter. Doesn't have any sustain, there's no lifesteal available for him at the moment, but the damage output is about to become quite crazy. Echoes will get scouted middle. VG Gaming definitely would like to get something done here, but actually just back off with Echoes on Telements and they smoke up. They're gonna go to the other side of the map. Unfortunately, there's nobody home.
Yep. Whenever you're playing into a Dawnbreaker, the best smoke that you can make is on the Dawnbreaker, right? Like, man, get yourself in a position that allows you to kill her. If you fight anywhere else, she's going to connect with the ult. So make sure that she cannot.
Kaka comes bottom, but he's not gonna show too close either. Well, he might actually. Nah, he's fine.
They have.
He's okay, so
Top lane though. They're moving in.
SRF, he gets scouted. DUI is here. Does Paparazzi want to close the gap? They don't know how many heroes are in behind though, so this could be very risky for the Gyrocopter to full commit. He decides against it. Instead, they commit the wall onto DUI. So they are going to be able to bring down the Vengeful Spirit, but it is 2 core heroes on that side of the map with a wall committed. I think he's fine with that.
Yeah, maybe this is a Serpent Ward play on the top tier 1 tower to take it down. I guess it is. Venge is dead. You have all your heroes here. Besides the Medusa. Yeah, it should be a go on the tier 1 tower.
The Giga Ward is out, putting in the damage. No response from VG. Well, actually, I say that, but here comes Paparazzi and the gang. They're actually going to go onto Echoes. He throws out the early boats. Late Mail already committed, but now as he gets stunned up by the Curse Crown, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to get out of here, if not impossible, and his life will be forfeit. Unfortunately, no revenge kill onto either Kaka or Ori in that situation.
I really feel that they're underestimating their strength right now on Radiant. Like, the way they're taking these fights is like, let's just get a little bit of a pick off, you know, like let's kill a position 5, let's take down the tower with the Mass Serpent Ward and run away. Let's sell our Kunkka out, even though, like, by the time they killed the Kunkka, they lost 50% HP on both of their cores. You know, and there was no damage besides Blade Mail. So, I don't know, I feel like they could be fighting a bit more, but at the same time, these heroes, if you miss your spells, if they aren't done perfectly, you just lose every fight. Meanwhile, on Vici Gaming, it's you could literally just auto-attack on the ground, you know, right-click, press your spells, and that's it. You're probably gonna kill someone.
Are scanning.
Speaking of kills, VG Gaming are smoked up right now. They would love to find this Deucer. And man, they're so close. Oh, Storm's gonna see her. There she is. We got her, boys. This time around, there is access to the stone gauge. She deploys it, but it will not matter. Yang shows up with the Solar Guardian. They burst through the mana pool and they burst through the snake. No Erica for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that aren't that great for Medusa as they used to be, at least. Like, she got nerfed quite a bit. You could see just how much mana she's losing after she pops her spells. Like 50 mana cost on Stone Gaze, Gorgon's Grasp as well, the mana cost got increased, so... You could see it in some of these fights.
Oh.
Top lane?
Unfortunately for tournaments, the hero that has been farming is this Gyro, who does now have his Aghs. That was really close. Echoes almost had him. And Echoes has with the Blade Mail, if they got the X combo there, he's dead for sure. He can't stop the damage coming out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he could have gotten him on his own. Probably it would be really, really close, right? But I feel like he needed an extra hero.
Well, I'm sure he wishes he had an extra hero now because he's getting gone on. Curse Crown thrown in, but he deftly gets himself through the brambles. Will not get connected. And there's that Doxia pipe that you were talking about earlier. So perhaps now, with the pipe in tow, they will feel more obliged to take engagement of their own accord.
I'm not sure now. Like the state of the game is not amazing for tier elements anymore. Like 5k behind, even though the laning stage started off very nicely for them, they kind of dropped the ball, or they given the ball to Vici Gaming and said, here, play the game any way you want to, we're gonna wait and farm. And now maybe you're just stuck into this farming game.
Oh, Vici are gonna make up their minds for them. They're gonna come bottom, looking to try and pressure onto the tier 2 tower. Maybe if they could find a kill as well. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of response from tournaments. And it does seem like they have heroes in the vicinity, but I don't think they want to do anything aggressive just yet.
They are showing Kunkka top. So Vici Gaming can play with that info. There's no tier 1 tower, and Kunkka probably... I mean, he's the hardest hero to kill. He's the tankiest, but if there's no one around, maybe he's the best target to go for.
They see him now. He wandered underneath an observer ward. They know where he's at, and they know that he's alone. Curse Crown thrown in onto the Kunkka. Echoes is about to get stunned up. There's the Bramble, Terrorize, Bedlam, everything expended on the Kunkka, and he will end up going down. Ori collects yet another Galvanized sack for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they're just not making any plays on Radiant. They've just completely given up on making moves, for now at least. Kunkka, the way he's farming and the fact that he's waiting for another wave even to farm it after he's given away his location is 100% an invitation to die, right? Like he's basically saying, I'm here guys, come and get me. We can't make any plays, so I have to do this.
To make matters worse, he was trying to get himself towards the Radiance, but he had to change his mind, opt for the BKB instead, so that does mean that pretty much all of the damage is going to be coming from the Medusa in this game.
That also means that he will not be having the same amount of farm that he had in the last couple of games. When we watched Kunkka go for an early Radiance and then just scale very nicely.
Kunkka and the boys are going to smoke up. 4 heroes going under cover of darkness. Unfortunately for them, it's kind of a tough smoke. They don't have any real great vision at the moment. And Gyrocopter just picked up a BKB, so going on him would suck. They need somebody else to be the target.
I guess
it could be the Dark Willow.
It could be the Tormentor player, right? Like that's why they're moving on top. The Dark Willow.
Oh, nice Hex from 7E onto Kaka. Kaka should die here. Vici have no interest in coming to do anything to save him. Yeah, man, they even committed both for this one. Okay.
Yeah, they had Echo Stomp. I feel like maybe they didn't have to both. This is a fight.
Do you think we can fight this for Vici? Because they have 2 BKBs on Stormer's BK and Gyro as well.
It's definitely not the most optimal situation to fight in. You don't have your Dark Willow. But it looks like they'll get the Tormentor for free anyway.
Okay.
Actually, bot lane.
Yang is getting gone on. The Giga Ward is committed. Kunkka is there as well, but he is quite tanky. This is going to be a tough kill to find. Okay, now at the Medusa though, they should be able to pick him up. One more right click is all they need. X marks will ensure that there's no escape happening for the Stormbreaker. And oh my goodness, the Tormentor killed DY. 60 HP.
Yeah, they all lost so much HP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kunkka now has a BKB of his own, so more protection available for Echo in this game, at the same time as the Medusa gets her Mjolnir. So the damage output is starting to get there for the Medusa. Unfortunately, with only the Manta style, she doesn't have her Ags just yet. She still can be a very viable target to jump on from the side of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why she's got the Kunkka, then she's got the Dark Seer as well with the Pipe Mech. A lot of defensive, well, mech not as much as Arcane Boots, I guess, for the Medusa, but a lot of utility on them.
Kaka, just gonna farm some of these camps here because he wants his Blink Dagger, which will now be available for the Dark Willow. You could see them start to try to make some kind of play. We still haven't seen them unleash this BKB of Ori on the map just yet.
We had like such a fantastic action-packed game. Bot lane Yang. I think this is not possible, yeah. You know, when he harpooned him, I waited to see what's gonna happen. Because this harpoon can bring you from the dead, I swear, to hit you one extra time sometimes. You die and he brings you from the fountain. He's like, no, I'm not done with your corpse. It ignores so many different
Tower is under attack.
different things in this game.
Oh, Dark's here. Runs right in front of this Dark Willow. But neither SRF nor Kaka really want that kind of smoke, so they back off from each other. Ori just wants to keep farming, get to this Kaya Sanj, make himself extremely difficult to kill. And crucially, just making himself as hard to get locked down by the Shadow Shaman as possible. I don't think you really want to commit for the Lincoln Sphere, but if you do this, then you can just soak up those spells and still keep fighting.
Yeah, they have some. They have a swap, right? So they should be able to save the Storm if he's the one going on. Nice little snatch of the tier 2 tower on top lane, by the way, by Kunkka and Shadow Shaman. Mass Serpent Ward, of course, was used, and this is most likely free Rosh. They do have Echo Stomp to work with, but that's just not enough. He's alone.
How do you feel about this, that the Gyrocopter got the Aegis instead of Storm?
I think it just shows the state of the game, where they feel they're at. I feel like they feel that they should start pushing soon and taking some massive objectives. So they give it to Gyro, who's gonna stand there and hit the buildings.
On top lane. Speaking of standing there, Yang is being held in place by 7E. Unfortunately for 7E though, Ori is in the vicinity as well. They easily make short work
Medusa?
of that Shadow Shaman. They also went forward with the Solar Guardian onto the Medusa. She stone gazes. Will she get out? Terrorize? Right location, wrong time. She's out safely.
Kaka actually cancelled
Hold on,
it.
we'll talk about it in a second because Paparazzi forced into popping the BKB. Echoes and the gang really wanted to bring him down, and they almost succeeded in doing so. He does escape. Both carries on both sides of the map will not be brought down.
Yeah, just a lot of spells committed in these last couple of minutes, and not a lot of them actually connected. Kaka had him the first time he used Terrorize. He actually had the right idea and the right spot, but he cancels it and gives Medusa just enough time to TP out.
Unfortunate there for Kaka, but still, they know that they can't force her into those kind of positions. And they just keep farming. Paparazzi wants to finish his Satanic. It's getting really, really big on the Gyrocopter, but it's now an arms race between himself and the Medusa, and both of them can actually still solo carry this kind of game. It's all going to come down to the rest of the initiation with the teams. Scotty next for her. What's 7E going for? Wants that Aetherlens. They actually might try to jump onto this Dark Willow, and indeed they do. They commit the Giga Ward, but Paparazzi's here as well. They might find some quick revenge. They're going quickly onto the 7E Shadow Shaman, and they get him. Homing missile. It catches Kunkka before he can get off his BKB. The BKB does now finally emerge, but he's too low on HP. Paparazzi cleans him up, getting the double kill for the Gyro. What an unfortunate time to be alive for Kunkka there.
Yeah, what an unfortunate time to be alive. So he goes to the fountain again. Medusa, by the way, getting closer to level 20. It is a nice power spike for her. She's got the Aghanims, she's got the Mjolnir, Skadi, of course, the main item now that we're all waiting for. But this game truly feels like we're just waiting for tier elements to decide that they're actually online and able to fight. So far, they've been dodging everything. And every time someone gets gone on, they just bail.
Let's see. Gyrocopter is walking underneath some vision right now. They might decide to jump him. Echo Stomp, not going to be there. They do find the vacuum wall onto DY and Paparazzi. DY is going to die first. Paparazzi goes in with the BKB active, trying to fight into the Medusa. Does get stone gaze though. And the rest of the team is trying to escape from tournaments. Nice Bramble Maze connect onto Kunkka. Echo doing his best here. Ori goes in, gets him with the Remnant, gets him with the drag in, and Paparazzi gets him with the damage. Double up for Gyrocopter right now. Unfortunately though, took away most of the mana and HP from the team. So everybody else has to retreat after winning that engagement.
Yeah, it was a really nice splitter there at the back end of the fight. It was nice Echo and Vacuum, Echo Stomp and Vacuum Wall, but they just don't have the damage right now. Specifically the way they started that fight, they didn't have heroes as well. And Storm Ori is on point with his targeting. Like, he ignores everyone and just goes in the Shadow Shaman. Top lane Medusa.
Oh no. Okay, she is too far from everybody. Isn't this very similar to the death that Erica had in game 1 when he died by the tier 2 tower top? Like,
Well, yeah, but Erica was winning. That's the difference. Like, he was he was in a really good position. Medusa in this game right now, I mean, he's not winning this time around. Let's put it that way. He cannot afford, Erica cannot afford himself to make these plays.
Oh, that is going to be VG Gaming. The rest of the duration of this Aegis, we'll see how they expend it. It's only 20 seconds though. Satanic now completed on the Gyrocopter. He's almost got Daedalus as well. Good God.
Yeah, the Satanic basically kept him alive in that last fight around the cliff. Now he's going to have an extra item, Daedalus, of course, to fight with.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let me get this here to tower now. They should be able to sweep back for the Tormi once it respawns. And what do you do on tournaments? You do not have... It feels like one of the big problems as well is that every time Medusa is down, there's literally no point making any plays. Nobody has damage except for her.
Is under attack.
Absolutely. They haven't been making any plays with her as well. They're still waiting for maybe 1 or 2 smokes that they attempted, but they're still waiting for the Medusa items. And this is like old school Medusa gameplay. Just wait for her to come online and wait and wait and wait. And then she comes online and you lose. Like, sometimes if you're fast enough, you go for that Manta Butterfly, you take Aegis and you end the game with Medusa, but this was just not one of those games, unfortunately, and they're basically stuck at the moment.
To be fair to Telements, yesterday when they played up against Yakult's brothers, the game that they were doing really well was in game 1, and Yakult's brothers had to rely on the Fly Medusa to do something very similar. He only really came online at like 45 minutes, but once he was online, he was practically immortal. And VG Gaming, they're already preparing for that. Click on the Gyrocopter. Look at my boy doing the Thompson build from TI. Got himself, oh no, never mind, he changed it. He had
He
queued a
changed
disperser,
it, yeah.
but he changed it. Ah, come on, bro, why are you making me look dumb, paparazzi?
Well, he did think of it for a moment, so it's not a dumb idea. It's just that Butterfly might be a bit more of a safer approach. There will be no MKB on Medusa. They already scouted out the ultimate orb on her, right? So they know Skadi is coming up. Makes sense to go for the Butterfly. And she's
I know
got
it
Mjolnir,
makes
I
sense.
guess. It's already good enough.
It's not as much fun though. Oh well. Hopefully he probably wants to have more fun at TI than just in this game.
Let's see. This smoke might bring them a little bit closer to, well, to that TI. They're behind the Jar on top lane, but everyone is so defensive on the Radiant side.
The only one who's really out on the map is Erica, but is in a very safe part of the map right now. Almost has the gold for that Skadi. So close. This, after he finishes off at least a couple more creeps, should definitely have it.
Yep, you can see that 70 is actually in position to break any upcoming aggression, any possible smokes. That's why the Skadi will be completed in a matter of seconds, right? Like, he just needs to get the courier there.
Yeah. The only problem is the entire courier. The courier will die because the entire triangle is being camped out by VG Gaming right now. So it's gonna be a high risk, high reward mission for the flying bird to get there. And the courier's going now. All right. just at the perfect time, actually. Probably read that they would be going for the Tormentor right now. And they scanned the high ground as well just before that. Okay, good stuff.
Okay, what are your thoughts? Like, does this Skadi absolutely change the game? Dark Willow?
No. Well, as Kaka dies, it should be a freebie for them. I think this Skadi is... We're almost there, right? Now we are genuinely in one more item syndrome. You just need the one. Like whether it be MKB or Davis, just bigger damage. And now though, they're going on the high ground. There will be a Solar Guardian to bail them out. Yang, Ori. Where is Ori actually? He got stone gazed on the far side of the fight. He can't make an entry point here. Look at Medusa ripping through DY, now going towards the gyrocopter. Paparazzi, he has
enough.
his satanic going, but it doesn't really matter. He ends up dead. Yang with the Starbreaker now suddenly finds himself extremely isolated in the midst of all these tournament heroes. And in the well, there's the answer to your question, my friend. The Medusa Skadi making the difference. 7k damage dealt in that fight. Shout out to tournaments.
Dude, I was really wondering if it's going to be good for them to throughout the game. I was wondering if it will be fine to just let the game go and just wait for the Medusa to come online, but I guess it was. That's all they needed. Another thing that I have to say, a perfect fight. They kill off the Dark Willow and then they go 4 against 5 on the high ground, baiting out on the Kunkka, who wasn't going to die that easily anymore. He's got Aghanim's as well now. So he went in. Look at that Giga Ward, by the way. What the hell is that? It's so massive.
For me, the thing that really broke this fight, look at Ori. He couldn't enter the fight. He literally took the full duration of the Stone Gaze. By the time he arrives, the fight's already over. If he was there at the beginning, you know, maybe able to control the Shadow Shaman before Shadow Shaman gets on the high ground, perhaps, but that was like a perfect time to take that fight. Everything was perfect. Where the enemy heroes were positioned, where the Medusa was in the fight, able to just sit there dishing out damage. You love to see it for tournaments.
Absolutely. They just did everything correctly. And you know what as well? Satanic from Gyro, it just had no effect. It really didn't feel impactful in that fight. Skadi definitely doing some work, but in general, they controlled Kikyo completely.
Also, he's queued it back. Kikyo is doing the right thing. Solar Guardian going forward. However, this might not be what they want. Nice back wall from SLF. Yang is stuck in a very rough place, eating damage from the Giga Ward as well. At the same time, Ori is able to control and kill off 7E. So they do get both of these supports. Yang, he is seen. Will he be allowed to leave? No. The boat comes through. He does get swapped back by DY though. And instead, it's going to be the Kunkka that's deciding to make a swift exit from this fight. BKB TP out for him. They've only really lost Kaka on the side of Vici Gaming, so very nice little skirmish coming in from them.
Yeah, much nicer fight where the Stone Gaze wasn't really able to connect on all the right targets. I love the blade mail.
So Echoes going towards having a Shiva's Guard. If it wasn't tough enough already for the Gyrocopter with the Satanic, the Shiva is just going to compound his misery. And now they have the MKB on the Medusa. You know, you were talking about it a little while ago while you were buying Butterfly that there's no MKB anytime soon from the Medusa, but that fight after the Skadi just accelerated her net worth so much that she just has it now.
Yeah, she's got Mjolnir and MKB, so all of these right clicks will proc. What did she go for? Magnifying Monocle, actually. Okay.
Okay.
30 attack speed as well. 100 attack range.
Okay. Cool, cool.
So she gets, what, 200 attack range bonus from it?
Yeah. She should, yeah.
How does that work with split? How does that work with split shots right now? It should be. She should be connecting, right? All the right clicks.
It should be.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that way. She does have an Aegis now, though, so killing her once has already proven to be a gargantuan task since she got the Skadi. Twice is a very different proposition. Ori standing on the high ground, scouting things out. The Torrent wasn't on the mark, but he did see them coming towards him. Gets away in time.
Yeah, they're just taking over the triangle, making sure that they set up vision. Now we can cut bot wave and mid wave, take down the last remaining tier 2 towers.
I really can't believe just how dramatically this game changed after the Skadi got online.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the execution was what mattered too, right? Killing off the Dark Willow and then getting that good numerical advantage in the next team fight. Medusa also going for Disperser, by the way, as her next item of choice. Of course, there are no illusion-making heroes on the other side, so you can go for this. You're not afraid of killing yourself.
Man, if Storm ever was out of BKB and he's in like a bramble or if he's like shackled or anything, gonna lose so much HP and mana. Doesn't have anything to quickly pocket back up anymore.
Do you
have
care?
a Giga Ward.
Do you care if you get swapped? That's my question now, because like Medusa is uphill. Can you swap her behind? I feel like that's actually game losing for Dire.
Yeah. I don't think you swap her. If you could swap her like away, like if DY flipped behind her and that's a swap, okay, I'm fine with that.
Swap her back to her base.
Exactly. Well, Gyrocopter just picked up his diffusal blade. He's realizing the gravity of the situation that they're in. As here we go. First lane of Rax taken away. Dusa barely even got tickled throughout the course of all that.
Yeah, they
Gyro.
just will be reclaimed, by the way. Gyro, does he have diffusal? He does have it, right? Like you just mentioned it. Yeah.
Storm woke up right now by Vici as soon as the Aegis expires. They don't have any positive vision though for themselves. At the same time, Doxia was forced to go back. He did get X though. Curse Crowd stunned up ZZQ. Kaka hoping to try and kill him, but he's losing health so quickly. They do find ZZQ with the help of both Ori and the Yang or Solar Guardian, but it's costed 2 BKBs. Now though they buy back on Kaka, trying to get back into the fight. There's a big vacuum wall in the middle of everything. This Medusa though, she's just laying in the damage. Paparazzi has done what he can, able to take down the Doxia and ZZQ again, but he's gonna lose his life for it because he cannot escape the Skadi Medusa. Medusa though is running low on the mana department. Yang with the big Starbreaker stunning both her and the Kunkka. They're trying to get the kill. 7E doing his best to control them from the far side of the fight. Eventually though, Yang will be able to get this kill. 7E with the long range shackles actually finds the Storm Spirit. A triple kill for Yang. It's a team wipe for Vici, but they had to buy back on the Gyrocopter to achieve it.
I was looking at 7E, like if he controls at the later part of this, like at the bitter end of the fight, if he controls Yang, Medusa might be able to survive, but at the same time, then Storm lives. So I guess this is worth it, even though you get wiped. Like you said, you force out a buyback on Gyro, and if they do not force out any buybacks of your own right now, you're in a really commanding position anyway, and this fight is all right for you. Keep in mind that the way Vici Gaming started the fight was pretty good. They went on to the supports, like the Dawnbreaker and Storm. But the problem is the outpost is Radiance, like they took it already. So even though ZZQ dies, he just instantly buybacks after, you know, and he can rejoin the fight. He can rejoin it faster than the Dark Willow. But also buybacks, right? So a really nicely played fight from Tier Elements. Could have been done a little bit cleaner perhaps, but they will lose a side after it. In the mid lane, that is.
There's a vacuum. Swap out though. DY will make sure that Paparazzi stays safe as we go back into the live action. Terrorize from Kaka. Just to try and help cover the retreat, but actually Yang turns around. Harpoons back in the docks here. Boat crashes onto DY. They kill him. 7E long range shackles onto Yang. Do we have enough for him through the BKB? Doesn't seem like it. He will do the Nightfall.
X.
X.
They got him.
He tried his best. They actually got him. He did everything there. He even did the Starbreaker with the magic immunity, hoping it'll protect him, but it does not. And that's another kill for Tillemans.
What can you do versus this Shadow Shaman, man? Like when you're pushing high ground, he's got Magnifying Monocle, and he's got Aetherlance, and he's got Mystical Enchantment. Like, his shackles are across the screen. Like, you can't even see him. He's shackling you like that. Ridiculous.
Well, 70 definitely showing us that he's not just a Darkseer merchant, that he's really, really solid here on the position 4. You would never imagine that this is his first tournament playing position 4. That's kind of crazy. Vici Gaming, they did secure the mid lane of Rack, so they did equalize things in terms of objectives on the map. However, now is the crucial point because they've already seen what happens on this Medusa as Aegis.
She's got no buyback, like, but can they? It's not looking like they will even try to contest this. Yeah, if they managed to contest, if Dawnbreaker was alive, this would have been a very dangerous affair for Medusa. But of course, now she's got Aegis. She's also got Cheese to work with after the Aegis is reclaimed. So a very difficult fight is upcoming for Vici Gaming.
They smoke up right now, Tier Elements. Let's see if they can find anybody. 7E would like to have an observer ward in the high ground, but unfortunately for them, DY has been on it, sentries all across the map. But here they go with the Giga Ward. They swap back the Deucer. Oh no! But they push back the Gyro! The Gyro is blocked next to the Deucer. Look where Paparazzi is. He's trying to just keep himself alive right now with the Satanic. Piercing the back lines, looking for Yang. Yang comes in. Solar Guardian was there. Starbreaker though, protects him from the upcoming spells from the Kunkka. Ori goes back, finds 7E, kills him off. And now, the real test is the Deucer. She is standing her ground, right-clicking through Yang. She does get dragged back in. Paparazzi, can he do it? He cannot. Took away most of her mana, but cannot do anything about her life. And 7E with the buyback controls Ori, ensures that the Storm Spirit does die. Yang able to help bring down the Kunkka. And now Ori brought back, going straight in onto the Medusa, but 7E catches him immediately with the shackles. Unfortunately, he can do nothing about Yang with the Starbreaker, and they are able to kill him off. A dieback on the Shadow Shaman, but Paparazzi is still dead without buyback of his own. Yang doing what he can. If he dies here, he doesn't have buyback either. 2 minutes in the grave for him. No Gyro, no
That's
Dawn.
game.
That's it. That's game over. The 2-0 curse will not be broken. The Medusa is finally online, and that will end the game. GG, well played. Tournaments eliminate Vici Gaming 2-0.
It didn't look that way. At the beginning of this game, it looked like they will be able to even it out. Vici Gaming, they were making all the right plays, but maybe they were the ones that weren't aggressive enough, right? Like, they lose that one fight against Skadi, maybe waited a little bit too long instead of like this was the game fight. No, this one is a bit later, I believe, right? Yeah, but the fight before this one at the same spot was actually game winning or game defining. Very, very cool plays from 70, from the Medusa. This last fight from Vici Gaming was brilliant, by the way. They were in a... I mean, they lost, of course. I may be overselling it, but it's hard to find a way to even fight, and they found it. Swap the Medusa under the tier 4s, control her with the Bramble mazes and everything, and then fight behind enemy lines with the Gyro, with Ori, with Dawnbreaker, where Medusa can't even reach, right? The idea was nice, but they just don't have the amount of control to keep the Medusa in place. So Medusa just got there, and once she gets there, you're basically dead. And they were kind of far behind at that point anyway. So, yeah, like I believe they held net worth advantage through the game.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Well, the only time this entire game where there was a genuine net worth lead for tournaments was at the very, very end. That's the only time they actually had a lead.
Yeah, the lead was almost always for Vici Gaming. Yeah, I mean, cool series overall. I feel like game number 1, Vici Gaming definitely could have done a bit better if they didn't swap up the lanes. Game number 2, Vici Gaming, they performed all right, but Tier Elements just played much, much better. They knew exactly what they needed to wait for. They waited for that Skadi Medusa with the Manta, and they took some crucial fights afterwards. The itemization as well, albeit very defensive, does work when you're playing the good old 4 Protect 1.
Yeah. 70, you were talking throughout the game of how important it is to control these outposts. Dude, look at the work he's doing in this fight, right, with his second life. And he's only able to do this because, again, brought back, TP'd onto the outpost, able to make a very quick entryway into the fight. Honestly, if he's not there, right, there's a very high likelihood they just straight up kill the Medusa. Maybe the game is still going. Maybe Paparazzi doesn't die on the gyrocopter, but he just outplayed them. Like, dude, I don't know, man. The 7E guy on support, nah, put him back mid, man. Put him back mid. This is not fair.
I mean, if he's doing this well on a support, maybe just keep him here. He doesn't need that extra. Who needs the extra gold and the last is from the mid lane when you can do all the same things, but from the position 4. One thing that I also have to say though is Shadow Shaman right now looks like a S tier support. There aren't many heroes that do as much and that are as annoying as the Shadow Shaman. No matter what facet you go for, I feel like he does a lot. But MVP, sure, I think we can give it to Erica. It's fine. He did carry the game in the end. He waited, he was farming, keeping it safe, and then popped off when it was necessary.
He ultimately ended the game 50,000 hero damage. So that's more damage than both Kikyo, Paparazzi, and Ori combined. Stellar performance. I mean, the only real black mark against him in this game was that one ridiculous death in the top side of the map. That should never have happened. But outside of that, he was farming as safely as possible, tried to avoid getting into fights where he knew he couldn't win. And once he got the items, he was like, all right, we're playing up-tempo, we're playing aggressive. Like, think about it. Once they got the Skadi, he didn't really farm anymore. He was just shoving in lanes. He's like, guys, we're going high ground. We need to end this game now.
Yeah, like the moment, like you said, the moment he got all the right items, he just crushed them. And the team fights as well. One guy that we're not talking about that much, but Darkseer as well had some crucial vacuum walls. Like last game, Yang was absolutely incredible, even though he lost with the Darkseer. This time around, Darkseer as well just did well. He didn't force anything crazy in the laning stage. He had a really good timing on his items, like he was farming well, and then later on through the game he was casting all the right spells at the right times, catching the gyro illusion, which isn't like the best illusion in the game, but it still did some nice work. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
It's honest work. Unfortunately, VG Gaming, despite how honestly they try to do this, despite having the Ori Storm Spirit, seems that their journey to the road to the international is now over. For the side of tournaments, they get to, on their whiteboard, add a little marker and say the road continues as they now move forward into the lower bracket semi-final. They'll be playing, of course, later on today against the winner of our next series. That does, of course, bring us to that next series, which will be Azure Ray taking on Excel Esports in another elimination game. It would be kind of incredible to see two of the big names be some of the teams eliminated first. So Azure Ray, it's a little bit of pressure on you guys. Let's see what they've got. Of course, let's go to a quick break, and when we return in about 10 minutes, the next series of the day, Azure Ray versus Excel Esports.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the international here for the China region as we move on to our second and not necessarily the last one, but let's hope it's entertaining game. Another elimination game on our hands. XL Esports taking on the side of Azure. Brother Lizard, Azure are certainly coming into this one as the heavy favorites, as the heavy contenders. However, we've just seen a big-name organization falter in their attempt to get through this rung of the qualifier. So what should Azure do in order to make sure they do not fall to the same fate?
I think this one is a bit different. Witchy Gaming and tournaments are way closer, and Witchy is kind of rusty, you know, like most of the players. But when it comes to Azure, I don't think these guys are rusty at all. I feel like they're on point. I think this is a team that can possibly even threaten to take the grand finals if they manage to get to them. The grand finals of the qualifier, by the way, of course. But we'll see what they draft up and how they adapted to the patch, because I think that's something that Future Gaming as well didn't really excel at, and that's adapting to what the other teams are picking and playing at the moment. They kind of got crushed by some meta picks in both of the games. Azure, let's see. Like, even their position 5 is like rank 30, you know? Like, these guys know exactly what's played right now. I'll tell you exactly. X-Nova is currently... I can't see it for some reason. My medal is showing. It's an indie game. What can you do? But I think he's like rank 28 or 30 or something like that. He's super high ranked.
Pretty good guy, pretty good player, you know. Of course, him. Whenever I see him and Somnus together, right, I always just cast my mind back to the super sad moment where he had to play on stage by himself because everybody else got COVID playing on RNG.
Yeah, I remember when they put all the bears in as well in one of the events instead of the players, teddy bears instead of the players. But this is a very early on Terrorblade. Monet not messing around, you know, just picking it from the get-go.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance that he's not the one playing it, but I would also be deeply astonished if I see Terrorblade on the team with Monet and he doesn't play it. At the same time...
Last couple of series that I watched JT, I feel like in one of them at least, he played TB on offlane and he went for like super carry mode-esque TB, where he had like Orchid and stuff, and then just went for Manta right-click. But of course, like you said, Monet, very proficient on the hero.
Do you see that the Morphling gets banned out, which I think lends further credence to the fact that this could be a carry TB? And they follow this up with a Clockwork. We saw this hero emerge yesterday in a couple of games, and he looked generally solid. But before we talk about what he does in the game, why do you think he fell out of the meta so quickly?
There were just better position 4s, better position 5s as well that were being played. Clockwork couldn't really accomplish as much. I feel like the offlaners as well that he generally played against were not that easy to play against, and all the middle lane spirits as well for Clockwork are kind of hard because you can't control them. There's always a way to get out of the cogs. Right now, you can eat all the chainmails, by the way, and you get bigger while doing so. So, Clock is back.
We'll see how much commitment is going to be given towards the chainmail buffet here in this game. For XL, I'm also liking the fact that they just opted to just straight up ban the Storm. They're like, dude, we're playing against Somnus, so we're first pick, they're second pick. We can't necessarily first pick the Storm because they'll just puck us, so just get rid of it. Bye-bye.
Yeah, does make sense, right? Like, you get rid of it, you pick up a Jakiro for yourself on XL. I like it. Like, you get the double tap versus Cogs as well. And Jakiro, for me, is one of better supports into TB. A lot of, I mean, not a lot of, everything that you do is AoE on Jakiro, right? So even your right clicks are AoE. So they work very nicely against illusions. Ice Path is good. Macropyre is nice, a lot of damage. And XL, they're drafting like it's the old patch, not this one.
I was going to say that, like, in this patch, this actually might be the first time that I've seen Ringmaster, the hero, just fallen off of a cliff in terms of the meta, and especially in tandem with the Jakiro. My concern, just looking at these two supports, is that they're very static heroes, right? They don't move around quite a lot. So Azure Array, if they do get themselves, dude, they should just get like Somnus Ember Spirit or something for a game like this. His Ember, his Puck, just play around these two supports, and there's not really much they can do about it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Ringmaster, although can move a little bit, like he is a position forward that if you get a decent start, you can make some plays, but slow plays. They're not as great as some other heroes, of course. But Ringmaster used to be not really a counter, but kind of an answer to Jakiro. You pick the Jakiro, everything you do is magical. Ringmaster gets picked against you, and he just puts the guy that you go on in a box, right? And that box gives him even more magic resistance, so you can't really do a lot as Jakiro. But they snatch both of them, maybe because of that too. On the other side, we get ourselves an earlier Centaur as well. I guess the Centaur and Terrorblade might cover each other's weaknesses a little bit. Like heroes that you want to play against Centaur, you don't necessarily want to play against TB.
One thing I really like about the Centaur as well is that it gives them even more ways to just disengage from these supports. As soon as you see somebody going on the Terrorblade, you pop it, you try and get out. Pango will be a problem, of course, but I do like the Centaur in tandem with the Wind Ranger lane, I imagine. There's some kill threat on that side of the map, definitely. So Ringmaster, it's going to be Jakiro. Very tanky boy, but still will have to watch himself in that lane.
Perhaps not the most meta of picks, right? As well, like Wind Ranger was mega popular last patch, and Gale Force was the shard to go for. But then again, like you said, the lane is good. I like the draft on Azure, even though it kind of looks, I don't know, every move that you're making is telegraphed. I really feel what you talked about earlier for Somnus is now maybe needed even more so. Like these Ember heroes, you know, like something like that. And I'm surprised they didn't pick it maybe earlier because of Pango too. Like you see the Pango mid, Ember is more or less a no-brainer. You pick it up against him.
Yeah. The problem is now they're going to probably have both of those heroes banned out, so we'll see how deep into the bag Somnus wants to go. For now, XL Esports will grab themselves the Ember. Okay, so they pick Ember, then you ban Puck and Void Spirit, I imagine. Then you just make life... Oh, they ban the Monkey. Okay,
there's Monkey and Huskar to think about as well. So maybe you don't care about the Huskar as much, but Monkey King definitely needed to go.
For Azure, they need a mid laner for themselves. XL Esports need a carry. So XL is going to be picking first out of the phase. What kind of carry do you want here? Drow's a bit too dangerous, given that they have Centaur as in Clockwork.
And maybe an Ursa band. Never mind. Ursa into Centaur, Ursa into Terrorblade would make a lot of sense. I feel like Monkey King for Azure would be incredible too, but it's banned out. Sorry, for XL. But they banned it out because they picked the Ember. What else is there that's kind of good for them? Every hero that I think of is banned, right? Because it's obvious. Morphling as well. Maybe you just go for some... Gyro is kind of rough as well into Centaur.
How about some casual Sven here for XL?
Yeah, I think TA was good. Lina, by the way, is amazing, but then again, you're facing the same problem of Centaur and Clockwork. Both heroes extremely annoying. Good carry-to-carry matchup, and overall, she's a very strong hero, but I'm not sure you want to play her. I like your Sven call, maybe. Yeah, let's see. They go for the Gyro. I feel like this one is maybe the easiest out of all to go for, even though it's not really a free Gyro game as well. Like it's a good Gyro game, but if Centaur has a good lane, gets a Blade Mail, Clockwork as well, both of these heroes are super annoying to play against.
Well, the Jure, now it's time for them to reveal what Somnus is going to be playing in this mid lane. The Puck is still available, wasn't banned out just yet.
Shaker, maybe? That's also an option into the Ember, right? You could go for the Huskar that we called for as well, if you want to cheese it up a little bit.
It's a lot of magic damage on the side of XL Esports, so if you do it for the Huskar, Gyrocopter will only start to scale into the physical a lot later. So I think you can probably get away with it. Let's see, what's Somnus' face look like right now? Does that look like the face of a man about to play Huskar? He's not smiling, he's not making jokes. You know, doesn't seem like he's going to cheese us here.
Yeah, doesn't have that conniving face, you know, that the Huskar player always has before it gets picked. A Dragonite, just simple DK. I think this is, yeah. Keep it simple, stupid, basically, right? Like make sure that it's easy to execute, easy to play. But Azure's draft overall, just everything on it for me screams exactly that. Very one-dimensional, I feel like. And that might be a detriment, or it might be really good for them, depending on how they execute. But right now, I feel like there's something missing. What is it? I think damage. Like when I look at these heroes, without Terrorblade, like where's your magic damage coming from? Like like you have some steady damage and some definitely a lot of control, but I feel like if you replace this clock with a Jakiro, it looks much nicer in a way that it's more rounded. But then again, if they can make this work, which I'm sure that they can, it will look very nasty once they start using all these transformation heroes to take down your towers.
Maybe the idea with the DK as well is that to have he'll start to scale differently as well in tandem with the Terrorblade, so that there's another source of damage. Perhaps you go for the Orchid build-up, just so you have some additional utility coming out of the DK, because you're probably not going to get that much utility out of the Centaur, you know. He's going to buy a Blink Blade Mail first, then he can start thinking about those kind of items. We'll see. My other concern that I have, on the other side though, for XL Esports, is that their team fighting, a lot of it is going to be down to the lanes, really. Like if the Ember and the Pango don't come out of the lanes in a very good stead, then I do worry about the capacity to reliably take team fights, you know. They don't have like a free Centaur who just presses R, or Clockwork who just presses R, and that's a fight started already. So we'll see. The lanes, I think, are very important for XL. They cannot, especially mid, like the Ember has to have a very good game here, I think.
Yeah, I also have to mention that out of these two teams, Azure probably are the favorites, right? Not only because of the draft, but just because of the way that XL has played in the last couple of days that we watched them, right? Their execution can be lacking at times. Even when they get a really good start, they can fail to make all the right connections. So this series in particular might not come down to the draft. You know, it might be just like a difference in execution level that these two teams possess.
Well, smoke up by Azure right now. Just seems like it's for the sake of gathering some information, plopping down some wards. Don't think we're going to get anything aggressive from them. They almost broke the smoke. Let's see. Hey, nice.
I feel like Small Panda should know now. Maybe not. Never mind. Because both the smokes broke, you can't really know that there is a ward there. He started running back in your mind because the smoke broke, not because he saw you. So, yep. JT should be a liver.
He'll be fine. DK. What a China hero. Yesterday we got Death Prophets. Today we're getting DKs. We're eating good, man. We're back.
Yeah, not the most exciting hero, I have to say, but when you need something old, reliable from the mid lane, you just go for the Dragonite.
We'll know we're really back when we get the anti-mage pick. Then I'll be like, yes, that's real Chinese though. Anti-mage, some faceless void maybe.
Yeah, it was banned out last game, right? The AM.
Yeah, for the Medusa.
But we might have to wait for the Faceless Void, though. I do see some players playing it in pubs, but it's not that contested just yet.
That's because it's a garbage hero.
Yeah, basically.
Well, Butterfly Effect. Playing up against Somnus in the mid lane. In China, this is a matchup that you have to become very proficient and comfortable playing. While that's happening though, look at top. SS might die. He might be the first blood. Monet running him down. The blood grenade from X-Nova with the battery assault secures the first blood. Okay, that's a really nice start to the game for Azure.
Blood Grenade, Reflection, and Battery Assault, all they needed. A very cheap kill, I have to say, especially versus a Pango who's got like 2 spells that are kind of defensive, right? Like you can use Swashbuckle or Shield Crash to get away.
They actually might go again. Xnova's thinking about it. They're looking towards Katju. And okay, they're not going to go. He really wants to though. Like if Katju goes like 100 units forward, they're going to try and jump him.
He's got boots, so he's actually a bit harder to kill than a Ringmaster usually is. Now he's got Tame the Beasts as well to move them away. It's kind of annoying for Pango to play this lane, especially when Xnova gets level 2. Like the power cogs, the mana drain is quite big, and it's quite annoying as well.
Mid lane, of course, we're seeing what's happening there. Down bottom, Gyrocopter just trying to farm his way here in this lane. A lot of pressure that you can apply towards the Centaur. Could you just pepper him with the Rocket Barrage if he approaches? Yeah, might actually have to go for like some cheap cloak or something just to survive this lane.
I think you rush like Vanguard, Blade Mail, right? Like it's a lane that is. It's not great for descent, sure, but like you have to be careful on the other side as well. You have the kill shot on Wind Ranger, so if you get dropped to like 50% one double edge plus power shot, you might just die. Small Panda might die anyway.
Yep, JT wants to close the gap with the double edge. He doesn't actually have double edge. He's trying to get there with the stomp. PYW, wind run forward, finds him with the stomp. One more right click, and they get him. But JT might die for this. Ukyo, all right, no homing missile, no way to cancel out the TP. So just a nice quick kill, like you were saying. They need to be careful. That can happen in a heartbeat.
Oh, he TP'd base, by the way. He didn't even TP to the lane. Well, it didn't really happen in a heartbeat. PYW was slowly chipping the Jakiro away. You know, right-clicking him to death, more or less. So this matchup is actually pretty decent for Wind Ranger. It's like one of better heroes into Jakiro. Jakiro just is a lane dominator, but you can't right-click Wind Ranger. Right? She just uses Wind Run, and if you activate Liquid Fire, it will be applied, but the right-clicks will not.
I have a quick mechanics question. If Ringmaster uses box on a hero, right, and then power shot comes through from Wind Ranger, what takes priority? The kill shot? Let's say it's a hero that's low enough to die from kill shot. Does that take priority over the magic resistance of the box?
I don't think it does. I think the magic resistance is going to kick in first, and then if I mean, it won't if it's like if it's exactly the percentage of the.
Wind Ranger got punished.
Got punished. Yeah. Nice. Actually, when I think about it a bit more, no, like if it's percentage based, it should just be the percentage. It's not about the damage. It's like execution. It's like a Culling Blade.
That's what I'm thinking as well, but I haven't seen the interactions, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is how it should work. I was just thinking about the damage of the power shot itself. That one will be reduced, of course, but yeah.
Well, we did have. Everyone comes back into the lanes. Mid lane is going very, very well for Somnus. He is owning right now, almost doubling up the CS of Butterfly Effect. And to make matters worse, Butterfly Effect has also ferried in some additional regen. So net worth-wise, Somnus is all cooking in this game.
Yeah, I did not expect the lane to go this poorly for Ember.
To be fair, if there's anybody that's going to beat an Ember Spirit lane, it's going to be Somnus, given how good he is at the hero.
Yeah, he's level 6 already. Level 5 on. He's a level ahead of the Ember. 18 denies, man. 18.
Jeez.
Like, he literally denied a level away from Ember. A full level is denied. Like, that's actually ridiculous. It's going to be pressuring the tier 1 tower because of that. And all the supports need to rotate too. to defend against Dragon Form. He's literally helping all the lanes. That's how strong he is.
He even had to bring the gyrocopter to try and deal with him. Ukio throws in the homing missile. PYW is here with X-Nova. Somnus falling very, very low. He's already popped his magic stick. He is about to die. The bonus armor, though, from the tower, assisting him to keep this fight going. However, Butterfly Effect finds him with the chains. It's not going to be enough. Somnus is still living. The Breathe Fire actually killed the gyrocopter, and even with the Jakiro spells, they don't have enough to bring him down. X-Nova caught the supports inside the power cogs, enabling Somnus to throw in even more right clicks. He ends up getting a double kill. They lose the gyrocopter, and Somnus is still standing.
Dude, I said that he is helping other lanes. He's literally winning all the lanes from the mid lane. Everyone came to help, like position 4, 5, 1. 4 heroes rotate mid, and they still don't get the Dragon Knight. Ooh, the level 3 Worm's Rat. The Dragon Blood, of course, as well. Yeah.
To make matters even worse, right? While the gyrocopter was
They
gone,
can be worse?
JT almost got to level 6. Monet trying to make sure that they can steal away the Shrine of Wisdom. Let's see, they should be able to get it. X-Nova will get the free experience. On the other side, we do have JT picking up that Shrine as well. So that difference in experience between the mid lanes is now applying to the side lanes as well, because they are going to get nothing now.
Yeah, this is looking really rough. Like, this is one of those games where the mid lane has won so heavily that... Butterfly Effect, I feel like you just dodge Somnus and you try to make moves elsewhere now.
He's going to be eating some damage here. Power Shot came through. Bro, a Power Shot, Breathe Fire, Dragon Tail, and he's at half HP.
Yeah, they're rotating everyone mid again, like all the supports. They want to defend the tier 1 tower, and I wonder if the easier move would be to maybe try to get a TB and just lose the tower. I'm not sure, because this is a normal game. He's got way too much on Somnus.
X-Nova finding himself getting chained up. He was trying to close the gap onto the 2 supports and hold them in place with the power cogs. Fortunately, though, Butterfly Effect was there, but you know, this is not great, but at the very least, you know, on the second Dragon Form and your tower's still above 50% HP, that always counts as a win.
Yeah, and the 2 cores on the side lanes are still farming. They're not zoned or anything like that. I feel like that's also a very important point. Pango is building a vessel.
Down bottom, Jakiro will find himself getting caught out here. Bye-bye, Red Panda. Let's see if he can maybe try to make this a bit more competitive, open up some space for the gyrocopter. He actually just put in the box. He's still alive. Red Panda will remain living. Power Shot does eventually bring him down, but that precipitates the death on X-Nova, and the homing missile caught up to JT. The Centaur thought he was out safe with the TP, but that is not the case. Butterfly Effect gets a double kill and a much-needed shot in the arm for his net worth.
That's actually kind of massive. Absolutely massive. Red Panda, or Small Panda, he lived for a very long time. Nicely done by Ringmaster as well, saving him. So, yeah, overall, a really nice chunk of change going Butterfly Effect's way.
They're trying to go middle onto Somnus. They just finished the Spirit Vessel on SS, so this is going to be the key to bringing down this uber tanky DK. And although he survived the previous engagement, this time they do manage to bring him down. PYW running away from SS here. He does get caught up to, and here comes Butterfly Effect with the long-range Remnant forward. PYW trying his best with the Shackle Shot, but Butterfly Effect says nope. Slide of Chains will ensure that I find my kill. So that's 2 for nothing. Perhaps some additional pressure on the tier 1 tower, and the narrative of this game is starting to shift, chillers.
Absolutely. These are some beautiful plays coming from Excel Esports. I did not expect this. Not after what happened mid when they rotated 4 heroes to kill the DK and failed. Like, these other moves that they've been making have been on point. Pango, like, maybe that's all they needed. Space on SS to get the vessel, and now he's actually able to contribute everywhere. Keep in mind that vessel has been changed. So the recipe actually gives you way more. I mean, not the recipe, the build-up gives you more just a lot of stats. So someone like Pango actually enjoys buying it because you're a universal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pango now with the Sea Dragon Wave. They're putting pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower
Him and Kachu doing their utmost, whilst Ukyo will just vacate his side of the map. He doesn't want to just sit there and get killed by a centaur. So the team swap sides. Tier 1 towers will be traded.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Where is Somnus at? With his, he's farming the camps at the DK form at the moment. So they're probably going to want to get him towards his... Wait, do you wait for the full Blink Dagger, or do you start going once you have the Mage Slayer?
I think Mage Slayer is fine. It depends on his and JT's items. Like JT has Vanguard going for Blade Mail. I think with Mage Slayer at least you can start hitting towers again. SS is mid though. They want to actually take down the Dragonite's mid tier 1 tower instead.
Yeah. Not just SS, the whole crew has shown up. This mid lane has been a party. Somnus, unfortunately, probably not going to feel like he's strong enough to stop this from happening, so he backs up, and they should be able to claim this tier 1.
Yeah, they did reveal Monet on bottom lane, so he won't be able to
Dire's middle tower
join the fight that simply. He'd have to TP.
You see, this is the kind of game Monet loves. Completely ignored, bro. We even forgot he existed. He's so happy right now.
Yeah, moving towards his Manta Shard, right? And pace of his item progression is quite good.
Dire's courier has
Almost 6k net worth, 12 minutes
Oh
in.
no, that was the Mage Slayer from Somnus. They just killed it. So now they know that he's much more vulnerable than he would be otherwise. Wheel of Wonder is down, they have the Ice Pop, everything going onto Somnus. He's still alive, but he eventually ticks out. Here they come though with the Stampede. X-Nova finding 2 inside of the cogs here. Still though, unfortunately, he doesn't have enough HP. He needs to get out of here. JT has his Stomp completely dodged by the Ringmaster box, and Monet just did not have enough damage in the
Sunder.
forefront of the fight until he Sunders takes away everything from the Gyrocopter. They end up getting that kill. SS though with the Swashbuckle, at the very least able to eliminate QIW. Jure, they lose the fight, but they do not lose the life of the Terrorblade. At least they claim the Gyrocopter in the other direction.
Man, if that Thunder was not clutched out by Monet, that's a wipe. Maybe even Centaur dies, right? Because they just have a full HP Gyro running you down. Maybe it would have been a full team wipe, but Sunder, what a spell.
What a spell, man. Also kind of annoying that it's, even with the changes and the nerfs to lifesteal and regeneration in general, Sunder still works just as the same. Nice job,
Yeah.
Valve.
Well, Condemned is a really nice facet as well to have on TB. You know, like so, one ult and I'm die, basically.
Clockwork
What?
finding himself held in position here in the river. He did at least steal away the amplified damage rune, and he hooks towards JT. But Butterfly Effect is thinking about it. Really wants that chase. If he had another Remnant ready, I think he would have chased him, but because he only had the one, he didn't want to dive blindly onto the high ground just for a Clockwork.
Well, there's no hookshot. Clockwork is low. Maybe that means the tier 1 tower is free. We'll see. They will go for it. And this Dragonite, even though he crushed the lane, he's having absolutely no impact afterwards.
Rolling Thunder from SS. He wants to keep the roll going. We get the crash initially onto JT, coming out of the cogs. SS is just zoning them all away. Wheel of Wonder connects onto the Centaur. He cannot move, just needs a little bit more damage. Butterfly
light.
Effect will find it. And now Somnus is feeling very far forward. Macropire dropped onto his face. Red Panda wants this kill. Somnus with the Spirit Vessel out on top of him will end up dying. They even escape with Butterfly Effect. Kill shot doesn't connect from the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Monet was thinking about TPing in. He actually pressed it on the tier 1 tower but cancelled it as his other 2 cores are already dead. Nothing to accomplish here alone. They have hookshot. Maybe they can get some stranglers, but Butterfly Effect is back in.
Yep. Both him and SS now occupy positions 3 and 4 in net worth, and both of them, crucially, are eclipsing the Dragon Knight. And they want to keep this rolling. Butterfly effect with the Mage Slayer, phase boots. If they see X-Nova is
Somnus.
very, very dead. But they see Somnus, an even bigger target. Can they get him? They're looking for it. Ice Pop is there. There's the Tame the Beast. He needs some help. He needs it now. But it's not enough so far. Somnus falling lower and lower with the arrival of SS. That will herald the end of his life. Unstoppable streak for Butterfly effect. Who needs lanes, baby? We can play through the game.
This was probably one of the biggest flip sides that I have seen. A hero dominating the lane so heavily and then doing absolutely nothing afterwards. Somnus is just not finding any space to even farm, yet alone make plays. I feel like this Blink Dagger is already too late. He might just need a BKB straight up. Yep, he actually he bought the Ogre Axe now. Yeah.
Dude, he was still 1,000 gold away from having that blink. That's kind of crazy. But it almost felt like every little thing has gone wrong for him, right? So
Yep.
the death that he suffered, them killing his Mage Slayer before his second or third death, I think. Him dying first, all alone, in that kind of fashion, in an area you're supposed to be safe, right? You're close to your tier 2, farming those camps. You'd think you're safe. There's an observer ward as well, but clearly not.
Yeah, they just have no saves. That's another thing, right? On one side you have Ringmaster with one of his little, what are they called? The carnival souvenirs. He's got that to work with, plus on top of that he's got Escape Art, Escape Act, then you have Pavis from the Jakiro. Like you just have a lot of little things, like little utilities that are being used on anyone that gets gone on. On the other side, you've got nothing. Like, you just can't save targets.
They're also struggling because they don't have a blink on JT, nor do they have one on Somnus. So currently, your only real initiation is X-Nova, but you need to save the Stampede for the retreat. And if X-Nova initiate, that also means that he's committing his whole body forward. We've seen what can happen. He can die very, very quickly.
At this point, I feel like the links wouldn't work. Like, even if they went for them, they just won't work. PYW, there's a hasted Ember if you wanted to go for him. Instead, X-Nova
I want to
be the
go
target.
on to X-Nova. Here comes Butterfly effect. Oh, misses the slide chains. Nice cogs from X-Nova. Still though, XL Esports currently in a commanding position. They just picked up the Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter. Butterfly effect is making very good progress towards his SNY. Then he wants a Shiva's God afterwards. I think in this kind of game, knowing that you're playing into TB and DK, and how even against the Centaur, Shiva's feels like an amazing item.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Just some extra AoE, right? And all the slows, all the effects are really nice. Yeah, on the other side, you're just waiting for those straightforward items. We'll see if DK actually goes for Blink now. He's got Ogre Axe, maybe he finishes off Blink, maybe he goes for BKB. In any case, I feel like you just need Pipe, BKB, and then you fight without Blinks. You initiate with the clock, maybe Wind Ranger buys a shard.
For now, XL Esports just trying to control more and more of the map. They've taken away the tier 2 tower top, and they ping out the Roshan. They want to go for the big man. And makes it even sweeter. Now that they know there's no hook shot from X-Nova, you definitely go Roche.
He can rocket it, he can give some info, but what can you do? Like, there's no way for you to blink him, no way for you to fight that fight. We are basically where Team Tirlaments was in that last game. That's where we are for Azure. Just the question is, do they have as strong of a late game carry as a Medusa? I feel like Terrorblade can definitely be that, but he's also kind of momentum based. You like to be in front when you're playing TB.
Yeah. TB is not the hold the line, I will come save everybody hero that he used to be. So we'll see. Butterfly effect. Chasing down PYW right now. Will he be able to find this kill? Forces out the mech. Hits him with some chains, but he's just playing with them. He's fine. There's the SNY for the Ember. Actually, wait, how many Curios did we have in this game? Only one. Wow.
Under attack.
Okay.
Yeah, they are having all the fun and all the items now. Crimson Pangolier, like you mentioned, S and Y. There's a full Solar Crest on the Jakiro, Atos on Katyu.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're gonna take the gate down. TB needs to leave. Okay, he's gone. Well, with the entire team being here, I'm thinking we're gonna see a push towards that tier 2 tower right now.
You must be really happy to get the shard, right, on Ringmaster in this game.
Ooh.
It's like we didn't even talk about it during the drafting stage, but Spotlight, one of the better spells, or one of the best spells that you can have against illusion-based heroes.
Yep. It's Nova. Just gonna get picked off and very quickly killed. Man, he's just not being allowed to play on the map, and unfortunately he has to be the one to do this, right? The other heroes, they need like the shard or at least the Lotus on the Wind Ranger. Obviously the cores need to farm. Somebody needs to be out there poking and trying to break these movements.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
At least they get the tier 1 tower in the top lane though, so Jure still able to get some objectives on the map. It's just the fighting part that they're going to be struggling with. And that fight is coming soon. XL Esports have already taken the tier 2 tower and are muscling in onto the tier 3. Bro, this is an Aghanim's, BKB, Aegis, Crystallis, poor man's Shields Gyro. Again, they're gonna try right now. They go forward with Somnus. Unfortunately, the escape back will buy him more time. Somnus though with the BKB wants to keep this fight going. X-Nova had the hook shot forward, but unfortunately went right into the Rolling Thunder, connected to with the Wheel of Wonder as well. He ends up dead to the hands of the Gyrocopter, and look at the damage on the back lines of the fight after they found the stuns. They force out the Stampede from JT, but terribly, Monet is actually trying to split push here, hoping to try and cheese out a lane of racks. He will draw a couple of teleports back. It's the Ringmaster first and foremost, so maybe they still keep the fight going. Somnus, no BKB available anymore, so there's nothing to protect him. He just gets demolished here. And without him, there's no way they can protect this lane of racks.
Yeah, maybe if he forced a couple of TPs and moved back, but the problem is you're playing against an Ember. Like, it's really difficult to rat.
Damn. 23 minutes. The first lane of racks already taken. XL Esports putting themselves in an extremely dominant position. And again, man, I just keep going back to how far behind they were in the laning phase compared to where the game is now.
Absolutely. This is... like the way they moved, the way they played, the fact that they just brought Gyro in all of these fights. Ukyo has been stellar on the Gyrocopter. He wasn't wasting any time. He was making, like, every time they made a move, he was there. And I feel like he's one of the, if not the main reason why they are in the place where they're at the moment.
Shield crash from SS onto X-Nova. Poor X-Nova, gang. Let the man breathe, bro. Come on, guys. Can a player play? Can he actually enjoy the game? Thankfully, his team is able to get him back to safety. But there's no such luck for the tier 2 tower. And now there's no outer towers remaining for Azure.
Yeah. I believe that's a full butterfly completed on Terrorblade, right?
Yes, it is, yeah.
It is. Oh, that's nice. Like, at least they will have this butterfly to work with on Monet.
And the Gyro went for the straight up Satanic, which he does have, but that means he's quite a ways away from having access to the MKB. But now here they come. They actually saw him. He walked right underneath an observer ward. They know where he's at. And he's actually alone. Oh my god. If they're brave enough to do this, this will be the catch of a lifetime.
Oh, the scan. The scan was perfect.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They might still make the jump though. Does have support in behind. Clockwork, where you at? We need you. Reflection's gonna kick things off. There's gonna be a rocket. JT blinks forward, finding the stun. The shackle shot will latch as well. The kill shot will not kill him off, but he's low enough that the Terrorblade can beat him. No! The Satanic! Ukyo was just fighting back. Call down. Satanic putting in all the damage back into Azure. They failed to kill the gyrocopter, so they all die instead. Jure couldn't kill him before the escape act. That allows the gyro to turn it all around.
Absolutely, that was all due to the scan. Just a perfect scan, perfect read from Excel Esports. They knew that the fight was coming Ukyo's way. They positioned the supports properly. And Gyro with the Satanic BKB, if you don't kill him immediately, like you only get one shot. Like you have to burst him down. If you don't burst him down, the fight is over. He pops the BKB Satanic and you saw what happened. It was nice from Azure to try and combo all their spells, like waiting a little bit for the hook shot as well, then trying to keep him contained in the power cogs, maybe get him bouncing, but it doesn't matter how well you execute on the side of Azure when one single spell just breaks all of it, and that's escape art, right? Escape act. Like you use it and that's it.
Get themselves a tier 3 tower now. Azure do have the full complement online, but XL, they want to press their advantage. They're going to do the fake back. They're smoked. Who is going to emerge right now? Azure, they've been in these kind of positions before. They're being scouted by these observer wards. Okay, Terrorblade Illusions will go and deal with those. Okay, it seems like they've been disciplined enough. They will hold. They will not get caught out in an awkward position.
Yeah, they're gonna lose all the wards, by the way, the secondary one as well. So the vision from Radiant just doesn't exist anymore. They don't care, so it seems like they don't.
Terrorblade is desperately farming elsewhere on the map, trying to get something for the team. Shackle Shot doesn't latch onto Ukyo. Somnus already at half HP. He needs to be careful on this Dragon Knight. They're going forward. Rolling Thunder does connect on top of him, but he gets off the BKB. He's gonna be fine. But with his BKB being expended, they also had to pop the Pipe of Insight. Azure will not want to chase.
Yeah, they can wait a little while longer. Gyro can outpush top. And also keep in mind that they have some really big items coming up. So no real necessity to force the fight. Instead, Butterfly Effect will be completing his Shivas in the triangle. Roshan will respawn in the next 3 minutes, so maybe that's another option that they can go for instead.
JT wanting to give his team some of this information. Roshan is going to be away for quite a while. What's up with Roche today? Damn, stop being so lazy, gang. Butterfly Effect. Will they see X Nova? Yep, they do. They do. Poor guy, bro.
Rush should be faster, right? It's bugged out, I believe, for us. It's up. But it's actually a quick rush. Just bugged out for us poor boys.
That was close. All right. Well, instead of going back for Roche, they're like, we're already here, boys. Might as well stick around, see what's happening, order a drink or two. Just chill. The tier 3 tower is annoying us. Let's take it away.
Terrorblade is still down bottom, and they did scout him. Monet, he can push really fast with Butterfly. He used meta even.
Okay. But Butterfly Effect is the one that comes back. Unable to catch up to the Terrorblade, but like you said, it's Butterfly Effect, so he can easily rejoin the fight. JT, though, trying to go onto the Jakiro. They force out the early escape back. There's the Gale Force from PYW. They need a force off onto Jakiro to get him out. And XL Esports, they're like, we've drawn them far enough back. Butterfly Effect has cleared out the Terrorblade push. Why should we take this? Why should we make this riskier than it needs to be? Let's just go take Roche, and we'll come back with the Aegis.
Yeah, they forced the meta as well, right? Like that's the... Well, they didn't force it, meta was used, so they didn't have to fight it. And now instead, like you said, they go into the pit.
Looking like they're a little bit worried. They saw the rocket flare, so they're not committing to the Roshan attempt.
Not just yet, at least. There's a lot of scouting spells, right? Like you have the illusions from the TB, you have the power shot, you have rockets, so there's a lot of info that's being given for free to Azure.
Gyro did just pick up his Butterfly now, and the enemy team, there's no Bloodthorns, there's no Mjolnirs, there's no MKBs, absolutely nothing to get through this evasion. And they're preparing themselves for the Roche as the big man comes down. They'll probably try to take the outpost first before the fight really kicks off.
They're being so aggressive on the map, strangling any any sort of an attempt from Azure to get out of their base.
Azure know this is happening though, so they're gonna smoke. And XL Esports, they expect this, so they're gonna give up on the Roshan. They're gonna try and start the fight here. JT was looking for the hoof stomp. Nice little rolling thunder from SS first. Let's see if we can get on the back line. Wheel of Wonder, making sure that JT cannot participate in this fight. The Gyrocopter joins in as well, providing the necessary damage. He's gone. Somnus, BKB up, but it will not protect you from the right clicks of Ukyo. Ukyo wants the dragon. They want him bad, and they are gonna get him. Somnus dead again. Ukyo still wanted to keep himself going in the fight because as Monet has arrived, Monet wants to leash out his own damage, but the evasion is making problems happen here. JT though, beautiful swap onto Ukyo, but now Ukyo can keep fighting with the BKB active going in onto Monet. His Satanic is back up in 5 seconds as the Ember Spirit has now returned into the fray to help kill off JT, help secure the life of Monet, and make this a full team wipe in the end. GG is even called as Ray throw in the towel. XL Esports take game 1.
Yeah, this was basically their Hail Mary play, right? Like one extra fight that they had in them. Terrorblade had the BKB completed, so they tried to use the meta, go for the rush fight, but it just didn't work. Nothing connected. JT got isolated, Somnus as well. TB wasn't even there. He was a little bit too far, a little bit too late to join the main part of that fight where he could actually hit the Gyro or the Ember. Like, he was the main damage dealer. And crazy game, by the way. XL Esports, they won by this sort of a play. This one, of course, did not work, right? Like this one made me feel the game is already looking like it's done and Azure are gonna take it. But they just continued. They just continued playing as 4. They were even as 5. They were just moving across the map with the Gyro, making all the plays, not really waiting and farming as much. And itemization from Pango was really good. Like, they needed this vessel. You're playing into a Centaur or into a Dragon Knight. Vessel was super necessary. He got it early enough, and his impact was really high. Butterfly Effect, after being a full level behind Somnus, ends the game with 10-0-14 on the mid lane as well. It's just a crazy performance from XL Esports, considering how mid lane went.
Between Butterfly Effect and SS, man, these guys just carried the whole team. And we were speaking about this in the draft, right? That because your Jakiro and your Ringmaster are these kind of heroes that sit further back, they can't be the ones to kick things off. So you need the Pango and the Ember to be able to do well. And I was worried if Ember was going to be able to do it, but definitely he did. But this right here, this one moment, listener, justified the Ringmaster pick. Even if he ended the game 0-25, just that one play, game-winning type of stuff right there, like incredible from the Ringmaster with the escape act.
Yeah, he had multiple great escape acts. He's the one that kind of turned the game as well, by the way. When they went on Jakiro in the Radiant jungle, I feel like that's where the snowball melted for Azure. Like, they failed to get the Jakiro, they lose JT. They lost another hero as well, so they lost like 2 or 3 heroes there in the Radiant jungle, and all the advantage that they had, they kind of just gave away back. So Ketyu also definitely had a lot of impact, if not only for the escape act, because of the shards to Terrorblade. Every fight that you see here, he never has any illusions. The damage is quite nice from the Ringmaster. So yeah, overall, I have to say, for me, unexpected. I thought that Azure should be the stronger one out of these two teams, and I'm not so sure anymore. After looking at the mid lane, I feel like maybe you just want to give Somnus something a bit more active. Just take away the Dragonite from him. By the way, he crushed, but he just couldn't do much. So maybe just give him these Ember Spirits, Storm Spirits, anything that can actually move on the map freely without needing a blink.
What this kind of reminds me of, right? You know when we're doing Miswa qualifiers for Dream League? And you'd see these games with Nigma, right? Where if Sumail is playing one of his high active playmaking heroes, right? He can have a bad lane and still have massive impact in the game. But you'd give him like Earthshaker, DK, Tiny, these heroes that are hard locked behind Blink Dagger. And even if he does well, they would still lose those games. And I'm getting a similar vibe that, like, if Azure, regardless of what the lane looks like, if Somnus can't do this, if he can't butterfly effect it up with a hero like that, then overall, just Azure just doesn't feel cohesive without Somnus being involved in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Whenever your mid laner can't make moves, you're in for a bad time. You saw that in series number 1, series number 2 here as well. Somnus not being able to do a lot. But for me, that's quintessential Dragonite gameplay. Like, I feel like this hero is the strongest when he can just chill and buy the right-click carry items. And he's been like that for a really long time. Every time I see DK mid, very rarely do I see him actually scale into some power core. Eventually, he just turns into this hero that buys Blink, BKB, and that's it. He buys Blink, BKB, he's Blink, stun, bravo, like clap. You blinked and stunned. Like, long gone are the days when Blink plus BKB was enough on DK. So in general, I'm not a big fan of the hero in the mid lane. I know that he's a very stable mid laner that can bring you an easier gameplay to play around. Like, you can take down objectives, but you also had a Terrorblade that kind of does the same thing with Metamorphosis. So you had 2 spells with very long cooldowns that you had to play around, and it didn't work out.
Did not work out indeed. So Azure now have the gargantuan task of trying to be the first team to push their opponent into a 3rd game in the series. Or if it's just going to stick to the script as it's been written, Excel Esports will make us a 2-0 affair and claim yet another scalp from a big organization. Let's see which of these 2 outcomes we will have in our next game, as game 2 of Excel Esports and Azure will come at you in just a few minutes. We'll see you then.
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more Dota 2 action in the China region. The road to the international is starting to heat up because XL Esports, the second underdog of the day, have managed to claim game one against Azure. And the script in China Lizard tells us that should be a quick 2-0. Don't even bother playing Azure. Just go home, unplug the LAN cable. Just make this easier for all of us.
Yeah, so far that's the script, right? But maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day we break the 2-0 script. I don't know. It's crazy that every single series so far that we had in the region has been 2-0. Like even versus these teams that are kind of considered close, right? The 2-0 has still been the prevalent team. When you look at XL Esports and Azure, though, I mean, on paper at least, you would expect Azure to do better. You'd expect them to be taking the lead, right? To be this dominant, but sometimes it just doesn't work. And now I have to, I wonder, is XL Esports just much better than I thought? Or do Azure just need to switch up the mid laner? I mean, not the player, but the hero. I feel like let's see. I want to see them play without Dragonite and how these two teams match up then.
Well, it is China, so we're going to get the other China Classic. Death Prophet was banned in the previous game. It emerges now. So Butterfly Effect can play it. It could be for SS. We've seen in bygone eras even support Death Prophet. And I know normally you'd say, no way, but with Red Pattern on the team, anything can happen.
Yeah, it used to be a thing long time ago. When it comes to Death Prophet right now, she's in such a good spot that anything is possible, but mid lane or off lane DP is the most common one. Ancient Apparition are already a good counter to her, right? Like maybe not the counter in lane, but in general, it's a good hero against DP. She cannot heal with with any of her spells, and you can always blow her up. In mid-fight. So for XL Esports, maybe they need some sort of a save now for DP. Something, or you actually relegate her to a position 5, like you just mentioned.
I think another thing, like we were talking about Clockwork in the previous game, in retrospect, another issue that hero has is if the game is going to hell, the hero provides very little for you to be able to come back in. It can still make some big plays with some big hooks and cogs, but becomes increasingly difficult to do so. Whereas with Ancient Apparition, even if the game is not going so well, one well-placed Ice Blast, hell, we saw it in the previous series, one Ice Blast, maybe you have some control as Darks here in that game, can still turn the tide. Like you say, it's the great equalizer. So I think Azure, the fact that they went for this is also showing that they're respecting their opponents a little bit more here.
Yeah, it's just a strong, solid position 5 that works well against AA and against DP, sorry. And like you said, it just has a lot of... just brings a lot of good things to the team playing it. Makes things easier. Enables you to pick some Morphling Huskar as well if you really want to. Just a well-rounded position 5. Let's see what they combo it up with. Like you talked about Clockwork, I always love some of these brawly position 4s if you have an AA, even though they aren't really played right now. Or at least something that can set up with the A, like a Beastmaster that's banned out on the offlane. Instead, they go with the Bristle. Okay.
We always like to see a good Bristle. I'm a Bristle enjoyer, of course. So getting into the game, it's also very flexible, right? Can be played as a carry, can be played in the offlane. Just depends on what the needs are. I personally do prefer seeing JT on playmaking heroes overall instead of on these instead of these anchor style heroes when played from offlane. But it's an option they have in the back.
Yeah, it's an axe meta. I'd really like to see some JT axe as well. You know, like especially with the Ancient Apparition being in the pools, maybe an option still. And like when I was talking about AA and the combos, I really wasn't thinking about Bristle. When they picked it, I was like, okay, that works too. It's flexible, like you said. It can be the safe lane or off. But with AA, I'd rather have like any sort of a stun initiator from the offlane. If you don't have it on the offlane, you need it from the mid. Void Spirit is back in the meta. And Void Spirit, even when he wasn't in the meta, he was considered as a pick against Bristle because you get a very cheap way of turning him around. And right now, Vessel is meta. So I feel like even on Void Spirit, you could just go Vessel and play against the Bristle that way.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, Ancient Apparition hates playing into Void Spirit. There's literally nothing you can do. He sees you in the fight. You're done, so buddy. Can just pierce the backlines, get you killed, get out. Easy ways to be able to dodge the Ice Blast as well if you do have vision of the AA as he launches it. I
And
like this
Tusk-
Void Spirit here a lot.
Yeah, and Tusk is annoying as well, right? Like, why is Tusk so good here? Because you get that snowball to perhaps dodge the Ice Blast as well. But on top of that, it's a really good lane with DP. Like, you combo very nicely, and it's good into AA in the lane. So Monkey King will be the answer to the Void.
Yep. That's the Somnus Monkey King for sure here. And they put in the Dark Willow. Oh! XL Esports doing a little bit of a switch up here, putting the Queen of Pain in, so it could be either her or the Void Spirit that can go mid. The other one is probably going to go carry, right? With Death Prophet going off lane. Which would you rather see carry, Void Spirit or Quap?
What?
10 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining.
Let's see. For XL Esports, the place I want to see them go now, because they have to pick out of the phase, they presumably will need, I mean, it could be, like I was saying, the position 5 Death Prophet with Tusk 4, and then you get like a, what do you need? So, safe lane Void Spirits, mid Queen of Pain, and then get like, I want somebody else that can also help start some fights if the Void Spirit is going to be playing carry. Enigma could be an option as well in this kind of game. Once you get BKB, they don't really have that many things to deal with you. You get the Midnight Pulse against the Bristleback, which is always quite nice. And you build the Pipe of Insight. Whatever hero it is, I think they just need to be a pipe builder. I really think this Death Prophet's going to go position 5, yo.
Oh, you were thinking of 5 Prophet. I mean, that's fine.
So if it's not going to be DP5, what else could they ban against them if they want to support at the end of the draft?
You think it's going to be DP5? Or like
Yeah,
that?
I'm thinking DP5 and then they pick an offlaner at the end.
That's also a possibility for sure. I'd rather put. I feel like DP is in a good spot right now, but with these bans from Azure, I feel like they think what you're thinking, and it is Red Panda after all, so it would make sense for him to be the DP. If any position 5 is gonna play it, it's gonna be him. They go with a Drow in the end, so we were both wrong, I guess, or maybe we weren't.
Wow.
Okay. Who's the support here?
Drow. Okay. Well, so now it's definitely DP5, right? Definitely going to be DP5. Drow going carry, Queen of Pain mid, Void Spirit off lane. I don't even know what I'm seeing, man. This is just going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, like absolutely hard agree. They definitely mix things up. Like they had a very solid, very forward kind of a draft last game, like where you knew exactly where everyone and what everyone is gonna do. This time around, it looks very funky. Meanwhile, Azure, they're the ones with a little bit more of a standard approach, right? Like you have your monkey carry, Kunkka mid, Bristle offlane. The other side, they still haven't decided though. They're waiting to pick.
Okay, let's see. Who's going where? Like, they're just playing this so close to the chest. Like, come on, guys. Okay, carry Drow. Shout out Ukio. So we know that's the Drow.
It's not the position 5 Drow. That's what we all knew. Thank you. You know what? This doesn't give me a lot of confidence. Seeing them wait this long to take their heroes.
Okay.
Okay, so offlane Void Spirit, position 5 DP, mid lane Quap. Yeah, I don't think they outdrafted Azure with all of these switch ups. Like, they attempted perhaps, but I feel like if you're a jury, you should be quite happy with what you have drafted, even though the DP5 into Bristle might be quite good for them in that lane, right? Like you'll have Spirit Siphon into a Bristle, and you can just buy sticks. Like it looks like a solid lane for a position of 5 Death Prophet, even though we really haven't seen this in a long time.
Yeah, it has been quite some time. You know, I was memeing about it at the beginning, but with it being Red Panda, I should have just known that this was going to happen. So they still do have objective take with the Death Prophet. Drow can help facilitate some of that as well. They get some of the magic damage out of the Queen of Pain. The thing I'm really concerned about, though, Liz, yes, they have Exorcism, which is an amazing spell. Yes, they have Sonic Wave. But where is the team fight, brother? Where is the control coming in from XL Esports here in this game?
If XL Esports were like a tier above, if they were like Perivision, you know, I would be completely behind this kind of a draft, because I'd have absolute and complete faith that they can execute these little skirmishes, these little fights all the time. But everything needs to be perfect from them, I feel like, in this game. And then you're playing into a Kunkka. If you make one mistake, X marks the spot, Ice Blast, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this all pans out here as we get into the second game of an elimination series between Azure and XL Esports. We have already seen Vici Gaming, stalwart organization, fall to the wayside. Azure do not want to put themselves in that position either. Somnus on the Kunkka, what do you think? Is it going to be like better progressing into the mid game than he did with the DK?
Absolutely. I think perhaps it's not the easiest lane, sure, but with Kunkka, it's a completely different story. I feel like almost no matter what happens, you always find some sort of an impact. Either with your Ghost Ship or with X marks the spot. Like, the hero brings a lot of utility. Perhaps not as much scaling into right-click damage, but a ton of utility in the mid-game.
So this early smoke from Azure just to plop down some vision. XL Esports ended up mirroring the move. So just gonna have a nice normal start to the game here. Not too many shenanigans. So just bounty. A little bit of harass going out onto PYW, but nothing that he's gonna take too seriously here. Should be fine.
Small Panda might decide to hunt him or not. It seems like he will not. So yeah, I'm really interested in this top lane and how it's gonna go. Because Drow needs a solid start.
Oh, nice. She might get it. They forced the TP out of... Ooh, that was close. PYW nearly died there, but with so little HP, still going to be tough for him to maintain himself in the lane.
Yeah, Crypt Swarm actually surprisingly strong now on level 1 even. It's kind of Small Panda.
Oh, he might actually die though. Small Panda taking a lot of damage. JT, can he close the gap? The Shadow Realm hit will be thrown out, but Small Panda able to outrun JT thanks to Ukyo putting in the Frost Arrows to slow down the Bristleback.
Yeah, he had sticks and the Fairy Fire used on DPs, so some resources definitely needed to be expended, but well worth it. This is one of those lanes where you always have to min-max everything versus that Prophet before she's level 2 at least.
We'll obviously be paying very close attention to how that lane pans out. Looking towards middle right now, Somnus versus the Queen of Pain. So far, Somnus is winning. I mean, it's Kunkka mid, right? So I'm not too surprised by seeing this.
He should be absolutely fine. Like, a couple of bracers on him. Back in the day, it used to be 2. Right now, it's 1 bracer and phase boots. Can be 2 bracers, phase boots, magic wand as well. We'll see what he goes for. And also, what the item build afterwards will be. Will it be some blade mail? I feel like this is a really good blade mail game. Can go for Radiance as well if he thinks he needs that extra scaling.
No, Blade Mail sounds excellent. Death Prophet, Queen of Pain. Hell, even the Drow Ranger with the multi-shot. It's good stuff.
Yeah, but Revive Back is taking some serious beating. He even went for, I mean, it kind of did become a norm, right? Like 2 levels of Shadow Strike on the Queen of Pain.
Has been killed.
Oh,
He's more...
that's a big courier kill. That was boots on the courier for Monet. On this Monkey King. I don't think there's kill threat onto him at the moment, but nonetheless, they can perhaps use it as an opportunity to put a little bit more pressure. But it is tough though, right? You're playing 2 melee heroes. They have Monkey, Ancient Apparition. Even without the boots, it's a bit tough to do anything here.
Absolutely. I think the boots were more of if Monkey gets them, it's easier for him to dominate you. But right now, this isn't really a lane for Dire. They are able to kill X-Nova if he's out of position, but the Monkey King should not be possible. Like that just shouldn't be a kill. So yeah, killing those booties, that's just a bonus point for Excel Esports, but they're creep skipping anyway.
Laning is for losers. It's that entire situation. And we do have
That's one way to deal with the Monkey King, right? Just dodge him.
What build do you want to see from Monet in this? Just the usual Echo, some Aghanims.
I'm not even sure what you buy regularly now in position 1. This hero used to be mid lane, right, for a really long time. Recently, was picked up with Mjolnir very often, and then you just make plays, right, like some Mage Slayer Mjolnir or something like that. We'll see what he goes for. Right now, he's got Power Treads and Orb of Corrosion queued up. Just the laning items, the normal stuff. I haven't seen like a Battle Fury build in a long time. Even the Diffusal builds from the mid lane I haven't really seen very often, so...
That's still a lot of time for him to figure that out. Right now, in terms of CS, XL Esports are finding themselves outclassed in all of the lanes. You know, somewhat similar to what we were seeing in the previous game. But as we know, it's all about what's going to start happening mid-game. Although this time around, Ukyo is playing Drow Ranger, right? Not necessarily a hero that can show up for these early fights in the same fashion as a Gyrocopter can.
Absolutely. This is a hero that doesn't really want to show up for the longest time. She wants to be hiding and farming, especially because she's playing into a Kunkka, right? And the Monkey King that can get into those backlines. No. Almost.
That was close. Might still want to go on him though. They have tag team available from this Tusk, and Somnus falling extremely low. Has a stick and a fairy fire. He pops both, but it's not going to be enough. Red Panda shows up, delivers the Crypt Storm, and finds the first blood. They do end up losing Catchu, but Red Panda's going to try and make this one a double. One more Crypt Storm is all he needs. PYW, is he going to get out of here?
No.
Red Panda! He doesn't. He waits until the last moment to make it as cool and as exciting as possible. The question is, can he get out of here? And the answer is yes. What an assassination in the mid lane.
That's massive. Keep in mind that Somnus used that X marks the spot to go base, to get back to the lane with full bottle, right, and to heal up.
JT, is he dead? Snowball onto him. Right now, you're trying to get himself denied by the Hellbear Smasher. And that attempt will be denied. He is killed off by Catchu.
I still feel like this mid lane is a completely different story to what happened last game. At least it's even this time around, with Queen of Pain winning the XP war at least. She's got a full wave under the tower.
For XL Esports, my question now is, what's the role of this Void Spirit? So he's going to be going in for the Spirit Vessel. I'm really curious to see how he decides to play the first couple of engagements. You know, normally you want to get like maximum amount of experience from the mid lane. So since that experience will be delayed, we'll see how he approaches the game. As top lane, they're approaching Ukyo. They want to find the kill on the Drow. And here's Monet making the twin gate rotation. Dives on top of him with the monkey. And they will find both of these heroes in the end. Nice moves from Azuria.
Monet is playing the way that Ukyo was playing that last match, right? Like he's the one making moves, he's the one making rotations, and it's so damn simple to do them with Monkey. And he is the one that will be buying Battle Fury, by the way. So okay, position 1 Monkey King, of course, understandable, right? You get to scale just a tiny little bit harder with this item. X-Nova?
Should be dead here. Spirit Siphon, they don't even need the Crypt Swarm. Of course, Red Panda is on a killing spree. 3 heroes, but can they get more out of this? Butterfly Effect doesn't want to have wasted his time with this rotation. They even bring all the Kaiju as well. They want everything here. The Sonic Wave going forward. They almost killed. Oh my goodness, he came so close to dying, but Shadow Realm protects PYW long enough to get home. Snowball out onto JT, though. He doesn't have any allies anymore around him. And with the double damage on the Queen of Pain, they do secure that kill and also definitely secure the Wisdom Shrine.
Are you sure Somnus is here? They need to go back in. Small Panda and Butterfly Effect. And they need another TP, I feel like, from Monet. Monet is TPing in.
Monet is coming. There's a boat. Somnus, though, already falling extremely low. Monet arriving just in time. Can he help turn this fight around? He doesn't have Wukongs, but he does have some massive right clicks, able to deploy them and bring down Red Panda. They do lose the Kunkka, though, as he ticks out to the Shadow Strike of the Queen of Pain. Kaiju held in position by the Dark Willow, throwing in that Curse Crown. Monet gets himself a double kill. They do manage, in the end, to defend that shrine, get it for X-Nova, but it does cost them the Kunkka.
Yeah, really good rotation from Monet. That was absolutely necessary. Without him,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
they were just unable to kill off anyone.
Dire are scanning.
Well, on the bright side, SS got to soak up some of the space that was left behind on the lane, and Monet is completely vacated bottom, so this Void Spirit should be able to get a lot of farm there. But as the Monkey moves top, that does signal the end of the laning phase for Drow Ranger. Time to go somewhere else, gang.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's gonna take them a while, but they are gonna be able to find the top tier one. They brought Ukyo down. Okay, he's gonna secure this one. Almost has level 6 as well, so we'll start to get that bonus damage from the marksmanship.
It's the Void Spirit, right? Like, I feel like this is the hero that we haven't really seen involved in any of the fights.
Radiant's
SS is playing basically the same way he played last game. X-Nova.
Mid lane, they're going on to X-Nova. Free kill. The question is, do they stick around for more? Somnus, with the help of PYW, they did get some brambles out onto Red Panda. His Death Prophet is going to die here.
He's so
but in
tanky.
doing so, she creates a lot of space because, yeah, she's hella tanky. That took quite a while.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect does have his ult. They took down the tier 1 tower bot lane, and Void Spirit is around. I feel like SS has like this one-track mind where he needs Vessel to fight. Maybe he will join with Yearn alone. Let's see. He is moving mid.
He is indeed. They're also bringing in the TP from Red Panda. Ice shots onto Somnus. They're holding the Kunkka in. He doesn't have boats at the moment. Still a very nice torrent onto the 2 support. They pull him back with the remnant. Somnus eats a full Sonic Wave and will end up dead. PYW hoping to try and get some revenge here, but everybody's a bit too tanky. Blood Grenade thrown in by Red Panda. PYW trying to juke, trying to jive, but still will get brought down. SS on a double kill.
Yeah, even Monet is rotating back in to the mid lane. As a 3, he is still hidden, but this time around he doesn't manage really to get any counter plays, counter kills for his team.
Well, that's also the first movement, like you said, from the Void Spirit, and those kills enable him to pick up the Spirit Vessel heads up. So turns out getting these kills allows you to just get the items faster. Who knew?
And you get some charges on that Spirit Vessel that you just bought. What's the Death Prophet build, by the way, I wonder, on this 5? Is it going to be like some drums, Yules? He's got phases, not necessarily your number 1 position 5 build.
It's Red Panda. He can do what he wants. Whatever he deems to build, I'm going to think it's the right choice. Does have
tower is under attack.
Lace and Fluffy Hat coming in on the courier, so pretty strong clue as to what he's going to be building next. Down bottom, they're going for JT perhaps. Do they have, they saw him underneath his Observer Ward. SS, of course, can reach forward with the Astral Step, but definitely doesn't want to have to do it unless, strictly speaking, necessary. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We haven't seen them being able to get the level 6 on this Death Prophet just yet. Once they do, we can start to see them deploying the ghosts for some of these pushes to get some low commitment objectives on the map.
Yeah, they're moving across the map very nicely, though. They're finding a lot of farm on different heroes. And they're, the way that they're moving as well, like the Drow being bottom lane, meanwhile they're smoking around towards the tier 2 tower, setting up wards. In comparison to what we've seen, when was it, 2 days ago? Excel Esports are playing a much better game of Dota today.
They went into the hyperbolic time chamber, and here they are. Older, wiser, and definitely playing a lot more discipline. What are we waiting for? So we're getting this Blade Mail coming soon for the Queen of Pain. Bristleback wants Lotus. The Monkey, like you said, is getting the Battle Fury. Somnus also wants Blade Mail. And they're going onto Somnus, but they don't manage to get him inside the eye shards. But they'll just happily just take the tower. Like I was saying, low commitment usage of the ghosts.
Well, SS is behind. Maybe they can get more if he finds a target. He's their main initiating tool.
It doesn't seem like they will. This Bristleback for JT is soon going to go through the Twin Gate after he clears out this creep wave. Yeah, I don't think they catch him anymore.
He's not going yet.
This is... Oh, man. I keep forgetting how stressful it is to watch JT play Dota.
Yeah, instead he TPs to the tier 2 tower. I guess the reasoning is the lane is being pushed in. You know, like 90% that they're coming your way. And the top lane is being farmed by Monkey. So if you go top, you're just pushing your Monkey away. So it looks a little bit wonky that he TPs from his own lane to the same lane that he's in, but it does make sense.
Well, he did get the vision onto Ukiyo, and they're chasing him down. Kunkka wants to be the one that finds the reveal. They get the X. Brambles are down as well. There's the Ice Blast connecting, but it gets dodged by the Snowball. Nicely done by this Tusk. Should be able to get Ukiyo out of trouble. Monet has the Wukong's command dropped on the backside of the fight, which is going to bring down Red Panda. But the Wukongs will not last forever. Perhaps they re-engage right now with XL Esports. They have Sonic Wave on Butterfly Effect. SS jumping in onto Somnus, dragging him in with the Aether Remnant. And that's going to be a killing spree for SS. The rest of Azure beating a hasty retreat. They want to get the hell out of here. And they will be able to do so, but man, oh man, that's a fight that they wanted. They almost got the draw, but the snowball save from Catchu turns it all around.
It was just absolutely beautiful. He not only snowballs her, but he snowballs her to the hill, to the creeps up north, right? So she's away from the Wukong's command, and then he goes and body blocks any further aggression on Ukiyo. Just, I'm impressed. That's a Blink Dagger as well for Tusk that he now has, so all of these plays will be even easier for him to make.
Yep. Remember, they also didn't commit the Sonic Wave from Butterfly Effect, so they're gonna smoke up and try to do it somewhere. Let's see, where do they have vision? They might come across the AA as he's de-warding, but they really want to reveal the blink on a bit of a juicier target. If Monet goes down, oh, stay in the trees. Please heed the wisdom of HY, Monet. Stay in the trees. X-Nova breaks the smoke. Will pay for it with his life, but manages to protect Monet in the process.
He was also in the trees, but yeah, the wrong altitude.
So Small Panda is actually going to be going for Yules into Glimmer Cape. As they find PYW, does have a TP out there. With the Shadow Realm, he should be A-okay.
Yep. When you're playing that Prophet as a core, or as a support, your options are very similar. You just want to tank up and survive as much as possible in these fights, maybe get some utility. If pure HP is going to allow you to get that, you go for that.
Oh, mid lane, they're actually trying to get a play here onto the Void Spirit of SS. He's been hit with the Ice Blast, dragged back by the X marks the spot. And he does end up being brought down. That was quite sick, actually. Well done from Azure.
A very good kill. They're twin gating top. Now without Void Spirit, these fights are kind of difficult, I have to say.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Might still go onto JT though. They jump in. He's gonna get hit with the Sonic Wave, which actually pushes him out of the Ice Shard, but they still have enough in the tank to bring him down. We'll see about the re-engage though, as Azure, they want to take this fight. They drop the Bramble Maze and the Bedlam down, enabling them to kill off Tusk very, very quickly. Red Panda was trying to chase down X-Nova, but unfortunately
He's so
he cannot
deep.
keep it up. He's still so tanky. This is supposed to be a position 5, Lizard. Eventually, with the assistance of Monet, they find the kill, but man, oh man, they had to work for it.
They had to work for it, but XL Esports also had to work for their kills, right? Like, they just used Exorcism. It's a really long cooldown, by the way. 141 second. Where does that one? Ah, okay, I know. But 141 second cooldown on the Dead Prophet, like that you now don't have the Exorcism, and they used, of course, Sonic Wave to get rid of JT. Without the Vessel, without Void Spirit to turn him around, it's not an easy kill. But they do have Aghanim's on Drow Ranger as well. So definitely some extra deeps coming from her.
I feel like that item is a pretty big deal. So we'll see where they can apply these hypothermia stacks. They're moving a line towards the bottom side of the map, and they're pinging it out as well. Do they want to stick around here? They actually might be gone on Terrorize onto this Drow Ranger. She's inside the brambles. Here comes JT as well, throwing in some of this damage. Will be a
Back to the
snowball
brambles.
save. They get the kill. Ice Blast flies through, and unfortunately, there's no secondary snowball. Tusk is gone, and so is the Drow Ranger. 2 for 1. Hashtag worth. SS was thinking about coming in for the cleanup, but his team is like, hey, we don't know about this, guys. We don't know about this. The haste just finished for Butterfly Effect, so the fight should be over.
Yeah, they had some really good wards that Small Panda is going to run into right now, so he's under vision too. And these wards basically allowed all of that to happen. This time around for Ketyu, unfortunately, for the Tusk, the snowball was not that great.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You get out of the rambles, then you get to go back into them, plus on top of the Ice Blast.
It was one of those
But,
where there were just limited play options for Ketchu in that situation. He did his best.
Exactly. And you need some mobility or BKB on Drow. Either a Force Staff or a BKB is needed on Drow. We'll see what he goes for.
Yeah. I think the build is normally you go D-Lance, BKB, then you come back for the Pike. We'll see what priority is in that situation. As mid lane, Ice Blast onto this Death Prophet. This time around, with the Ice Blast, not nearly as tanky.
Oh, he actually went for Glimmer. So he went for Glimmer instead of Yules. I feel like with Yules, you probably don't live there, but you can maybe counterplay X-Nova.
Nova got jumped on. He's dead immediately. They do drop the Wukongs, which enables them to kill off Ketchu. Butterfly Effect was also within a bramble inside the Wukongs.
Oh, he's X'd.
Just get out. SS going back in right now. Big Resonant Pulse. Butterfly Effect, he blinked in, hoping for some kills, and he finds nothing but death. Now with the Terrorize going forward onto Triple S, the Torrent also throwing him into the air. He cannot escape this fight. He ends up going down. Red Panda respawns only to see his team in absolute shambles after that fight.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect got X-marked, by the way, so he was moved back into the river. He couldn't really escape. He tried to Sonic Wave them away before he got X-marked, but in any case, I feel like we're back to the situation where we had the Medusa, right? It's just Ukyo now on the Drow Ranger. XL Esports definitely have plays that they can make with Void Spirit, but they're just not combining their heroes that well right now. They're just taking some engagements 3 against 5, 3 against 4. There's always a numerical advantage for Azure, I feel like.
Yeah, we haven't really seen all of them playing together, right? Like with all the ultimates in tandem. So something they need to consider. Unfortunately, they're not going to have too much time to think because Azure are coming. They just picked up double BKB. One on the Monkey King, one on the Kunkka. There is no way they don't try to play aggressively with these items.
Absolutely, and the BKBs are so important on both sides. Whoever gets them first gets a huge advantage to take these next fights.
Ukio's showing down bottom. This will be kind of scary. Monet is coming through the twin gate, perhaps. Okay, but they want the Tomi first. That's the bigger priority. If there wasn't a Tomi, I think they might have thought about it, but given the state of the game, you'd rather go for this.
Yeah, there's a Tormentor that's given to PYW. It's a good shard. And on top of that, you have a Lotus on Bristle now.
Funny enough, he actually had it 2 minutes ago, but they killed his courier that was carrying the final components.
Finally completed.
I love that he's going in for this Pipe of Insight as well next. Definitely will make a very big difference up against this damage from the Queen of Pain, from the Void Spirit, from the Death Prophet. And like you mentioned, XL Esports are playing in the 4 Protect 1 type of mode right now, so they probably have enough latitude to finish the pipe before too much aggression comes from XL.
Yeah, they're also itemizing into Yule Scepters quite a lot. Like everyone is buying Katyu going for Yules, Dead Prophet going for Yules next. Actually, no, she switched it up. Okay, so she had it queued up. She switches it for the 4 staff. It's going to be SS and the Tusk that go for it instead.
Death Prophet. Oh, actually gets really lucky. JT walked towards the left-hand side instead of heading up. Might have been able to get a cleaner initiation here. Got to kill some brambles, still hit with an ice blast, and still killed. All right, never mind, doesn't make a difference. Now we have another tier 1 tower taken for Azure. It's a 5k net worth lead right now. And I must say, that script is looking a little bit fragile at the moment, Liz. Things are going like stupidly good for AR.
Absolutely. It's just smooth sailing, it feels like. They're getting one item after another. They're finding all the right and easy pickoffs. And maybe XL Esports have overcooked with the draft. We still have to wait and see. Zhao is one of those scary, difficult heroes to push into top lane.
Nope. They're gonna try and defend this tier 1 tower. They're not gonna allow XNO or Katyu to take it very easily. He's gonna TP out. No. UIW has the Yules. They get the catch, and they are gonna find the kill. And crucially, defend the tower and still maintain map presence on the top side of the map.
Yep. Nice blink kills from PYW, of course, giving his team a lot of catch.
You know, that's actually one of those players. One of those players that he'll always be a streets won't forget type of player, right? He's so good, but for whatever reason, never really got the plaudits and the credit that he deserves. But in our heart, he's still there. Shout out PY.
Absolutely. The Shadow Shaman, the Weaver plays, you know, like he's got a lot of position force that he is just incredible on. And whenever he plays these kind of heroes, like Dark Willow might not be that, but with this item build she definitely is. Like a hero that can blink in and initiate. I feel like he is very comfortable playing that kind of position.
JT secures another tier 1 tower here in this mid lane. So, or tier 2 tower top, excuse me. While they're pushing into the tier 2 tower mid. They're actually gonna smoke up with the supports. JT is gonna join them. Let's see if they can find a decent wrap, but Kunkka's not there. They might not need him though if they can get on top of Red Panda. And indeed, Kunkka just comes in for the bonus, no? Wants to just hang out with the boys. But Monet supplied the damage, is now wicked sick on his Monkey King.
Yeah, Red Panda had an amazing start, but everything after is not that great. That's the problem with the hero as well. I feel like that Prophet is the kind of hero that truly does need to get a lot of farm, and she needs to continuously scale.
Jure on the high ground with an Aegis in tow for the Monkey King. Bristleback, Lotus Orb, Pipe of Insight, Essence Ring. Good luck, good luck, good luck. But they're not going to push their luck too much. Not going to push the advantage. They'd rather force through bottom, keep all the waves pushed in, and get the final tier 2 with the Sages.
Yeah, Ukyo is just buying himself some time, trying to get to... I'm not sure he's going to be able to TP now. Monkey's on him.
Oh, no. Well, he finished his BKB. That's what matters. That's what matters. Got the item. Ice Blast might not land flush, but it's not even necessary. Within the Wukong's command, there is no escape for the Drow. But she bought out. That happened 10 seconds earlier. Would have been a catastrophe, but it just sucks now, you know?
He went for that one extra wave because he needed that gold for the BKB. That's completed. I thought he was going to do it from fog, you know, just multi-shot from the trees and TP out, but yeah, he showed himself mid lane.
Butterfly effect. Playing very close to the sun here. Did not want to pop the BKB, but Red Panda bailed him out with the Glimmer Cape forced off. Unfortunately, that means that these items are not available for the Death Prophet herself. So as she ends up dead, that's a killing spree now for JT on his Bristleback.
They're splitting the map nicely, though, buying themselves some more time. Top lane SS does take down the tier 1 tower. The good old Rat Blaze are here.
Shout out Catju. He's gonna die for this, but he took away Somnus's AC.
Good blink.
Oh, is he out? No way.
He might
dude.
be.
Is he that good? Is he a god gamer? Well, he is a god gamer, but it turns out PIW is also a god gamer, so they find him.
It did cost them this ward, right? Like they had to plant the cliff ward to scout him out where he's TPing from.
Probably I'll still take it if I'm him. We delay the AC, so that's a win. I think that's the name of the game right now for XL Esports. Delay. Whatever you can do to just delay and buy time, you gotta do it.
What do you think about the shard on Void Spirit, by the way? The rotating one. That gives true sight.
Dude, I love it, actually. It's one of my favorite shots, just because it looks so ridiculous. It looks like the game is bugging out. It's just like, what the hell? I think it's fine in like some of these more chaotic team fights, right? So that the Void Spirit just gets to drop the Ether Remnant. Doesn't have to be super concerned about like, if I don't get the right target to start the fight off with, we have nothing.
And creeps as well, right? Like you don't have to worry about creeps as much.
Yeah. We smoke up right now, XL Esports. They want to try and make a fight happen. The Aegis is only going to expire in 2 seconds. Can they kill him afterwards?
No, they did too fast.
Too fast, and now they get 3 hero comboed. Both Ice Blast, Boundless Strike. They're all dead. The only one alive is Ukyo trying to run away as Red Panda got assassinated by the rest of the crew. He's gonna BKB TP. Bro, having to pull the Nightfall on your own high ground is diabolical work, but it had to be done. 4 heroes in the grave, and they get absolutely nothing.
Did they not expect to kill him that fast? I guess that's the reason, right? Like they jumped him, bam, they killed him in an instant. All they had to do is wait 1 extra second. Just 1 second and that monkey is not coming back. They even smoked at the right time. They waited. You know, like you're waiting for the right items, you're waiting for the ages to expire. This was that one fight that you take the game with. Well, I mean, you don't win the game, but maybe you turn it. Maybe you make it a bit easier for yourself.
Well, they're still gonna try though. Blink in from the Tusk, going towards Monet, who no longer has an Aegis, but does have BKB. He's inside Wukong's, trying to fight back. SS gonna be forced away from the Wukong's, as on the other side of the fight, they take out Catju. Monet, as his BKB expires, he needs to run away from this fight. He can't do it. Butterfly effect chases him with the Queen of Pain. So they finally get the monkey, but they do lose the lane of Rax. Let's see if they can catch anybody else here. SS jumps to the low ground at the Astral Step, but Somnus juked him through the trees. No vision for the Aether Remnant.
Yeah, SS tried to go for more, but Butterfly Effect was already farming the camp. He was already back to farming creeps. So they lose a side. Catju also buybacks, Cloud buybacks, right? So you lose the side and the buyback. But you do get a 9 times kill streak from Monet. 1,000 gold for the pop.
Oh, but the Draw Ranger, though, is maybe not in a happy place right now. Forces to pop his BKB. Tusk comes in, buys him some time. They go onto this Dark Willow and they kill her off with the multi-shot. That a mega kill streak ended as well, so that's another 1,000 gold going the way of XL Esports. Big Ice Blast, though, lands flush, but nobody's low enough to actually shadow from it.
Draw Ranger is ticking really damn low, but should survive.
She also picked up a Hurricane Pike off the back of all of these engagements. So she has a way to get herself out of trouble right now. Doesn't need to rely on the Death Prophet anymore.
Yeah, the man got 1,000 gold off of that one fight. It literally completed his item build for now. X-Nova is scouted here.
That he is. And they have many, many ways to be able to track him down. So, quick kill on to catch you there. What can you do? No way to escape.
He was the one trying to make the move, actually. He's the one going for X-Nova, but good thing the Tukio was a bit slow to connect, as he probably would have died as well. He had no BKB TP this time around. They do not have Tusk for 40 seconds, so this should be a free Tormentor, I believe, for Azure.
Do you like the Drow building Manta decks?
It's a pretty good item on her. It's just a lot of bonus damage. I'm not really sure what the exact Manta component will do. I mean the active. There are some brambles that you can get rid of. Some nice dispels, but nothing that insane. But overall, it's a lot of stats. Diadem is now part of it again, so it's not bad.
I mean, if you're a god gamer, you can dodge Terrorize with it and Ice Blast. I believe in you, Ukyo. You can do it, bro. As Azure, they're gonna smoke up. They don't like how things have been going recently. They want to reassert themselves as the dominant force on the map. Taking the outpost away.
PYW is almost level 18, and he almost has a full Wind Waker.
Damn.
Basically, after this camp, he should have it.
Turns out the greedy essence ring has paid off for him. I mean, SS is only marginally more net worth than the Dark Willow right now. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this Rosh should be roaring, but yeah, they can't contest this. They just can't get there. And even if they got there, I feel like it's a bad fight. They need to fight on the high ground.
They just now taken by Monet. And to make matters even worse, the next push will involve a Roshan's banner.
Yeah, Roshan's banner, Aegis, and if they wanted to wait, Monkey King could complete his Skadi, by the way. Just needs an extra 1,500-ish gold. Just gonna have it after this ancient camp.
Okay, so with the Skadi, DP dies a lot faster. Well, there's a bright side to all of this. At least in XL, we didn't buy any lifesteal items, so you can't take that away from us. This monkey's also crazy over-leveled. Level 20 right now, but the Boundless Strike crit talent for himself. Man, with this rated Shiv as well, he is going to hurt in these next fights.
Oh, absolutely. Together with the AC on Kunkka and the nullifier that he's got.
Very scary map to play right now for XL. What do you do here? Like, can you know that the fight's gonna come, right? How do you think they should initiate the next engagement when they have to defend?
It would be the best if you could somehow eliminate the supports first, right? Like with the Void Spirit getting into the backlines. You just have to keep the Drow safe. As simple as that, I feel like. Keep her ass back from the fight, out of the Wukong's command. It would be really nice if you could get to the Aghanims on Tusk. Like, Agh's Tusk kind of changes the way the game is played, as it allows you to reposition anyone on Azure, but most importantly, Monkey King. He's very far away from it, though.
Oh, thank goodness. Ukyo changed his build. I think my problem with the Manta, we didn't have time to talk about it. I just feel like he needs more damage. He needs to be able to burst these heroes in the small windows of opportunity, and they almost bursted the Monkey King. Monet having to use the defensive Boundless Strike with the Aghanim Shard to escape that engagement. You know, you were mentioning how in the previous fight, when they took away the Aegis, that they killed him a little bit too fast. I don't think XL expected that they do that much damage that quickly. I think if they knew they had a realistic chance of killing him, they might have committed a bit more, but it's still good enough for now to buy more time.
Yeah, they surprised themselves, I guess, a little bit with that amount of damage. They are getting some more. Queen of Pain, some more right click, some more utility with the Nullifier next in store for her.
Butterfly effect, butterfly effect, butterfly effect is not dead. But he's still being chased at the moment. He does have a BKB, he's gonna have to use it. Actually gonna maybe try to take away this Aegis from Monet. He's not gonna manage to do so, however. Takes the safe option, just TP's out. Kind of a scary moment to be in. Takes nerves of steel to pull off that play there.
Yeah, he's very lucky that Kunkka wasn't nearby, because you can still X-mark through the BKB. And once the BKB expires in the fountain, you're still brought back, so... A bit of luck, but also a bit of knowledge that Somnus has no mobility items, so he can't really get there that quickly.
Well, he's here now, though, and this fight could be the one that determines a lot. XL Esports, they need to get back into the base and back to safety. Ukyo
Monet
was scouted by Monet. Throws back a couple right clicks of his own, but no one's getting caught just yet.
Yeah, Monet used everything, all of his mobility spells, so that was actually an opportunity for XL, but of course, Aegis is there.
They go in Wukong's command right now, making sure that it covers the push into the tier 3 tower. They want the second lane of racks. They also get the drag back onto Drow. Tusk jumped into a stun. Was hoping to save Ukyo's life, but instead just guarantees both of their deaths. SF goes in, very big resonant pulse, but without the Drow, they just don't have the damage right now. Monet still with life number 1, looking forward towards butterfly effect. They catch him, nullifier out onto him as well, and he should be in a lot of trouble. They're buying so much time for him, but it might not be enough. Eventually, JT is able to clean him up. Monet with the Yule Scepter out onto this Void Spirit. Void held in position with the root. Catch you brought back, but just gonna die back. He's gone. The game is done. GG, well played is called, and we have our first game 3 of the qualifiers on the road to the international.
Yeah, gotta admit, unexpected game number 3 in this series, not because XL, but because of Azure. I feel like they should have taken this 2-0, but XL just playing out of their mind in game number 1. Game number 2 as well had some pretty good plays. In the end, by the way, this last fight, just to go over it quickly, 4 staff from Ukyo to try and save himself, and then 4 staff from Small Panda back into the fight. He four-staffed himself back, but as he turned towards the fight, Small Panda four-staffs him in again. He was probably dead anyway, but that was just a nail in the coffin, the final one. Overall, I think XL may be overcooked. Like, they picked so many heroes that can go anywhere that I feel like they confused themselves, not Azure. It took them like a minute to decide who plays what hero, even, you know, like after the drafting stage. So maybe overcooked a little bit.
Just a little bit too much. There's a reason we don't tend to see Void Spirit in the off lane. There's a reason we don't see Death Prophet as the position 5. Yeah, it's one of those games where they maybe, one of those things where you maybe thought, okay, this hero can counter that hero can counter this one. We want to hide our last pick so that they don't know what's going on. But like you said, you just end up confusing yourself. There's the moment where poor Ukyo found himself shoved into the fight. Without buyback, nothing you can do. Game just ends.
Yeah, I have to say, individually, these heroes in their certain positions didn't look that bad. I just think that maybe it was a little bit of an overcook. At the same time, we're in the meta in which Perivision just played Slark, Terrorblade, Medusa, Anti-Mage, and Ember Spirit in the same draft or something like that, you know? Just pick 5 random edgy heroes and they played them probably in the last couple of months, so anything can truly work. It's just that maybe it's a little bit safer to play it a little bit safer and a little bit more conservative with the hero picks that they are making.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that. Also, you can't use Paravision as a comparison, man. They're the best team in the world. They can do what they want. If next day I see Satanic playing Carry Ench, I'm just like, okay, I guess Carry Ench is good. I trust you on that one, man. In this game, though.
There was a time. Ench was a core. Maybe not carry, but definitely a core.
Yeah, as a core from the offlane. Funny enough, our boy here, JT, won some games at TI playing that offlane Enchantress a couple years ago. So they know how to do it. Monet, of course, owned this game, man. The way he was moving around the map, right, it felt like I was watching a mid-Monkey King with some of his rotations, how willing he was and how quickly he got to some of these fights. And despite the fact that he went for the Battle Fury, he was farming heroes, man. He went Battle Fury, straight BKB, and never stopped fighting on the front foot all the time, putting pressure on the enemy heroes. Monet, I think, very well-deserved MVP from him. And I think it doesn't help that because they had that Void Spirit in the offlane, they had absolutely no way to even stop him in the early laning phase, which just allows him to careen out of control eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. The Void Spirit did well. Like, his rotations were fine too. It's just that Monet were a little bit better, or it's just that Monet was that one extra hero that Azure needed. And just the same way XL Esports played around Gyro the last game, I feel like Azure played around Monet, who was constantly active. These very active position ones are starting to be the team of this series, at least, right? Like, whoever gets a hero that can move around, that can bring that numerical advantage is having a much better time through the game.
This series has so far been a contest of aggression and tempo, and I cannot wait to see how that eventually unfolds in the third and decisive game, the first one that we've had in our qualifier run. So go grab some water, because the finale of this series, the next elimination in China, will happen as we see Game 3 of Azure versus XL Esports.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, for the first Game 3 in the qualifiers on the road to the International. Excel Esports, Game 1, incredible performance from them. Amazing recovery from the laning phase. Game 2, it's almost like they didn't have a look in the game. Too many chefs in the drafting kitchen. But now we are here for Game 3. Lizard, what do you want to see from Excel? They're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that need to reclaim the momentum. How do they do that in this draft?
I just go back to what worked for you, right? Like you've already made it work against Azure that were considered favorites by most of us included. I think you go back to something like the Game 1 draft. You don't have to necessarily cook too much, but honestly, even Game 1 draft was cooked well by Excel. You know, it wasn't a standard draft. They still had some very flexible heroes that they moved around, and they ended up with that Pango on the offlane with the Vessel. But also Azure, they played without any sort of a playmaker from the mid lane, and I think that's what hurt them. And you could see already, even with something like a Kunkka that just brings X marks the spot in the boat, or a way to set things up, Azure looked way better. But I have to say, all things considered, this series is way closer than I expected it to be.
Yep. Well, that's what we want. The pressure that comes out of these qualifiers for TI allows even some of the best teams to not play at their best, and teams that you imagine are underdogs, they'll find some bonus strength in these last moments. Azure, they have first pick this time around, and playing on the dire side. Of course, if you're playing first pick, you have to ban Storm Spirit, otherwise the other team just picks it. They took out the Doom and Morph, and they have a Pangolier to open up the draft with for themselves. So for Excel, what are we thinking here? Some Dark Willow, some Ancient Apparition, some Kunkka. What do you want to see?
I'm not sure. Maybe you can just answer the Pango immediately. This isn't truly an answer. They go with the TA. It's a decent lane if he's playing offlane, of course. But besides that, maybe you can do what we saw earlier, right? Like the Treant plus TA into the Pango. Maybe that can be like a China special as well. Just get that Overgrowth into the Rolling Thunder. Beastmaster is banned out, can't get that. Probably no space for something like a Bloodseeker because you already have the TA. So yeah, let's see if they want to even immediately find an answer to the Pangolier, or if they just play like it's another hero and you don't have to deal with Rolling Thunder.
5 seconds remaining.
We still don't know, of course, where the Pangolier is going, so they probably don't want to overcommit to addressing the Pango. Then they just shift it towards JT. So we'll see what Azure do about that. For Excel, and if not going to be we've seen TA with Warlock, we've seen TA with the Treant that you were mentioning earlier. We've seen her sometimes play it with AA, not always to the best. Classically, we used to see a lot of TA Clockwork, and we saw Clockwork earlier today, so that is somewhere in the imagination as well.
It's definitely an option. Cogs are nice to have into Pango too. They can mess up his rolling routes, so yeah, getting the clock. I personally really enjoy heroes that are kind of brawly and upfront with TA, like your Tusks, your Elder Titans, your Treants, Clockworks, Jakiros, these kind of heroes in the laning stage. You could also go what we've seen yesterday, like into a lot of minus armor, like a Tidehunter Venge or something like that. But Jakiro will not be picked. That one gets banned out, and Terrorblade as well is one of the better carries into the TA.
Yeah. So for Excel, what are we getting here? We get Shaman. All right. So they still they still have the Ember Spirit floating around, the Pucks floating around in the pool. So making sure that you in advance get a Hex, get some long range disable, get some building damage as well. I mean, their objective take, it's not necessarily through the minus armor, as it could be with Avenge or whatever, but just these two heroes can still take down buildings, they can still take down Roshan with just sheer overwhelming physical damage.
We have even seen a lot of Shadow Shaman soloing objectives, soloing Roshans, so TA is the true support when it comes to these two taking objectives. But Warlock on the other side, by the way, so Fatal Bonds plus Batrider plus Pango and securing your lane. We'll see what the position 1 will be, but definitely setting up for something. I love the Bat pick. I think this hero is banned 90% of the games. It's let's just say that maybe a little bit OP at the moment, especially versus refractions and TA. Like, is probably the best hero to pick into her.
Yep. It must kind of suck, right? You see, when you're XL Esports, you're probably like, oh, thank God, they banned Jakiro. Oh no, we have to play into Batrider. Damn it. Well, they do get a Centaur right now for themselves from the offlane. Going to provide some much-needed mobility. We'll be able to buy some of the necessary auras. This is a game you cannot survive without a Pipe of Insight, so you need one as soon as you can find one.
Maybe a Dispel, by the way. You're playing into Oracle and Bat. Maybe like an Abaddon or an Warlock and the Bat. So maybe Abaddon, Oracle. Is there something else? I know Omni Knight became a bit popular, but he got insta-nerfed, so maybe not him. But even Omni, because of the amount of stacks that's on you. Like Repel does wonders, so maybe another option.
I mean, we used to see that all the time, right? When Batrider was in the meta, that if you're going to pick Bat, you would routinely ban Oracle and Abaddon before you went for the pick. So I wouldn't mind seeing it at all for XL Esports. And if they do go for like the Abaddon, play in position 5, he can be that Broly support hero to assist the TA in the lane.
Actually, he got some buffs as a support, so maybe an option. There you go. It's a pretty good pick. I like it a lot. So, getting rid of the fatal bonds not only on yourself but on someone else, saving the target that gets lassoed. This hero kind of struggles a little bit in the lane if you play around him well, but he's not that weak. He can be a brawler as long as he plays in tandem with TA and doesn't try to do too many things on his own, like solo zoning out someone because of the Aphotic Shield. I think what XL Esports have drafted so far looks nice.
Yeah. Just need a hero from the mid lane to bring this all together, to start the fights for them, like up the tempo all across the map. I would love an Ember Spirit. Obviously, they couldn't pick it there because then a Baron would get banned. But I would love if they got like some Ember. Even Puck still looks very solid, right? Into Pango and Batrider. That's certainly a hero that you want against both of them.
Yeah, a long time ago, Quap was the answer into the Bat mid, but no longer is the case.
Dire team ban.
Look at the jury taking 2 out of 4 heroes that XL Esports had in their winning game, taking the Gyro and the Pango for themselves.
I like this Gyro a lot. I mean, Gyro Warlock was one of the stronger lane duos for quite some time. You just benefit so naturally from Fatal Bonds with the Flat Cannon, some heals in the lane. Not a fun time for Centaur. If I'm Centaur, I'm like, dude, really? I have to deal with this? Warlock, Gyro? Come on, bro. I don't want to have to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage, though, from XL Esports, right, as well. XL, they have the Shadow Shaman, they have the Centaur. If they manage to get their levels, like, if Warlock is perhaps too busy pulling, Gyro can just disappear 100 to 0. So we'll see how that lane goes. But absolutely, I stand behind what you said. Warlock and Gyro, a very solid lane that shouldn't lose versus almost anything.
AR, of course, banned the Ember Spirit as expected. Look at Money Monet, chilling, bruh. He's like this, light work. I'm not concerned in the slightest. Pick me Terror. Oh, Terrorblade's gone. What is he going to play, actually?
Humane?
Yeah.
Gyro? Maybe.
Man, I mean, like, my brain is broken. I was thinking of the carry on the other side. XL's carry. I'm still thinking of their carry. My bad.
Oh, the carry on the other side is TA. I think.
TA can go mid.
Yeah, I think we have the carries, like Gyro and TA, most likely. And the last 2 picks should be mids. Depending on, actually, I'm not sure about mid on Azure. I wouldn't mind seeing Bat, even though Abba is support. I actually wouldn't still mind seeing Bat on mid. Bat mid, I feel like Batrider right now is a much better core. But that's like my personal opinion on the hero. He just looks so good when he gets items. Just becomes a right-click machine, basically.
Let's see here. Azure, having banned out the Queen of Pain at the very end, now have to look towards assigning Pangolier a role and getting something else. Kunkka. Okay. I like Kunkka a lot versus Centaur. That's always been a really solid matchup.
So it is the Bat support, right? Bat and Warlock. I suspect at least. Or maybe... Nah, that has to be it. Kunkka and Pango, definitely not support material in this patch.
5 seconds remaining.
So we have some damage mitigation coming out of the Kunkka. Somebody that can play up-tempo from the mid. Pango can still initiate fights. I imagine JT is going to build auras again. And XL round out the draft by getting a Death Prophet for Butterfly Effect. So that's going to be the mid hero. Kunkka versus Death Prophet mid. Woo! This takes me back, baby. Now do you actually switch to the Pango instead?
I think you might. This is like a really good DP game. I think you might just switch Pango mid, put the Kunkka on offlane. It's like when it comes to the offlane, it's a bit better for Pango. When it comes to the mid lane, it's much better for Pango. So yeah, they put JT on the Kunkka. Yeah, I like this switch up. I like it a lot. Like
Okay.
that Prophet at the moment, like I know we just witnessed her being played on position 5, but that's not her best position, and this hero still needs items. But once she gets items, she looks pretty damn strong. So she's going to have a very decent lane. She will find items, and most importantly, she has 2 built-in saves on her side. So even if she doesn't have like a Yules or something, it doesn't matter because you've got Abaddon and you've got Stampede. And that, like, historically, this hero was always the best when she paired with Abaddon, Oracle, Omni Knight, you know, like all these heroes that actually save you and allow you to go super greedy when it comes to the itemization.
I also very much like it when you have that save, you get to double dip on the aggression, right? If you can just sustain the fight long enough for the ghost to come back, then you just keep fighting, right? The fight never ends for your squad. Is it enough though in the long run? Because my main problem that I have with it is that Butterfly Effect is not really going to be making moves on the map with this Death Prophet. Yes, you can push down towers, you'll be very solid in the middle of these team fights, but feels like there's a lot of responsibility now on the Centaur and on the Shadow Shaman to make things happen on this map. So I don't know. I think it might be a bit much in a game like this with so many little things on the side of Azure, the X marks will drag you back, having to worry about chaotic offerings, rolling thunders and the like. I'm not so sure they can pull it off, but we shall see. And they don't have another option. So Liz, what do you think? Which team is going to win our first game 3?
I feel like we have probably the closest 2 drafts that we've had so far. I completely get your reservations when it comes to DP mid, but I think also you might be underestimating just how strong this hero is right now. And she's really strong. So I think I have a bit more faith in the Butterfly Effect, even though he cannot maybe make moves constantly on the map. I still think with the Spirit Collector facet, this hero is very funky. You get yourself an early Aghanims, perhaps. You have Abaddon to protect you. We'll see.
Jure looking for a first blood here. They're smoked up. Who's going to go and break the smoke? So the Abaddon breaks the smoke on the Pangolier, which gives the game away. Not a moment too soon, because they were coming for that wraparound from Jure. Nice read from XL Esports to get out of trouble.
Yeah, the old teams have become so damn good at dodging these first bloods. Like, you very rarely see them happen.
Oh. Just going to be a normal trade on these bounties.
Actually, not 3 bounties.
No, 3-1.
Yeah. If they pick them up, actually, you might be right. Xnova didn't go for it. Monet might scout it. No, they won't scout the top bounty. So 2-1.
They want to make it fair, bro.
Yeah.
They're like, if we get 3, that's a bit too much of a lead, so. Now we are going to kick things off. Somnus Middle versus Butterfly Effects. What does this lane look like right now, especially with all the changes that DP has undertook since she sort of left the meta? What do we expect to happen mid?
I expect Butterfly Effect to do well. We'll see. Even into Pango, like, you have some ability, like, you can get away. But Spirits, like Crypt Swarm dealing 100 damage level 1 was quite a big of a buff for a spell that you can just spam, you know, it costs 80 mana. It deals more damage than the mana it costs.
What is the name of that old DP passive again? Witchcraft.
Yep. still there. It's just an innate, right?
Yeah. It's not as fun as it used to be. I like seeing the tooltip. Down bottom, we have a little bit of a skirmish between JT and PYW, but it ends relatively quickly. They all realize that we don't actually want to hit each other. We want to hit the creeps right now.
Yeah, I love how you are an enjoyer of these spells that were literally ignored, or maybe not ignored, but were just annoying to level. You know, like you have to take it, but it's just like a passive that gives you movement speed. Woohoo!
Yay! Hey man, movement is a broken mechanic in Dota.
Yeah, you gotta move usually. That's true. It is broken. Nerf movement, please.
So PYW on the Spat Rider, obviously assisting the Kunkka. Is this going to be a blade mail game for the Kunkka, given that they're playing into Death Prophet TA?
I think maybe it's not the best blade mail game ever. So maybe some utility from the Kunkka instead. But it's also a decent blade mail game. Like, if you don't know what else to buy, just buy blade mail. You won't miss. You'll find some use out of it. Like you said, there's DP if nothing else.
Sid DP is winning the CS battle, of course, against Somnus, as you predicted. Looking quite nice. And it's Death Prophet. She has her bottle already. She's going to stay very topped up for the remainder of the laning phase, unless they bring in multiple heroes to try and gank her.
Yeah, meanwhile, Somnus is just suffering, right? Like he's constantly on 10%.
He actually might die.
even die here, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You have to use the Fairy Fire, sip a bottle, and use the Magic Stick. Does stay alive, but approaching this lane right now feels a bit complicated.
So important that Butterfly Effect has this high ground ward. It's giving him all the info to spam Crypt Swarm. Because this lane, it's much easier, it's much more even than it looks like at the moment. Like one misstep from Butterfly Effect, if he's on 50% HP, he can't even get blown up. He doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with.
Oh, Somnus has to ferry in additional regen, brings a salve. Bottom Mukio just farming. This is TA after all. She is losing the CS battle to JT though. I mean, doing a good job in manipulating where these lanes meet so that JT has always a decent advantage in the CS department. How are things going in the top side of the map right now? Somnus just picks up a water rune, chilling. Everybody just farming, man. You know, one of the reasons I wanted Game 3 is this always happens when you have a series that goes to Game 3, right? Game 1 and 2 can be bombastic. People are trying to do the most in the lanes. And then when the reality of elimination sinks in, you cool down the temperature Game 3. Let's just extend the laning phase for as long as possible.
Now you see everyone becomes a bit more conservative. PYW does get the kill. This, you know, in some other patch probably doesn't happen. Like Bat Rider does not get a kill on Abba, but right now Bat is stoked. So,
well, they might get another kill actually. Torrent will fly out onto Ukio. X-Nova is here as well, threw out the Shadow Word onto Ukio. They really would like to find that kill, but with Red Panda showing up, he has the Aphotic Shield, they can protect the TA.
They're doing really well in this lane though. Like JT is almost uncontested, 30 last hits against 21 of Ukio. PYW is free to roam even, like you can leave this Kunkka alone.
Yep. Well, that movement from the Bat also, they were thinking about diving the Gyrocopter, the Centaur on them, but as soon as they saw the Bat Rider, they're like, well, that's over. Let's try to do different things. As we see Catchu making his way towards middle to hide in the trees. He's hoping to try and assassinate Somnus here. There's a support on the other side as well. There's the Hex. Shackles are out. Butterfly Effect doesn't have boots, so can't catch up in time. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, he has no boots and he also had no mana. No mana for Exo at least, so he needed to wait a little bit longer. Now he has it, and if he gets a good rune, this could be a mid-tier 1 tower. If he doesn't get it, it's going to be really good for Somnus. He gets a good rune. Not the best, but...
Somnus still staying alive. Has managed to waste quite a bit of their time. Flashbacks of game 1 when multiple heroes were trying to kill him, and he managed to prevent that from happening. This time around, he's just it's not even about his own life, it's preventing DP from approaching the tower with the ghosts.
Yeah, it's very similar to game number 1, just in opposition, right? Like he's playing the one defending the tier 1 tower instead of trying to take it like he was with the Dragon Knight. Butterfly Effect will be moving top, it seems like, instead.
Okay. They have been scouted. There's an observer that saw them moving in this direction. So Gyrocopter and them, they know about this, and they immediately head towards the Twin Gate. They want no part of these ghosts, so Butterfly Effect will be free to utilize them to try and secure the tower.
Ukyo, though.
Oh, Ukyo. They have X marks the spot as well. Ukyo not going to get out of this one. Monet right on top of him. They have the rocket barrage. They pierce through the refraction. Ukyo is doing his best. The Stampede, though, bailed him out of trouble. Shout out to our boy SS for keeping him alive.
They also had no detection, by the way.
Wait, what?
So yeah, they had no detection. He probably could have just melded, and that's it. I double-checked. No one was carrying anything yet.
Well, they swap towers. Butterfly Effect gets the one on top. Monet gets the one on bottom. Ghosts were committed for that, though. So Azure actually have an opportunity to try and make a play happen onto her, knowing that they won't have either Ghost or Stampede for a little while longer.
Yeah, no Ghost, no Stampede. You've got Rolling Thunder. I believe there's only one Black Grimoire on Warlock, so not enough for him to get his level 6 right now.
Man, Somnus took a beating net worth-wise, bro. Oh, that's tough. That's really tough.
It happens, right? Like you're playing into DP, you're forced to basically sit next to your tower and wait for the creeps to arrive, if any arrive, and then ferry out so much region. It tends to look exactly like this.
JT is indeed going for the Blade Mail. So that's going to be his first protocol. But for XL Esports, despite not having access to the Ghost, they want to smoke up on the map. Shadow Shaman heading off with Butterfly Effect. They did just get the Stampede back online, so they could try to utilize it in some fashion. JT is the one they run first. They find their Hex. They have Ukyo right there to supply the right-click damage. And this should be a straight-up kill onto JT. What? Wait, what? Okay. I mean, he died, but they had to use the Stampede for it.
Yeah. It wasn't as clean as they maybe could have made it, but still, they get the kill. That's important. JT was pretty massive, by the way. As much farm as the carry on XL Esports, so.
Speaking of that carry, how is she doing? Going for the D-Lance here. What are we thinking this game? D-Lance Blink or D-Lance Deso Blink?
Yeah, I feel like D-Lance Deso could be alright.
Oh, top lane. Shang-Chi has been caught out. He does get a very nice 2-hero stop, but man, they are going to kill him, but they have to work for this one. Yet again, 2 ultimates were required to make a kill happen, but given that it's a Shang-Chi Centaur, definitely worth it.
Yeah, and another Grimoire charge for X-Nova, plus he snatches haste, so a couple of really nice plays by him. Always in the right position.
This mid-tier 1 tower still very healthy for Somnus and the boys. And they could maybe force some heroes to have to go back to this mid lane. Bottom, speaking of having to go back somewhere, JT might be getting sent back to the fountain, but thankfully there's not enough heroes in from Excel, so he just walks it off.
Absolutely not. Last time they had Shadow Shaman and Dead Prophet, and they barely killed him, so... Abba and TA, at this point of the game at least, they can zone him a little bit, but that's it. By the way, Atos on Butterfly Effect, that's what he's buying.
Okay. This used to be like one of the builds, right, back in the day? We went for this Atos. You went what? It used to be like Atos Shivas, if I remember correctly. Sometimes you'd go Bloodstone. What do you make of it in this game here?
So, I think the reasoning behind the ATOS is, like, you can buy it because you have Abaddon, right? But Abba really has to be on point. Like, small red panda, he needs to be positioned properly to use that aphotic shield to save the DP once she gets gone on. Because the moment they see the ATOS, it's basically painting a target on DP's back. It's good, though, for aggressive moves, of course, if you can utilize it.
Somnus, it feels like, this is his map. His entire map is just this narrow corridor leading to the tier 1 tower. He's been in the same position for like 3 minutes now. They're bringing in the gyro. Looks like they might want to fight, but unfortunately, they can't find anybody to start a fight off on, unless they smoke, and indeed they do.
Yeah, it was a cool rotation, trying to TP when minute 12 runes are spawning. If DP goes in, if the rune spawns, maybe they get killed this time around. They just smoke, but Tia is TPing in.
Oh no, what a time to be alive. She TPs into this. The chaotic offering gets dropped down. She's in the X marks. Rolling Thunder committed as well. She is just gone. And to top it all off, the stacks that she wanted to farm is being taken right now by Monet with the flat cannon. PYW able to cliff butterfly effect on this Death Prophet. Will be able to TP down at the very least. No, he doesn't. They hit him with the X-Marks. He's stuckless. He can't go anywhere. At the very least, though, his supports are going to try and avenge his honor by catching up and killing X-Nova. But man, oh man, that is unfortunate. You lose your TA, you lose all the stacks, you get your DP cliffed, and yeah, you get 2 supports in the opposite direction, but it does not feel worth it.
Give me some Withering Heights or House on the Haunted Hill or something like that vibes. Spooky lady screaming at you. Ghost lady screaming at you from the cliff. She's farming the Ancients though. That's something at least, honestly.
Oh god, this is so funny. Well, you do what you can with the cards you're dealt.
Yeah, this is the correct attitude in life, you know? When life puts you on a cliff,
you start farming Ancients.
Yeah, farm some dragons.
Does nobody have any Ironwood branches they can give him?
Can we have Scooby-Doo lift up that mask that she's wearing? Is it Arteezy underneath?
Okay. Finally can TP again. And she's out. At least you get some experience from the Wisdom Shrine, so that's something. Well, Azure, of course, will walk away primarily just happy with how much gold they got from Monet and how much gold they denied to the Templar Assassin, who is still farming. She is going to go for Blink Deso. Blink after the Deso is what I meant to say. Top lane, Shang-Chi getting gone on again. Don't know if they can do this one. And there's a tier 1 tower in front of them, so it does feel like a very dangerous approach. Somnus was actually thinking about utilizing the Rolling Thunder. They forced out the Stampede, and he got silenced at the last moment, so he does not end up able to find the kill.
Yeah, they're really not utilizing Stampede aggressively at all so far. Besides that one Kunkka kill on bot lane, it's been mostly just to run back. And I don't think that they are that weak at the moment, like especially when Golem is used and stuff. Like you have Blade Mail Vanguard Centaur, he's more or less ready to fight. You've got your Dezo now almost completed on Ukyo, I guess, and that's what you're waiting for.
Unfortunately, they just got a Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter now. So he didn't do what a lot of Gyros have been doing in recent times, stopping over for the Chrysalis. Just went straight for the Ags. Panda taking a bit of damage here, goes into the ultimate. At the same time, they might be able to kill off everybody else around him. PYW with the leash onto the Shadow Shaman, not good enough. Still ends up dead. JT trying to escape away from these heroes. He knows they're chasing him. He knows they have these ghosts going. And they blink forward. TA slows him down. Shadow Shaman shackles him up. And he is still alive though, because an amazing golem gets dropped down right behind him. It's going to open up the fight. That with the Fatal Bonds and this rolling thunder from Somnus enables them to get a double kill for the Pango. And he might be able to pick up a third. We see Catch You end up dead. X-Nova stole the streak, but who cares? 3 heroes die and JT gets out.
SS mid lane.
Actually might be the 4th one added to the kill list here, and it looks that way. He will stampede. Flame Break pushes him back. Somnus
so slow, though.
keeping up with him. He slowed him down to a crawl. Hit him with the inhibit. Finish him off with the Firefly. And they get a tier 1 tower to boot. Azure Ray will not be denied here in game 3.
Oh, man, this fight was so unfortunate for Excel Esports. Like, they tried to get an extra kill on the Kunkka, and it looked like they might get him, but there was no damage. Like, they still didn't have the Desolator on TA. That was the issue. Now Ukyo has it completed. It was actually flying out on the courier. If that courier delivers it 30 seconds earlier, I feel like maybe they can kill Kunkka fast enough, but it's still such a dangerous affair to play into when you know that there's a chaotic offering on the other side. Kunkka, all he needs to do is just stand up front and bait, right? Like, he's the ultimate bait in this game.
Yep. With that Blade Mail as well. I mean, Blade Mail, double bracer, phase boots. He hit himself with the Polywalk Charm. He's out here. Tough to kill. And the big issue though, losing the TA again. Normally after you pick up your Desolator, you want to be able to rise as fast as possible to get to the blink, but it might end up being delayed here in this game. Another crucial death for the Templar.
Yeah, what are the other items on their side they're getting? Like, there's a Yules on DP, which is actually not going to be completed. He just switched it up for Kaya. So Kaya Sange, I suppose. No, never mind. And now BKB. So he's really switching up all the items. He's not sure what he wants. That kind of worries me because, like, what I've seen from DPs recently is, like, if you get an Axe early, you become quite a foe to deal with, you know? A fearsome DP. This Rod of Atos on the other side, on the other hand, yeah, it gives you some catch, but I don't think they lack that much catch. Like, you have a Centaur, you have Shadow Shaman as well.
Have another pause coming in from JT here. Death Prophet, okay, seems to have locked in on getting the BKB. PYW, what are we going to get from the Bat Rider? 4-staff next. Okay, nice standard stuff from the position 4 Bat. Has he performed according to expectations of this hero?
For a position 4 Bat, absolutely. Like, he did well enough. His laning impact was quite high. Like, he allowed Kunkka to absolutely win bot lane. His rotations were good, lassos were all right. It's just another one of those heroes that I feel like are a really strong core at the moment. And that are probably better on a core role, but when you're playing into Abaddon, it's all right to relegate the hero and demote it.
Shadow Shaman wandering around mid. Level 8, so not able to get to level 10 just yet. Butterfly effect almost has, okay, he has gone back to commit for the Yules, and he actually bought out some of the items. So he will have it very shortly after killing a creep or two. But the fight might come before he's ready, because Somnus trying to chase down Red Panda. There's going to be the lasso. Immediately gets dispelled, but he walks into the JT spells and presumably will be in some danger unless they bail him out with the Stampede, which they do. Okay.
Big commitment on both sides, right? You use both, you use Flaming Lasso, Stampede on the other side, of course.
T1 tower now being sieged upon. Ukyo here with the Desolator, very close to having the Blink Dagger. Killing the tower will give him that gold. And looks like Azure, like you said, because they committed that boat, they committed the lasso, there's no way to halt this push. And they're thinking about just going for the Roche right now. And Mass Serpent Ward's committed as well as the Exorcism. And Azure, they're not really in position to contest this. The Pango is quite far away. He's TPing in right now, but he's too late.
This is absolutely massive. There's a Golem and Rolling Thunder, and they still won't be able to contest it, really?
Oh my goodness. JT, he poked in just to see what's happening, but he X's back immediately to safety. XL Esports get away with murder there. They don't lose a single person. Nobody even gets jumped on the way out. This is wonderful for them.
Yeah, and keep in mind, you did all of this versus a team with massive team fight. Yeah, sure, they use the boat, they use the lasso, but still, they have Gyro, they have Warlock, they have the Pangolier. Like, this team, every single one of these heroes is team fight oriented. So, really cool from XL. Now they have to find a way to just buy themselves some time, right? Until the Exo is back up. At least I think they shouldn't be fighting until that happens.
UIW and the gang looking towards bringing down the Stormy. They'll just deward the area right quick. And Monet has BKB practically already. So BKB Ags with the Falcon Blade. Still lacking some of the damage output that will characterize as Gyro later, but we're definitely getting there. UIW just hiding in the trees. He sees Ukyo, and since his team has already vacated the area, he wants nothing to do with this. Just wants to get out safely.
Is this a tier 2 for tier 2 trade right now? I wonder, let's see. X-Nova is in a position to set things up. He's scouted though.
Yeah. Did get out the Fatal Bonds onto the creep wave at the very least. However, the Sea Dragon is still very healthy. Red Panda will drop Aphotic Shields on it. But now that JT comes in, we'll see if they can punish here. They drop the rock, but it misses. Ukyo managed to blink out of that one. This is unfortunate. Somnus even committing the rolling forward. He hits him once, hits him twice. Where is the team though? Ukyo about to have Blink back online with the refraction. There's the refraction. There's a Aphotic Shield, but he can't get out. They do find the necessary damage. Ghost though coming in from the Death Prophet. She wants to turn this fight around. They start things off on the Backrider, and he's already gone. JT now realizing that this is not a place he wants to be. He's trying to run away. So is Somnus and the Gyrocopter. It looks like Gyro will escape, but Somnus will not. The Rod of Atos of Butterfly Effect proving its value as they find the kill on the Pango. They get the connection onto JT with the shackles, the hook stomp, the right clicks from Ukyo. And beforehand, they did not have the Desolator. This time they do. A double kill for Butterfly Effect and a massive team fight for XL Esports.
What a mess from Azure. Like, they have so many teamfight capabilities and they wasted them one after another. Like, the rock, the boat, the way that they started the fight off was so wrong on so many ways. Like, you're going on a TA that's sitting right next to the Abaddon, and you see the Abaddon, right? So you cannot go on the TA. Like, the combos are going to be broken one way or another. Yeah, just a very unfortunate series of mishaps from Azure, and a very good series of mishaps from Azure for XL Esports.
That fight gives the Templar Assassin her Hurricane Pike. It finishes the Aether Lens for the Shadow Shaman. It also put Death Prophet at level 15. She got the Crypt Swarm cooldown talent, and we've already been seeing how much work the Crypt Swarm has been doing in these fights, so even more to deal with by Azure. And crucially, you know, you were wondering about like what JT might end up holding this game, right? He's still going for the Shivas. Like, there's nothing in between right now. There's a lot of dead gold sitting on the Kunkka. So his effectiveness is not really fully being felt, especially if he misses his boats.
Yeah, just the Ags. Blade Mail into Shivas. PYW is in.
Oh, nice catch. But Abaddon is right there. Red Panda immediately gets the Dispel, and PYW doesn't like get killed. Monet in the middle of things right now. They're looking towards Ukyo. Does have JT with him. They actually turn around and they caught Somnus. Somnus ends up dead on the low ground in front of the secret shop. He has to deal with that newly upgraded Crypt Swarm, and he does not like it. He gets killed. Ukyo putting pressure onto Monet. JT, nice torrent to at least halt the progression a little bit. But nonetheless, that's two heroes dead. No buyback for Somnus.
Yeah, they're forcing things once again without all the spells, and PYW was so unlucky there. He jumps in, gets insta-rooted by the Ancient Creep, by the way. Like, so he couldn't even move back. In any case, the lasso was about to be dispelled anyway. Red Panda was in the best position possible to do that.
X marks the spot onto Ukyo. Oh, his Aegis just expired, but unfortunately, the move comes as he's able to blink away. So first lane of Rax going the way of XL Esports. And here in Game 3, Liz, they're showing that Game 1 win was not a fluke. That they could have once actually, that should have been able to make this 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm wondering, Azure, the way they fought the triangle fight, PYW initiating with the lasso, it made me think that Ukyo didn't have Aegis, by the way. And then it expires afterwards, and I'm like, okay, never mind. So even if they got on him, like even if they lassoed him, that's still kind of a losing fight, I think. He doesn't have a BKB, but he has an Abaddon.
Now he also has a Chrysalis, just brought in from the Korea. Thank you very much. I hope you tipped him. So Deso with 8 charges, Hurricane Pike, Blink, Chrysalis. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit scary. Like, it's still playable right now, but we are getting to that territory where she can like 1 or 2 shot this Warlock.
Absolutely. A lot of big items on their side. Shivas will be next on that Prophet, and she's entering this territory where she's a hard kill as well. No BKBs on XL, by the way, on any of their heroes.
Oh man, that's how I want to qualify for TI, bro. I want to win the last game not buying a single BKB. It's like, who needs it? That item is for noobs.
It's definitely a statement.
Kunka
JT
is dead.
Oh, he's caught.
Almost got out, almost got out. But Catchu says no. Hare boss, you're gonna stay right where you are. The tidal wave will, you know, make them work harder for this one. But unfortunately, there's a lot of ATOS from Butterfly Effect. Here he comes in with the Spirit Siphon. And JT, I don't care how tanky you are, my friend, eventually you will fall.
Yeah, he wasn't able to use the fleet fast enough. Maybe if he uses the fleet, he wastes a little bit more of their time because he's tankier. But yeah, was unable to do so. Roche still not able to respawn, so Kunka will be up for that upcoming fight. Are they just gonna high?
Looks that way. Looks that way. Here they are. Tier 3 tower, 15 seconds, no Kunka. How far can they get? They force out the glyph. UIW waiting in the wings, and there's the mass circle wards. They should at least be able to get the tier 3. The question is, how much more do they get? PYW and the gang, they go forward. Immediate dispel. Once more, Ukyo is out. Somnus with the Rolling Thunder, only able to connect on the Centaur, but look how much right-click damage he takes from the TA. He's already forced out of the fight. They do have Chaotic Offering. Gyrocopter doesn't have the cooldown though. Tidal Wave pushing Shang-Chi closer in towards all of these heroes, but he just activates the Blade Mail, stands his ground, and creates space for Butterfly Effect and Ukyo to finish off the Rax. There's the Stampede to get out. And XL Esports playing some excellent Dota right now.
Yeah, this is just absolutely insane. There's nothing that Azure can actually do, the way it looks like at least. Maybe the lasso should have been instantly followed by Somnus rolling, right? And then one of you can control the Abaddon, the other can take the target out. But that's so difficult to actually execute. And XL Esports, they're most of the time or almost always in the right position, especially with the Abaddon.
I will be honest, Liz. From the first game we saw of XL Esports, I was convinced they were going to be one of the first teams eliminated. I didn't think they had it in them to even play this level of Dota, let alone against Azure. And yet here they are, 9k gold lead ahead in Game 3, elimination game no less.
Who did they lose to, by the way? Do you remember? The first series was clean against the Malchek.
I don't remember.
Roche, right? Yeah.
Roshan falling a little bit low. Azure, they know that this is happening, and they do not want to repeat the mistake they made earlier where they gave it up for free, essentially.
It's tier laments that won against them, by the way, so... How strong are tier laments, actually? Now that makes me wonder, you know, because they did just 2-0 Vici gaming.
Yeah, exactly. But it always happens like this in China, right? There's a couple of teams that everyone expects to do really well, and then there's 1 or 2 sleeper squads that are quietly just climbing the ranks. We do see Shaanxi run forward on the high ground here in front of Monet. They eat a homing missile, but not really concerned about his life. Ukyo got lassoed, but yet again gets immediately dispelled. Mass Serpent was dropped down now. Somna's trying with the Rolling Thunder, hoping to try and focus down this TA, but he needs help. He needs assistance. Monet can't get to him. Finally able to close in with the Gyrocopter, supplying the damage and getting the kill. Now though, what can he do about Butterfly Effect? He still has this exorcism going all over the show. Monet gets stunned up by Shaanxi. He's eating too much damage from the ghost. He will end up dead. We now see that Somnus thought he could help out with the fight and kill off the Shadow Shaman. But Katyu is too good at the Hex. Immediately catches the Pangolier, setting up Butterfly Effect for more damage. It's a double kill for the Death Prophet. It's 3 for 1 for XL Esports. And it's them controlling the engagements yet again.
Yeah, they can't really go for Roche They can, I mean, the TA is up in 20 seconds. They can choose where they want to go, let me put it that way. It's not that they can't. The only question is where do they want to go? Do they want to go high ground or do they want to take Roche first? It seems like they might be going to the outpost for now, maybe get it for the TA to TP in. And I love how TA dies, by the way, you know. And the moment she dies, she queues up BKB. Like, I knew for like 100%, the moment I click on him, he's gonna have that BKB queued up.
It's always like this for carry players, right? You want to avoid buying BKB for as long as possible. And then you look at a fight that you would have 100% survived if you just had BKB and you're like, yeah, okay, fine.
This team fight is the deciding team fight. This is basically do or die for Azure.
I mean, there's some good stuff for them, right? Because of how quickly they killed the Warlock, they still have Chaotic Offering. And XL Esports no longer have Ghost or...
That's one way to look at it. Our support died so fast, it's actually a good thing.
Exactly, bro. Now jump in. Centaur able to get the connection onto Monet. There's the ship flying through though. Will they be able to punish the Centaur? They come in as well with the Abaddon. PYW goes in and catches the Death Prophet, but again immediately hexed by the Shadow Shaman. Monet running through, BKB active on his Gyrocopter. They managed to isolate Butterfly Effect from the rest of his squad. He should end up dead here. I say that,
healing.
but he's sustaining. The spirits are keeping him up. He finally does go down, but it comes at the cost of Monet's life, but he got the Aegis just before dying. So he will respawn, immediately emerge into the fight, putting the damage on onto Shaanxi, and SS will die. Monet, triple kill for the Gyrocopter. More importantly, Azure, they get 4, and they buy themselves an extra lease here in this game.
Dude, are they actually doing this? This is absolutely insane. The fact that he managed to get that low, snatch the Aegis, get it up, pick it up, I mean, they're the ones that killed it, die, and Butterfly Effect, it's just, this is the first fight where Abaddon actually wasn't really in the best position to save everyone that needed to be rescued. So he wasn't able to use the Aphotic Shield. He was kind of caught and controlled in the middle of the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Damn, this game just became very interesting. Yep.
So the Abaddon ended up in an awkward place because he was like in the middle of all these fleets. He had to proc his ultimate super early, thanks to these flak cannon hits. And yeah, the fact that they dragged the Death Prophet, shout out PYW, he died for it, but dragging DP right next to the Gyrocopter, honestly a stroke of genius.
Yeah, usually that bites you in the back, right? But she already used Yules, and they were super conservative with the BKBs. I mean, when I say conservative, I mean they just didn't buy them. Ukyo didn't get his, that Prophet as well does not have one. They are all relying on Abaddon, but he can only save one target. He can't save everyone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He is not Superman. Now at least he has one less person to worry about saving, as Ukyo has grabbed a BKB.
Do you think that this is like the critical mass for Gyro? Because I think it just might be. He's moving towards Skadi, of course, next. And the team fights should still be in XL Esports' favor if they play them the way they've been playing them so far, but the gyro now hurts.
I think he's just one stat item away. That's what all he's lacking. I like the Scotty. I think Scotty or Butterfly would have the options, and Scotty helps you tank up a bit more as well.
Scanning.
So I'm very glad with this. Also, it helps to mitigate some of the healing that the Death Prophet gets in the fight.
Yeah, look at this wrap, by the way, from both teams. Radiant taking the Dire jungle, Dire taking the Radiant jungle. Monet's the only one showing on the map.
This is pretty funny. This could be a fight. Monet TP's out though. Unfortunately, we are at that point where for Azure, yes, they can certainly come back. The gyro is strong enough, but you are still 2 lanes of racks down. They have very little latitude for mistakes, and the lanes are going to be constantly pushing in.
Yep, that's basically the reason why they had to TP back. Just TP back, shove out the wave, because even if you win this fight, like, you can't do a lot because the bottom lane is being pushed in, so the smoke was pretty much useless at that point. And if you lose the fight, of course, the risk to reward ratio is super high, because the lane is pushing in, you could just lose.
Quick Blink Dagger picked up right now by Butterfly Effect. So a bit more mobility for the Death Prophet. Hex is going to be queued up as the follow-up item to that. I would like to see a mobility item on Red Panda as well. And indeed, he does have 4 staff queued up. Yeah, I think that's necessary for the Abaddon after what we saw in the last fight.
Yep, long time ago, Aetherlance was the build on Abaddon even, you know, just to be able to stay far enough to use the Photic Shield. He doesn't have it, but he does have Keen Eyed Psychic Headband. So he does have some extra cast range to use his spells.
We saw XL Esports do some very favorable pushes. They actually just get the tier 4 tower. Super creeps, no less. Oh no. You know, this is one of those awkward moments, right? If you're a Azure, you know the fact that your gyro is the strongest hero on the map, but you still do not feel compelled to leave the base unless you know exactly where they're going to be, like some Roshan fight or something. Otherwise, you could just lose the game despite being this powerful.
I feel like both sides are very timid right now. Like, if this was not an elimination game, we'd see a brawl already somewhere on the map. But right now, they're just waiting and taking certain areas. Luckily for Azure, they do at least have a gem, but this gem hasn't really killed a lot of traps. Traps are giving too much info.
Might actually be an aggressive move here. XL Esports are going forward. They get their Hex out onto JT. Forstaff will be there, and the damage follow-up. Is it there in time? No. Chaotic Offering will bail him out of trouble. As Butterfly infected Shang-Chi. Now have to watch out for Monet, who's coming in hot on the gyrocopter. BKB active, trying to lay in as much damage as he can. The tidal wave is going to actually save some of these XL heroes. It pushes them away from the gyro. Oh no, gyro doesn't have BKB anymore. They go onto the Shadow Shaman with the lasso, but it doesn't matter. The big prize is Monet. Monet ends up dead now to the Melt Strike of Bukio. At the same time, he's forced to buy back almost immediately. Butterfly Effect with the Exorcism Ghost. Might not heal from them in time, though, to keep this fight sustained, as he ends up going down too. So they find the kill on Somnus, they get the Gyro, they get Death Prophet, but the buyback on Gyrocopter. And JT, man, why did he use that tidal wave?
Yeah, the tidal wave was not that amazing, for sure. When you had Monet there hitting everyone, but Butterfly Effect also got cliffed, so he was kind of saved no matter what, you know. JT, very tanky, managing to survive in that fight for a long time, but they lost the other two more important cores, I have to say. The buyback on Gyro basically opens up a huge window of opportunity for XL Esports now, right? All they have to do is find the Gyro. If they manage to kill him off, the game is over.
After he picks up the Scotty, he might have to start thinking about rapiers. Oh boy. I think that's also part of the problem with them responding to these engagements. If they were the ones that were making that move, perhaps, it could have looked different, but they spent a lot of time just catching up to where the damage was supposed to be. The first usage of the golem was used primarily to bail out Kunkka, not to set up for a better engagement or a better roll from Somnus. So caught with your pants down, but that can happen when you're 2 lanes down and you don't have any vision on the map.
Yeah, and all of these traps are just constantly giving just that slight amount of vision that you need. Because if you just see a hero farming on the right or left side of the map, you can already know that you are free to initiate on JT the way they did.
Azure Ray. We've seen some rays of hope coming from the squad. We've seen some really good fights, but now they are out of lives, out of second chances. The Aegis has been claimed from their lives. Got to make something happen. But where do you even go? Do you just have to wait for the Roche and then try to fight around the pit, get yourself an Aegis and delay from there?
I think that's the play for both teams, right? Like, you wait Roche right now. It's the safest play, the safest option.
Let's see here though, X marks the spot. Out onto Red Panda. At the same time, oh no, Somnus! Somnus!
She's gone.
He's gone! Does have buyback. They do end up in a fight though on the back edge of things. Shang-Chi was looking towards Monet. The boats are going forward by JT. Crash onto the Centaur. But he doesn't have the follow-up damage. His team does not want this fight. Buyback was forced in from Somnus. But they did use the exorcism. PYW didn't get the lasso. He just gets eviscerated. Somnus, though, rolling in and out of the fight, trying to get on top of Butterfly Effect to activate a BKB to keep this fight going. Somnus almost died from this one. Barely survives. Chaotic Offering does now come out. Shang-Chi misses with his hoof stomp onto Monet. The BKB protected him. And Butterfly Effect was hoping to just close things out on the back line, hoping to bring down Somnus and force a dieback. He almost did it, but Somnus got out. Now, can everybody else do the same? Ukyo looking to try and get the kill onto JT. JT is going to go down. Shang-Chi gets the claim for that one. That's a gem on the deck. But now they're just going to move immediately to siege the tier 3 tower on the bottom side.
They have lasso, they have buybacks. This might be an opportunity to buy back on Kunkka and maybe take a favorable fight. It's so hard though.
Here's the Kunkka buyback. Unfortunately, there was no lassos. Kunkka couldn't get there in time. Nothing you can do. These heroes just get out. Rolling Thunder was also on cooldown, so they couldn't find a fight through that spell.
It's crazy. But every hero that died had buyback on Azure Ray, so they killed all the wrong targets. But then again, they killed a lot of targets and forced a lot of buybacks, and now they have additional damage. AD, that's the new name. JT.
It's the drag back out onto Ukyo, who's being pushed this way and that. Does stay alive for now. Oh no, Shang-Chi found a wonderful stun onto Monet, who lost most of his HP almost immediately. He has the Tanic, but he's being controlled and he's being killed. No buyback on the gyrocopter. That might have just ended the game. Ukyo, in the meantime, almost assassinated PYW. The Bat is able to escape. Further north, we do see that they caught Somnus as well. That's another dieback that they've secured. Azure Ray do not have their carry. They do not have their mid. And they do not have a hope in this game. GG, well played is called. Azure Ray are out. XL Esports get to continue on the road to the International. I did not expect them to do it with such style and finesse.
Absolutely not. Tearlaments and XL. The XL Gaming, XL Esports. These two teams are the ones that go through in the lower bracket versus Vici Gaming and Azure Ray. Like, who could have guessed? Definitely not me. I know that they are star-studded as well. They have a lot of good players, but I expected Azure Ray to take an easy series. This was anything but. It is 2-1, so first 3-game series that we've got. This last fight, by the way, also gave me hope for XL in the future games because of the way that they took it. Why did they take it even? And why did they initiate so comfortably? Because they saw PYW on the sideline. He lost like 50%, 60% of his HP hitting creeps, trying to push in top lane. So they initiate knowing that he's unable to fight, and the moment that he comes, it's too late, he blinks in, he insta-dies, right? So the Batrider, unfortunately, there just didn't do a lot. Later on in the fight, he kind of redeems himself by almost soloing the TA, but almost is not good enough. And Monet just getting completely controlled, like you mentioned, with the Satanic being used, but being absolutely zero effect on it. So Excel Esports, man, like they played out of their mind in this series. Very well deserved, and like you said, with a lot of finesse, some very nice drafts.
This was a very fun game to watch. The entire series, even the game that they lost, Excel, it wasn't like they were completely blown out of the water. There were still plays that they were making on the map. I must say, in one of these lost fights, is it this one or the other one, where Butterfly Effect did such a good job throughout the game of always getting in between his team and the enemy team and saying, you can try to kill everybody back there, but by the time you've killed Abaddon, by the time you've killed TA, by the time you killed Centaur, you definitely have already lost 3 heroes. Hell, that last fight, he was solo zoning 4 heroes by himself, just by standing there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the power of the Dead Prophets. I really feel that this hero is in probably the best spot that she has been in years. I feel like she's been ignored for quite some time, never buffed, no love from Mr. Gaben for our dear old Dead Prophet, but I feel like she's in a pretty decent spot at the moment. Whenever you get to that Aghanims, I feel like that you just start dishing out some insane amount of damage. She's really difficult to kill, of course, because of the Spirit Siphon. And most importantly, this time around, she wasn't played by Red Panda on position 5, she was an actual core.
Honestly, the contrast between what this core DP was able to accomplish relative to the support one, it's night and day. Really solid performance from him on Butterfly Effect. Did a ton of damage overall. Didn't do that much building damage, but he didn't have to, right? His job was to hurt the heroes, zone them back. Also, he did a very nice thing, right? He would never start the fight by utilizing his silence, or at least later on. He was always waiting for Monet's BKB to go down or for the Rolling Thunder to finish. Then he silences them, and then neither hero has a way out of the fight. Super solid stuff. MVP for sure, definitely deserved.
Yeah, both this team, Excel Esports and Tier Laments, I feel like are really good when it comes to just buying time and waiting for the right items and then fighting. Meanwhile, Azure and Vici Gaming, the way they try to play is just to outplay them 24/7, right? Like constantly get one skirmish after another, and eventually they got punished for it. So very nicely done and congratulations to both Tier Laments and Excel Esports for going through.
Honestly, part of me is also quite excited for XL Esports because they're the only team left in the tournament, right, that does not have a single player on it that has been to TI before. So this could represent a massive leap forward for all of their careers. They move forward. They are now in the lower bracket semi-final. If you'd asked me, was it going to be XL versus Tillemans? I was expecting Vici versus Azure, but well-deserved victories down in the lower bracket. They still have to play later on today, so neither of them have a chance to rest. But that matchup on top, my friend, Yakult Brothers versus Extreme Gaming. I'm sure when they came in today, they were like, you know what? We're going to play this matchup. Whoever wins, we're probably going to meet again in the grand finals. If they watch this game, they're probably not as confident as they were this morning. I can tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to the last remaining teams, Excel definitely strong, but they already did lose to Tier Laments, and I just want to wonder just how strong are Tier Laments, because it looked clean for them against Excel, and at the same time Excel wins against Azure. So property of transition, that makes Tier Laments like a very high contender for maybe even making it to TI. Who knows? Maybe they're the ones that a dark horse that you talked about, a little bit earlier.
We will, of course, find out between Tillemans and XL who is the darker horse and going through in the lower bracket. But next up, we have Extreme Gaming versus Yakult Brothers in the upper bracket final. Winner of that, one best of 5 away from booking a trip to Hamburg and competing on the stage of the Immortals. We're going to find out how that all shakes out after a very small break, where my face and Lizard's face will, of course, be replaced by the wonderful faces of B-Cop and Lacoste. So I hope you have a good time with them. Lacoste, or Lizard, my bad, it was a pleasure, gang. I'll see you tomorrow. All of you, I'll see you in chat, because we're going to go to a break, and when we return, Yakult Brothers, Extreme Gaming, the upper bracket final.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back again. It's still the Chinese qualifiers on this road to the international. Just we feel a little lighter. We're 2 teams lighter, as 2 teams have been eliminated, but now we are on from the elimination series, and we're on to the upper bracket final. One of these teams are going to collect themselves and put themselves in a spot in the grand finals for a chance to qualify. And it's your Colt Brothers Lacoste against Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. Probably the closest series that we are going to have, at least for now, even though the previous series was relatively close. But the Colt Brothers and Extreme Gaming, they did meet only one time in 2025, and that was in ACL, ESL Challenger China, which was qualifier basically for Dream League Season 26 and Asian Champions League 2025. And it was Extreme Gaming who was victorious 3-0. So your Cold Bros will definitely need to step it up in this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to really step it up, but we'll see what they can accomplish in this one. So they start out with that Shadow Shaman pick. And just looking around, pretty sure Old 11's wearing the same shirt he was wearing yesterday. But it could be a lucky shirt.
Could be, yeah.
It could be a lucky shirt that maybe you put on for just the series. I know some people are like that. I know there's some speedrunners out there that, you know, they have a lucky shirt they wash every day.
But look at Fly. He has wardrobe behind him. He has multiple shirts that he can wear. He might change the wardrobe during the series, like during the game even.
He might be like Mick
allowed,
Jagger.
Yeah, could be. But yeah, Shadow Shaman has looked amazing. Pretty much the most contested hero so far of TI qualifiers at 89% contest rate, sitting at 62% win rate, which is pretty insane to think about that this hero has 2 insanely good facets, one with Giga Ward and the other one, like this ward cannot be killed. You just can't stand your ground. We saw multiple times in the qualifiers where you are going for the split push. It does allow you to play a bit of a different game, stall the game if things are not going correctly for you. And also the other facet, Chicken Fingers, which makes you trade really well in the lane. And there was a game yesterday. It was, both Yakult Brothers and Extreme Gaming did play Shaman, but Yakult Brothers yesterday, the first game when they were playing against tournaments, when they kind of needed to buy a little bit more time. And it was all about buying time, where Baboka was playing a bit of a different game, playing his own game, pushing this bottom lane constantly with Shadow Shaman, pressuring enemies to come back just enough so that Medusa can get enough farm.
And that Medusa game was pretty intense. I think the games so far today have been pretty intense. Tier taking the 2 over Vici, and then Excel kind of surprising and beating Azure Ray. It has included a lot of these heroes throughout the day. They did yesterday, if I recall correctly, Extreme game number 1 against Azure Ray went with this safe lane Doom. And, I mean, that's always a possibility for them again. See if they want to accomplish that. As, what's banned here that's really standing out at me? I mean, it's pretty standard bans. I think an early Centaur ban is a little bit of a surprise, but I think that hero is gaining a lot more respect after yesterday as well.
Oh, that's for sure. Like, we've seen Centaurs. It seems like people found the perfect build on Centaur, not going for Blink Dagger early. Basically, it's Blade Mail, it's Vanguard, Blade Mail, then you pick up either Pipe or you get a Crimson Guard, but basically you're buying 2 auras and then you're picking up a Blink Dagger. Because you already have way to initiate with Stampede, you don't necessarily need the Blink Stun. And most of the time, you are paired up with Initiator from the mid lane. Ooh, this is a spicy one. Extreme Gaming bringing back the old classics. We can see XXS and Zhao 8 on camera laughing their asses off. Skyrat Mage plus Axe, this is a super easy to execute type of a combo, where I just want to see if they might start to think about getting something like Oracle. Oracle during Dream League was super popular. Could be a very good ways to deal with Skyrat Mage. But then again, against Axe, you might get dunked, but still you do have save, and also could be a double-edged sword against Doom. I'm just thinking that they might need something to be able to save people. There's also Shadow Demon, potentially, that could come out. I would just love to see a saving support on their side.
Just something that'll help out against this Sky and this Axe.
It could
I'm a
also be
little
Tusk.
Yeah.
If they want to run this safe lane Lina, I think Tusk could also be a very good option because you have Snowball save, great against both Axe and Skyret Mage. You still need to either be close or have a Blink Dagger, but yeah, something along those lines. Because right now, these heroes, if they get initiated on, they're just straight up gonna die.
And there's an Enigma pick. So these are honestly both, one, quick drafts. That Axe Skywrath pick was back to back and very quick. But this Enigma response wasn't
10 seconds.
like this last second response. They kind of knew what they wanted.
Turn to ban.
The question is, where is this Magnus gonna go? Because I know Bobica likes to play it. He can also play it with Enigma. It is a lot of... This is also Enigma into Warlock. Historically, Warlock has always been good to cancel the Black Hole, but Enigma nowadays is not so much about the Black Hole. It's more about buying the auras, picking up drums. We've seen a bunch of Enigmas going for Helm of the Dominator / Overlord, whether you want to pick up Crimson, Pipe, whatever is necessary for the game, and then you start to scale with the Blink Dagger, BKB. You're also playing into Axe, you're playing into Doom. So in terms of how good of a game for Enigma to cast the Black Hole is not that great, but you also have somebody else to start a fight. You have Magnus for potential skewer backs, and then they're going to be grouping around. This is the type of a game where Enigma likes to have some good front line and another way to initiate the fight so that she doesn't need to go first.
Ursa is the first ban for Extreme in this final set, and Puck also a ban here for Yakult in the final set. Curious to see what Zhao 8 does go with, and he's got a lot of time. Definitely has a lot of time to figure it out, and I think, Extreme looking a little bit more consistent. They did 2-0 tier elements who beat Vici earlier today. Or they did 2-0 Azure Ray, I should say. And Vici, who lost to Terraments early today. I think Colts had a little bit of the harder road. But these two teams are very close, and I feel like they've been jockeying for position as who's the number 2 to the artist formerly known as Tidebound.
Dire team pick.
Tidebound, who's
Sniper.
now...
So I
now known
assume
as
this-
what, Army?
Yeah.
All gamers global.
I assume this Lina's going to the mid lane because they just banned out Sniper as well. These are some of the matchups that Lina doesn't like to play into. There's still maybe a possibility for them to take mid Tiny, but then again, you're playing a melee hero. There's also XM Viper. Lina does outrange Viper, but this guy, whenever he gets the chance to play it, I like this a lot. Like taking away Tiny from enemy and also having a bit of a flex potential where they can play carry mag and they can play carry Tiny. Lina, some of her worst matchups are Tiny and Magnus. Anything that can reposition her, and then you grab a kill. Blade Mail Carriers, Axe is good, but they also did a very good job stealing away these potential counter picks.
Well, they'll finish it off with Tiny, and then the other side of Extreme is giving that Void Spirit to XM. And it will be that safe lane, fly, Tiny, mid, emo, Lina, off lane, Enigma, 4 position Magnus, 5 position Shadow Shaman. Been seeing a lot of 4 Shadow Shaman. Feel like he kind of accomplishes most of the same things from the 4 or from the 5.
Yeah, 5 is, at least before 5 wasn't really as good because you kind of needed different things that 5 does bring to the table. But I think in this one, Ollie is going to be fine. I've seen good amounts of position 5 Shadow Shaman, and it feels like you're trading really well. He's also going to be paired up with Tiny, so potentially, like, the thing is, you don't have toss in the lane when you're playing carry Tiny. So there's not going to be that combo with the shackle and then, or maybe just toss back into the tower when they're close to the tier 1 tower. But because Tinies, they want to max out their avalanche, they want to max out their tree grab as well. And also something to point out that Axe stonks have been on the rise recently. This hero feels really strong right now. I talked about it yesterday. One of the reasons, probably the main reason why this hero is popular again, other than some other offlaners being nerfed, is that you were kind of forced to take 15-minute fights for Tormentor, and now that Tormentor has been moved to 20 minutes, Axe has another 5 minutes of making stuff happen, getting his items, picking up his Blink Dagger. We saw 2 different itemizations from Axe, whether they want to pick up Vanguard, whether they want to completely skip it and then get Blade Mail Phase Boots into Blink Dagger, or they want to pick up Vanguard, go for Blink Dagger, then go back for the Blade Mail. But you don't need to rush anything. Having 5-minute extra window does help this hero a lot.
Yeah. You know, he doesn't have the best win rate right now, only sitting at about 42% of a win rate, but he's getting there. I think people are starting to feel what the Axe can get done, and it's comboed here with the Skywrath Mage, which we haven't really seen much of the Sky. It's going to give you access to Mystic Flare and some extra damage to really help him out, and maybe even push him to a bit more net worth at that 20-minute mark. I'm curious to see how much they get out of this Sky.
Oh, he did go for Staff of the Scion as his fastest choice. Very interesting. So whenever he deals damage to an enemy hero, reduces all his ability cooldowns by 0.1 seconds, which is not something that I've seen. At least the Skies that I have seen did go for the Shield of Scion, which is also kind of a meh. And also, why does this hero have 0 armor? I just don't get it. Like, it's not like this hero is OP by any means.
30 seconds to battle.
No, this is his first pick of the qualifiers. People aren't exactly high stocking Skywrath Mage. When was the last time we really saw high stocks in Sky?
I don't think it was ever a thing. I don't like this hero
Ever?
Yeah, I don't think this hero was ever super good. Like, he was never a first pick material. Maybe my memory is bad, but I don't think we've seen Skywrath Mage being prioritized in any of the drafts ever since the hero has been added to the game.
Trying to think what could make this hero
Real
more
buffs.
viable.
Don't give him fake buffs. He's receiving nothing. I'll go through the change list to tell you about, like, swapping to level 10 and 15 talents and stuff like +1 on this doesn't do anything. Let's check it out.
He needs real buffs. Nice, Froggy. Hear that? Real buffs for my guy Sky.
Battle begins.
You'd think he'd get some real buffs too, considering he was the main character of the of the long quest line that we were doing last year.
So yeah, level 10 plus 0.5 Arcane Bolt Intelligence damage factor changed to 125 Arcane Bolt cast rate. This is just like, what is this? Arcane Bolt pierces spell immunity. Level 25 talent has been changed. Nobody's playing this hero for level 25. Mana cost has been reduced in Arcane Bolt and 738C by 5 mana. Ruin and Restoration spell lifesteal increased by 5%. So these are the type of changes. It is a wall of text, but this is nothing in terms of what the hero actually needs. He needs a little bit of survivability. He needs better cast range, cast animation. Ooh, Fly getting initiated on.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here from the concussive shots and the battle hunger. He'll tick down pretty low, but he's got the Tango regen to be okay. At least for the moment. I think he's trying to position himself in a spot where he can get another concussive shot off onto the Tiny specifically, but Ollie staying closest to this Skywrath Mage in the moment.
Fly is in a lot of trouble. He did buy Healing Salve, but he also needs his career to get back to base so that he can bring it. And right now, keeping him low, using Battle Hunger, this is quite a lot of harassment. Like, there's a reason why this lane was considered to be strong when Axe was meta, because you needed, like, your level 1 is super strong with this double slow. You can't get close. You're going to get out-harassed. But maybe the reason why I sound a little bit bitter is because I want Skywrath Mage to be viable as a hero. And every single patch, there's somebody different that is kind of owning, but it is never Sky.
No, it is truly Never Sky, who is just keeping Fly back. Pops that stick and has one more tango remaining. Jinkyu using a lot of that mana. I believe, what does he have coming out on that courier? A Clarity and a Blood Grenade, looking to maybe get a kill. He's at least opening up the lane right now for XXS. With the Battle Hunger and the constant concussive shots. Now. Oh boy. They have been quite the issue. He's been passed over another shared tango. He's popped that salve. I mean, the regen is going quickly for Fly. He is just spending all the regen. We're 2.5 minutes into the lane.
Axe is also not committing with pretty much anything. Battle Hunger is 50 mana, level 1, which you also don't need any other mana. I also want to see if he does decide to put another point in Battle Hunger, or if he wants to go for the call. Putting second point in Battle Hunger could be okay. It does slow your farm, but maybe you're going to be able to grab the kill. Lowers the cooldown by 5 seconds. Fake hype in the bottom lane by Ame. Nothing's going on. Lotus is going to respawn Boboka. Let's see. Skewer is on cooldown, so this one does belong to Ame.
Yeah, and then it'll help him sustain in the lane. He was taking a lot of damage, but Closin going into the early Shadow Word, so he'll have some heals here for the Doom. Life's pretty simple for a Warlock. Just heal your Doom. Or at least try to make sure you can. He doesn't exactly have the mana for it, and now Ame, a little bit vulnerable. And he's got this Scorched Earth. He's actually burning Boboka. The Shadow Word's onto the Boboka Magnus, who will get first blood. And eventually will tick out here.
Yeah.
It was pretty close, honestly.
You're definitely fine with getting a trade like this. Bolosan as well will need to deny himself to Roshan.
Roche very happy to get a kill.
Yeah, there's a big difference. Like, Emo is super aggressive as a mid laner. Boboka already making the move.
Skewer hits on XM, and now they've got the Shockwave to pull him back. They're looking for the right clicks, and they got it. Boboka actually the kill onto XM while that right click was coming out from the Lina. That's another good kill to get here for you, Colt, while Extreme top lane, surprisingly so, haven't gotten a kill, but it has kept Fly from being able to hit creeps. So he's only 12-2 on this Tiny.
Boboka had some amazing performances during Dream League on Magnus. I had to double check the win rate because pretty much every single game that I saw he was owning, and he did win it, but played it 5 times, did have 60% win rate, so did lose some of the games as well, but overall he's doing really well. And Poloson again,
he's in
trouble.
So much trouble. Yeah, Skewer back puts him close, and Ame hitting away at old 11, but it doesn't quite have the damage to get a kill there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Another kill for the side of Yakult, who have been playing pretty aggressive in this bottom lane. Old 11, this is one of his signatures, this Enigma. Call connects. Fly on the run back, but they've got the shackle under the tower. And the avalanche, a lot of damage being taken here by XXS, and that is not what you want to be seeing.
Fly is constantly at low HP, and he's just gonna straight up die here. Level 2 in Arcane Bolt, Blood Grenade as well. Also, XXS already has Vanguard. We talked about Tiny not being the strongest laner in terms of the pressure that he puts onto the enemy, and you're also playing with 5 Shadow Shamans, so the damage is really not gonna be there. And you're also playing against Axe, who's a relatively strong laner, playing against Carrot Mage as well. That is strong laner, it's just that we're not seeing this hero because he falls off relatively quickly in the mid, especially in the late game. But this lane allows them to get an early Vanguard. XXS, he already has Vanguard 6 minutes into the game.
Damn. We've been seeing a lot of this quick Vanguard pickups throughout the qualifier so far. Looks like they might be looking for a kill here over mid with Jinkyu making the rotation, but level 6 for Emo and TP's available on everybody but Fly.
Look what XXS is doing. He has double creep wave, but oh, wait, that one.
Silence was on Emo. There's the turnaround. They've got the shackles. They'll get the kill, and they wanted to get this kill on the Emo. They tried to make a move, but they just didn't have the damage, and everybody having TPs available. Ollie leaves the top lane, knowing that XXS was behind enemy lines anyway and not close to Fly, and they get this turnaround kill.
I'm a little bit biased towards Axe. I love good Axe players to see them in action. First of all, he drags the creep wave to the medium camp on the side. Now he drags it to the Boglet camp, picks up the rune as well on top of that. Just maximizing his farm, and he knows that if they're showing heroes, like Tiny's not gonna rotate, he can't kill him.
No.
It needs to be Lina, Tiny, probably Magnus, so at least 3 heroes to be able to kill him.
He's just been
Might even
pulling this
snipe the
creep wave
courier.
over. Yeah, thinking about it. Maybe able to get it, but they've got the shockwave bottom as well as the skewer. Polos in dead again. Old 11 getting that one. You know, this is things going right in the bottom lane for the side of Yakult, but you're seeing Axe feel very strong, and he does have that level 6. He does have that Culling Blade. Fly hit on the edge of that call, and he is going to die here alone. Nobody in this lane to help him out.
Ooh, this is a massive problem. Void Spirit has also been struggling a little bit in terms of CS. He did die for that rotation. Bobica did, but XM, I really like this. Every single Void Spirit that did go for Spirit Vessel kind of did better from what I've seen rather than rushing the Aghanim Scepter, because the components you're buying, even though you are my brain stopped working, you're not as your universal hero, and it does feel you're benefiting a lot more from the stats, of course, but these are very expensive components that you're buying. Like, your impact before you get the Aghanim Scepter is still going to be your toolkit, but at least now with Urn of Shadows, you have some kind of a damage, and also Spirit Vessel has been changed, so it requires Diadem instead of the booster, which is really nice, and that's extra stats.
Ame throws the Doom out, but immediately down to about half health, and they can't exactly chase this Enigma, so he's out for free. They will get a kill here on a Bobica. I guess you could say Doom and... There's a kill there in the usage, but it wasn't on the hero that got doomed. They have the Hex. They throw down that massive Serpent Ward. They look for a kill here onto XXS. He's trying to run away, but that Ether Shock from Ollie is what finishes him off.
Do not underestimate the damage from Giga Ward. 600 damage, level 1.
Yeah, it is one shot and creeps, doing a lot of damage to these heroes.
It is impossible. Like, you drop that thing as a support, your carry can't get CS. Like, every single CS belongs to Shadow Shaman. You can't last hit the tower against it unless you're super lucky.
It's a little bit tough. Black hole. Ame. He is going to die for sure. They throw over a Battle Hunger and a Culling Blade onto Old 11, so they do get a trade.
And this is the build I talked about on Axe, skipping Blade Mail. Instead of going for Vanguard, Blade Mail, Face Boots, it's a lot of commitment. Like, you basically need another 4,000 gold on top of your Vanguard. So picking up Blink Dagger after Vanguard feels good, especially if you are having a good time, which means that your Berserker's Call is going to be maxed out at the time. So you really don't need to have Blade Mail. Plus, on top of that, he also found Chipped Vest. So returning 30 damage to heroes as a tier 1 neutral item on top of Counter Helix feels really nice, and doesn't feel like at that point of the game you need Blade Mail just to be able to burst the heroes. Plus, there's another plus. Seems like there's a lot of mat. You have Scarlet Mage with you, so damage is not going to be lacking.
He's in a lot of trouble. Turns, though, towards Bobica. Has some help. They'll get the kill on Ame. They end up throwing down the Chaotic Offering. They take out Old 11. 2 heroes dead for the price of their carry. And it's a quick 1-2 for the side of Extreme Gaming. And they lose Ame again. They slow down this Doom. Of course, you can make that gold back as time goes by. But him and Fly aren't exactly having fun in the carry role.
Oh, definitely not. Ame did die 3 times. Fly did die 2 times. Still far away from his big item. First of all, he wants to get Hand of Midas, get some of that extra damage, and Fatal Bonds.
XM could have had that kill. He kind of left him there, and now they find XXS. That's going to slow down that Axe, who's been having some good progression. That being said, he dies right after he buys that Blink Dagger, so that's not exactly the worst death in the world for him because he was able to buy out on that item.
Yeah, still good rotations. Ollie finding 2 really big kills on Axe 2 times. Shackle, 3 points in it. Hex as well, level 8, 11 minutes into the game.
Able to close the distance. He's got this early Kobold Cup. So it gets that extra little bit of movement speed and gets into range, trying to get an Aether Lens first. He's got the gold for the energy booster, and he's 650 gold away from picking up this recipe for the Aether Lens too. So Shadow Shaman trying to be as effective as he can from a distance.
Yeah, I don't think they're investing much gold into sentries on both supports. They kind of want to get their big items and can't really blame them. These are relatively greedy. Position 4 and 5, and they are having a good time. Boboka, he got the first blood. He's been involved in 6 out of 9 kills. Nice. And also getting very close to his Blink Dagger. So 400 gold away. We talked about Aether Lens. Just 500 gold away now. So when they get those items, they can start to play much more aggressive. Even though XXS had a great... He's still on top of the network, don't get me wrong. But even with 2 deaths, and now they are making a move. Blink Dagger is ready.
Who can they find with this Blink Dagger? They'll have Mystic Flare to follow it up. They also have XM with the Astral Step. They can get the Lina, that'd be a big kill, but instead it's going to be Boboka. And Magnus definitely one who's happy to tank a gank like that. But they do find a second in Ollie, I believe, landing that Aether Remnant. The Hex comes through, and Ollie's going to be dead again. Chase down Spirit Vessel. XM with the double kill. A good movement there from Extreme Gaming, evening us up at 9.
Radiant's top tower.
This Spirit Vessel is doing a lot of work. Look at his HP on Void Spirit. He's sitting at 1800 HP, plus Spirit Vessel heal, Sister Shrouds. He has Brawny as his enchantment, plus Treads, of course. Ame, can they find something here? XM.
11. Chase is on. The Doom is used. They land the Infernal Blade. They'll get a kill here onto the Enigma. And Extreme Gaming just getting kill after kill at the moment. And this is lining up with the 14-minute Shrine. They swipe that Shrine. They get that experience, which is pretty important.
Radiant's top tower.
And you've got greedy supports, and you want to give them their levels as well. But now the supports are going to be the ones getting it, and they also had XSS grab the Shrine. Both Shrines picked up for Extreme Gaming. The experience is going to be favoring them just a little bit. The experience difference, though, even with taking both of those Shrines, is practically even. Avalanche comes through. They're going to need some extra control here on XM, but they go. They've got the RP, the Skewer back with the Laguna, and the LSA, they get the kill on XM. Chaotic Offering is just a little bit too late. The Fatal Bonds connects everybody here on the side of Yakult. They need to be a little bit careful. They do not have the damage, though, of XM. Shockwave misses, but Ollie's got the Hex. And he's got that Giga Ward down. The Shackles, the Blink, the Call on a 2.
That's it.
And that's a Black Hole on the edge, though. That is perfectly placed from Old 11. They get the kill on XXS and Jin-Q. They end up losing Ollie, but that is well done by that Enigma to just throw down that Black Hole and make sure there was no Culling Blades to follow that up.
Oh, I'm going to say XXS, he is a bit slow on those dunks. Maybe he managed to get the dunk. The extra movement speed would get him out of the black hole before. But yeah, nicely done by Old 11. And again, 2 supports doing quite a lot of work. Gold Brothers, supports owning. Now they have those items we talked about. And Mag sitting on 1,000 gold on top of his Blink Dagger. So I want to see what he's going to be buying next. Whether he wants to go for Lens, whether he wants to pick up Yule Scepter, Mana Boots. Very action-packed game.
Yeah, we've seen some games. I mean, the two of us had a couple of games where it felt like it was
some snooze fests.
I wasn't gonna say it like that, but you know.
I mean, just gotta call them what they were.
That's fair.
1-1 at 13 minutes into the game. Like, what are we doing?
It's farming. But yeah, this one, 24 kills in 16 minutes. That is quite the bloodbath so far. XXS, I believe, getting that Cooling Blade, by the way, on Old 11 in that last kill. He's now coated in 3.6 armor.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. But also something to point out about Culling Blade is he doesn't care about Shadow Shaman's foul play. You just dunk him immediately, which is also a relatively good counter to Shaman, so he's not going to be able to run away. It's not as good as it was before, when you had like 3 chickens and you could hex yourself, so basically become unkillable, but still killing him immediately. You don't need to wait for another like 2 seconds to be able to get some kind of a spell on him. And another smoke. XXS and Jinkyu are paired up.
Or maybe they could catch Emo for a second, but he backs all the way off this triangle. Feeling the spidey senses tingling. No, clean up the mid lane and creeps and try to get a tier 1 tower in this lane. Wonder if it's going to be Blink Dagger next for Ollie, because he, without the Blink Dagger, has positioned himself so well to have some very important shackle and hexes.
Yeah, I think eventually he is going to get it. Shadow Shaman does get good amount of farm. You drop down that Mass Serpent Ward. It's not going to be killed in the middle of a fight, and if you're fighting around it or fighting near the tower, you're still going to be getting some extra gold. Pretty even game so far. Tiny, we haven't seen Fly getting involved. He wants to get his Shadow Blade. Echo Saber Shard is on him. They are moving across the map. They just got scouted by that observer ward on the hill.
After fighting so much, both teams kind of avoiding each other for the moment. There is a smoke used here by Yakult as they're going to try and make their move. They have their big ultis all back up. RP is available, Black Hole as well, and they will find themselves a kill onto Pelosin. As the game continues to sit here pretty even the entire time, really Yakult are also looking for the impact from their Tiny, which they've really yet to feel. He's 0-2 and 3. It's going into a Shadow Blade, but he's not here for this Giga Ward attempt at going for Roche. He's unneeded for it.
We've seen Ame yesterday. I believe his build was BKB into Shadow Blade, and then he upgraded that. You need to turn off your Radiance if you're going for this type of a play. Try to surprise somebody. Gives you good maneuverability in a fight as well. Sometimes invisibility is invincibility, especially at the later stages of the game. And we also saw him get an upgraded Shadow Blade, having Silver Edge, breaking Shadow Shaman, basically 2-hitting him, not allowing him to get his foul play, which is breakable, by the way.
Breakable and maybe not even usable, like you said, if you get hit by that Culling Blade. XXS is trying to go into his own BKB. Item progression, the name of the game, and they're looking for this Aghanim Scepter for XM, who went to the early Spirit Vessel. And, you know, the early Spirit Vessel allowed him to go 4, 2, and 3. He's had a couple of kills around the map. Ame is actually the one who doesn't have a kill, despite the fact that he has 6 assists using this Doom where he can and having this Radiance. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but he has been a little bit quiet since the laning stage and him getting kind of killed a couple more times than maybe he would have liked.
Yeah. Not the ideal KDA for Ame. You know what's the ideal KDA for Doom?
666.
Yeah, that is correct.
Oh, yes. I passed the Lacoste test. I was worried, actually. Truthfully, I thought I was going to say 666, and you were going to be like, no, 10-0. Why would you want to have 6 deaths?
I did not. No. You got it correctly.
Aghanim Scepter finished off for the Void Spirit, as XM now having access to that upgrade on the Resonant Pulse. That gives him 2 charges. Has that silence. They find an easy kill there onto Ollie, and like we've been talking about, you don't get to have any foul play when you get Culling Bladed.
I mean, he is the most contested hero. Well, that's why we're seeing Shadow Blades upgraded to Silver Edges, then not getting the foul play, getting dunked.
Emo
has Shield Rune.
Does have the Shield Rune. He'll soak up all that Mystic Flare with said Shield Rune. They back away from him immediately. There was the chance that Bobica maybe came in and throws down an RP, but doesn't end up doing so. He actually has taken no levels in power, but he will use this RP. Do they have the extra control to skewer their Hex and the Laguna? Really well done by Yakult. They stacked the stuns and the lockdown really well to allow them to get that kill.
Yeah, perfect execution of a kill. Void Spirit, we talked about him being tanky, sitting at 2000 HP. if he has strength threads, if he has essence ring, that's another 500 HP plus magic wand. So basically almost 3000 HP, maybe some extra heal, had healing lotuses as well, so super tanky. They could not allow him to get any spells off or any abilities, any items. And Emo now pushing the tower. It's not about Emo, it's about that Giga Ward. Look at this thing.
Blah.
Radiant's middle tower is
Blah.
under attack.
Blah. Oh!
Skyrath Mage with 109 damage gets a deny. Nice done by Jinkyu.
Right through the trees. Doesn't get caught for it. Nice job. They were so sure that they had that they even send Emo away. They knew that the Giga Ward had it, but ends up getting denied.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bobica maybe waiting for somebody to come through the trees, but he still doesn't have RP for 40 seconds. He's locking for his BKB as well. Ame doing the same. He's got this Shadow Blade finished off. He's going to want this BKB. Sticking around as
Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is available, but neither team really looking to go for it. Actually starting to move their way towards bottom. Old 11 and Ollie will be down here. And they've got the Doom. It's on the Fly. Hex from a distance. Blink Call. Mystic Flare is there. Culling Blade onto Ollie again. This Doom is going to wear off, and he is TPing. XXS doesn't have anything for him. That was close.
It feels in this game, whoever gets the first initiation pretty much is winning the fight. When Bobica is getting the skewer backs, when they are getting the calls or dooms, they are the ones winning the fight. Interesting item choice from Old 11. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm not the biggest fan of this Enigma with Helm of the Overlord, especially with that item in between, because he did go for drums, and then he realized this item is just not gonna do as much. Like, it's a relatively expensive item, and we kind of missed the timing, so I'm gonna be switching to something different. Helm of the Dominator is fine for scouting purposes, dealing extra bit of a damage as well, allows you to scout things out, and Helm recipe is only 300 gold, so he can definitely sell that and not lose too much value.
Getting croakered a little bit there is Old 11. Almost has this BKB. Gonna be committing for it potentially 4,000 gold. Using this Warpine Raider just to help push out the lane with his Eidolons.
Again, this is not an ideal BKB Enigma game by any means. You're playing against Axe, Golem, Doom. Basically 3 abilities that are gonna stop your black hole from going off. Axe is not the most reliable one, but the other 2 are pretty easy to execute.
Right. When he purchases out on the BKB, I'm a little upset. We kind of jinxed it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We
what
had
did we jinx?
12-12 at 16 minutes, talking about how it's been such a strong game and a bloodbath, meaning, well, they've got the RP, they have the LSA, they hit the black hole, it's on a 2, but the silence is there. Stops that black hole, Pelosin then throws out the Chaotic Offering, and Old 11's gonna die. He actually doesn't have that BKB,
No,
on
BKB was with the
himself.
courier.
So he goes to the black hole a little bit early, and it ends up getting stopped, which allows him to be vulnerable and ends up dying.
Oof. He died, but they also got 2 really big kills out of it. Roshan may respawn in a minute and 10. Still yet to see Tiny in action. Like, we haven't seen Tiny fully. Bobica's starting to put more points into Empower. He was getting some points in Skewer, and of course Shockwave. You need 5 points in Shockwave because of the facet. But Tiny, this is how Tiny plays, especially if he's playing from behind. He needs his basically 3 items: Echo Saber, Shadow Blade, and get that shard, and then he needs to start getting slightly more active. But Fly, he has been on the farming mission, now picking up BKB as well. What has Ame been up to? I guess his BKB is getting delivered.
Yeah, I was about to say he is building a BKB. It's going into the AC next, so they'll have quite the armor. They're also looking for a shard on Axe, so he wants that upgrade of the Berserker's Call and the Battle Hunger.
Radiant's top tower is
Well, the
under
game's
attack.
still sitting here about even. I was saying we kind of jinxed, well, maybe just me, but I said it was 12-12 at 16
Yeah, it's
minutes.
always
It was a
it's always
bloodbath.
us. When something bad happens and when something good happens, it was you solo. It's just the way it is.
I don't know if that's true. I think we do a lot of great, you know?
I see.
I can hype us up. I kind of do that.
You can also lie if you have to, but make us look good.
I'll try my hardest. Fly towards the top lane, and XXS is here with Pelosin as well as Ame actually in the vicinity. They were to have spotted Fly, but he kind of gets wind of this and TPs over towards mid. They're all TPing towards mid. They might be looking for a smoke play. They've got a couple of smokes on Shadow Shaman. Roche up in a while. I'll just say that. Still can't read that analog clock. But Ame's spending all this time devouring, farming. He's level 18. He's got level 3 on the Doom now. And Fly kind of edged into
Dire's
vision for a second. But nobody fighting. You know, it was 12-12 at 16 minutes. 12 minutes later, we've only had 7 more kills.
Yeah, it has been pretty silent. Waiting for next Roche. You said you don't want to read the clock, but
I
it
don't-
should be up in like 140, up to 2 minutes.
Well, it's only got a minute 30 remaining on the clock on the actual dial. I don't know if that's accurate these days.
No, I'm not sure if this has been updated, but it has not been accurate since at least
change.
in the last week. Yeah, it has. I've not noticed it. And another smoke for Yakult Bros. Let's see if they're going to be able to find anything. Doesn't seem like it.
Yakult using this smoke, but trying to find anything they can. It's taking some time. They're letting the feeling of omnipresence ferment. XXS is going to pop that BKB. Fly. He pops his own BKB. They've got the Hex that lands on XM. They'll land the Avalanche to go with it. They've got the Shackles, but do they have the extra control with the LSA and the toss? They do. They've got the damage. Chaotic Offering just a little bit too late to really help out. Not only that, but they've picked up that gem that Pelosin bought. Blink in, call. They might drop this gem right back. They have the black
Good
hole.
black
It's
hole.
on the 2. XXS, Xingqiu dead. They've got the RP. There's the LSA and the toss back. And Ame falls too. It's a symphony of skills here for Yakult, and they lose anything.
This is such a nicely, again, executed fight from them immediately. Like, they have explosive damage coming out from Tiny, coming out from Lina, so whoever gets initiated on by Shadow Shaman or with Magnus, especially with the Skewer back, they definitely have enough to kill it. And Old 11, after picking up that BKB, now already has a Blink Dagger on top of it, so lands a 2-man black hole, and Ame doesn't get anything off. No BKB, no Doom.
And that was really well done there by Yakult. The black hole on a 2. Bobica looking for his target. Doesn't need to waste it and stack stuns, so he's got the RP available still for Ame. And that's what allows them to get themselves 4 kills. I mean, this is...
Yeah, this is a bit overzealous from Axe.
Yeah.
The rest of the team was not there, not ready to back him up. He didn't have BKB, so gets hexed immediately. I believe Shadow Shaman is also... No, he's not level 15 yet, but when he gets 15, if he breaks Axe, a lot of that damage... Ooh, that's a super easy kill.
Yeah, they got the Aegis, though, so that'll be Emo coming back again, and now XM... LSA, they've got the stacking stuns, and they just have so much control on the side of Yakult Brothers that they get this one easily. Fuels up into the air, but they've got the Shockwave back, pulling him again. Pelosin's dead to Old 11, and these Eidolons, as it's 2 more kills, an Aegis that was expended already, but advantage Yakult.
Sure, you grabbed another kill, but I feel like Void Spirit's damage in the last couple of fights it's just not there. Same goes for Doom. Like, Doom didn't deal a single instance of damage. He got caught in the previous fight. This Shadow Blade, it did work out in the previous series that they played, but right now, in this game, they did not get any value out of it. Now, Lina, as a turret, pretty much sieging the high ground from the distance. He still didn't pick up his Dormant Curio. He does have Vast on top of it, so extra bit of attack range on top of Hurricane Pike, and that's going to be easy racks for them.
Yeah, it just feels pretty simple for Lina, right? You could just do it from so far away, right click. You become the machine gun that just hits through these towers. Down goes the tower. And then you've got a Giga Serpent Ward that just helps you with level 2 and 1,000 damage per right click. So you've got the what could be considered the machine gun, you've got the trebuchet, you've got really everything going for you in terms of taking towers and objectives for the side of Occult. And they might find Ame. He BKBs and he even thinks about throwing down the Doom, but they have the black hole, and this BKB is gonna run out, and Ame's life is gonna be taken.
Jesus, that damage from Lina. Amplified damage plus Alpha Wolf on top of that, and they found another one.
RP, toss, lining up the lockdown, and they just do it so well. Occult just letting it rip here.
Looking at the buyback status, both of these don't have buybacks, so this is going to be another set of barracks. Even without Black Hole, it's very difficult for them to take the fight. No RP, no Black Hole, but you have Tiny, you have Lina with amplified damage, Vlad's as well, Old 11, pretty much building every single aura. Drums as well. Like these cheaper auras, not going for the max, not going for Crimson or Pipe, but these smaller auras that are gonna amplify the damage output of Tiny and Lina.
Really doing quite well, and Bobica being shown taking that -5 seconds on the skewer cooldown.
Yeah, brought it down to 11 seconds, so basically you can use that multiple times. Bobica has been toying with the idea of going Yashikaya on Magnus, which is a really nice item because of the cast speed. It seems like he wants to go for it. I was thinking, do I need something else? Do I need a Shadow Blade? Bobica having a blast of the game. And also Emo. Something to point out that Emo didn't die a single time.
5-0-11. 310-ish last hits. Going for Silver Edge next. This item seems to be back in its own way. Shadow Blade / Silver Edge.
Might be slightly forced on Doom. On Tiny, it is pretty standard item. On Lina, some people get it, some don't. It really depends. I think it is it is an S tier item on Lina because you want to maneuver in the fights. Your damage output is also there. You have Mjolnir, you get supercharged, so the attack speed definitely is there. I mean, you can get more damage with the Daedalus, but I think maneuverability and survivability on Lina kind of needed more in most of the situations. Something I don't like, something I talked about during the Dream League, because we've seen a bunch of Lina, is when she is pretty much the solo damage dealer in the team, most of the Linas do fall short. But now you have Tiny, so you're never going to be lacking damage. You have Tiny, you have Vlad, you have Alpha Wolf. Tiny has 900 plus damage.
Oh. Casually. Just a whole bunch of damage there for him. And the most important damage is almost there.
Mental damage.
Wait, well, yeah. I was going to say Giga Ward, but to each their own.
I was thinking
Giga
maybe
Ward
they
hits
should
that
start
level
all
3.
chatting right now. Move towards Vlad's and Alpha Wolf. Let's see that damage. 600, actually 1,000 damage on Tiny now. Oof. With Daedalus, Gunpowder, Titanic as well, so extra base damage, which is going to work amazingly on Tiny. So we're in 1,100 territory right now, plus extra attack range and some status resistance. Great against Axe with his Insurmountable, sitting at 26% status resistance.
Emo has held on to the dormant Curio no longer.
It is time. Like, you're about to close out this game, you need to use the item.
Has gone to this upgraded Alert Giants Maul, so has the critical damage 195% on it.
Yeah, basically a double damage crit now.
Oh, Ame. They're TPing in. They hit him with the avalanche, the toss. He'll start to run. Can't get far enough away. No, they've got the harpoon. They'll doom up this Magnus, but Gale Guard is there. He'll survive that doom, and Ame is dead for another 70 seconds. Unfortunate for Ame. He has just not really had a repeat performance of the game he had yesterday on this Doom.
No, he has been shut down. We talked about the perfect score on Doom. 0, 6, and 7. Close to it, but definitely not it.
Not really at all. See if they wait for potentially this next Roche. They're up so much, I really don't believe that they need to do so. Blink Call, Mystic Flare, I say that.
Massive kill.
Huge quick kill on a Fly. He really was gone in the blink of an eye.
Tower is under attack.
Can you read this clock, this remnant? What time it is?
Midnight, 11, 9, 6. I mean,
it's a cool shard. I don't know, like, I haven't seen it being super good in any of the situations yet, because Void Spirit started to become slightly more popular in 39 patch, but we'll have to see. Also, this is not a good sign. Seeing 9 Spirit Vessel charges on the hero, that means that either you're owning or you're not clicking the buttons. And with 20k gold deficit, I would say that they are not owning at the moment.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough for them. That last kill on Fly is pretty big, though. Shadow Shaman going Wind Waker. Gem passed over to Boca. Ame again in Viz. He's just trying to find as much farm as he can. He wants a Blink Dagger. They've really slowed him down and kind of not shut him down because he still has 20,000 net worth. Roche up, by the way.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see what they can get out of this if they're going to smoke and try and find a kill first. Fly just cleaning up some creeps. He wants that Swift Blink. He wants to output quite a bit of damage at quick intervals. But who's going to set up for it? Who's going to get there? Roche now making the long walk, the long journey towards bottom.
Yeah, Shield Rune on Fly. Extra 2000 HP. Might make a difference, but they also show that he can be bursted by 3 heroes, basically Scarlet Mage ulti, which is level 2. And also Access Call with the Blade Mail. How many OD staffs do we have? I see 2 of them. There's Pyrrhic as well on Void Spirit. OD staff is a very good item for dodging stuff. Also, why are we adding heroes, cosmetics, and items? Like Helm of the Undying, OD staff. Guys, it's not funny. Just return their items, actually griefing.
Taking away from other heroes. Look at Roche. They've got the Giga Ward down at level 3, so it's got that 1440 damage. But here comes the side of Extreme Gaming, and they will get XM and XXS. Fly with the double kill, just so quick on the trigger, especially with the help of that RP coming in from Bobica. Doom used, but I don't think you have the numbers or the damage. Ame's gonna run forward, but he's right into a black hole. He can scream Murph all he wants, but he's deep into that black hole and dead. Jinkyu also falls, and this is just all Yakult.
Oh, they're gonna
They'll
call it.
GG.
They know they have no business left in this game. Just gonna throw it out there. Coming into the second game, this Magnus has to go. I really like the draft from Yakult Brothers because they protected their Lina. I already mentioned two of the biggest kind of counters to Lina, Magnus and Tiny, and they picked both of those on their side. Ollie had a banger of the game from start to finish, even though XXS, he has been owning, he's been staying on top of the network by a huge margin, unable to achieve much later on. And again, I think this is also a good example of why Skyrat Mage, even when he's paired up with pretty much the best combo in the game, where he's unable to do much. Like, you're really not feeling the impact of the hero. Sure, they killed Tiny there, but other than that, you're really not providing your team with much compared to Magnus position 4, who has been skewering them back. Even position 5 Shadow Shaman, what he brings to the table with his Giga Ward, with the control. Like, this is also a beautifully executed fight, especially from Old 11. They were so close to dying. I guess he got stunned by LSA there, which I didn't notice in the previous fight. So no dunk allowed. And yeah, perfect game from Emo. Emo didn't die a single time. Fly, after having a bit of a rough start, I believe he died 3 times in the lane. 2 times actually, and then didn't die for a really long time until they grouped up with 3, killed him. But other than that, managed to carry the game.
Yeah, he had a rough lane. They weren't even letting him farm with all the damage they were doing with a concussive shot as well as the battle hunger. And it looked good for Extreme in that lane. But Ame ends up falling short as well. And it just, the team fight, the chemistry here for the side of Yakult was on point. I mean, this is a team that made it look really easy, honestly. They put all their skills together and they didn't stack anything overly aggressive. They knew what they needed in terms of their stuns and when to go for the next one. They made sure their team fights were really on point, and everything went so well for them. There was not much stopping them in terms of turnaround from Extreme Gaming. And yeah, you've got Chaotic Offering, but other than that, in terms of a turnaround, it really was non-existent. And even in this last fight, it's Ame just kind of walking into a black hole, and there's nothing he can do at that point.
No, he just dies straight away. Lina dealing insane amount of damage. Looking at the damage numbers, XM, he had a relatively good start to the game, going for, I would say, the right item in this game, picking up Spirit Vessel, dealing only 9,000 damage. As a mid laner, this is, I would say, not acceptable. I don't think this is XM problem. I think people are jumping on this Void Spirit hype train, and I'm not boarding that train. I feel it can be good in some of the games, but it needs to be like a very specific situation where this hero is gonna be good.
Yeah, definitely. This Void Spirit maybe is a little bit of a bait. I think, was it, who did we say yesterday also felt that way? Was it just Void Spirit yesterday?
It was
as
Emo.
well?
It was pretty much Emo when he played it. Other Void Spirits did lack, like they're lacking, they looked like they were lacking something. It might be the understanding how to play with the hero as a team as well, because this hero doesn't provide you with much damage. I like the Spirit Vessel because it gives you that extra bit of oomph sometimes that you do need, and it's also a relatively cheap item, made him relatively tanky at the early engagements in the mid game, but still, if you're getting black holed, if they're initiating with multiple stun, hexes, shackles, you're still not going to be able to survive. I mean, not many heroes would survive there anyway. It's just that I feel the impact of some of the other mid laners would be much, much bigger in terms of the damage output and also in terms of like how easy it is for you to play the game.
Yeah, so game 1 goes the way of the side of Yakult Brothers. We'll be back with game 2 to see if Extreme can pull off the 3-game set. But if Yakult can get themselves into the grand finals with 2-0, we can find ourselves in a spot where, you know, they're ready to go and Extreme has to go through the lower bracket. So we'll see you guys back in a bit as we'll take a quick break. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to more Chinese qualifier action. We're here on the road to the international. We've got Extreme Gaming, we've got Yakult's Brothers, and we've got ourselves a draft. We're right on into it. Lacoste, you said something to me right before we went live with the draft. You said Ame was going to pick what?
Drow Ranger. I think he looked very good. He was soaking up, like in two games that he did play Drow. He looked very comfortable on the hero, but he was also soaking up most of these games for the team, and then the rest of the team, it was either XM or XXX who were carrying the team. And something that we also mentioned is that this Magnus has to be banned. After seeing performance like that, they do not want to give him Magnus one more time. And also removing Lina. So some of the heroes are still left in the pool. Compared to, like, there's Silencer, there is Dark Willow. Extreme Gaming, they will open up with Crobolus or Dead Prophet, and this also leaves Templar Assassin in the pool if they want to run it. Dead Prophet, we've seen, I would say, good amount of Dead Prophet. I just need to check the stats to see how well the hero is doing. Currently at 52% win rate, picked 25 times.
Ancient Apparition getting picked up on the other side, so it's not the Templar Assassin to come through.
Extreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Puck gets banned. Wonder what they want here. Okay, is Old 11 memeing? Like, with this camera right now?
His camera keeps going down and down. Like
I don't think it's the camera. I think his neck is just getting longer and longer, and now he's just outgrown the camera.
I don't know what's going on there, but I want to see game 3 to see where the camera's going to be.
Oh my gosh.
Team ban.
Yeah, I'd love to see some game 3 as well. But it all starts with Extreme having to win game number 2. And can they do so? The one thing that worries me, if they do this Drow game for the side of Extreme, is the fact that every time they do that,
Extreme Gaming's turn.
Ame's just playing sacrificial, and the game isn't exactly easy for them.
One game was easy where he was kind of owning in the laning stage. Second time he played it, he did solo die to Centaur as a Drow Ranger level 1, which is
10 seconds remaining.
not something I've seen in a long time, but we'll have to see if they can maybe replicate something similar. And then immediately into Pango. Pango needs to be slightly more careful when he plays into Dead Prophet. Pretty similar to when he's playing into Medusa, Leshrac, or Dead Prophet, where this overwhelming damage, if he's rolling on top of these heroes, it can actually get you killed. But Ancient Apparition, they wanted to have something that's going to be able to stop Dead Prophet from getting the heals, because this is a hero that is very survivable if you don't have enough burst damage. I would like to see maybe some Tusk +1. Big fan of Tusk in this patch. Again, hero feels really strong. It did feel very strong for a long time. And the reason why I like it is it allows you to run Dead Prophet from the off lane as well, where you have a stun, you have a block, you have extra slow, basically what the hero needs. For now, it's just going to be Dark Willow and most likely another support, because right now there is, like, you want to keep this Dead Prophet as a flex most likely.
Yeah, definitely so. Although this Dark Willow kind of gives you similar options to Tusk, right? Lockdown in the lane if you land the Bramble Maze, which, I mean, if you're a Dark Willow player, you pretty much can do on call. You can go in the 4, so with that Death Prophet, you do have that chase, you do have that extra bit of burst damage with the Shadow Realm strike too. I don't hate it at all. We'll see what they want to double pick with
really
it.
good. Even if you run this as your offlane duo, it's still super strong because you have the damage, you have Bramble. So any kind of a setup for Dead Prophet, it does feel nice. And they also wanted to have something. This is pretty much Zhao 8 saying we need to stop Rolling Thunder from going off in the middle of a fight. And again, you have insane amount of damage, especially physical damage from the Death Prophet. Not an easy Pango game by any means. Pango also doesn't like to play into Dark Willow with Terrorize, with Bramble Maze. Any root mechanic stops you from getting your spells off. You can still use the Shield Crash, but you use it exactly where you are. You don't get the bail. You're still getting the shield, so at least that's something. But yeah, Extreme Gaming opening up with 3 really strong heroes.
Question is, are they strong enough? And Yakult, they'll have their option here with their third pick. Pango can still be flexed. See what they want. Bans have been on a good amount of mid and off laners.
Radiant team pick.
And they go to the Naga Siren. So we saw this Naga Siren yesterday in the 5 position. I believe it was paired up with a Lifestealer. They go to the Shadow Fiend, and I know you're not the biggest fan of this hero.
No, this hero just loses every single. It's different from like pop to competitive Dota. Shadow Fiend definitely has much more impact in competitive Dota, but still you can feel that something is lacking about the hero. They're lacking stuns, first of all. You have Naga Siren for lane setup for Shadow Fiend, most likely. I don't think you want to be playing Ancient Apparition plus Shadow Fiend lane, which sounds pretty miserable. You have no stuns. You have absolutely nothing. They can dive you underneath the tower easily. So probably going to be Naga Siren, and Ancient Apparition is going to be played as a position 4. You have Requiem combo with Naga Siren as well later on. You have ways of disengaging the fight against Exorcism, stopping the Bane's ulti as well, disengaging against Wukong's command. But this type of a lineup doesn't give you that much damage. There's good amount of physical reduction in terms of armor with Pangolier, with Naga Siren, Shadow Fiend as well. It is a lot of minus armor, but also they need a hero that's going to tie this lineup together.
Monkey King picked up for Extreme. That still keeps this pretty flex. Both cores can flex. See what the Monkey King and the Drow, or the Death Prophet want to go.
10 seconds remaining.
Ban the Medusa, and they ban the Phoenix.
5 seconds remaining.
They ban this Phoenix expecting Naga Siren to be the core, or would they be expecting Phoenix to maybe drop into a
Phoenix,
core?
maybe Phoenix would be the core here. Follow where Monkey King would go. It's a difficult lane. It's also a Spirit Vessel buyer. Sure, you have Ancient Apparition, but if you have Spirit Vessel buyer early against Death Prophet, against Monkey King, could be really good. Damage on the ground against Dark Willow feels really nice. But again, they don't have stuns. Like, this lineup from Yakult Brothers is very difficult to execute.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, the lack of control concerns me, as we just went from a game where they had everybody having control to this.
Yes, completely different draft. Sure, Pangolier's Rolling Thunder is some kind of a control, but it's also not reliable. If you misuse that, it could make a lot of difference. And we already talked about that Pango's not going to have a good game. He might also not have a good lane, depending where he's going to go. If he's going to be playing into Monkey King in the mid lane, Monkey King in the safe lane, this still doesn't favor Pangolier.
And the axe, although the axe was good, it did kind of feel like it fell off at a certain point. And they'll go to the Brewmaster, so they have a lot of control on this lineup for Extreme. That sends the Death Prophet mid, the Monkey King safe lane, the Brewmaster off lane, 4 Dark Willow, 5 Bane. And you have a lot of reserve time to think about your answer for your cult, but what would be their best option?
5 seconds remaining.
Anything that has any kind of stun. Brewmaster having the free entry to the fight, like, Brewmaster doesn't care about Pangolier's Rolling Thunder with status resistance. If he gets the stance, Shadow Fiend doesn't provide you with control unless you get the Requiem. AA as well. Like, there's no real damage that these heroes are going to be afraid of. And if Brewmaster gets the split, this fight is pretty much over. Sure, you have some longer cooldowns on your side. Bane's Grip, Death Prophet ulti, Wukong's, and the split. But I don't see Occult Brothers taking the fight with the heroes that they do have. And their pickoff game is also not strong. So thinking about the hero that they could go with, it needs to be something from the off lane that's going to provide him with some kind of a lockdown. Again, I would say hero like Mars, but then again, you might be playing into Monkey King Bane, which is not an easy lane for you.
I'm thinking, is there anybody? I guess Queen of Pain is the move.
Okay. Yeah, they're shifting things around, putting this Pangolier
Hang on the
to the
off
off
lane.
lane, and Emo, Queen of Pain. Emo had an amazing performance on Queen of Pain during Dream League Season 26, where he did go for Bondage Facet. I think he might do the same here as well. For now, he does have Masochist, but hopefully he is going to change it, because you build into Blade Mail, you're life stealing off of the Blade Mail, you're life stealing off of the pure damage as well with that facet. It's a good Blade Mail game. You're playing into Dead Prophet, Dark Willow, Monkey King as well. Not changing it yet. Let's see.
Keeping an eye. I'm keeping an eye right now. It's Bone Chill for Ancient Apparition. I think we saw earlier today one of the Ancient Apparitions go to the Exposure facet. It's the one I like. But I don't believe it won either, because it was, I think, DY who had it. Still looking at Emo here. Waiting to see if he is going to switch off this Masochist facet, but it probably isn't going to be that way. I think you're kind of locked in on this one. It's, locked in on Masochist. So that'll be Queen of Pain in a different style for Emo, but definitely a hero in which he can dominate the game on. The question is, can he dominate hard enough in which that makes up for the fact that I think, truthfully, this Extreme Gaming lineup is way better?
It definitely is. I think they're going to need to work some magic to make this lineup work. Again, we're going to be starting with some of the negatives. It is Shadow Fiend. That's the first one. It is Shadow Fiend carry. It is also
That's the second one.
That's the second one. And you have Dark Lord. What was his name from Dota 1? My brain just stopped working.
Nevermore?
Nevermore. Yeah, Nevermore. That's the third one, and not going to be an easy game for him either, seeing how many heroes they have that can potentially run at him. I know that Fly loves to play the hero, but it needs to be Emo that needs to pop off. Maybe he did go for Masochist Facet just so that he have more damage, because you do build into Dagon with this build. So being able to burst down heroes paired up with Ancient Apparition, sometimes that extra bit of oomph could make the difference. And something to point out, this is really good on position for Ancient Apparition. If you haven't tried it, feel free to give it a go. Orb of Venom on Ancient Apparition. It is 30 damage that you deal, plus Chilling Touch as well, extra 30 damage. Makes it very difficult to trade against AA. And also, once you get to level 2, with Ice Vortex, increase magic damage by 16%.
The battle
So
begins.
that's extra, like 5 damage on your Chilling Touch and extra 5 damage on your Orb of Venom.
I was watching some of my friends' pubs that are much higher ranked than me. They are Immortal players. I saw some Ancient Apparitions in their pubs going Orb of Frost.
It depends. I think Orb of Frost is a bit... Maybe it's good on some heroes, because it does allow you to slow them down and reduce their regen as well. Ame, he is fully ready to go. Fully ready to go with the same item build that he did play yesterday, I believe. So, not going for Primal Spring at all. Going full farm mode. 1 Mantle / Null. Sage Mask just to have that extra bit of mana regen, and then into the Radiance.
Yeah, it goes without boots for a while with this build. At least that's what he did last time, right? I'm curious to see how Emo ends up playing in a spin matchup. Already eating a lot of damage here. Not fun for Emo sitting at 90 health. We're trying to get this early bottle. Secure some of these 2-minute runes if he can. But Emo needs to have a very strong start for his team. Extreme, meanwhile, they're kind of content. Things don't need to be going over the top or over the moon for them to really feel confident in this game. Rambo Maze on a fly. Meanwhile, top lane, Pelosin dying there to Bobica, who gets that first blood. So that chilling touch, that orb of venom already proven to be pretty strong.
It is a lot of harassment damage. I don't think Ame is going to be having a good time. Usually Bane is the hero that secures you the lane, but maybe not in this matchup. Pango is playing with also Thunderbolt Facet, not opting to go for the double shield crash. Wants to have that extra move speed on Rolling Thunder. By extra move speed, I mean the turn. And Queen of Pain, Emo, keeping to a mid lane. Very nice move. Unless he dies somehow, then his game would be pretty screwed. But managing to pick up 2 water runes makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, hydrating in the mid lane always very important. And going to your point about how Old 11 actually went into the Thunderbolt Facet, he was holding on a double jump till the end. And then he must have switched it. Which is a little bit of a surprise. Well, considering that he was holding it. But look at the damage that Emo is taking. He is forced to pick up all these water runes, but this is just not that good of a start for him in terms of damage.
Yep, damage. The reason why that Prophet is also picked is that she did receive a relatively big buff in terms of damage output in 739. Damage has been increased on Crypt Swarm from 85 level 1 to 100. And level 2 from 165 to 175. So 15 on level 1 and 10 on level 2, which makes it quite a lot of difference in terms of how strong you are in the lane. XM definitely not gonna die in this one. Not until maybe Emo gets level 6. Maybe there's gonna be some kind of rotation as well.
Death Prophet casually spirit siphoning to just about full health.
He wants to secure the rune.
He'll come over. He'll also, I believe, use that Lotus on Emo.
This is next level. Robok first, Queen of Pain. And they also have Naga Saren with the illusion. So both supports playing heavily around Emo, making sure that he is getting his bottle refilled twice. Emo buying Blood Grenade on top of that. Wants to have that kill presence in the lane.
And not only is he getting both water runes, but he was also picked over on the Lotus. So Bobica gave that to him to make Emo feel comfortable in the lane. And now he's walking back over while Emo, after getting all that support, is immediately down to about 200 health and has to sip on that water rune and sip on that bottle. And this is Emo struggling to maintain life, but he has not died, and that's
imagine
the biggest thing.
He used TP, his support used TP, Lotus, illusions as well, and he picked up 4 water runes and is still losing the matchup.
And that is very frustrating. He'll take Tree Dance at level 2. Ame will throw out that balanced strike, but the Swashbuckle comes in. He'll be sitting low, and he is just trying to hold on and hoard all that gold towards a Radiance. 2 levels in the Ice Vortex for this Ancient Apparition with nothing in the Cold Feet. Bottom lane we really haven't spoken about or looked at. 31 and 5 for Fly. He's farming quite well. Happy with his life so far on this Shadow Fiend, but that's the normal Shadow Fiend feeling, right? You are happy with how it goes early, you die once or twice and your game's kind of over.
Yeah, pretty much. It's always the same story for Shadow Fiend. So far he is on top of the CS chart, doing really well. Brewmaster is not threatening the kill. Also, something to point out that XXS, he did go for a very interesting build. Triple Bracer. Wants to have as much survivability as he possibly can.
Sure. Also has that in the Lotus. But things probably don't amount into many kills unless Ollie. He doesn't have himself a net or a reel in. Yeah, I was just looking at that. He's gone 1-0-2.
Radiant are scanning.
A little shocking. So 7-minute wisdoms will be up and available. Bobika is going to grab his. And the other side is going to be the Brewmaster grabbing for the side of Extreme. So he wants to get into that 6 as quickly as possible. That means he wants to stick to getting that Wisdom Rune. He wants access to that Primal Split as quickly as he can. And this isn't like the previous Queen of Pain game. Emo's now level 6. But we have seen him on this hero, and he is usually heavy rotations.
Yeah. Let's see
Cold
if he
Feet
decides to
freezing
rotate
over.
maybe to the top lane. They already have 4 people in the top lane.
He's in trouble, but here comes Firefly and Ollie to help out.
XM is coming.
Yeah, he is coming over, but there was that net and the reel and not really doing anything.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And after all those moves over, everybody just kind of leaves and disengages.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Simple moves for simple rewards. Things for Emo still staying quiet, but as I say that, here they go. They'll find Ame, and that is the kill to get. Meanwhile, Requiem Firefly, he dies. Exorcism was committed, and XM is here. They end up trading carries, but that is the first kill on the board for Extreme, and it definitely, I would say, hurts the Shadow Fiend more.
It definitely does. Monkey King, we've seen him staying on top of the network even when not having that good of a game. Emo wants to use this Arcane Rune, drops the blood grenade that he did have. Oh, he forgot that Monkey has a stun, and now he doesn't have mana. Okay, he does have Arcane Rune. Gets Diadem delivered as well. This could have been a bit of a disaster for Emo.
Kind of getting lucky on that one that Ame maybe didn't play that more aggressively, or that they didn't have a second hero in the area. I'll keep these supports over in the top lane. Old 11, he's going into an early Lotus Orb.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Not going greedy, knowing that there's not going to be a damage issue between Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend. You're still going to be like dealing damage, but it's not going to be your Diffusal Blade, your Mage Slayer, any of these items. And it's a very, very good Lotus game. He can precast it on himself, which means that Bane can't get the grip on top of him. He can remove the Silence, remove Bramble Maze, Curse Crown, all these annoying things.
Obiga. Nightmare. And quickly dispatched. Gets a net. This is going to be onto the Bane, and the follow-up damage is there. Old 11 getting a return kill onto that opponent's support. Things still staying pretty even, and they've picked up this Talisman of Evasion on Ame. He's working on the Sacred Relic to get this Radiance.
You have both your offlaners going for Radiance and the safe lane. So it is fine. I don't think it was fine a couple of patches ago, even though there was a patch, I believe it was Bedroom Team who did it, where they had Brave King offlane at TI 2023, where 2 Radiance was kind of not meta, but they also showed it that it can work. In this meta, it doesn't really matter as much, especially because Nullifier is such a good item. It's kind of a must-have item on the team, so eventually one of them can turn it. Most likely it's going to be Monkey King, but also you might be going for different targets. Evasion, too good on both of these heroes, especially against Shadow Fiend. So definitely fine. If you also swap Brewmaster's itemization, if he's not going for Radiance, this hero falls off so quickly. We're talking about maybe substituting Spirit Vessel for that Radiance, maybe getting something like Crimson Guard if it's a good game for it, but this also doesn't allow you to have massive impact in the later stages of the game. DM also talked about Brewmaster, his scaling in one of the interviews during the Dream League, where he's basically like level 20, level 25. You get the Brewling's health, and they get Drunken Brawler passive on top of that, which makes him super annoying. And at that point of time, if you reach 25, you also have a refresher. Maybe Ame getting initiated on.
Ice Blast is going to be a little bit too far out. This is one of the things that Ancient Apparition offers to the game, is the fact that at any moment Ice Blast can be a killer, even from behind. Thinking about the Requiem, but gets stopped. Now looking for it again, but now they've got the Cyclone. Can he get it a third time? Finally. It comes through. Meanwhile, Emo got Ame, and Fly's dead again.
He knew he was so dead that he used Raise and was right-clicking creeps. He's like, oh, golden creep there. I should be able to get it. And again, both cores, both carries dying at the same time.
But again, it always feels more devastating for the Shadow Fiend. Maybe that's not the case this early, where it always feels like there's that build-up on Shadow Fiend and then you die twice.
Did you join my club? Did you join Shadow Fiend Hater Club?
No, I'll hold off for now.
I'll give you a discount, $20 a month.
I'm in.
That sounds good. Hold 11.
All right.
Bolosan has grip ready. 2 supports, they definitely have enough damage to kill him. Bedlam, Fiend's grip. Dead from 100 to 0.
Not much you can do there. Dagon is purchasable for the Queen of Pain, so buys out on that. Has that flying over, and now you'll have the activation of that Masochist ready to go. But now Ice Blast again. Ame, he is just dead. He will die here to Bobica, and another Ice Blast, another kill onto this Monkey King. And Ame doing that thing he does, where maybe if he plays sacrificial enough, these other 2 cores will carry the game for him.
I keep going back to what happened during the Dream League, this being the most recent tournament. Bobica had a blast of the game. It was a 97-minute game. They were playing against Gaming Gladiators, and he was the one who kind of had an idea how to win the game. XM, using the EXO.
Terrorize. Emo, he is just dead. Song's not going to do anything to save him. And now you expended Song, and EXO is used, but these are the big things for the side of the Occult that really helped them defend. And they can't really fight an Exorcism. Although Ice Blast onto XXS forces out the Primal Split, they will get this kill on a Bobica.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Pretty simple.
Pretty simple kill.
Seems. Yeah, just to go in, get the split. Again, lack of control definitely showing for your Cold Brothers. Rolling Thunder, we haven't seen it much in action 15 minutes into the game. But to go back to Bobica, the 97-minute game that he played, he was playing Ancient Apparition, and he was inside the Shadow Blade Hex and Bots 2. He told everybody to buy Bots 2 on the team, so everybody can TP to him, and they get a pick off. So he gets out of Shadow Blade, hexes somebody, and they grab a kill.
Ooh, Emo got a bit of a heal, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Looks like it might be, but now Ame dead again.
When his team is making a move, I think both Ame and Fly need to hug the towers or be somewhere safe, because right now, every single time the team makes a move, they get punished.
Is under attack.
Quite literally every time. And he went for Emo pretty deep. And he got the kill, though. He dies back to back. And if you look at the net worth, you know, Emo's not having that good of a game.
He did not have a good game to start with.
Is under attack.
Like it's just that they outplayed him in the mid lane. XM still playing a very good matchup for him, especially in the before. It was always Queen of Pain who kind of dealt nicely against that Prophet because you had explosive damage.
Thunder.
Ancient Apparition. This is it.
Yeah,
this
Ice
is the kill
Blast
that
always
they
feels
need.
good.
So they have the tools to deal with this Death Prophet. Ancient Apparition is always going to be a good one. Now bringing in the numbers, and let's see, maybe they have enough damage to actually kill Roshan with Amplify damage, Presence of the Dark Lord, 3 charges on it.
Should be a kill on Roche. Doesn't look like anybody's going to feel it
Amplify damage is going to run
possible
out.
to...
But there is good amount of minus armor.
Yeah.
Bango, only 1 point in Lucky Shot, but still, Naga Siren, Shadowfin should be enough. It's just not like the fastest Roche.
Doesn't need to be. Get their hands on an Aegis for Emo, who is looking to at least get a little bit of that gold back. Shadowfiend looking to go into the BKB. Kaya being built for Queen of Pain, just 500 gold away from that. A lot of Dwarven Curios this time around. Shard for XXS. Coming out, and double Radiance as well. Something you were talking about earlier, Lucas.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. It's not like you're having 2 urns or 2 pipes. Again, Pango, Ace is straight up gonna die.
Oh, is he? Is he?
Where's the combo? Let's see it.
Can
He
they
gets
get it
slept.
through Boundless Strike? And Ame's gonna die anyway, but they got the kill onto Ollie.
I think Ame has been, like, this build is something that he probably pioneered. Fly, thinking about going on the Brewmaster, but this is not an easy kill.
No, but it is a
got
kill
it.
that he gets.
He got it. If you misuse one of the raises, it could make the difference. But Lasting Presence, he did have 2 charges on it, so the tower and his 1 hit did make a difference. It's a tier 2 tower, so good amount of physical damage as well. And Brewmaster was also in fire stance, which means that he had extra critical damage. If he had either status resistance or if he had magic resistance, it would give him enough time to get the split off.
Larson ends up dead. Terrorize on 2 with the Exorcism to get the Aegis out, but here's the Rolling Thunder. Ice Blast is flying over, but it's off the mark. But XM maybe
he
getting
got
dragged over to it. So he'll get clipped and he'll end up dead. It initially was off the mark, but they dragged him down in the fight, and that put him in line with the Ice Blast.
Pengler also, something we talked about during the draft is that he needs to be careful getting the Rolling Thunder on top of that Prophet during the Exorcism. Your armor, even with Lotus Orb, is not that high, so you're still going to be receiving quite a lot of damage. We haven't seen Extreme Gaming group up and go 5-man strong. Like this type of a lineup, if they are ahead, if they can't siege the enemy high ground, there's not much you can do about it. Brewmaster uses split, Exo, potentially zoning Wukong's command. If it comes down to that point, Extreme Gaming always have the tool to siege the high ground without really like needing to take the fight. There's so much zoning tools and so many zoning tools and so much damage.
Couple of stacks to be taken here for Fly. They're smoked up on the side of Extreme. What we'll find is just old 11 for now, but he's able to swashbuckle for some distance. Ollie, he's nearby, but the Wukong's is used, and the Fiend's Grip is there. They're going to get 2. Old 11 and Ollie both dying here for Yakult. The rotation from Ollie, maybe trying to help with the song, but unable to do really much of anything in that sort of a way. And they're going to get a tier 2 bottom as well.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Ame, how's he doing? He's got this Radiance. He's going into the BKB. He did pick up those boots.
Tower is under attack.
Emo's looking for the Ags. Guess we'll see if they can pull it off. Ooh, finding the cold feet. And Pelosin will die to Fly.
Not too bad. Fly having a really good game on Shadowfiend. He did die twice when they were making moves on Ame. But overall, sitting on top of the net worth, and even Gaben thinks this game is pretty much anyone's to take. 53% in favor of Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, the last game was like that too. They had the 50-50. Smoke. Find XM. Ice Blast flies through. This is an easy kill. BKB even committed here. Sonic Wave flies in, lands onto the Shadow Realm Dark Willow, but the
Nice
raises connect.
from Fly.
They continue to show they've got their strengths, especially with Ice Blast. And this is a very farmed Ancient Apparition behind the Dark Willow, who's actually picked up about 6,000 net worth.
They definitely need AA to be farmed, and I really like what he's going for, at least trying to, because they lack control, picking up that Hex, and I already mentioned the way that they won that fight against, won that game against Gaming Gladiators in an insanely entertaining match, the 90-minute match where he was hexing people, already kind of prepping for it, because if they get a Hex on Brewmaster, he lands the ulti with some extra damage from Shadowfiend and Queen of Pain. They can definitely burst any target. In terms of saves, there is Bane with the grip, with the Nightmare. But other than that, these heroes are taking full damage. Like we've seen Ame multiple times. If he gets clipped by AA Blast, he's just straight up dead.
And these heroes melt. It's the way to play AA. Some people think you need to hit the 5-man Ice Blast, but it's all about going for your main focus target.
If you, as an Ancient Apparition spammer, if you had to give one advice to all the new players, Benjamin, what would it be?
Don't be a hero. Just try to get your one target with Ice Blast. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need to be hitting those 5-mans.
Yeah,
If you're hitting a
advice
5-man
I
Ice
could follow
Blast.
if I was starting to play a new game, don't be a hero. What am I supposed to do? Pick a champion instead? Fly? Requiem?
Arcum Ice Blast, that's all gonna land. XXS killed off before he
And
could
the
even
courier.
split.
Has been killed.
They get the courier, they get the kill. This is near the tier 2 tower over mid, so they might be able to continue to push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They will do so, at least for now. Nobody really a big stopper of this. Ags almost finished for Queen of Pain. And I like this pickup next for Ancient Apparition. This is something I do. Radabe Toast in the Hex.
It's a control that they definitely need. Brewmaster, you can see that he is relatively close to surviving, but needs a little bit of something. And some extra magic resistance needs to be brewed up. Fly. Looks like they want to take another tower. There's not going to be any defense from Extreme Gaming.
I will say he doesn't have the shard
Dire's top tower
on Ancient Apparition.
There
and
is Tormentor available. They might go for
They just pinged
right
it,
now
yeah.
and try to grab it. They have relatively good. AA Shard is really good. Naga Siren 1 is okay.
Meh.
Like it's a good increase.
They did ping it out, and they are going that way, so they should be picking it up in a moment. The rest of the side of Extreme Gaming, they have smoked up. Let's see where they go to. They actually don't take this Torm. And they start to put the pressure on through mid. They are gonna look for somebody.
Ooh, they got baited.
Ooh.
Nemo with the nice illusion, even popping the Exo.
Yeah, that is going to make them very vulnerable, and that's with Roche potentially up soon. XM goes towards the pit, hoping that this would be Roche up in a moment, but there is not going to be a Roche on there, and they're going to take the tier 1 top, but that is just not worth the exorcism in that situation. That leaves this team very vulnerable.
Roboka is solo pushing the top lane with the catapult wave as Ancient Apparition. This guy always on to something.
under attack. Dire are scanning.
Just trying to get a little bit more push there, top.
Is that a quote from Joker? Sometimes all you need is a little bit of a push top. Maybe the top part was not in it, but
Yeah, maybe not top, but a little
Maybe different
extra
plane.
push, and then you push Lois off the top of the global, the Daily Bugle or whatever. Superman comes, save him.
Ame's in a good spot. Scouting things out.
Rest of the team behind, yeah, and this is a good spot for them to be in if they can get this Raptor work out perfectly. It's gonna be tough. They do have mech, they have song, they don't have that shard yet on Naga Siren.
Trying to buy
Ball
a
down
bit
on-
more time, seeing that your Cold brothers want to go for the push, knowing
Yeah.
that Exo's down for another 35 seconds.
Don't really want to fight it into it. Shadow Fiend getting close to this Daedalus. He's
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
now putting quite a bit of damage. Top of the net worth. Fly in a good spot. But they are pushing the tier 2 tower to no resistance coming through from Yakult. And Yakult, they're pushing a tier 1. Not exactly an equivalent exchange.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll go for the tier 2 now, but
Radiant is scattered.
I've scanned. And actually, that scan connected on Roche.
Dire's bottom tower has
And
fallen.
They
they're
don't
going
wanna
to
stop.
continue. Yeah, I mean, force them back. Maybe go for Roche yourself. If you're not, they're not in on the pit, so they're not taking Roche. This is all just plus benefits here for Yakult. And actually, they'll send XM in. Now he's got Exorcism. They'll commit. They'll commit to losing this tier 3 tower, but the Shadow Fiend doesn't commit to taking it.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, they lost the tier 2 tower in the top lane, so they took their outpost. They could still TP to the tier 2 mid, but it seems like they want to get this straight. They're not valuing
Alright, they
the
do commit
ages,
now.
instead going for tier 3 tower instead. Poloson gets the sleep
Ice
off.
Blast. Ooh. I thought maybe that would swipe at least the kill on a Roche, but they got the Nightmare, and now they've got themselves the Wukong's Command. The Fiend's Grip's going to be following it up on a Fly, and this is a dead Shadow
gentleman.
Fiend. He is just in too far. Song not able to save him.
Not sure what the plan was there. He gets slept. Like, he also did go for the high ground with the faster on Bane. They pull him in. Wukong's Command. They get the grip. I'm not sure if Pango was not there, but he definitely needs to precast Lotus Orb on him if they want to go for this type of a play. Or get the Rolling Thunder, try to disrupt the backlines. Because was definitely not worth it.
And this is that point in the game where, yeah, the kills earlier don't really matter on Shadow Fiend, or the deaths earlier don't
Nothing
really matter.
matters when you have Shadow Fiend on your team.
But now he's at that point where these deaths are really, really important, because you're caught in a spot where now you have to recollect yourself, and it's kind of tough. You're pressured in a spot where it's not going to feel so comfortable. Emo. He's top. He's got 3,300 gold. How close is Bobica to this hex? He is still 1,800 gold away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Help
So
him out with Scotty
sometime.
on Monkey King. This is the build that he did go for the last time as well. Radiance picks up the shard, gets BKB of his own, then goes for Scotty, starts to scale, be more annoying, have that extra stats. So not playing to like, be the damage dealer in the middle of a fight, going for the right
Ice
place.
Blast?
Good master. Yeah, does have Aegis and gets the split off even.
Yeah, gets that split, puts Fly in a bit of a precarious position, but overall, he'll be fine-ish. Fiend's Grip, though, on old 11. He won't be. This is Wukong's committed in a kill out of the Pangolier.
They're in a lot of trouble. I know that this game says 1k gold lead for Extreme Gaming, but unless Emo manages to get some like big shadow strikes in the middle of a fight, big sonic wave, this is a very difficult fight for them. If they group up with Exo, group up with Primal Split, and success as Manta style.
So it was looking really good for Yakult, but the mistake bottom is really looking like it's going to cost them. And Emo pops that BKB. They go to the Ice Blast once again. It does not clip onto XM.
Emo's
They
in.
look to get XXS, but
Emo's
they are
just
deep
dead.
in, and Emo is just gone. Song used, but to no avail, and XXS is going to survive that Ice Blast.
They're having
Boundless
some
strike,
damage
Ollie.
issues. Fly.
Oh boy.
Good
Fear
Requiem.
connects. Oh, this is a problem for Ame for a second, but the Terrorize comes through, lands on the Fly. They might be able to get this kill, but the Rolling Thunder behind him. Ame's going to end up dead. These heroes, they're doing exactly what happened to Yakult, where they've just gotten dragged in too far, and they will lose this Brewmaster.
Ooh, very
Extreme
good
pay
fight
the
for
ultimate price.
Yakult Brothers. This Requiem from Fly, one of the best Requiems I've seen in a long time. And this is certified Shadow Fiend hater speaking right now, because like, even when he was paired up with Mars heroes like this, where you have a big combo, a lot of the times this Requiem is used just to be able to, like, protect yourself or try to push them out, then you BKB TP out. But this one, even though it was defensive one, it was still doing a lot. It clipped Monkey King on top of the trees, and then he goes down, and suddenly Ame is just dead pretty much instantly. Emo playing way too aggressively. He was trying to, find the angle to get two-man Sonic Wave. It did clip XXS, but this blink was definitely not necessary. His BKB was also wearing off, but fighting into Exorcism is a bit way too much damage. He also doesn't have that much armor. Like, he needs to start thinking about maybe getting the Shivas, and he caught him. This was pretty big.
Ame gets ripped up by the damage. The Rolling Thunder comes in, commits onto it. XXS losing that life as well, and Old 11's on the back line killing off this Dark Will at the same time. They're going to have this Hex on the Ancient Apparition for the next fight.
Oh, they really messed up on Extreme Gaming. This was supposed to be, like, relatively easy fight, but seems like after seeing Queen of Pain dying, somebody made the call to make a go. And it really didn't pay off. Oof. Look at this. He knows.
Requiem, there's that Hex, and there's that kill on
where's
Ame.
the tip? Where's the tip? Somebody needs to tip him. Rest of the team, they know. They know how good of a play this was.
This is a full minute without this Monkey King. This is tough.
This is what they needed in the previous siege. Throw this Lotus Orb on Shadow Fiend. Have Rolling Thunder ready immediately if he gets gripped. Cast another one. Guardian Greaves is ready.
Ice Blast
He
flying
found the
out.
opening.
Bane's just dead immediately. Rolling Thunder connects. They just need to keep the control of XXS, and they do. He is dead, no buyback. Buyback
Suddenly,
committed
This
by the
game
Bane, though.
definitely flipped. Except
BKB.
running with Exo.
Song
Fly standing
used.
his ground.
He needs to be careful, though.
see
This
him.
Exorcism. Oh, God, he's just far enough away. They're looking for the Shadow Realm strike.
It doesn't
Bramble
connect.
Maze, they
in
don't
between.
get him. Oh.
Man, Fly playing out of his freaking mind right now. Whew. This is massive, and he's about to finish off Satanic. So if he gets the Satanic off with the BKB, it's a lot of survivability. Death Prophet's damage is nuts. You can see why this hero is becoming more popular, because she's pretty much single-handedly trying to carry the fights. It's just the rest of the team, they're not there. There was no grip. There was no Monkey King, because he was dead for a long time. But Ame has in his quick buy. This is the most hybrid build I've ever seen on Monkey King.
Well, Ghost Scepter action.
Never thought I'd see the day where you buy a Ghost Scepter on Monkey King. Okay, Ame's not gonna give us that.
Well, he made you think about it, at least for a moment. Push is potentially in a minute and 6. That Hex already paying off big dividends, by the way, for Bobica in that kill on Ame.
I think this is a great example of how a certain item can pretty much win you the game. If he goes for Glimmer Cape or something like that where he doesn't scale, this one gets delayed by quite much. Or if he builds something different, if he picks up the shard of his own rather than going for Hex, doesn't have enough gold. So itemization in Dota, like one of the key things to understand, unless you're playing some of the heroes which are easier to itemize. For example, heroes like Ursa, where there's not much deviation from the current build with Battle Fury, Blink, BKB, then you start to think about
XM might be in trouble here if they can land this Hex. Throws the silence out. And it's actually now
They need to save
Bobuka, the
Bobuka
one
somehow.
who might end up dying, but he gets that Gale Guard off. It's not going to be enough to save him. The big right click in from Fly, but there's the Wukong's command. They've got the silence to go to the song. Fly, stunned, Boundless Strike, Song, Fiend's Grip, Lotus. But they need to be able to try and save him, and they won't be able to do so. And now they need to leave on the side of Yakult. And they will find themselves a +1 in Old 11. And that all starts with that kill on to the Ancient Apparition.
They had the Observer Ward in the river this whole time, placed by Polison plus the Sentry Ward, so they did see them first, which did allow them to get the first jump. Killing Bobuka immediately, he didn't get the Ice Blast off, which is a pretty big deal. That's one way to kill Dead Prophet. And again, Dead Prophet carrying the fight. 5,000 damage in the previous, 5,000 damage in this one as well.
Now it gives Ame more time to farm, get himself into a Daedalus. And it does kind of line up with the potential of Roche, and there it is. So Roche available. Ice Blast is going to spot that this is up. Emo needs to think about bailing on this. He pops this BKB. The Sonic Wave even gets thrown away, and still 30 seconds, no Shadow Fiend. I think that this might have to be Yakult conceding this.
Nice sidestep from Dark Willow. Jinkyu would definitely die there. If Sonic Wave clipped him, 650 damage.
Five seconds, maybe Shadow Fiend gets in. Maybe they have a chance to go for this, but there's the Wukongs.
They do not want to risk it.
They're not going. And this time it'll be Ame who picks up the Aegis, not XXS. Fly looking for a Silver Edge. He's done the most damage on his team. Second is Quap, like you said, needs that Shiva's Guard, has 5,000 gold.
Yeah, for now, just keeping the buyback probably. Might need to commit, actually, if they want to be taking the fights. They need that health reduction. Or health
Wilson's just gonna
reduction.
Step up. Balance strikes there. Bobuka again in such a vulnerable spot. He throws in an Ice Blast that clips Ame. I don't know if it's really going to matter in killing Ame. They did get the kill there onto Pelosin, so there is no Fiend's Grip, and Old 11's able to Rolling Thunder away. But XXS is still in the chase with his Pandas. He is not going to send the Brewlings to die. They do get this Bane, and that means no Fiend's Grip, which is a big chunk of the fight to hold Fly still.
If they could get some of these pickoffs, delay the high ground push with Aegis, that could be pretty big. Monkey's getting closer to his level 25, about to crack level 24. This is pretty big. Like I talked about them going for the high ground. If you are going to be sieging with Dead Prophet ulti, let's say she has Exorcism Spirits on level 25, Brewmaster gets the split. If he gets his 25, this is where the game becomes super difficult because you can't really commit to these things. You can't just be jumping into the massive Wukong's command and Dead Prophet ulti. So they need to find a way how to not allow them to get to that point. Shadowfin did get level 25 in the previous one, so Shadow applies attack damage, which is very good. It's like you are mixed damage. Sometimes using Shadow Raises might be a bit of a lackluster considering all the attack speed that you have, so your right-click damage is still a lot, but if, let's say, you're using a Requiem, you could still, like, triple raise them, and you're still going to be dealing quite a lot of damage with the right-clicks on top of that.
Primal split to start. Ame look for Wukong's. BKB's gonna be popped. And again, Bobuka caught on the edge. But Sonic Wave, and now Wukong's is done. BKB popped by Ame. They've got the Rolling Thunder under the backlines. They're trying to get the control into Pelosin. They get the kill there under the Bane. Ice Blast flying through. Lands onto 2. It's on the backlines when they go for Ame. So XXS and Jinkyu, can they commit with the Ice Blast still on them? They look for the Requiem, but the timing is not right. Fly. Oh boy. Wukong's comes out again. They go and find the song. Ali will stun them up. Cold feet. Now XM in some trouble. The shield crash on a 2. He's ethereal. He's hexed up. They get a kill. They'll take him the Death Prophet. They blink in, wanting more, trying to stop this TP, but are unable to do so. And XXS TP's away.
Ooh, Shadowfin manages to run away. At one point, Dead Prophet with extra running, all of these ghosts, Shiva's Guard, Aghanim Scepter. It does feel, again, she's just doing so much damage, and Shadowfin felt threatened, does get away with the Silver Edge. We've said it multiple times that invisibility is invincibility at the later stages of the game, where one of your supports die, let's say he's holding the gem, Brewmaster was not close by, and then suddenly you don't have enough. Like, you definitely don't have a slot to have it on Dead Prophet. Maybe you do, considering that she has 2 pair of boots, power treads and boots of travel, so maybe someone can pick up the gem and give it to her.
I did buy a gem on the Bane.
It's Brewmaster who's holding it now.
Hex through, in trouble.
Aeon Disc assembled.
Aeon Disc, yeah, that was locked previously. They'll throw the Sun to Fly. Force Death, Balance Strike. Bobika's gonna be dead. And they got the kill on Emo. Again, a really bad fight here from the Occult, where Fly is kind of caught in a terrible position.
He's in
Shadow Realm Strike, and he is in the Wukongs. Pops that BKB,
Rip
but
came
the
off
Fiend's
cooldown.
comes in, and that will be a kill onto the Shadow Fiend.
No buyback.
Emo and Bobika all dead, no buyback available for them. They're all short the gold.
Usually it is Emo who kills himself. This is where he decides to die, and JQ is even gonna tip him. So I assume he died to Dark Willow, or not sure what happened, because I was watching a different fight where they initiate on the Brewmaster. I guess they were also not aware of Aeon Disc, not aware that he also has OD staff. So there's a lot of things that can... Oh, what did he take the damage from? Succubus? Ooh, interesting.
Really
This game-
interesting, old 11. He is dead with buyback. They are gonna song here, but they've got the glyph. They'll have a secondary glyph once they lose the melee racks.
This is the point, the timing that I was talking about. Level 25 on all 3 cores on Extreme Gaming. This is where it gets super difficult. Brewmaster is going to be using the split exo, extra 8 spirits on top of that.
Barracks are under attack.
Pause from Bobika.
0
Yeah,
HP. Oh,
so-
Queen of Pain did respawn.
Queen of Pain Succubus, I think... I want to say it bugged. I mean, he took 3,000 damage to
from himself.
Succubus. Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
Well, that's
And that's where the fight ends up getting lost, because, I mean, he's dead immediately. It's always us, Lacoste. I swear to God, it's always us. Last year, it was the Marana bug for me. We had the Doom buyback bug with you at Wallachia, and now we're here with a Succubus bug.
So it might be you. I was not part of that first Marana bug you were talking about.
Yeah, all right, well, yeah, this is that case of we and me.
All right, can we get the clip of what happened to Queen of Pain in the previous fight? Because I didn't see the grip. That's why I was surprised. What did she die to? Just want to see, like, what happened. Because he had BKB available, and we'll get shortly onto that. Maybe there's some interaction between Succubus. He also has Pyrrhic Cloak, so maybe there's something to it as well. And Emo at 1 HP. Cannot regen, apparently.
No. Apparently can't regen. This is why they don't let me near any important things, because I always tend to touch and give bugs into the games. This is...
I swear, you have this aura in real life. Like, if something's gonna go bad, it's when you are around.
Yep.
You're gonna somehow make it worse.
Yeah, that usually is the case. I mean, if I'm Yakult, I mean, this is a huge bug in that last fight, if that's what happened.
If he died straight away without using any of the abilities, that fight could have been different. But
That is kind of crazy. I didn't really see. I mean, you said it. You didn't see how the Queen of Pain died. I didn't really see how he died either. And it said he took the damage from Succubus. So all sources of spell lifesteal also apply to pure damage. Queen of Pain gains spell lifesteal that increases with proximity to her enemies. Lifesteal is at a maximum when the enemy is 300 units or closer. But here's the replay. Emo, how does he die here?
what does he have? He has Curse Crown on him, uses Sonic Wave, and
then just dies.
Dies.
Using
not-
Sonic Wave.
Can we play it
which
again,
is pure
please?
damage. So instead of the life steal that he was supposed to get from the Sonic Wave, he ended up
Dealing
draining
damage
his own
to
life.
himself. Yeah, it does feel
So he
like
killed
it.
himself with Sonic Wave. I mean, this is what happens in Pokemon when you confuse them. They kill themselves in their confusion.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't like pause the game
then. I guess they didn't
immediately.
realize it then.
I mean, Emo could have noticed like that something's wrong, that his hero just
Dead
disappeared.
immediately. Looking at it. Well, he was pinging out his death summary. He was pinging out the death summary that he had, and it was all nobody did damage to him. He didn't get touched by anybody for
Bane
real
did
numbers.
120 damage and 112
I mean, that's enough for a
damage
kill
from
in my book.
Brewmaster.
We round up in this household. 112 damage is at least 3,000.
I'm just wondering what the interaction is. What's on the Brewmaster? Because he used Sonic
'cause he
Wave on
doesn't-
Brewmaster.
He doesn't have.
Maybe OD staff, maybe interaction with Aeon Disc. I'm just wondering what could it
He
cause.
doesn't have blade mail
What
or
could
anything
cause it?
reflecting
no,
it.
but he does have also Pyrrhic Cloak, which could be the cause of it. Somebody, Dota detectives in the Twitch chat, maybe go to demo mode and try to test it out what actually happened. Interaction between these items.
For the next 6 seconds, 75% of the damage taken by the caster is reflected to the target unit as physical damage. But, We're trying to be detectives here. We're trying to be the Hardy Boys. I don't know if you read those books.
No, I haven't.
Encyclopedia Brown. That was also another detective book. We could be Inspector Gadget. I don't know if you know that one. I can continue to name detectives.
You know what would be? It's also Emo. Something. I mean, if we go back to Singapore Major, Emo with the question mark. This was also the perfect time for Emo to throw the question mark in the old chat. Be like, what the hell happened there? Emo is one of the biggest Giga Chads in Dota. If we start thinking about his itemization on Storm Spirit with the Blink Dagger, Ember Spirit with multiple Divine Rapiers, like starting at 25 minutes in, maybe this guy can win the game of Dota with having his HP set to 1.
I don't know about that one. That's a stretch. That's a big stretch. I don't know where you. To only make it fair, you'd have to. I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to give scenarios. Not my job. Not my job to give scenarios on where it would be reset to. I only see the bugs in TI qualifiers. This is now 2 consecutive TI qualifiers in which I am involved in a long pause bug.
Yeah,
I think they need to stop inviting me.
Emo didn't purchase DLC with no bugs for $3.99.
Per month.
I'm not sure how this one is gonna get fixed because it did have a massive impact on what did happen in that previous fight because he just straight up died. Like they lacking a hero that deals 3,000 to 5,000 damage in every single fight, having that burst damage as well.
Can we see that kill again? Just the emo death? I want to see what his HP regen turns into. But maybe we'll see. Emo, he has 1 health. I'm wondering if maybe like his HP regen turns into negative or something like that while the Sonic Wave is going out. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Emo. What was his nickname before, Benjamin? Half.
Half.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not even half HP. His new nickname's going to be 1.
You want
I'm
to know
sure
what
there's
was
going
good
to be a
about
new
that?
Chinese meme that's going to come out
Oh,
of
about this one?
Yeah.
You know what was really the hidden greatness about that half nickname was that H and A were capital, L and F were lowercase, so half the name was capitalized. And then I found $20, so let's make this story more interesting. I didn't hear any response.
I was reading
I heard-
something. Yeah, it was a cool, very cool story that half of the letters were capital.
Okay. All right. Let me use my Google Lens. Oh, we have the replay again. I want to look at this HP regen just in case. So he's at plus 20. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious at all aspects of this. So Sonic Wave. Now, no. All right. So it's not that. Curious to see if we could figure this out, but we're going to take ourselves a little bit of a break to figure out the outcome of all this. So we're going to send you guys quickly to a break. Maybe not as quickly as Emo died, but it'll be a break of some duration, and we'll see you guys in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It is the state of the game. 30-21. Yakult back and ready to go. And we'll see how this one ends. Still game 2. The series is 1-0 for Yakult at the moment. And so we started back up at 42.05, but Brewmaster's got that Aeon disc ready to unlock. Roche is back alive.
Yeah, there's a bug with Queen of Pain with her Masochist facet and status resistance. Apparently, status resistance needs to be higher than
Might be a
80%,
fight.
and there's the fight.
Gotta be careful for that Aeon disc, but the
got the
Primal
split off.
Split gets used. This time, not Sonic waving into a death, but they go to the Song and the Exorcism committed here. They're trying to get themselves Roshan. And they'll TP away and concede Roche.
Right, one Aeon disc down. A few more to go. Yeah, because Aeon disc gives you strong dispel when you drop down below 70% HP, and it gives you 75 status resistance. But he also has Titanic, which gives him extra 15 status resistance on top of that. So with some testing done, it seems like you need to be higher, like your status resistance need to be higher than a certain number. Tested it out with Bulldoze, SNY, Aeon Disc on Spirit Breaker. Same thing pretty much for any other hero with Aeon Disc, and seems like Queen of Pain is dealing the damage, not dealing the damage with Sonic Wave. And because of the Masochist and Succubus, she is not dealing any damage, but she is receiving the full damage. So Monkey King is now level 25. Oh, I see. Monkey King is 25, but doesn't seem to have talent. Might have been also a visual bug. We'll see how big the Wukong is going to be, considering that monkeys, they always take left talent.
We'll see if it ends up... if they do have the talent or not. They pause, probably wondering if it exists or not. So I guess that's the question on everybody's mind at the moment. Death Prophet level 24, so not falling into that issue. Look at that. Well, golden rainbow.
Yeah, never seen that animation. It looks like Grim the Reaper. Looks like Necrophos from this angle. Or Big
XM.
Banana. Like it's
XM said go, so I don't know if maybe they're not worried. Maybe they're going to check if Monkey King gets level 26, if that makes the difference. Things get weird when you bring games back from the dead. Or, well, not the dead, but you revive what was an interesting situation. So now he is level 26, so he did take the additional Wukong's command ring anyway. I think they figured it's okay, it's fine. The thing is now, there was a fight at 41 minutes in which they had the Aegis on Ame that they lost. So now Roche was taken again, and the Aegis is now in the hands of the Monkey King, who now has a disperser. Trying to figure out where it's all at.
It is a lot. Like this AC on Brewmaster as well. He's level 23 yet. We talked about the importance of them getting to level 25. That Prophet did reach 25, so extra 8 Exorcism Spirits. Sieging the high ground. She also has Refresher. She is buying into Refresher as well, sitting at almost 5,000 gold. Brewmaster wants to get one as well. Sieging the high ground is going to be very, very easy for Extreme Gaming. The Cold Bros, they might need to get some kind of a pick-off. Because if they have them grouped around in front of their base, I don't think they can win that fight, or they can stop them from taking the racks.
Fighting an Exorcism is a bit dangerous. This is exactly where the fight happened last time at 41 minutes and the first time around in this. The Wukong's command extra circle doing some decent damage on the Fly, and that will be at least the tier 3 tower down. Fly just kind of standing still, but the Wukong's in. The Ice Blast is there. They should be able to at least get the first life out of the hands of Ame. Fly
Ame
has
has
that
no
satanic,
BKB
so
or
he's back to
refresher.
full health.
Take it down. 3 seconds.
Fiend's Grip
got
onto the
clip.
Pangolier.
Hex.
They've got the Hex. The Terrorize lands, but is it going to be enough to save Ame? Oh, the right click from Fly gets the kill. Now Ame no buyback. They've got the song. They're into the EXO, but can they get these kills here? A lot of damage on the old 11 very quickly gets the Lotus Orb off, but the Cheese eaten, and they've got the stun. The Cold Feet procs over, and they'll get the kill on XM. He's dead. Ranametos from quite a distance away as Pelosin throws the Nightmare onto the Naga Siren. They've got another Ice Blast, but that won't
almost
hit.
clipped him. Tumbler's Toy. Unleash Tumbler's Toy. Extra
TP attempt
30%
with the
jump.
net. Get the control on the Bane. Pelosin hit with that Dagon. Emo now has to check all status resistance before doing anything.
Yeah, Emo doesn't want to use Sonic Wave. If he sees Brewmaster, definitely not going to use it on
Has he
him.
not used it yet since we've restarted? That's the real question.
They managed to kill Tier 3 tower, but barracks have been saved. They are going to region up, and this is also a refresher that Ame popped. Did use his BKB. Doesn't have buyback available for 30 seconds. Buyback is available on DP. XM might need to use it. Brambles, he's starting to place them down. Doesn't have level 20 talent. No extra or minus 7 seconds on those Brambles. XXS.
Ice Blast hits. Onto the Dark Willow. Jumping in, taking out one Brewing. Looking to even up the score here. They took a tower a second ago. We take a tower now. Even though they've already got the bottom tier 3 tower gone. Whiff comes through right as they're about to kill the melee rats. Let's see what they can get. Sonic Wave used. Everybody's got their life.
Lotus Orb, he slept himself.
Ice
Old
Blast
11 is
flying
in.
That's going to cut across on Pelosi. That's going to land onto XXS. Ame with the balance strike, but the BKB's been popped by Emo. And now they head towards top, where Fly will clean a creep wave real quick and start to hit some damage here onto the tier 3 in the top lane. XSS still dealing with that frostbitten status for a moment, as it had that extra 4 seconds from the talent on the Ancient Apparition.
That's their
Boundless
last
strike. Brambles, Lotus.
It's
Curse
a
Crown
lot of
pops,
Brambles.
and there's a lot of Brambles around him. Can't make
This is
any
like
sudden
Tusk
movements.
Ice Shards, and he's inside of it. Bane has buyback available. Fiend's Rip is ready. Fly. Let's say panic.
Sonic Wave available again. Gotta be careful. Curse Crown the Brambles. That catches Fly once more. Top set of racks, Primal Split, Boundless Strike used as Emo standing his ground, but still maybe a little bit gun shy on that Sonic Wave. No. Back up for a second. Fly
Waiting for Rolling
very far
Thunder.
back.
To come off cooldown, all the green lights are ready.
Amplified damage to pick up.
Boboka, his AoEs are insane. He has Glippity Gloppity, and he has the Zone Bloodright.
But okay. Looking to take the high ground.
Dispelling that amplified damage immediately.
Fly pretty far forward.
Force
Four
into
staffs
force
back
staff.
and forth.
Back and forth. Yeah, there he goes.
Exo going to be committed. They go to the Sonic Wave. They've got the sweep. The balance strike. The Fiend's Grip lands on a Bobica, but he's going to be taken out of that one as they've got the song onto 5 heroes. But what can they set up with it? Ice Blast flies in, but doesn't really connect. Bobica's dead. The Wukong's is off. They'll try to get a kill on a Fly. He'll force staff out of this circle, but look for the Requiem. The balance strike stops that. Fly is dead. They start to retreat. They'll TP out. They have buybacks available.
Oh, fighting inside Wukong's command, and Exorcism is very, very difficult. If they get caught, if they get caught out of position, it's gonna be very difficult. Rolling Thunder and also Sleep have been used at the same time, so a little bit of a misused abilities. And finally, we're seeing some big damage numbers coming out from Ame.
$16,000 net worth lead, but Shadow Fiend, he's got buyback, so does Ancient Apparition. So if they force in, they'll have the buyback ready to go. See if anybody makes the move. They'll jump, they'll split their root, and there's the Lotus. Emo reflecting with that Lotus Orb. Lincoln Sphere picked up for Ollie. This bottom set of racks are gone. They don't force the buyback out from Fly. They don't get that buyback out from the Pangolier, anybody, or Bobica either. Spursor now picked up for Fly too.
Removing the power treads wants to have some way of dispelling things. There are some annoying things, but again, if you dispel Curse Crown, he has Aghanim Shard, so it's still gonna trigger. But also, it's an insane amount of damage. We've seen yesterday Medusa, when she picked up Disperser, how effective it was.
Yes. I mean, the Medusa, that was just a 1v situation that Medusa felt unkillable on. Disperser was some of that reason as well. They're nearby looking for this fight, but Emo's not in the vicinity at the moment. Can't really take this fight 4v5 at all.
Nemo's sitting at 7,000 gold, has casual Kaya, didn't upgrade that one. Maybe thinking what he wants to buy next. Doesn't have upgraded boots as well.
Roche up. Pop finally starting to come over, and 8,000 gold. We'll see what it's spent on, like you said, holding on to a lot of it. Ame picked up that Disperser most recently, also looking for the Refresher Orb.
Haste Rune. Might be a bait. XM. Not gonna fall for it.
Nemo's got this Haste Rune. Who can they find? They need to start with a pick off here for Yakult. They were up 21,000 net worth for a moment. The bottom set of racks were taken in a fight that ended up going the way of Extreme Gaming with the kill on a Fly, cutting into that net worth lead. And Fly is a little bit away from the rest of the team.
The only one who doesn't have buyback is Baboka. He did invest into Ether Lens. Interesting, wants to have extra bit of a cast range. Wants to keep the distance. Gleipnir, Sight of Wise, Force Staff as well. Both teams holding the hands together. They know that these fights are going to be very important. Bobica will need to be careful. He cannot die. They need Ice Blast to land and probably
Emo
needs to
needs to be
survive for
careful.
another fight. Emo is playing a dangerous game.
They force out his BKB. He Sonic Waves. Still has health. And we'll work on these Brewlings to clean them up. There is a Storm Brewing nearby, but with that, they're gonna make their way towards the Roche Pit top, and they'll smoke up on the side of Yakult's brothers.
Radiant are scanning.
Can they find anything? XXS is standing forward, XM there too. They actually get the scan. They know they're up on that high ground. They're not the ones making the move
Going
towards
for the full
Roche
wraparound.
blindly. They could have been tricked. I mean, the scan
Tango's
is
courier.
well placed.
They see Bane's courier is flying. They know exactly where they are. It's just flying back for the moment.
But instead,
Inside the roach pit,
smoke?
this is a dangerous move, but I kind of like it.
this Obs is just out of the range of the sentry, so they know when they're going to be coming
they
over.
didn't kill Roshan last time. Roshan's roar, they're not going to hear it, but the scan will
They
connect.
scanned. Ice Blast. That's going to come across onto this Death Prophet. It actually lands
It
on the
clipped her.
Brewmaster. Terrorize lands, hits Ali. He's going to be hit with the Balance Strike, and now he's got this Lotus. They pop the Exorcism. They go to the Song. Exo, though, XM, kind of far away. They've got this Wukong's in the pit, but they're not going for Roche. They're going to jump out of the circle. They've got Exo going. The Bramble Maze placed down around Emo, but it's not going to connect on anything. Ice Blast off cooldown in 10 seconds, but
this
Roche
is a-
has been pulled out of the pit.
This is the most important spell. Have Ice Blast on one of the targets. Try to kill it. Wukong's command, XXS. He does have a refresher. Can he get it off?
Sonic Wave
Outside
throws off.
staff.
That lands on a Pelosi, and they go to the Primal Split, and now they've got themselves the Cursed Crown that'll pop on Old 11, who's in the Rolling Thunder, but now he comes out of it, and he's into the Brambles. Lotus placed on a Fly as he stands his ground. They go to the Exorcism with the Ags now placed into the inventory, but there's the Ice Blast flying in. Fly needs to heal. He needs to find something. He starts to heal
He's
up,
healing
but
for
Ame's
now.
in.
Shadowblade.
BKB, Ame looking for Fly needs one
Ame
more
sees
shot,
him.
gets it. They kill off Fly, but they'll end up losing XM. They'll buy back on the Queen of Pain. Emo buying back, but Old 11, he's gonna die too. They'll try to get Ame, but with the Balance Strike takes out Boba, who
He
does
pulled him
not
out.
have buyback.
XXS.
Emo, Sonic Wave, Ame low, but still not dead. Fly finally committing to the buyback, but they've already let Emo die.
Oh, they're committing heavily with the buybacks. Shadow Fiend, he does not have it. He tried to square up against Monkey King. I want to see damage from Monkey in the previous fight. I'm not sure if that works or not, but he was just standing there, squaring up against pretty much 3 heroes and still managed to live long enough. This was such a clutch OD staff from Brewmaster so that he doesn't get clipped. And there it is, 8,000 damage coming up from him and 8,000 damage from Queen of Pain. But OD staff saving XXS, allowing him to get the split off. This is the budget version of Aeon Disc that doesn't mess with Queen of Pain's HP.
Bane's gonna have Ags flying in. Wukong's, this should secure at least the top tier 3, if not the racks as well. No Queen of Pain for a minute.
Somebody needs to finish off those barracks. Off to the mid lane. Playing against Mega Creeps against this type of a lineup is very difficult. Refresher Shard available on Ame. Let's see if he uses it. He wants to close out the game. 50 seconds. No Queen of Pain.
Refresher Shard, there it is. Boundless Strike, Ice Blast flying in, lands on Ame, but he's got this Aegis. He's standing in the Wukong's. Fly's got to do something about him, but he throws out these right clicks. They go to the Exorcism. They're trying to get the kill on Ame. They shatter him. So they lose the Wukong's. Now they've got the Hex coming in from Bobica, but they need another Ice Blast Balance Strike. I think Ame was expecting to maybe jump out of the other side with that with the Shard because he Balance Struck away from the rest of the team. But they get the kill on Old 11. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. They've got Emo back in 20 seconds. Fiend's Grip's here with the Ags, but they've got the Song.
Can they
Song
hold?
holding on. Fly's going to need to set up this Requiem at the right time.
Does
That
connect.
lands. But is it going to matter? This is the throne exposed. They're all going to focus in. They've got themselves the Primal Split. They do not have a glyph, and we're going to a game 3.
Uh-oh. Extreme Gaming with this type of a lineup. So many zoning tools. Makes it almost impossible to play inside Wukong's command against DP ulti and also against Brewmaster split. Makes it very, very difficult for them to engage in some of these late game fights. And again, Emo dying, comes back with bots 2, dies again. 4v5, these type of fights are very, very difficult. I know that we had a long pause in the middle of a game, but been very impressed, even though he lost by Fly Shadow Fiend. He kind of carried, or at least tried to carry the game. It's just that he was, at the end of the day, you're still Shadow Fiend, and Pango, he was not scaling. Pango was pretty much, Rolling Thunder going in, trying to disrupt the backlines as much as he can, be the control, but in terms of damage, he did not have enough.
Yeah, didn't have enough, and it forces us to a game 3 to see who goes into the grand finals. We'll be back with that game in just a moment. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the Chinese closed qualifiers. We're still in Game 3 now of Yakult Brothers against Extreme Gaming. Game 2 was about a 2-hour one with the pause, but we're in for a quick Game 3. 15 minutes. I'm calling it now. It'll be just 15 minutes long. Exhaustion sets in. Somebody will, I don't know, fall asleep. Who knows? But in all seriousness, I think it'll be...
Average match duration in the qualifier is still 38.50, slightly lower than what we had at the last Dream League, but it was like 41, 42 minutes. But yeah, the games are not as quick. And let's see what they're going to be going for. Yakult Brothers picking up Shadow Shaman immediately. Not really surprised there. This is the most contested hero of the TI qualifiers. It does feel the hero brings, like, pretty much gives you everything. It does give you damage, control, break on level 15, good laning, whether you want to go for the other facet, the chicken fingers, and whether you want to go for the Giga Ward facet, which does allow you to be more annoying in the fights, go for the split push as well. And yeah, the teams, they are playing the last game of best of 3 to make sure who's going to be playing tomorrow in the best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, we still have our final series after this to play, as we've got Tearlaments and Excel Esports still waiting to figure out their situation for tomorrow. That's an elimination series. Dark Willow gets picked up again for Extreme. I feel like it had a lot of impact. We just didn't truly see. I mean, the thing that I noticed the most was even when you were purging off the Cursed Crown with the Lotus, because they had the shard, you're still getting some brambles around these heroes, which made things a little bit difficult.
It's very difficult to maneuver in the middle of the fights, especially when she gets to level 20 talent. -7 seconds on Bramble makes a lot of difference. It's like the zoning abilities that they did have is pretty nuts, especially with Brewmaster, who was like pulling Shadow Fiend in. We saw aggressive force staffs coming out and then defensive force staffs afterwards. Bane has been banned out. This is I mean, the two supports did a good job being paired up together, going for some of these solo kills, killing Pango multiple times, Grip into Bedlam. You have more than enough damage and control to be able to get him. But they removed that. Let's see if they decide to go for Pango maybe one more time after seeing this Bane ban.
Yeah, Bane banned. It caused a bunch of issues with the Fiend's Grip, and then at the end having that Ags was pretty strong. But I would say for Yakult, probably don't want to go into that Shadow Fiend again. I mean, it's got its strength. It looks good, but then it falls off really hard.
Maybe the combination between the heroes. I thought that they were not going to be lacking damage, but this game kind of had a very different turn where they kind of relied on Shadow Fiend to deal all the damage. Queen of Pain was also doing a good amount, but Pango was more about the control. So let's see if maybe they want to go for the same thing. It's a very disruptive position 3/mid laner that can cut into backlines. Again, both of these supports, you kind of need a jump to be able to kill them.
They go Oracle, something you were calling for in the last series. Or the last game.
I mean, we've seen how they played the first 4 minutes, where Queen of Pain TP'd to the mid lane after picking up, like 2 minutes in, after picking up Water Rune, blinks to the other side of the map, gets another Water Rune, then they send the illusion, and also Boboka TPing in, feeding him Lotus, and also securing the 4-minute Water Rune because he was playing into a difficult matchup. But Oracle now knows where every active rune is. This is the biggest part of Prognosticate, which allows you to know exactly which rune is going to spawn and on which side. So it makes it a lot more viable for Emo, who is type of a player, will play aggressively, will utilize these runes. So I kind of like this one.
Considering he had to pick up every single Water Rune in the last game just to survive. But Doom, Void Spirit, Medusa now picked up for Yakult. We saw this Medusa yesterday doing crazy things.
Yeah, most likely this is carry Medusa. I don't think we're going to be seeing offlane Medusa anymore. It just doesn't feel like she's doing too much. And also, good hero against Doom. Like, you don't care too much about Doom. And this has been used as a counter for quite some time now. I want to see where this Pango is going to go. Or whether Emo is going to be playing something more elusive, something that's going to be playing much more aggressively, or if they want to get something potentially for the offlane for Old 11. Old 11 had a really good performance on Enigma, and they're going to ban it out.
And out that anti-mage, of course, to protect that Medusa. Already got the Storm ban. Void Spirit picked up by Extreme, so some of Emo's options, if he doesn't go to this Medusa mid, are taken away. Quap still available if he wants to go that way. Or even he's like the Ember in the past. See what he wants as they do ban that Ember. Don't want to give that up to Emo. Definitely understandable.
I'm just looking through his hero list, something that he likes to play, something that could maybe get him into backlines other than Pango, something that can play with Pango. Because Medusa, Oracle, Shaman, these heroes, they want to be playing around each other, making sure that they're saving each other. But now also, something to point out is that you picked Oracle with Medusa, which is a bit of anti-synergy, because how many times you're going to be able to save Medusa with Oracle? Because basically her mana is her HP, and then she's sitting at like 400 or 500 HP. Suddenly she just dies, so you need to use it immediately. You're not healing, you're not getting the value out of ulti.
Yeah, that's if they do choose to throw it on the Medusa, or if they want somebody else to kind of carry the game, at least for the most part, until Medusa's ready to go. Probably doesn't need the false promise at that point. We've got 55 seconds remaining on figuring out what they want to do. It's going to be Pango mid, Medusa, where are they going? Do you want to give something else over to Old 11, considering the fact that his Pango didn't exactly feel super strong and there are other options for him?
For XXS, I would like to see maybe Mars with Bloodsport Facet, so you can't see inside of the arena. It is a very nice jump with Void Spirit as well. It does allow you to kill these heroes, and the last hero is going to be Monkey King. Having a bit of a flex between three of them. I mean, this Medusa can still be played from the off lane if they want to. Pango mid, Monkey King in the safe lane, or they can run Monkey mid, Medusa in the safe lane, and Pango off lane, which is most likely going to be the case.
5 seconds remaining.
A little bit of anti-synergy, but I don't hate the lineup that Yakult has completely. Curious as to see how the Oracle does. Probably won't be that 5 position Shaman this time around. And they go Bristleback for the last pick for Extreme. They'll throw Ame back on that Doom. Been really liking that 1 position Doom. He will make it work.
We'll see if he decides to go for this like Shadowblade build again. I'm not sure if I'm liking it too much, but last pick Bristleback, this is something that had quite a lot of impact. We've seen different teams prioritizing different heroes, but this seems to be like one of the stronger heroes still of the qualifiers of the last batch. It does allow you to deal insane amount of damage, be very annoying, build into auras, and then slightly later you do start scaling.
Like this lineup from Extreme. Pulls him back on that Warlock. Seen what the Dark Willow can do. Got Ame on the Doom. XM going to be a playmaker here, trying to Astro Step Aether Remnant for some catch. That's the one thing that maybe this lineup isn't exactly doing so amazingly is their catch, their Aether Remnant, Bramble Maze, Curse Crown, and Infernal Blade Chaotic Offering. But meanwhile, the Stun Free Occult, Gorgon's Grass, everybody's got something to lock you down. Gorgon's Grass, Shackle, Hex. You've got Rolling Thunder, you've got Balance Strike. There's a lot more there in terms of lockdown that maybe I like for them, but overall, I feel like I kind of like Extreme's draft a little bit better.
Extreme, they did run this last pick Bristleback when they were playing against Vici Gaming, where XXS did go pretty nuts. He did go beyond godlike in that game, having only one death to his name. This is his like specialty hero as well that he likes to play. He has a bunch of those. Like I know Legion Commander's not a hero. Batrider's not really played from the off lane. He's very good Mars, very good Centaur. Bristleback is definitely up there. And let's see what he's going to be able to achieve in this one. Carry Doom, pretty much standard stuff for Ame, going for one casual Bracer, Phase Boots into Hand of Midas into Radiance. That seems to be the build that everybody from the carry role has been enjoying it.
See how game 3 goes. Winner of this one goes to the grand finals tomorrow. One game to decide it all. Maybe it could have just been BO1s the entire time.
30 seconds to battle.
That's bad ideas brought to you by me.
Oh, you had a bunch of those. Don't worry, there's more to come. Looking forward to them.
Yeah, I'm never out of bad ideas. Emo on this Monkey King. Curious to see how he'll play it. Not the normal Spirit Heroes or Quap that we've been seeing from him. Nobody dying, 2 bounty runes apiece. Game 1 was a bloodbath in the beginning. Game 2 is kind of a bloodbath too, in 2 parts. See if we see that kind of aggression this time around. I'm interested to see how Old 11 plays differently from game 2 to game 3, because he needs to be just a little bit better in viability.
Maybe one item to scale. This is a very good Mage Slayer game if he wants to go for it. You're playing against Bristleback, Doom, Void Spirit, both supports. Everything is magical, so reducing that damage could be pretty big if they want to go for it. And then you can start thinking about maybe Lotus Orb again. You're playing against a lot of things that can be dispelled. You can throw it on your carry, precast it. You're playing against Doom one more time. I think this game is going to be a bit more on the slower side, seeing that both carries need good amount of time. Ame has been shut down on Doom in the previous game, or at start of the series in the first game.
It was also he got the win, but it wasn't the cleanest Doom game in the previous time that he played before game number 1. So I think that was yesterday. Emo mid though, 4-2 to 3-1 of XM early on. Nothing really to write home about. Picks himself up that Orb of Frost and just whacking away at XM, trying to push him into a bit more of an uncomfortable position in the game. Up to this point, he pops that Jingu and has that Boundless Strike. That's how he'll sustain, as he's going to be picking up a Wraith Band. He'll be going into the Wand afterwards from what he's got queued up. The top lane, Old 11 in some trouble, but Ame, he's got the Shadow Word. The Swashbuckle comes through. They needed one more right click to get the kill, but they weren't there in time, so he ends up actually surviving. They want to keep Ame near, but Bobica, he's got an Ether Shock, and he's only level 1, so he doesn't have anything else to give.
They can't play aggressively. Huge wave is approaching the tower. Old 11 this time around does have double jump facet, which is going to be a lot more tankier, which will make him tankier, seeing that he needs to be more survivable. Even though the other facet is better for the game, this one is definitely better for the lane. And another Fatal Bonds in the top lane. Old 11, another shared tango. It is very annoying to deal with these imps. Damage on the grounds from Scorch Earth, Infernal Blade. They need to stabilize, might even need to run back, but for now, it's just going to be a healing salve on Old 11.
they'd gotten that kill on Ame and gotten first blood in this lane, things could have felt way better, but he'll salve, he'll be back up to full health. He is level 3 before either of these heroes on the side of Extreme. Okay, now with that level 2, he does have a level in the Shackle. They have options if they want to try and catch somebody a little bit too far out in the lane. Bottom lane, though, Fly just doing his thing, continuing to stand there. He is 11-2. Doing well, at least for the time being. Oracle definitely gets a lot stronger come level 3.
They managed to survive through the hardest part of the laning stage. Emo in the mid lane. Looking at the CS, Void Spirit's not doing too bad considering what he's playing into, sitting at 11-4. Of course, this is a Monkey favorite matchup, but he still managed to get some good amount of damage onto Emo. But again, this is Monkey King, so a couple of right clicks and he will go back to almost full HP, immediately starts running him down.
Just using that balance to get that Jingu to pop out and then heal off that. So stays at least about half health up to this point. Wraithband picks up boots. Top lane again, close, and it's gonna be Shackle, but there's the Inferno Blade shield crash as Old 11. He's got Swashbuckle, but doesn't choose to use it onto this Warlock, as I believe he wasn't gonna get that kill with the Shadow Word already used.
Not enough damage. They do have Blightstone or Orb of Blight called nowadays, which works really well with Pango. Boboka has good amount of right click sitting at 80 damage, so if they can maybe isolate one of these heroes. But again, it is a lot of healing. They're also having Healing Salve, Healing Lotus. Poloson needs a little bit more mana. And as we expected, this game is a bit on the slower side. Bristleback also needs a little bit more time. Jinkyu is trying to stack the triangle. Focuses on trying to because he failed to do so.
Radiant's turret.
Unfortunate. XXS. Going into a Vanguard, no surprise. Mid lane. Pulling this creep wave all the way away. But now, all of a sudden, Aether Remnant. Emo. Thought maybe they can continue to go. I mean, the Aether Remnant stopped them in their tracks, but overall, Emo might have been able to throw a Boundless Strike that allowed Boboka to stand forward and get himself the Shackle. Bottom lane, there wasn't a lot of mana left on the Fly, but he seems pretty confident at the moment. He's got that early wand. Anytime there's some quills, he'll get himself some extra charges, and that should make him pretty stable enough to survive at the moment.
First power rune, it's gonna be bottom. Emo picks up the shield rune, extra almost 500 HP on him. Boboka making the move.
Finds a courier now, maybe finds XM. Ooh. They've got the Shackle, but the Resonant Pulse is already used. Able to assimilate, just don't have the initial control, but maybe they have it afterwards. They've got the Fortune's End, they'll get the kill. Ollie getting credit for that one. There was some fatal bonds, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They might even die for more.
They're glyphing.
They've glyphed both sides, and now Shadow Shaman, Blood Grenade. Oh, I don't think it landed.
And he got the healing salve as well.
Yeah, so he's still here.
No mana, however, but manages to survive. That's what's important. And it also relieves some of the pressure for the side lanes. Medusa was getting pressured in terms of how much mana she did have. She brought 1 clarity, and also Pango is the hero from the offlane that he needs levels. So getting him closer to level 6 is going to make a lot of difference. Allows him to play much more aggressive. Ame making a move onto the enemy carry. Level 4 carry Doom does have mana burn, so that might come in handy. Let's see if they're going to be able to find a kill here. He's only level 4 though.
Has 2 Lotuses though. He's got a lot of life to work with, a lot of resources.
He's going back one. Go through the twin gates, but now he found the opportunity. Fly.
4 heroes
Gets
are
his
here.
mana burn.
Fly in a lot of trouble. Not much seems like it's going to save him, but I say that and he's able to get some distance. Bramble Maze was placed down. Old 11 came through the twin gate. He had that Rolling Thunder, and that backs him off from getting this kill onto Fly.
This reminds me of the game yesterday when Ame was playing Doom. When he was playing Drow Ranger, and he didn't have a lane to go to. Centaur killed him level 1 solo, and his game was kind of ruined, so he was roaming around the mid lane trying to make something happen. They did end up winning that game, but he did not have much farm. And now he's back to the top lane, level 5, 8 minutes into the game. Would definitely love to have some extra levels, have that Doom available. Both supports trying to make a move, no Rolling Thunder, but seeing the Doom is level 5, maybe they can grab a kill.
They can find Ame, they have. Gets that Scorched Earth off, but they've got the Shackles. Not sure they'll have the damage on this one initially, but they're staying persistent. They're trying to. Ollie's actually the one who's in a little bit of trouble, and so is Bobica. They'll bring over Emo, but Ame surviving for the moment. Chaotic Offering now with Pelosi to level 6. Down goes Old 11. And this is a big turnaround. Pelosian's in trouble. XM is here. The Astral Step, however, their focus is on to Ollie, where the Bramble Maze connects with him. The Resonant Pulse gets the kill, and Emo now on the run. Shadow Word ends up falling off, and now Emo able to jump into the trees and get some distance between him and the side of Extreme Game.
Ooh, changing of the guard, making the difference there, allowing him to live multiple times. Ame is level 6 now, so Emo will need to be careful. If he jumps in, gets doomed, will definitely die.
Big creep
Also,
wave
Warlock,
coming in.
he did have a couple of assists. Before that, did eat or read Black Grimoire book and drop that rock.
Small amount of charges, just the spark notes of the
Just
Black
enough.
Grimoire. Fly dead to XXS alone. And now they've got the Brambles. Emo, he's got to be careful. They've got Ame, who's got the Doom. And this is a dead Unky King. There's nowhere for him to go under this tower.
I think Ame wanted to get the kill, but XXS said, no, not today. Ame is very good at collecting Lotuses. He collected, I believe, 3 of them already. Did eat 2 of those in the previous engagement, and also had a big magic stick. Got healed by Warlock, which did allow him to survive that engagement. And he is also naturally tanky as a hero. He gets 3.8 strength per level.
I wonder if... It's early, but wondering if your cult may be feeling a little bit of burnout on this after that second game. Because they were very close to locking into the grand finals.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They were, but Extreme Gaming, they kind of had that game in the bag. Just needed to have one good defense. Polizone, he's going to die here.
Shadow Word will make it take a little bit longer. But he's dead.
Old 11, this time I really like that he's going for a scaling item. I did mention maybe Mage Slayer. Diffuse Blade is also a more standard item. The reason why I like Mage Slayer from the offlane Pango is you're playing against pretty much every single magic damage that there is. Plus also you're playing into Bristleback, so Cold Spray is not going to be doing as much.
Speaking of the Bristle, though, he is 2,000 gold ahead of anybody else.
Replicating what he did in game number 1 as Axe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The only difference is that Axe feels like it falls off a little bit harder than Bristle will. Primal Spring. Fiddlebond's Chaotic Offer. Pelosi right there with it. False Promise, Rolling Thunder, all coming through, but XXS is surviving it all. Steps out of the circle. They've got the Bedlam. They'll get a kill here on a Bobica. They'll take out the Shadow Shaman, but the Purifying Flames from Ollie at least gets a trade.
They got something out of it.
A lot
Getting the rock
used,
as
though.
well. It's, yeah, a 2-minute cooldown now. Monkey King and Oracle, this is most likely going to be the combo that they're going to be using the False Promise, where he gets the Wukongs, he then gets a Boundless Strike, starts lifestealing, and unless he's the one who's getting doomed. Because Medusa, as we said during the draft, is not the primary candidate to get healed in a fight.
Dire's top tower is under
Ame
attack.
soon to his Midas. Fly. There's the Asha. Farm's not terrible from the Medusa. The one that really is the Bristle that is starting to worry me, because he'll hit a point where he can carry the game with the Void Spirit to just open up all the space that Ame needs. That being said, they are going to try and take the top of the net worth hero out of the game, but XXS completely avoids this gank. It'll be Pelosin that dies, but at the end of the day, that is so fine with 4 heroes coming over trying to kill that Bristle.
Even if they found Bristle, I'm not sure if they would be able to get the kill. They had no Giga Serpent Ward, plus he also just finished Crimson Guard. And if he pops that before they like get the initiation immediately, I think he's actually fine.
We'll see if they want to work with that information. They could be going bottom. Ame, he'll be near, but the rest of the Radiant side, Yakult, also close. And this ward will spot Ame. And now they've got the Giga Ward. Terrorize. Ooh, Ame turns Doom's Gorgon's Grass, gets the kill, takes out this Doom. And they even use that Stone Gaze. But XXS, he's in the area. They still want to push. They still want to try and fight this. They're thinking about it. They want the Rolling Thunder. They'll chase up to XXS.
I don't know
They'll
about this
focus
one.
now on
XXS
the
definitely
Dark
not
Willow.
dying unless they have everything on top of them.
Dark Willow just never standing a chance to survive. It was never about getting XXS. The Rolling Thunder was more about getting the support and getting some extra gold.
And what a perfect timing on Bristleback. XXS sitting at 1350 gold. At 1455, will buy his shard immediately afterwards.
We'll get that hairball.
Is under attack.
Aziz in on that green facet, so you want the viscous nasal goo to be up there.
You get hit by that hairball, one more goo, you're not moving. If you don't have any kind of dispel for yourself, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Manta about to be completed on Medusa, so that's going to be her way of dispelling things. You have Oracle, he can definitely save you.
Obika mid. Despite the fact that this looked like it was going poorly for Yakult for a moment, they've really evened it up. That kill into Ame was pretty big. Airball lands. Obika on the run. He does not have anybody to help him out, especially if they're willing to commit the Chaotic Offering right on top of his head.
He was thinking about it. Maybe they have enough damage. Try to go for the Hex on Bristleback. Force something out, and he did. He did force a really big cooldown out of Warlock. 2-minute cooldown now.
XXS here to work on the tier 1 tower. Old 11 treads blink Ags, or well, going half the Ags already, so probably Ags treads blink.
Top tower has fallen.
If you skip treads, you probably don't go back for it. Attack speed is nice on Pango. Stats are nice. Power treads feels good, but seems like he will need to prioritize different items. It's one component of your Aghanim Scepter. It does increase your farm, but I think in this situation, considering that they don't have a way to initiate a fight, he needs to pick up this Aghanim Scepter and then blink, and then we'll probably start thinking about, I need a shard as well. And this is what Boboka does really well.
The Giga Ward.
Plants that Giga Ward, forces a rotation. A couple of heroes are showing on the map, which means that his Medusa can get some extra farm. This is exactly what he did when he was playing against tier elements, where they lost the early stage of the game pretty heavily. They pretty much needed one extra fight to win that game, and then they made so many good moves with like the fights around, stalling the game for long enough for Medusa to get her items, and then Fly did pick up Divine Rager and the game suddenly
Bristle?
burn pretty quickly. Bristle with mana
Shackle.
burn. They can definitely kill him
Rolling
inside
Thunder,
Wukongs.
and he is going to die here. Emo getting that kill. Yakult starting to find their power, starting to find their moment. A little bit of a foothold in this game. All this time it's been giving Medusa Wi-Fi the time to farm, who has the gold, yeah, and will buy out on that Diffusal. So now Manta Diffusal.
Did buy out on Diffusal Blade pretty late into that game against tournaments. But double Diffusal Blade is actually very nice. You don't get to use your spells. If you get focused by illusions, by Monkey King as well, inside the Wukong's command, you're gonna lose all your mana so quickly. That's one way to deal with Bristleback. His mana pool is really not the greatest, sitting at 600 mana only.
He's still farming some stacks here. He's got himself that Radiance. He's looking at the BKB. Not the bloodbath we've seen in the previous two games just yet, but teams starting to lay their claim to the game and find that power spike. Especially, you see the difference in net worth on the cores. It's Bristleback, Medusa, and then really kind of the rest. Another smoke play from Extreme. See what they can get to work. Finding Bobica, Bramble Maze, and the TP attempt, but the Aether Remnant is there thinking about the Chaotic Offering again. Okay.
Not this time, Bobica.
Unneeded, unneeded. Now maybe?
Remnant in
Could've
a
been
second.
needed.
They definitely do need the extra bit of control.
It is kind of lacking.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
20 minutes, and they can try for this Tormentor. Nobody in the area for the Radiant side to even contest this if they thought they could. Wilson's can grab himself that shard. He's got that shard, upgrading the upheaval, which is usually the case that they don't have it at this point. They find themselves Ollie, and
I love this when Warlock gets the shard and you don't even
doesn't
have
upheaval.
upheaval. Yeah, you still get some from Fatal Bonds, but it's funny. It's the old Dota 1 meme. Buys Aghanim Scepter because every ulti has been upgraded by Aghanim Scepter at the time. Doesn't scale ulti. That's the old meme. Back in the days when memes were not really advanced as well.
Not your memes anyway.
None of the memes. I don't think memes even existed. Maybe that was like the start.
The start of meme culture. Trying to think of an old meme.
Bad Luck Brian. That's the old meme.
It's an older one, yeah.
Success Kid.
Checks out, checks out. Aegis will be taken by Extreme, and all of a sudden, you know, Extreme have gone from kill to objective to kill to objective, and they've taken a 3,000 net worth lead in this game.
Ahmed
Not-
continues to farm up with Hand of Midas that he did sell in the end. He purchased the Radiance, but with Radiance, he is slowly catching up with Medusa.
Medusa just farming the entire time, and another kill now, this time for the Dark Willow. They place this Giga Ward trying to get a tier 2 tower. They get it close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Where's that from? You love to use that one.
Some Kekona saying, I guess. I have no idea. My dad used to say it, but I'm pretty sure it's just some old American, you know. That thing only came close. That only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And that's going to be old 11. Rolling Thunder is still alive. All right. And all the way to freedom.
That's another American saying, all the way to freedom.
Yeah. Back on the Oregon Trail or something like that. I have no idea. I could just say things that sound correct. Not sure many people
Tower is under attack.
will understand.
I'm sure the American viewers, they know the origin of the saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 10 in the morning, so definitely possible that they're awake. Shackles connect. Ame controlled and killed. Thinking about the chaotic offering, maybe should have thought a little bit harder. But they're still going to get this kill on the Shadow Shaman. Who's in the vicinity if they go on a fly, if they dive in a little bit too far. They are committing with the Viscous Nasal Goo, but they've
Even
got
once Poloson in the back
Ollie.
lines. He
Yeah,
jumped in
Poloson.
solo.
Special step, BKB, Boundless Strike to get the kill to the Warlock. XXS doesn't have a lot of mana, but now fills up. Doesn't really feel like he cares all too much just yet. But you don't have to care about those viscous goo stacks
Is under attack.
when you have the Fortune's End to work with.
I like what Emo's doing. Scouting on the trees after getting the kill on Doom, making sure... Oh, look at this win rate. 50-50, straight up. Anyone's game to take.
All three
3
games have hit this
diffusal
point.
blades. This is probably one of... Do they realize that they have Medusa on the team? Not that they're playing against Medusa?
Could have just let Anti-Mage through and picked Anti-Mage if they wanted to do this.
It's a really good item. Like, you're playing against Bristleback, his mana pool is very limited. Same goes for Doom. He gets hit by a couple of those. He's not going to have enough mana to cast a spell. Giga Ward in the top lane. Ame
Again.
Tower is under attack.
He is very dead. Obika doing so much in this game. Just as Extreme, it's, claimed their stake on the foothold of this advantage. And the Occult are right back at it. Getting another kill on Ame and slowing down this Doom again. Becomes a real problem when your carry is just constantly dying.
Ooh, they got him.
Bound out. Good job there by the Dark Will to start that off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Puts Extreme back in a good position. They've got this Aegis on the XXS. They're looking for the tier 2 over mid. Disconnect from Emo. Hopefully that wasn't the initial cause of his demise.
And
He's
Emo
reconnected.
is back. Emo has Shard, BKB, Diffusal Blade. He wants to be able to jump the back lines, kill them, and be kind of a zoning tool when they drop the rock if he can get the ulti off. Because they have very, very good ways to disengage the fight with Rolling Thunder if they don't like it, Wukong's Command, Stone Gaze. Even Oracle ulti to one extent. It's not the best one in the game.
Middle tower is
Depends how they use it against the Doom.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower
Into the triangle. 30 seconds left on this Aegis, so not a lot of time to work with it, but they do get a tier 2 tower, and now XXS still just right in front of enemy lines.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He is not afraid. Not afraid at all.
And do you know who else is not afraid? Doom. Ame on Doom. Not afraid to force this item build with Shadowblade. He really loves this one. I'm
Aegis
trying to figure out
expires.
what's so good against, like, why does he prefer to have it so much? Other than getting that instant initiation, Giga Ward again.
People were in a spot that's not going to do damage to the tower, but now they're going to try and get the kill here on a return for Bobica. Polosin not needing the chaotic offering.
With the illusions,
But-
this is going to be a relatively easy kill. 274 gold for Giga Ward. He needs to get in front. He's not in front.
Did Polosin throw down the chaotic offering? It didn't hit anybody. I'm wondering if he used it just to get the gold on the Gig Award.
I mean, Void Spirit was there, so he can definitely kill it, and he got the gold.
Well, you know, what a long cooldown help from a golem, right?
Polish and
I don't really know what he used the
After-
chaotic offering on.
after Bowica TP'd out, he's like, I'll use ulti for whatever happens on the map.
Terrorize, BKB TP. Emo escapes for the moment. Building into the nullifier. He's far from it, but definitely going to be a good item to have. Extreme, they're slowly up in their net worth lead. They're up 6,000 now.
Bowica's in again. He's getting the pickoffs, and he's not afraid to die afterwards, blinking in aggressively. I'd like to see Old 11 being paired up with the rest of the team using the Rolling Thunder. They might be able to get an extra kill out of it.
Think about going on XXS. Not really an easy target to kill. They threw that hairball, gives Ollie the information that they do have vision up there, so he'll take out the obs. Astro step in, XM.
He pulled him down again.
In for a second, pulled him down, but Emo is still not going to be touched afterwards. They're going to try and focus their attention onto this bristleback. They're not doing much damage. Doom comes through and now throws the Doom onto this Oracle. TP's out though immediately. XXS still in on this one, trying to get a kill here on Old 11. Does successfully get the Pangolier. Stone Gaze is used, and XXS, he's able to escape for the moment, but doesn't turn around to maybe help out XM. Throws a hairball in there. XM doesn't have a lot of mana. Bobica with the blink, as well as the Hex into the Shackle. Chaotic Offering now connecting onto a couple heroes. Ame back into the fight, killing off Bobica with Balance Strike hitting from Emo. They still cannot kill XXS. Emo's going to be in
no
trouble.
mana,
There's
but
no
it
mana
doesn't
left
matter.
on Fly, and this is going to be a huge falling over for the side of Yakult, who really wanted to get something out of it and get nothing.
Oh man, Bristleback, he's tanking pretty much every single instance of the damage. He's still dealing the most damage on the team, but he's soaking up all the damage from the enemies. These Diffusal Blades, they're nice, but they also need something extra. Shadow Shaman just got his level 15, so the Hex breaks. This is going to be the big turnaround point, potentially, where they can Hex and Shackle him and then try to kill him.
Starting to fall really far behind. I'm worrying about this Yakult lineup. They've got Medusa, but I don't know. It's going to be tough to hold on. Especially with fights like that. Old 11 hit with that Aether Remnant and is going to try to walk away, but there is no escape. They have found another. Oh boy. Hero after hero on the side of Yakult falling by the wayside.
They're in full control of this game. These Diffusal Blades, they're kind of not paying off. Medusa, she has another item. She just upgraded into Disperser, but I feel like it needs to be some extra damage. Right now, I'm not really feeling the threat of Medusa. She is annoying. She has Serrated Shiv, Eye of Scotty, burning the mana, slowing them down, reducing the health restoration, but it doesn't feel like she's doing enough. And two supports on side of Extreme Gaming, they are doing a very good job protecting each other with Ada Rock, some Yule Scepter when they blink in, Terrorize on top of Warlock if necessary.
So far, definitely feeling way better for Extreme. Ame, he's got a decent net worth after being slowed down a bit.
Ame trying to surprise somebody from the Shadow Blade, but still has his Radiance on, so that's not going to be an easy task. He is playing against professional e-gamers on the other side as well.
Yeah, they're going to look and see this Radiance burning and just ask some questions.
Radiant are scanning.
Emo in the top lane. They're going to need to try and contest this Roche. It's not going to be easy. Conceding it feels like almost conceding the end of the game.
Look at this timing. Double nullifier. One on Bristleback, one on Monkey King. This could be pretty big. These defensive tools are pretty annoying, being able to dispel mostly Guild Scepter and also Resonant Pulse. That's kind of okay-ish, but it's nothing too crazy. But allowing you to go on top of the target and kill it. Crimson Guard is also dispellable.
They're going to get here in time.
Needs to get out for a second.
Smoke used by Extreme on the other side. They're just baiting with XXS, knowing that he can't really die. He feels that strong. AC, as this fight's about to take place, delivered on Doom, and the Giga Ward placed down. So Giga Ward placed down. Angel's going to be picked up by Fly, but now, do they go for the fight afterwards? They will. Astro Step across. Doesn't quite get the Shadow Shaman just yet, but they hit the Chaotic Offering.
Oh, Earth of
and
Shadows.
now Old 11
Oracle will
is
save
in
him.
some trouble. He's on the run from XXS with the BKB being popped. He's slowed down with the Viscous Nasal Goo. They get the kill to the Pangolier. Fly running out of mana. The jump in from Emo, but he doesn't have a lot of life to work with. Goes to the Wukong's command, but can he get a kill off? They look for XM. They finally get him. It's one kill, though. Bobica dead. 3 heroes gone on the side of Yakult, and now they're going to look over the Medusa, who's out of mana, and now going to be out of life. Pelosin, though, falls to Emo. Emo then dies to XXS. This is a second life on the Medusa, because it's an ultra kill for XXS, and they're going to try and chase down this Medusa.
Has enough for one goo. Is going on to Oracle, switching the target. Oh my god,
switching
look
over
at that
to
damage.
Oracle. He's got so much damage, and now he can turn it back around on a Fly. He's got Ame with the help, Ame with the mana burn, which makes this Medusa's life terrible. Fly's not going to be able to get out. He's dead a second time.
Oh, what a difficult fight. First they initiate onto Shadow Shaman, who almost takes down, and then Oracle forced to blink in, get to dispel on him with the Fortunes, and he lives long enough, and Emo lives also long enough with change of the guard facet, then finds the Warlock in the backlines, gets the kill, but it's still not enough. Cores are pretty much not dying, even though they managed to kill Void Spirit. This Giga Chad Bristleback is a massive issue.
He is just not being stopped, and he had such a good start to the game. There was nothing in his way. And people think that the Ame is going to be the problem, or, well, Yakult think Ame is going to be the problem, and he's not. It's this Bristle that they just, even with no mana, Bristle is too much for them. And that has just been the ultimate problem. $15,000 net worth lead, but still a chance for Yakult. The game is never over till the throne falls. Terrorize used, but Bobica always here. The problem is, so is XXS. Thinking about the Wukongs, that might just be a deterrent. That is just to get XXS away from them.
A lot of commitment to get a kill on position 4. Ame, again, in the Shadow Blade, chasing people down, trying to find something without turning off the Radiance. So they can see the burn.
And they can always see the burn and get the Observe rewards, take out the vision. They look to just try to finish the game straight up, or will they wait for the next Roche? Giving any more time to them to try and be able to chip through this Bristleback is maybe ill-advised, but it's a while until Fly gets this Daedalus. I don't even know if that's going to be the item that makes Bristle feel, well, not a god. He's 6'1" and 10. He's unkillable.
She's getting there. She's getting there, but this is also have in mind Medusa that didn't go for Butterfly. Usually you do go for Manta style into Butterfly as your pretty standard items, I would say. But maybe thinking that Doom, I mean, Doom is also right clicker if you're played from the carry role, where you need to get the hit with the Infernal Blade. it could be pretty big. Bristleback also deals quite a lot of right-click damage, and it's also a lot of agility, a lot of attack speed that you're losing without having Butterfly. Scotty is going to give you some 35 attributes, which is pretty nice. This item has been buffed in the previous patch, but I do feel like the damage output is definitely lacking, because he can still get 2 more items. With Medusa on the team, you can always win the game if she gets 6 slotted, so might start thinking about getting maybe that Butterfly, maybe getting Divine Rapier on top of that, but it's a lot of gold. This is like 10,000 plus gold we're talking about.
Which means a lot of time is needed. Although it looks like they're getting that time. It does look as though Extreme's gonna sit back more so and just try to farm. But I say that, and they've TP'd a couple over bottom. Might be looking to attack. Ame, BKB, Obika, BKB, and he TP's out, but it's not gonna matter. Ollie's dead, and they'll lose Jinkyu. And Pelosi's going to fall here, too. So it's a 2 for 2 on the supports, at least at the moment.
Emo's
but
dying.
Emo's the one who ends up getting caught. Ame's got a kill there. And the Rolling Thunder into the TP out, a fight that ends up happening over in the bottom lane. It felt like maybe Extreme were able to catch out Yakult, and they did.
I mean, I'm a little surprised they decided to take that fight. There was no Fly. He just had his data list delivered. It was on the courier, but was not in that fight. Nothing to TP to. They definitely do need Medusa's damage. You can see damage has been lacking. Even though Monkey King does quite a lot, he also did go for Disperser of his own, making sure that he has another way of dispelling Viscous Nasal Goo, Curse Crown, Fatal Bonds, a lot of annoying things on their side.
Let's see what Extreme set up for their next fight. XXS.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Ready to take another tower.
Gaben still loves Medusa. 43%.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, this hero. There's always a comeback chance. Right now, Fly doesn't have anything in his quick buy, so I want to see what the next item's going to be. But he thinks that Divine Rapier is the item of a choice.
They're all grouping together, but Roche still has a minute 15 remaining before it's potentially up. XM has that outer dissimilate ring at level 20. Things just continuing to stay quiet. Do you think they're maybe giving a little bit too much time to Fly potentially?
Every game like this is winnable. It's 20,000, but if Medusa can get enough farm, he's still not queuing up anything. I mean, I'm down for Butterfly. Maybe
Emo?
they can get away with it. Emo has Boundless Strike ready with the shard, so we'll get out.
Goes back towards his team, but the team just does not want to fight. Or shouldn't want to fight without Emo ready to even engage. But they're healing him up. They've got Ollie, they'll smoke. They still need to
also have
protect.
Double Rolling Thunder. Old 11 just finished off his Refresher Orb. Let's see if they can get the initiation.
And they'll go. Let's see Wukong's command. Fly. Does he have the damage this time around? Doom's going to be used here on the Bobica. They'll be able to get an easy kill onto this Shadow Shaman, as well as Ollie taking out Emo. That's 3 heroes gone. And nobody dead on the side of Extreme. They have found themselves around Old 11. That's going to be 4. They don't get Fly, but everybody else is just as good.
There's some hate. Ame really hates Shadow Shaman. We saw it the other day when he was dooming exclusively Shadow Shaman in the fights. He's been doing the same thing for the last couple of fights as well. Fly, he did buy out on Orchid. He wants to have some extra attack speed, wants to have some extra mana. I'm not sure if it's enough. Your Pango just bought out on the item. He did use Refresher Orb, so we'll have 1 Rolling Thunder when he's out. Extreme Gaming ready to close out this game.
That's been all going their way. They get the mid set of racks. They'll take out the bottom set of racks. Not much standing in their way and not much force stopping them from pushing their way to the grand finals. But this will at least be mega creeps. Ether Remnant, Fly still standing tall. They've got the glyph. And a people's down, so it's giving that extra attack speed per second.
And now you're playing against Mega Creeps.
Yeah.
Fly, maybe there was a chance if he had slightly more farm. I mean, he's farm. He's almost the most farm hero in the game. It's just it feels the rest of the team is having struggles to deal the damage. Like there was one fight that did happen near the bottom twin gate, and he was not in that fight. He dealt no damage whatsoever. This was before he was about to get his Daedalus. And you can see that Jinkyu also does have Wind Waker. This item is going to be able to save you whoever gets initiated on Shadow Shaman. There is Nullifier, however, on Monkey King, so they might still be able to get the kill. It's just that right now it feels very, very difficult. Eventually, they're going to be going in with the Bristleback, some slow siege, be ready to drop the rock. Even Polo Sun, like this is the item, pretty much. Shadow Blade. You're playing against Nullifier, it's the only item you can buy.
They'll get the Aegis to secure this game, or try to secure the game. Do you think that maybe Fly should have skipped the Diffusal, the Disperser, and gone to the Dados first, and then picked up another item before Diffusal? Because the later Diffusal seems to be the answer, especially when all three heroes or cores on your team are getting Diffusal.
I can understand Diffusal playing against cores, strength cores who don't have enough mana. XXS, it's just gonna munch on old 11.
And now finally getting the
times
Rolling
you've seen
Thunder out.
him use a BKB and try to square up and just fight against him? So there's no Rolling Thunder. Pressure's coming off cooldown in a second.
Ame jumped in, got stunned for a second. Wukong's command, and again trying to break the quills of XXS, but that's just not happening. Don't have the tools necessary, and Ame moving forward.
That's
Looking for
Refresher.
somebody.
Wukong's BKB on your Monkey King. Medusa, she has pretty much everything. Bloodthorn as well just got delivered. This needs to be the fight.
And they hold on. Fly steps forward, but Ame's going to come in. They've gotten the Doom. It's on the Medusa, and that is a problem. Ollie's going to be dead. Buys back immediately. And will buy some mana, so this Doom really doesn't matter. But they did get the buyback out of this Oracle.
Medusa, not the best target to initiate on, but they also got Stone Gates out. There's another Doom. Ame did use that Refresher Shard. Might try to go for the same thing.
They've got the Nullify and the Abyssal on a Fly, but they take the Aegis out of this Bristleback's hands. Terrorize connects. They've got the Fear XM jumping into the back lines, trying to get a kill here onto Ollie. They drop down the Giga Ward, but is it enough? Being thrown out, and that is again onto Bobica. But they've called GG. That's going to be it. Without Fly, it can't be done. Extreme, they are going to the grand final after taking the back two games, and they will be looking to see who comes through the lower bracket tomorrow in the grand final.
Ooh, Extreme Gaming securing the spot. I mean, last time these two teams met, Extreme Gaming did beat them 3-0 in a best of 5, and seems like they do have an upper hand in some of these mid-late game fights as well. And also, something was just not clicking in this game for your Cold Brothers, unfortunately. While Extreme Gaming, they continued to farm up. XM had a great game, and again, last pick Bristleback for XXS, where he has an insane game, dying again one more time, like he previously did when they last picked Bristle.
Yeah, Bristle just feeling pretty unkillable, and that ends up being what really helped the side of Extreme just push on through what was a decent defense from Yakult, but just not enough. They ended up 21,000 net worth ahead in the previous game, only for it to fall away. And they ended up losing game 2, but game 3 It was all extreme for the most part, and it ends up that they go to the grand final. I mean, this is a great game from XXS.
Bristleback still feels like a broken hero. What he does, how fast he comes online, where he's unkillable. This game he finished 13-minute Power Treads and also Crimson Guard, plus Magic Wand, plus Soul Ring. They needed to bring 4 heroes to be able to kill him, and there was a situation where even if they caught him, I'm not sure if they would be able to get the kill on him.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they could kill him ever. He just was alive the entire time. You could see he was even willing to square up on some of these heroes. He used the Abyssal to lock down this Pangolier who was in the Rolling Thunder. But Fly trying to do anything he could with the damage that he had, just not enough. They end up getting XXS here, at least for the Aegis, but other than that, it's really not working out. And XM the entire time just jumping to the back lines, trying to get these supports and pushing them away from these fights. Fly, once he's dead, no buyback. I mean, that is pretty much all they wrote for it, and that is all that was going to be there for you, Colt. Overall, really good game from Extreme. Ame going 9-3-12. Much better Doom game from him. XM 9-2-19, but the standout XXS 9-1-15. Just a very strong contender for Spotlight.
Yes, whoever is going to be playing against them in the grand finals will need to either maybe prioritize Bristleback earlier in the draft, or they might need to ban it. Even though they have not been first picking Bristleback, I think they might need to start doing so, especially when you play against Extreme Gaming. There needs to be an answer, because this hero, if he's left alone, there was also a lot of stacks made for him. This hero just gets out of control. Even with the break mechanic, even with level 15 on Shadow Shaman, after he picked it up, they were unable to kill him. Not even one time. One time with Aegis, but that one doesn't count.
Yeah, that does not count at all. And XXS getting the standout player, well-deserved. And well-deserved by Extreme Gaming, who get the 2-1 over Yakult. That leaves us with one more series, which is going to be XL Esports against Tournaments. It's the side of Erica Echo SRF 70 and ZZQ against the side of XL Esports, which is Butterfly Effect, Shang-Chi, Katyu, Red Panda, and Yukio. This will be a pretty solid matchup. XL earlier today beat Azure Ray 2-1, beating Somnus and the crew. And then Tournaments beat VG 2-0. So they'll be facing off for the last slot in the last day. But this is the penultimate day, the final series coming up next. We'll see you in a moment, and we'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the final series of the day for China Closed Qualifiers on what is the road to the international. It's XL Esports against Terraments in the lower bracket semi-final. These two teams presumably upsetting their previous opponents, beating both Vici and Azure. It was XL that beat Azure 2-1. Terraments beat Vici 2-0. So how good are these teams? And I guess we'll find out. I mean, Terraments is Team Zero, who qualified for TI last year, plus or minus a couple guys. So you've got Erica, Echo, SRF, 70, ZZQ. And then for XL, you've got Yukio, Butterfly Effect, Shanxi, Cat U, and Red Panda.
Yeah, this squad is very good. I was pleasantly surprised how well they were playing. Like, even yesterday when they were playing against Yakult Brothers, game number 1, I think they should have definitely won that game. And then they completely crumbled, losing in 24 minutes in the second game, where their support duo, like the whole lineup didn't look too good. And now they're going to open up with Doom. I don't remember seeing them play Doom other than open qualifiers. Yeah, in the close qualifiers, they did not play them yet, but they did open up twice when they were playing against Team Curtain, which we've seen other teams, especially Extreme Gaming, who is in the grand finals, that they love to run it as a carry. This Hand of Midas Radiance type of a build kind of gives you really good scaling. Not many others are toying with the idea of picking up Shadowblade, but we've also seen teams straight up pick Storm Spirit in the first phase as a response to whatever it is. Even against Doom, they're gonna be like, you know what, we're just gonna straight up pick Storm Spirit. They have only one ban, and most of the time that ban when you pick Storm Spirit on 9 is guaranteed to be puck.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the Doom does. We've seen this hero struggle in the lanes, struggle in the mid game. Feels like it does offer a lot. It goes to that Midas, then gets that Radiance, and then sells that Midas, and we'll see how tournaments want to play it. Doesn't exactly scream Erica hero to me.
I gotta check if they played it from the offlane when they had Tiny in the open qualifier games. Yeah, they did run this as the offlane Tiny. So sorry, is the offlane Doom, and they had carry Muerta. So it's a possibility that they still want to flex it. And now XL Esports will ban that puck we talked about. Pick up Shadow Shaman immediately out of the phase. Shadow Shaman, this hero just has everything. It's basically Tusk on steroids.
Yeah, offers you push, offers you control, offers you a hex. Some burst damage with the Ether Shock in lane, which is always nice.
Boboka did go for interesting build in the previous game. Boboka plays it slightly differently. Like, Boboka just has his own style of playing Dota, maxing out Ether Shock 1 point in Hex, which did allow him to get slightly more farm than when you're maxing out your Hex. But sometimes it can also be game losing if you don't have enough control. So gotta choose wisely how you're gonna be leveling up Shadow Shaman.
Ooh, Crystal
Cheap
Maiden.
way of dealing against Storm Spirit, and this is gonna be the support duo. I kind of want to see this Doom being played as core in terms of carry role, because you have Crystal Maiden as well. This lane is super strong. Throw in Blood Grenade, level 2, Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth, carry Dooms. They don't pick up their Q at the start, and they will get TB for themselves. Let's see if they can try to maybe get this Terrorblade still being played as a position 4 so that you can have some kind of a save against the Doom. Sunder always works. This is something that Perfect Vision used a lot in the previous patch, but they're also not afraid to use it in the new patch.
Guess we'll have to see. Probably know better based on this pick coming up. But they've got a lot of reserve time. So far, both teams kind of rolling through the draft. You can see a lot of yawns coming in. It is about 11 o'clock at night for these guys.
Who is Ukio? I don't remember seeing that name and I covered a bunch of Chinese qualifiers and during the DPC as well. Do you have any info? Because he doesn't have a page on Wikipedia. It is red.
He's played with a bunch of guys. He played for IG Vitality before. He's played in some close qualifiers. He's never been like a staple of a lot of teams, but he's played with these guys before. And I think he was just with that IG Vitality team for a while, because that was with Butterfly Effect, TZY, Ponyo, and Hara.
10 seconds remaining.
Because from the games that I've seen, he looks pretty damn good. So that's why I was wondering. And we are not seeing too many newer Chinese talent coming into the scene.
No, not really. But there was just a tournament in China for like all the college schools. So they are trying to get the younger players into it. Although I say that they were doing it for the college schools, I'm pretty sure Ori was able to play in it.
Somehow Ori sneaked. I mean, Ori did go back to school.
Yeah. It was like the Perfect World College League, and he was playing
Remaining.
on a team. On a team called Team Ori, but there were other
Players than himself.
Yeah, it wasn't just him, but it was funny because it's like every other team is like the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, the China University of Geosciences, the Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and then there's just Team Ori.
Yeah, that's too funny. I mean, Ori, he did quit Dota for a while to try to become a lawyer, right?
Yes, I believe so. And then I want to see what the name of his team actually was. Oh, okay. So it was the Xiao Yang Academy of Human Sciences was his team name.
So you made that up.
No, well, because every other, I could show you the picture of why it says Team Ori right here.
It's easier, so you know who's on the team. Other players are probably not known, and Ori being a Dota legend in China. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I'll tell you this. They got last.
Oh.
They came in last.
All right, so
maybe there is some new blood out there that might be coming into the scene a little bit later. Who knows?
5 seconds remaining.
That's what I want to see. Some new talent coming out from China, because the Chinese Dota scene has always been like a super strong region with having their own identity, how to play the game, having their own ideas, which I always respected. But let's see in this one what they are going to be end up going for. Undying has also been picked as a support with TB, or this is also potentially a flex pick that they have, because Undying has been run as the offlaner. So they have few options as well. You can also play this TB as an offlaner, which I don't think it's good here, because you're playing into Doom and Crystal Maiden. I think you just might straight up feed in that lane. So they might put either Undying, or they might pick a completely different offlaner, which I think is going to be the case. Have Undying against Timber in the lane, so you can steal each other's stats, which is very nice, cool interaction. Pair him up with Terrorblade, and then find another offlaner that's going to be paired up with Shadow Shaman.
Enigma, final pick. This draft's kind of all over the place.
Okay, so they saw this TB and Undying, and they said, we don't want to play this lane. We kind of want to take the lane back, play it closer to the tower, and immediately after, they will actually do the switcheroo, having these flexes open after seeing Enigma. I don't think this was the initial thing that they wanted to do, but having these heroes allows them to go for these flex picks. So got a nice way of thinking. It's just the problem is you ended up with I see SS on the screen. I thought I immediately think of Shadow Shaman with the Terrorblade as your offlaner, who doesn't have that much HP. He gets bitten by Crystal Maiden, gets run down by Doom. So this is not going to be the easy lane. Sure, you have Shadow Shaman in the lane, who can stop the Doom from going, but you're also pretty squishy as Shadow Shaman. So I think this lane is definitely gonna be won by tournaments. And you also have Nature's Prophet, who can TP in, have a little bit of a global presence, make stuff happen around the map. And you also have Timbersaw from the mid lane. This hero comes online super fast. Not the favorable matchup for him playing into Storm Spirit, but liking what Tearlament's got. Even though this is Gyrocopter against Enigma, this is the lane that they should not be winning because they got counterpicked immediately after, leaving Gyro in the pool. But the rest, we'll see how it's going to go. In theory, they should be winning, at least Excel Esports should be winning 2 lanes, but I also think that they have very good heroes that they can snowball out of control with this super strong safe lane and also have Nature's Prophet. Plus, we've seen the power of Enigma in the previous series, which was a longer one, where 11 did have a great impact going for like different itemization. I think in this one, they might need to pick up something like maybe Crimson Guard would be a very good item of a choice. Playing against Gyrocopter, playing against TB as well. Could come in handy.
We'll have to see as we get into game number 1. And we'll see whose way it goes. Because I think tournaments, to me, feel like, I would say, the favorite in my eyes. But both these teams beating their last opponents, who knows? There's definitely some experience, I would say, through both these teams.
30 seconds.
And you think about Red Panda, who played with Elephant.
That was one of the biggest disappointments, I would say, at least for me. When I saw the boys being back together, I'm like, this is it. I didn't recognize Red Panda at the time, and he was the easy scapegoat, I would say. He was also playing a bit of a different stuff. I remember them testing out Brewmaster as a position 5 paired up with Troll in one of the games. I don't know why it's stuck in my head.
The battle
And they lost that game pretty miserably. During the DPC time, yeah, they were experimenting, and they were losing most of their games. I don't think they managed to get... Didn't they get like 7th or 8th place during one of the DPCs, and then they disbanded?
I think they failed to qualify, and then they disbanded. It was something that was very rough for them. But then you've got Cat U, now named
also
Clove,
known as Salad.
also known as Cat Feces.
Salad is one of my favorite nicknames.
Well, he's just adding ingredients now. Went from salad to clove. Clove is a great ingredient. I think I use it in my pumpkin bread recipe. It smells really good. Or you could be a clove of garlic. It's all kind of the same. Whatever. But so far, so good. In terms of the game, nobody dying just yet.
As soon as they hit level 2 in the top lane, I want to see tournaments to play aggressive. Start going on this Shadow Shaman or Terrorblade. Crystal Maiden, if she gets a point in Frostbite, does have 2 mangoes, does have Magic Stick. This is the timing that they're going to be waiting for. Try to run him down with Scorch Earth. Grab a kill for yourself.
I'm curious about this Crystal Maiden. We've seen a lot of supports just feel a little bit stronger than what I think that Crystal Maiden offers, but ZZQ, this is one of his heroes that he really does perform well on. AFA, Jesus, taking a lot of damage. Almost dying down there, bottom to Yukio and the Tombstone.
Crystal Maiden has been picked once. Contested once, picked once. 100% win rate. So the stats are in her favor.
Dire's bottom tower.
Stats are in their favor, AFA. So Red Panda even pushing under the tier 2 tower. I mean, this is pretty insane. Or between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. I feel like under the tier 2 tower is a little bit of fake hype saying that. But I said it, so. Erica. Up in the top lane, putting the Infernal Blade on the Shang-Chi. Not really the damage. This just doesn't feel like an Erica hero to me. Granted, I think of Erica, and you know what I'm going to say, because, I mean, you know me too well. That the hero that I always think for Erica is, finish my sentence, Wraith King. That's right, Lacoste. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one. I was thinking what reminds me of Erica. I mean, Erica Morphling as well.
Yeah. That is also true. I thought you'd be right there with me, though.
I was trying to think, but kind of forgot about it. Haven't seen Erica
In a while.
competitive scene in some time, yeah.
It really does burn my soul up inside that this is only one qualifier slot. Because, like, I see these teams that have come in, and I feel like it would be nice to see 2 of them, and also see maybe these teams continue after TI.
70, keeping in. They said they are going to try to break the lanes. Enigma at the moment is jungling because the bottom lane did push in. And
I think
suddenly
70
you
got that
do
with
have,
a blood grenade.
yeah, Urn of Shadows already completed. They are lacking a little bit of control on their side. Stormspirit's definitely not going to feel too comfortable zipping in. Crystal Maiden has very low cooldown on Frostbite, which is a good way of dealing with Storm Spirit. Once you max that out, it's 3-second root on 6-second cooldown.
Echo mid picks up that water rune. It's leaving SRF by himself, so he's gone into the side camps to farm with his Eidolons. He'll be getting some gold that way. Maybe not the best way to do it, but Nature's Prophet is searching around, trying to get kills, trying to find openings, and there's this little combo, this cheeky combo that they've got.
As we said, Excel Esports, they will win 2 lanes. Gyrocopter makes Enigma's lane unplayable. Storm Spirit, he does have better matchup against Timbersaw in the mid lane. It's only the top lane, and this also allows Small Panda, aka Red Panda, to make the move, because Gyrocopter has been left alone in the bottom lane. So now, with the Blood Grenade available and Tombstone, they are trying to go for something. They try to go for the backstab, but this is 3 versus 3, 5 minutes in.
Yeah, Blood Grenade and the Sprout around onto Clove. He is going to burn out eventually to Erica. ZZQ, though, dies to Shang-Chi. And he's got this meta. He was trying to make a move maybe for more onto this Doom. He's got some help. I mean, even Yukio's
Gyros
up here. But doing
Not sure
the,
if they
the
needed that
Ame
one.
gank.
Yeah, Ame gank. Level 4 Doom, making rotation. Level 4 Drow Ranger moving to the mid lane.
That really
It's
is
working
the
out for
Ame
them.
gank. I'm hoping to make that a thing. Oh, no, maybe not an Ame gank. He came back.
That's what Ame did in the
Yeah, that
previous
is
game
true,
as
that
well.
is
Yeah,
true.
he faked like he was going back to the Twin Gates, and he actually stayed. And Nick was like, keep this going, guys. I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing it correctly. As
My
long
lane
as
is
I'm
wide
getting a couple
open.
of waves. Exactly.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Goes that back down bottom. Yeah, that's the Ame gank. You know, there's the Nightfall. There's the Nightfall. I don't really know any others that are like named after somebody like that, but that's the Ame. Underleveled and ganking. Although the no impact gank could also be the Boxy, and I only say that because he was playing the Faceless Void that time walked and threw a blood grenade. But I feel like specifically ganking just throwing a blood grenade is the Boxy, and not doing anything
You need
other
to
than
clip that. You need to clip that so people do know what you're talking about. It was
Yeah.
very funny. Because
It
they
was
had
funny.
no
I'm not trying
stuns
to be
whatsoever.
That's not me like trying to be a hater or anything. That was very funny. That was very impactful Faceless Void 4 position, which
Yeah,
ended
so
up being
basically what
very
happened-
impactful later.
It did, but they had no stuns whatsoever, so he needed to be the guy to set things up. So he came to the mid lane, level 1 or level 2, and time walked in, threw a blood grenade, and that was it. The enemy ran away.
It worked. 70 taking over in the bottom portion of the map, while Enigma's still farming the jungle. So 70, I guess, hoping to have level 6 quickly and have that Wrath of Nature. would be nice.
Tower is under
Curious to see if Echo moves off the midline. His opponent is ahead of him by a full level.
And the extra 300 gold. As expected, I would say. Timbersaw can't really kill him. Needs some kind of a setup. They might need to bring Crystal Maiden to be able to at least try to kill this Storm Spirit. Rune is going to respawn. Echo will pick it up. It's an Invis rune. Not the most impactful rune at this stage of the game. Let's see if they're going to smoke up, maybe try to make some kind of a move, but ZZQ does not have smoke available at the moment.
Nobody moving just yet. Yukio getting a lot of farm here bottom.
Radiant's
But
middle tower
Erica keeping up.
under attack.
Doing okay. Nature's Prophet. Some stacks made here in the triangle. Always like to see the stacks. I wonder if other support players who watch professional Dota are like me.
They're like, oh yeah, man, look at this guy stacking.
Yes.
I mean, there's always something to learn the way they stack, but also triangle. I can't believe we got rid of the third camp where you don't have another way to stack. I mean, it's been pretty OP, I would say, but looking at the stacks, we're really glad that we brought the boys back. The boys, aka Ancient Prowlers. These things are a menace. You get looted.
Ooh, Erica. He is looking like he's in a bit of trouble. However, throws out that Doom, and now there's a chance to actually end up killing off this Storm Spirit. And they find this Clove Shadow Shaman. Shang-Chi, he's got some help. Has 3 other heroes. All the Sunder.
Oh, nicely done. Perfect timing.
Echo gonna feel that one, and then the TP attempt out here by this Nature's Prophet gets away. Man, that Sunder perfectly timed. Gets him down to about 100 health, and then he dies immediately after.
Again, Mukio making the move through the Twin Gates, making sure he's playing with the team, seeing that he wants to use his farm that he was given. Free farm in the lane. But also, Doom managing to survive. Erica
ZZQ.
really pushing the limits. ZZQ again.
They know he doesn't have Sunder this time, but they are really going to need to put the hurt on. Unfortunately, Echo doesn't quite have that damage by himself. He goes back towards bottom, where the Eidolons from SRF take the town. $70 just trying to get some experience here. He wants level 6 so badly. He's very close to it. And maybe you work with that Wrath of Nature and you can get a kill out of it.
That could be the extra damage that you need. Like right now, it's pretty much Timbersaw. Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite is nice, but she also needs to be much more careful where she's standing. You want to get multiple of those Frostbites. Echo will go in and clear some of these stacks.
Town's done. Twisted Chakra. Hoping to get those creeps. Now he's got that extra mana regen. And he's also level 10 and almost level 11. So he was once a level behind Butterfly Effect, but that's completely swapped. He's a level ahead of Butterfly Effect now.
Just purchased Ogre Axe. Nothing too crazy. Has Aghanim Scepter in his quick buy, but can also, let's say he dies one more time to Sunder, he might swap things around and just straight up pick BKB, but Aghanim Scepter is kind of the item that you need. Kaya, Aghanim Scepter, it is insane amount of damage. Good amount of protection as well. Whoa, got found. Level 4 only on Shadow Shaman, 12 minutes into the game. This is just a bit of disastrous.
They can't kill Echo at the moment, but they can kill ZZQ. Quick,
I don't know,
easy
something
kill.
about Crystal Maiden dying is so satisfying. Like, I love killing Shadow Fiend, I love killing Luna, and I love killing Crystal Maiden. Not sure why. It's just that they seem so helpless when you initiate on them. No, for real. Like
That's such a wild way to put it, I feel like.
No, it's like one of the best feelings in Dota is, let's say you kill one guy and then you start chasing the others, and you know that they feel weak, and like you're like you smell the blood, you know, you're after them.
I don't like the sniff that was in there. You just,
Oh yeah, you gotta hype yourself up.
I smell them. Yeah. Hey. Now I know what's happening when I'm playing a position 5 that's very easy to kill.
Yeah, these guys are hunting you.
Chill out.
I want to see how many stacks we did so far. I feel like both of the teams have been stacking in the triangle quite a lot, making sure that both Timbersaw is getting enough farm and both Gyrocopter as well. So 11 stacks for tournaments and Excel Esports 7 total.
Close game overall. Net worth-wise. Shang-Chi, he's going into an Orchid. Gonna need, like, a Lotus or something, I would say.
On Shang-Chi?
No, not on Shang-Chi, just against Shang-Chi.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You will need that. Eventually, somebody will need to buy it. Nature's Prophet can pretty much buy into any item. They will get their BKBs, maybe Timbersaw later on. Because you need a lot of, I would say, items on Timbersaw in this game. It does feel, once you finish off your Aghanim Scepter, you need a Blink Dagger to position yourself, get a BKB for the protection, because they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity, and then maybe later you can start thinking about picking up Lotus as your next way of dealing with Sunder, removing some of the silences.
About to hit 15 minutes into the game. Still 5-ish minutes to go until that Torm comes out. Echo's done a really good job of recovering. He's trying to get himself into the Aghanim Scepter. He's got 1,300 gold to go. Doom working on this Midas. So sells the Midas, of course, with the Devil's Bargain, getting 85% of the value. Just needs this
yeah, I'm getting
Talisman of
PTSD
Evasion.
every single time Doom sells the item. What happened with Aurora during Wallachia?
There will be
Like, it's
no
just
more
us.
bugs.
Like, we're finding the bugs.
70 in trouble. Vortex pulled back, but they've got some help here. Black Hole even committed. Tombstone comes down. They're going to get a kill here on the Butterfly Effect. TP out from 7.
Ooh, nicely done. Enigma gives him the Lotus. Manages to TP out, and now he's in trouble. Can't try to TP out of his own.
Is he in trouble?
Rocket?
Doom onto
Oh,
the
no.
gyro. But they've got the Shackle looking for the turnaround. They still have to deal with this Tombstone. And this Doom is going to wear out in just a moment onto this Gyrocopter. But they've got some help. 70 back into the fight. The call down is used. The Rocket Barrage. The damage on the Erica. The Timber Chain. Can he find him? Oh,
Neutral
a little
creep.
bit
The
of a
Croakers.
Croaker.
They always reef, but this is a really nice fight. Even though Enigma doesn't get out, because he tried to TP out immediately, maybe thinking the rest of the team is going to back him up. His TP gets canceled in the end, but that Lotus that he fed to 7E, he manages to come back into the fight with teleportation and not losing a single hero.
Look at that guy. Look at that Croaker. He knew what he did. They just know. Wait, what was that? Like was that a 3-man Ravage?
I believe so.
That was better Ravages than most people hit with Tidehunter, and that's an AoE around you. Like, that is insane.
I like how all the creeps in Dota are kind of, 3 or more people, now we can use our abilities. Tomato creep, Centaur's the one with the stun. Everything except Alpha Wolf. Alpha Wolf is like, you know what? You just killed me. I'll release the Roar. Suddenly you deal absolutely 0 damage. Echo, Aghanim Scepter is done. So that's going to make him super tanky and be very annoying. Like, you just pop that in the middle of a fight. Try to stick onto the target.
I was thinking, this is the road to the International, and they did announce the cosplay contest for the International recently. If you go as a Croaker, you're going to win. I'm just going to say that now.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I kind of think I want to do it. Cosplay as a Croaker? Oh, sounds amazing.
Better start working on that costume.
Yeah. I'll have to go get some fish scales and stuff. Oh, Enigma found, hexed, shackled, and he might die or maybe not. He's got a lot of help. Shang-Chi also here. They've got the Giga Ward. Oh,
he got it again.
Echo. He needs to be careful. Not a lot of health remaining on him, but they'll still get this kill. They also got Clove. They're looking for Red Panda, or the artist formerly known as Red Panda.
Such a great item pickup. We talked about Enigma getting the Crimson Guard after seeing what he's going to be playing into. Drums into Crimson. Most of the damage on their side is physical. You're playing against Gyrocopter. You're playing against Terrorblade as well. He was soaking up good amount of damage, but they couldn't even bring him down to half HP. And I like this build. This is something that not many Enigma players do like to do. Instead of just going for the scaling items, buy a couple of auras, pick up the Force Staff as well to push yourself out of the trouble or the team.
What do you
This
do
is something
here?
that DM really prioritizes. Buying Force Staff on Enigma. I haven't seen many other Enigmas do the same thing.
What do you do here if you're XL Esports? You're falling pretty far behind.
I guess you open up a sheet on your PC and try to find how to counter some of these heroes when you're 6k gold behind. Did you know that there is XL Championship? Like
Esports, yes.
Actual.
There's
No, not
XL
esports. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an esport. It's an electronic sport. That counts.
So these guys are e-gamers as well.
They're e-businessmen. I don't know if they were e-gamers.
Oh, butterfly effect. This is an E. Ooh! Wait, what? ZZQ. What was that about? Starting with Crystal Noah instead of Frostbite.
Might have had his keys mixed up. I think it pulls supports.
That's why you don't use QWER. The keys are so close to each other, you might misclick it easily. This is legacy Dota key user speaking.
Radiant
I never use the legacy keys, so I don't have the ability to use them now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of preference if you're used to something. But I never understood why newer players like Amar, BZM, like, why are they using legacy keys? Because they never had to play with legacy keys.
is under attack.
I don't know. It's a good point. Maybe upholding the legacy.
It's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge nowadays, especially with the newer heroes coming out, where some of the hotkeys they really don't make sense. You're like, oh, L, yeah, I can't click that, so you kind of need to make your own.
God, L's
Everything
only
is
way on the other side
easier.
of the keyboard.
Then going to the QWER.
I don't know. QWER seems pretty easy to me.
It is definitely easy if you're starting right now, but imagine playing Dota like myself for like 21 years or something, clicking the same keys, and then I would have to adjust.
Damn, your Dota career can drink in the US.
Radiant
That's crazy. Net worth still getting more and more expansive, but they will cut into it a little bit by getting a kill there onto 70. Nikio sitting third on the net worth, but things are getting a little bit dangerous with how much Echo and Erica have. This has also been maybe I would say a quieter game from the Enigma. There when he's needed. Other than that, he's just fun.
He had a rough lane. He had a rough matchup. He was playing against Undying and Gyrocopter. I don't think you can be playing into a stronger lane, so he had to jungle. His Nature's Prophet did leave him relatively early, and now he's in the middle of the pack. He has more farm than Shang-Chi, which is really nice. Going through a Twin Gate.
They find
Black Hole
Shang-Chi,
ready to go.
and they are going to kill him with that Wrath of Nature that did a huge amount of damage. Burst him down, didn't even need to use Doom or anything of the sort. And they're going to grab themselves a 2-1 tower in the top lane. Easy tower for them to take. Clove, easy kill for them to get. As Erica gets it with the Scorched Earth. A very big impact from the carry there.
Salad is not having a good time. This has to be one of the roughest Shadow Shaman performances we've seen recently. 0, 8, and 2. Level 9, 22 minutes into the game. Pretty much naked Blink Dagger.
Is that worth it? I'm gonna go with your silence means no.
I'm trying to think if there's something better that he can buy. I don't think they're gonna be able to get the pick off. Maybe the whole idea was I'm gonna be playing with Storm Spirit, drop Giga Ward, make sure that we are grabbing that kill. You have it up control, but also this is something. Oh, Gyro, he's in trouble.
In a lot of trouble, and do they have the damage with the freezing field? They should, and they will, and they'll find the Shadow Shaman too. Yukio
They're
and
so
Clove
tanky
both
with this
dead.
Crimson.
And TP out from this Enigma. The BKB's been popped by Echo, looking to get a kill on a Shang-Chi, and will grab it with the help of 7E. Butterfly effect, TP, or Ball Lightning's all the way back home.
I
And
think
that is
Storm
4
Spirit
kills.
was calling for him to use the Sunder on him because Storm Spirit almost had full mana and would be able to zip out. He might have lived for slightly longer. Not sure if that would save him completely.
Could have. Definitely would have been close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But this game is getting really out of hand.
It really is. Two supports are not doing much. I'd like to see the damage dealt by the heroes. So far, I feel like the damage numbers are going to be super low from both of the supports. I just feel like they're not really able to do much. It's Crimson Guard. Making sure the damage is not coming through.
Animatos. And some Malphus.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Choo-Choo Tower has that backdoor protection, so it's going to get pushed in just a moment once it's off with these creeps coming in. And Echo's right here to help out. So I say let's do it. Force out that glyph though. And if good for this, the side of tournaments, I mean, they could push all the way through if they wanted to. Roche is available. I don't think that XL are going to be really able to contest.
They don't need to go for the high ground. Black Hole is off cooldown in 50 seconds. I think the safer play is go, maybe get a pick off, or just group up and go into the Roche pit. Your team fight is much better than Excel Esports. Also use Giga Ward. Shang-Chi straight up not having a good time.
Sunder.
As expected. It's like they wanted to have a flex. They wanted to have Gyro after seeing Enigma pretty much immediately. So they kind of didn't think this through, I would say. And now you ended up with a really wonky draft that doesn't play itself out easily. Storm Spirit doesn't have a hero to play with other than Shadow Shaman. And you also got countered. With one bite from Crystal Maiden could make a lot of difference. Road of Athos on NP.
Dire's middle tower.
So now they're pairing up both position 1 and 2 to make sure they get a kill in position 5.
Takes a lot. Just to get that Crystal Maiden. But you knew it was coming. You could hear them, just like, you know, you said they do, and they are ready to kill a Crystal Maiden. All I heard was they were ready. Roche is looking like it's going to go the way of the Dire. There's no call down for 10 seconds. They're not grouped up at all. They're not smoking to try and deter this at all. And it'll be tournaments with an Aegis.
Let's see who picks it up. They don't have the best way to siege the high ground. They don't have that damage that sometimes you do need. It's going to be Erica in the end, and Erica wants to be the damage dealer, it seems. Can use Manta Style, has Pack Leader's Aura, so extra bit of right click. Also going for Harpoon.
Is under attack.
That's the thought, right? Harpoon. Maybe we see that Silver Edge again.
No, I do prefer this type of a build.
I wanted to see the
We'll
Silver Edge
definitely
Harpoon.
see it tomorrow in the grand finals. This is best of 5. which means that Ame will bang it out at least in one of the games.
Erica just running right at Clove. That Glimmer helps him escape. Isn't much Erica can do there. They are pushing the tier 2 through, but they've got help. Clove actually getting caught here. It's 70 who comes around, and Erica getting griefed by the Croakers
is under attack.
and the Boglets.
Dire are scared.
Yukio. Tombstone. BKB committed to TP out. Not the greatest way to go after a BKB usage.
Definitely not. I think this
And
gives them opportunity to
shrines, too.
maybe go for the high ground. Push out the lanes. You have Nature's Prophet. Pop that ulti if it's available. Knowing that Gyro doesn't have BKB. Everything else is ready on their side.
Getting both XP shrines at that point. Butterfly Effect will walk away. They are keeping the pressure on across the river. They want to make Excel sweat. We'll see what these are. I wonder if this XL Esports has an XL team.
Yeah, asking the important questions here.
100% so. 2-2 tower is going to drop. Erica getting credit for that one. Still pushing forward. Still no fear. Clove caught again as 70 throws out that Wrath of Nature. Butterfly Effect is coming over, but there's another Sprout. Clove on the run, and this is going to be potentially a dead 7E. That Orchid Burn and then a couple more shots means he's gone. But Butterfly Effect doesn't have a lot of mana to play with, and maybe they can catch up to
He's
him.
fine. At least for now. Rocket's coming. We'll stop Echo from coming in. It is what it is. Any kind of small victory for Excel Esports will do the trick. Red Panda in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah. He'll die with ease.
Ceaseless Dirge. He's back. He can
Does he know
go
he's
die
back?
one
He
more
knows he's
time.
back.
He knows. Sometimes it's better not to know. Especially in a game like this, and then just feed a kill if you leave the base.
You're spam clicking too much.
Let's see if Sea Love or Clove. How do you know it's not Sea Love? We'll maybe get some extra damage onto the tower. Try to buy a little bit more time until his Gyro and Storm are ready. And it seems like Ukio is preparing for some scenario where he needs to deal the damage. Daedalus straight into Divine Rapier, but no Satanic or anything. He's playing against Doom, no SNY, just straight up raw damage.
Quick pause from Small Panda as Butterfly Effect disconnects. Hopefully back soon. He's still on the webcam, so we know he's still there. Just waiting a moment. Daedalus Divine. Will he get the time? That's what makes me wonder. Tuamins might want to look to finish this one out before these items really get to Gyro's hands.
Yeah, they definitely... I mean, it's not the greatest base defense, but you are playing against potentially buybacks. Maybe Ceaseless Dirge will come into the fight one more time, even though this one just got procced, so it's going to be on really long cooldown. But maybe a buyback on the Storm Spirit, some good Sunder play could make a lot of difference. Storm Spirit going for Lincoln's as his next item. I think also he needs to start thinking about getting the Aghanim Scepter after he finishes this one, because you need Gyrocopter to deal the damage. Try to go with like 2-3 man pull, Hex 1, drop the Tombstone, and then let Gyrocopter do the work.
They stop his TP and forces BKB. SRF is here, and this is
You
a
heard about
chase.
Nightfall. You heard about the advanced Nightfall. There was also Nightfall that was going through the Twin Gate with the BKB instead of TPing out because he did not have it available. But trying to TP out and then clicking a BKB is a new one to me. And his
Oh, no.
career also died, so will not have Demon Edge.
That slows down the progression of everything. $20 left though on the Aegis. Still not really pushing the high ground. And the hero's nowhere close to doing so. A bit of a surprise. How long they're kind of laying off here for. It's giving
Salad,
Gyro
he
time.
is in. Drop that Giga Ward, and he is ready to bail. With all these illusions from TB and to style.
It forces them back, and well, now
Found him.
Shang-Chi is actually caught. And they've got the harpoon. They'll get the kill on a Shang-Chi. They take him out again. Butterfly Effect does not have a lot of mana.
I like this. Echo going for Hex immediately. He has Blink Dagger, so he wants to punish, but there's going to be Lincolns here. There already is on Butterfly Effect. Oh man, he's in. Echo has BKB ready in a TP if he feels like he's in trouble, but doesn't even need any kind of help other than extra bit of a damage from Wrath of Nature. Map is getting smaller and smaller. Hey, I can't really blame them. Excel Esports try to go for this play with TB and Shadow Shaman, try to push out the waves, use Giga Ward for some kind of a rotation. But right now, they're not letting them leave the base.
No, they're not, but they're also not pressuring the high ground.
Don't have the heroes for it. Their heroes are kind of bad at hitting the buildings. Would definitely love to get a fight before, get a pick off. That's why Doom is also building into AC, seeing that most of the damage is physical against Shaman, against TB and Gyrocopter. It's a good pick off. Any kind of a kill they can get, try to delay the game, get to
worth
the
a lot
next
of
round of
gold.
items.
And just the kill on the Crystal Maiden's worth about 1,000 gold. A lot of which goes to the Gyrocopter. And now 7E. The Croakers tried, I saw, but unable to help out.
Considering where Crystal Maiden and NP are playing, you would assume that the rest of the team is ready to back them up, but look at the minimap where everybody is. They're not even across the river.
No, not at all. Not at all. Getting curious about how they're going to finish this off. The longer and longer it takes.
Gyrocopter, he changed his mind. He's like, I don't need this Divine Rapier. At least that's what it's in his quick buy. Fatal is completed, sitting on 2,000 gold. I guess the idea is he blinks in and tries to deal, like plays with the Storm Spirit once he gets Aghanim Scepter. Never mind, Butterfly Effect is swapping things around. He does have BKB in his quick buy. Maybe thinking that they don't have enough damage to finish off the game in the next 10-15ish minutes. But they will get another round of items, maybe even 2 big items. Still, XP every single time. It is controlled by enemy team, but the rest of the team is on the other side. How many times we've seen Salad try to go for this type of a play and finally gets the tower?
Just they're giving up this tower, and I understand that you're saying that they don't really have what it takes to go up on the high ground, but the longer this game goes, even with a 14,000 net worth lead, the more I think this Gyro pulls the game back.
He definitely can. You have Storm Spirit, you have Terrorblade, who's not starting to scale yet, but if you give him enough time, if you have one good fight, it seems like they don't want to wait anymore. Maybe try to force something here. Try to find some kind of a kill, some kind of a pick off. Echo, ready with the Blink Hex initiation.
Oh boy. I was gonna say, I hope they don't get baited by this one illusion or something. We've seen it today already. Illusions baiting somebody.
Yeah, we did. 35-minute mark, this was the big timing. 2 catapult waves. Try to play with it with the summons, but they will pop the glyph. Echo is in.
Have that Hex. Easy kill on a small panda. They're bottom, but I expect them to have to make a move, and that's exactly what they do. They come back and they throw down that call down, but they get the tier 3 tower. And that's it for now.
Radiant's top barracks are under
Butterfly effect in the end did go for Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. I think you need to have that ability to pull multiple people and let Gyro try to do the damage, but it's not enough.
No, it's
Salad,
not.
gone.
Now you've got both supports dead, and you've got yourself the set of racks. The question is, do you go for more, knowing Roche is probably going to be back up soon? Knowing that they might feel the pressure of having to finish this game, Erica up on the high ground has the Eidolons and has Treants to help him out. So a lot
Good
of
amount of
units here.
summons. And AC is getting
Shanxi.
delivered on the courier. Salad with the buyback.
They force that buyback. Roche is up. They can back out. They could go for Roche, and then they can start this up all over again. But I do appreciate the sense of urgency coming in from tier limits in that moment.
Yeah, I thought they might go for the high ground slightly earlier, but I guess those pickoffs on the supports didn't allow them to group up as 5. And this Roshan definitely belongs to them. Maybe they can try to snatch it with the Storm Spirit. They hear the roar, and immediately they are getting out of the pit. I think teams got way better at trying to bait with Roshan's roar. As you can see, immediately started to go on the high ground. They have vision on the hill, thinking if they are going to go for some kind of a defense, some kind of a play, they will get punished.
Freezing field committed. Maybe a bit of a surprise using the ult like that, but there really isn't a moment in which I see ZZQ getting a great ult off against this team. With no BKB, it just seems so unlikely, so I get ZZQ just throwing down the freezing field for Roche. Like, even though you're winning the fights, it's a tough ask.
It's more about control, try to survive, push yourself out of the trouble with Force Staff Glimmer, and then be the one who's dealing with the Storm Spirit, or just keeping them in place. And it seems like they don't want to defend this. Gyrocopter needs a little bit more gold, needs 300 gold to finish off his Swift Link.
Ball lightning in. Erica, though, standing his ground, standing tall. Orchid on him. Glimmer Cape help from ZZQ. Bottom tier 3 taking some damage here with this Serpent Ward, but it is taken out, and they will be fine with what they have. Sentry combo. Blink in, Echo right in on Shanxi, goes to the Twisted Chakram, but they're looking towards the pack lines to get this Enigma, and they will not buy back on AFA just yet, but the Doom is thrown out. It's on to this Gyrocopter. Now they finally buy back. They've got the Tombstone, but that leaves him immobile for a second. Doom sends him all the way back, and the Enigma will start to walk over as they had the control of the outpost, so he TP'd to that and now is coming down towards bot. Ball lightning back in once again. Still looking over at Erica. Has this Ags. Vortex
Enigma,
on 2.
ready to go
Echo
in.
now doing some damage here, but they've got themselves the black hole. That's on to Yukio, who is dead. There are still 3 heroes gone. Make it a 4th with the Aegis, so it's going to be 2 heroes coming back for the side of Tyromans, but can they hold on to this one? They've got Undying coming through, and Erica's dead again, despite the fact that they lose Yukio. This is a hold.
It is a hold. This is also buyback from Enigma. If they can catch him here, he has no blink, no bongo boots, and no force staff. Shanxi, he's chasing him down. Orchid in a second. He's dead. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes.
2 minutes without this Enigma now.
Butterfly effect. Kind of carrying the game for them. Oh, being able to reset multiple times, and you can feel the Gyrocopter's damage. Now, after he picked up that Swift Blink, and thinking about going into Divine Rapier right after.
Why not, right?
Yeah, they definitely should risk it. They only have this one side left. Tower is down to 1400 HP.
Now you got to think about, you've got 5 minutes till Roche is potentially back up. You've given enough time for Butterfly Effect to get this Ags. Yes, you got the kill there onto the gyro, but do you feel confident to go up on the high ground again?
Ooh, I want to see what the next item for Butterfly Effect is going to be. I'm thinking risk it, go for Refresher. If he finds enough gold, go for the double pull, especially if Gyro finishes off his Divine Rapier. So that's going to be... I mean, he's relatively close to that Divine. He needs 2 good minutes, and he will be able to find the farm.
Does he get 2 good minutes? He's got 20 seconds till the Enigma's back up. 40 seconds till Black Hole is available.
Oh, I like it. He did queue up a Refresher on Storm Spirit.
Hex. Giga Ward. Ball Lightning. Now, Erica throws this Doom out, and it's out of the Gyro. They are going to be able to kill off Clove, but can they get anything more? They need to control the Gyro, but the Tombstone is there for the save. The Tombstone will die, but oh gosh, he got out. The Gyro escaped. They'll lose Red Panda. ZZQ falls. Gyro's on the run and nobody nearby. But Shanxi TPing away in front of the faces of the heroes on Tyroments. They just do not have enough control there at the end of the day to get Yukio.
Not too bad of a fight. Allowing him to just blink out. He was inside of the Tombstone, but damaged from Doom in the last couple of fights. I think in the previous fight he dealt like 9,000 damage. In this fight it was 7.2k. So those right clicks, they definitely hurt. The Giant Small, you hit somebody with Infernal Blade. He didn't go for that faster than level 20, instead opted to go for Scorched Earth cooldown. But yeah, still the damage. And double Refresher now. Same timing, one on Echo, one on Erica. They have Doom, they have BKB available again.
Throw the arrows down through mid. Bottom center rack still exists with the bottom tier 3. 70, meanwhile, he's got just as much farm as an offlaner. The supports here on Tyroments have so much gold. He's just about got his BKB ready.
Dire are scanning.
But does he cross paths with this Gyro? No, he TPs to top.
Gyrocopter is getting close. He can sell his treads. Get 700 gold out of it. Needs another 1,000 gold pretty much.
Shanxi. Spotted, hexed, killed quickly. No buyback, 90 seconds. They went through the top lane knowing that they had access, and they are going to go for this tier 3 in the bot side of the map. These heroes NXL are going to have to make a move eventually.
$70 seconds, 4v5. Good Lotus Orb. Quick fingers from Red Panda. Uh-oh. Aeon Disc on Enigma. Hopefully this doesn't break the game.
Don't say things like that. Vortex going to be on the 3 heroes, and they've got the Doom. They go to the Black Hole, though. That's going to suck in a couple. ZZQ's already dead, but Yukio and Small Panda died. They're going to buy back here on the Gyrocopter. They're going to look over Butterfly Effect. They've got the control. They're getting the kill. Taking him out, but buying back immediately.
He's thinking about zip again. He's in.
Zips forward. Looking after AFA. Has the silence and should get this kill. At least that. And ooh, they also find Echo. Whoa, having that shackle, having that control, both those heroes don't have buyback.
This is going to give them just enough time to farm those items. 90 seconds without Timbersaw, without Enigma. But this also gives them ability, if they don't have to buy out, to go and get the Black Hole on one of these guys, knowing that they're not going to be able to buy back and come back into the fight. Butterfly Effect. Can sell his treads. And needs another 1,000 gold to finish off a Refresher if he wants to. And how's Gyro doing? He's also very close.
Like you said, could sell those treads as well. Roche potentially up in 8 seconds. Let's see how quick the respawn is. is pretty soon. We'll give enough time, though, for Enigma and Timber to be back up. This isn't exactly the advantage that Excel wanted off those buybacks, but
And
all
there
they've
it
got
is.
going for them right
Divine
now is
Rapier,
hoping that Roche
ready to
is
go.
back up.
Middle tower is under attack.
With the Divine Rapier, is this... I mean, it's always possible, but they need to protect this Gyro from Doom.
Protect from Doom, protect from the Black Hole, which is not going to be easy. Butterfly effect. He does have Refresher in 150 gold, so it's time to go. Try to smoke up. Arcane Rune available on Storm Spirit. Get those 2 pulls in while Gyrocopter deals the damage. This game is... I want to see what the win percentage is at the moment, because I feel like if they get this good fight, they pretty much win the game off of that. It's all about the execution. Who gets the first jump? Arcane Rune has been popped. Butterfly effect, smoked, ready to go.